Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. 4HK Chapter 112 The Feeling of Tsunade, by Wooden Golem's Despair. The other side, Tsunade, Jiraiya and others all left the tent after chatting heavily for a while. Only Namikaze Minato and Nohara Rin are left. Lin, I'm not a good teacher, I'm sorry, 35. Namikaze Minato glanced at Kakashi, who was still in a coma, sighed, and said, during this time, I focused on the third battle. I didn't notice Uchiha Obito's changes, and I didn't care about you. Wait for the third battle. After the end, I will try my best to be a good teacher. After saying this, Namikaze Minato left the tent with a sad expression. Even now, Namikaze Minato still hasn't recovered from Uchiha Obito's backstab Kakashi. In his opinion, the will of fire was so splendid that it failed to restrain Uchiha Obito, which really made Namikaze Minato a little sad and disappointed. Obito, why did you become like this? Why? If you really want to become stronger, Teacher Minato can help you. And Lord Luo Lei can help you, but you chose to hurt your best friend, 55. Is the bond between us better than that white humanoid? You still have a Mangekyo Sharingan, do you feel guilty or have a bad conscience? Nohara Rin lowered her head, a cold look flashed through her dark brown pupils, and muttered to herself, don't you want to become stronger? Didn't you awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan? Then I will become stronger, I will take you back with my own hands and let you know what is a special surprise. Thinking of this, the appearance of Luo Lei appeared in Nohara Rin's mind. Mr. Minato is unreliable, so he can only pin his hopes on the god of ninja, Lord Luo Lei. An hour later, inside a tent in the central area of Konoha Shinobi. Luo Lei, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Namikaze Minato, Nara Shikahisa, Yamanaka Kaiichi, etc. The high-level leaders of the Konoha Shinobi group gathered together. After the defeat of the Union Allied forces, the three battles are basically coming to an end, 5. After everyone had arrived, Tsunade's bright brown eyes were sure, he took a deep breath, and said solemnly, according to the senior management of Konoha, after we have cleaned up the battlefield of Tang Country, we can choose another day for Guy to spin, and it's back. Great. The three wars are finally over. The three battles came and went quickly, and we can finally return to Konoha Village, 39. Hearing this, Nara Shikuhisa, Yamanaka Kaiichi, and other high-level leaders of the Konoha Shinobi group all had a flash of excitement in their eyes, and obviously they couldn't wait to return to Konoha Village. I thought it would be a protracted war of 3 years and 5 years. The result? It was over in less than 2 years, just over a year, and now I can return to Konoha Village ahead of schedule. Just thinking about it is a burst of excitement. Thanks to Lord Luo Lei. If it weren't for Lord Luo Lei, we might still be stuck in the quagmire of the Third World War and couldn't extricate ourselves. The title of Lord Luo Lei, the god of ninja world, is well deserved. Seems to have thought of something. Nara Shikuji, Yamanaka Kai, and other senior leaders of the Konoha Shinobi group turned their heads and complimented Luo Lei. Joke, they are not without a keen political sense. Of course I know. 30 years of Hidong, 30 years of Hexi. Advertisement this time back to Konoha Village, Luo Lei, the god of the ninja world, must be the absolute protagonist, even the high-level Konoha must avoid his edge. And with that flattering tone, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Namikaze Minato were all speechless, especially that Nara Shikuji, who looked like a chief of staff, licking a dog like a dog. Cough cough. Maybe there are some that can't be seen. Tsunade frowned, stretched out his hand to cover his mouth and pretended to cough a few times, and said, now the battle of the land of Tang is basically over, and only the more than 1,800 Cloud Shinobi prisoners remain to be dealt with. Speaking of which, Tsunade turned his eyes to Luo Lei, who didn't speak much, and said with a chuckle, what do you want to do? After saying those words, Tsunade glanced at Luo Lei's eyes subconsciously, not knowing what was going on. Every time she faced Luo Lei, she always had a feeling of being looked down upon and felt very uncomfortable. It's easy. Luo Lei slowly restrained his perspective, and said calmly, I still lack a maid who will serve tea and pour water, Jinchuriki from Cloud Shinobi Village. The 2 are good from Wooden Golem. Let Cloud Shinobi Village sign some unequal treaties plus 2 from Wooden Golem. Let's redeem more than 1,800 Cloud Shinobi, 99. Don't you already have a Nohara Rin as a maid? Tsunade narrowed his eyes and said meaningfully, it is said that the 2 of you were returned to Cloud Shinobi Village by Wooden Golem before the war. I don't know why. It's easy, isn't it? 35 Luo Lei shrugged and said without blushing, I was beaten like crazy by me, so I went back to Cloud Shinobi Village ahead of schedule. Hearing this sentence, Gang Xian was stunned for a moment, then seemed to think of something, blushed, and said, if everyone has no opinion, then this is the decision. No comment. Nara Shikahisa, Yamanaka Kaiichi and other senior leaders of the Konoha Shinobi group, who dared to say anything, all nodded in agreement. Yes. 99. Agree. 35 Jiraiya and Namikaze Minato also spoke indifferently. Anyway, Cloud Shinobi was captured by Luo Lei, so he should decide. They have no right to decide. More importantly, they really wanted to go back to Konoha Village earlier, and stay in a camp with Luo Lei. Both mentally and physically, the pressure was too great, making them a little breathless. Come. Tsunade glanced at Luo Lei thoughtfully, and said, that's it, the meeting is over. Cloud Shinobi Village, Raikage building in the central area. A Cloud Shinobi Anbu ninja is reporting to 4th Raikage. 4th Raikage, according to the request of the Konoha Shinobi troop of Uchiha, wants to redeem more than 1,800 Cloud Shinobi. In addition to signing some unequal treaties at Cloud Shinobi Village, we also need to send the 2 by wooden golem gave Luo Lei, the god of ninja world, to be a maid, denying the consequences. Boom. The ninja of Cloud Shinobi Anbu has not finished reporting. 4th Raikage Yaoi stretched out his fist in anger, and bombarded the desk fiercely. The powerful force instantly shattered the desk. Deceiving too much. Luo Lei is really deceiving people too much. Do you really think that there is no one in our Cloud Shinobi Village? Do you still think we've settled for Cloud Shinobi Village? Not only do we need to sign some unequal treaties, but we also have to send the 2 from Wooden Golem to the God of Ninja. Luo Lei is maids. This is a complete failure to place Cloud Shinobi Village the rhythm in your eyes? That's right, we Cloud Shinobi Village are going to surrender. Advertisement. But it can't be like this. Don't treat us Cloud Shinobi Village as human beings. Facing the furious 4th Raikage, the Cloud Shinobi Anbu ninja had cold sweat dripping from his forehead, and he didn't even dare to breathe. Idiot. B*****************. D. Killer B blinked and said furiously, "Go and tell Tsunade, even if we fight to the last ninja, we will never promise to give Luo Lei from Wooden Golem. This is to us Cloud Shinobi a personal insult and a trampling of Cloud Shinobi's spirit." Yes. The ninja of Cloud Shinobi Anbu responded and wanted to turn around and leave. Wait a minute. But, just at this time, Wooden Golem clenched his fists in the office and said indifferently, "I agree to the request of the Konoha Shinobi troop in the Land of Soup. As long as I can redeem more than 1,800 Cloud Shinobi, I will go. Be a maid for Luo Lei." After saying this, the 2 from Wooden Golem thought again about how that devilish man bullied her. Now she's in the tiger's mouth. Thinking about it is a bit of despair and discomfort. But there is no way. Wooden Golem is very clear with the character of that man. If Cloud Shinobi Village dares to refuse, I am afraid that Cloud Shinobi Village will not be destroyed immediately. She doesn't dare to gamble, nor can she gamble. She can only choose to sacrifice herself. By Wooden Golem. 99. After hearing this, 4th Raikage Yuai opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he could only show a sullen expression. Compromise. In addition to compromise, they face the god of ninja, Luo Lei in Cloud Shinobi Village. What else is there to choose? I can only say that Luo Lei is really accurate. Knowing that Cloud Shinobi Village will compromise no matter what, in the face of absolute power, Cloud Shinobi Village cannot be regarded as a human being. Stupid. Killer B clenched his fists, feeling frustrated and helpless to ultimate. He could only curse a few words in incompetence and fury. Killer B, Cloud Shinobi Village will be left to you. After saying this, Wooden Golem left the office with a desperate look on his face. Luo Lei, wait for me. After leaving by Wooden Golem. 4th Raikage Yui's eyes showed a cold and firm look. After the 3 wars, he will begin to enter the hell mode of cultivation, and try his best to improve his strength, and he will definitely avenge the hatred and wash away the shame brought by the 3 wars. Chapter 113 Kushina, do you want a husband? Tsunade's anger. Konoha Village, the clan of the Uchiha clan, Central Region. Uchiha Mikoto led his good friend Uzumaki Kushina to wander in his own small courtyard. Kushina, don't you know that Lord Luo Lei is really strong? Uchiha Mikoto showed a happy expression and said, invincible on the battlefield, only such a man is worthy of me. When it comes to this, Uchiha Mikoto also raised his chest slightly and said proudly, now I am the only existence in the Uchiha clan. Even the chief Uchiha Futan dare not speak to me loudly. I will still find a way to become the Uchiha clan the first matriarch. Yes. Congratulations, Mikoto, for finding your own happiness. 99. Uzumaki Kushina let out a bitter smile, then lowered his head and fell back into unhappy silence. Because, is the reason of Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Without the approval of 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, she cannot leave Konoha Village at will, and she will be under 24-hour surveillance by Anbu and the Root Ninja. So, these days, she was quite bored and depressed. What's the matter? Why are our blood-red peppers, who are not afraid of the sky and earth, gloomy? 39. Seeing this, Uchiha Mikoto took Uzumaki Kushina's hand and muttered in relief. Don't worry, you are in the Uchiha clan now. Konoha Anbu can't watch you. I know. Uzumaki Kushina reluctantly lifted his spirits and said, for some reason, staying in the seemingly peaceful and stable Konoha village, I always feel breathless. Let Minato take you out to relax. Hearing this, Uchiha Mikoto blurted out, didn't you already have a relationship with Namikaze Minato? As a rising star in Konoha Village, Jiraiya's disciple, can't he also take you out of Konoha Village? Daj. Uzumaki Kushina shook his head in disappointment, and said with a sense of feeling, in Minato's eyes, Konoha Village is the first, Sarutobi Hiruzen is the second, Jiraiya is the third, the Konoha Elders are the fourth, and the Konoha Commoners are the fourth. It's fifth, I can only be sixth at best. Faced with the predicament I'm in, he's the last thing I can count on. After saying this, Uzumaki Kushina also showed a helpless expression. Her fate is already doomed. She is the Jinchuriki tool of Konoha Village, and she will live for Konoha Village all her life. Since Namikaze Minato is so unbearable. Uchiha Mikoto frowned and said, then why do you want to establish a relationship with him, and what about getting married after the Third War? Do I have a choice? Uzumaki Kushina clenched his teeth, feeling a little emotional, and said coldly. After the death of Mito's mother-in-law, I have no support in Konoha Village, and I have no choice but to obey the orders of the top officials of Konoha. 39. Actually, there is one thing, I don't know if I should tell you. Uchiha Mikoto was silent for a moment, and then said meaningfully, at the beginning, when the 3 Cloud Shinobi kidnapped you, Namikaze Minato successfully staged Hero Save the Beauty. It was actually designed by the senior executives of Konoha to match you and Namikaze Minato. Master Luo Lei told me about this. He also said that the water in the upper floors of Konoha Village is very deep. No. To the surprise of Uchiha Mikoto, Uzumaki Kushina's expression did not fluctuate, as if he had already expected it, and said softly, Lord Luo Lei is right. In fact, Granny Mito also said that the water at the top of Konoha is very deep. When our Uzumaki clan was exterminated, we just with them behind the scenes. You know? Then you still. This time, Uchiha Mikoto was surprised and showed an extremely incredible expression. Mikoto, Konoha has a lot of power at the top and has no choice. Uzumaki Kushina shook his head and said with some collapse, just like you, I am just a bargaining chip and a tool, and I can only be at the mercy of Konoha executives. So, even if you know that it is a game for a hero to save the beauty, you have to accept your fate and jump into it. Because I know that the hero's rescue of the United States was unsuccessful, and the top management of Konoha will definitely think of other ways to set up other games. I am too lazy to fight with them. Certainly, Uzumaki Kushina did not say a word. She also wants to use Namikaze Minato to see if she can get rid of her destiny, but unfortunately, as much as she hopes, so much is her disappointment. This Namikaze Minato, full of the will of fire, serves 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, serves Konoha Village, and doesn't, BHFF, put a single thought on her. Even if it's an engagement, I feel that it is also to complete the task of the high-level Konoha. Therefore, even now, Kushina looks down on Namikaze Minato, who has been completely brainwashed by the top management of Konoha, and has never even held a hand with him. I understand. Uchiha Mikoto also sighed heavily, and said with empathy, I was not a tool for marriage when I was originally. Advertisement. So, Uzumaki Kushina grabbed Uchiha Mikoto's hand and said with great relief. You have to take good care of your own happiness, master's own destiny, don't be like me, the destiny of this life is already doomed. Uchiha Mikoto's eyes flickered, as if he had made a decision, and said, Kushina, do you want a man or not? What? Uzumaki Kushina looked blank. We. Uchiha Mikoto smiled lightly and said in a surprising voice, if you want, as long as you open your mouth, I will give you Lord Luo Lei. What? Uzumaki Kushina looked at Mikoto in shock. It seems that he never thought that his good girlfriend would actually say such a sentence. Kushina, with the strength of Lord Luo Lei, it is enough to change your destiny. Uchiha Mikoto thought about it for a while, and then said slowly, Namikaze Minato is a tool person who was brainwashed by the top management of Konoha. You might as well put your hope on the unscrupulous Luo Lei. 99. This, Uzumaki Kushina showed a hesitant expression. Kushina, you are a wise man. Seeing that Kushina was obviously moved, Uchiha Mikoto took advantage of the situation to add, don't you want to master your own destiny and live for yourself? Are you willing to be a tool of Konoha's high-level officials? Do you want your future children to also treat it as a dog by the senior Konoha? Was he abused by the senior Konoha? 5. Fist is the last word. Lord Luo Lei's strength is strong enough to dominate everything, so. Uzumaki Kushina shook his head irritably, squatted on the ground and said in pain. Don't say it anymore, please don't say it anymore. Seeing this, Uchiha Mikoto sighed and said, Kushina, I won't say anything, just think about it. Don't think about it. The next moment, Uzumaki Kushina stood up from the ground, a mad look flashed in his eyes, and he said firmly, you gave me Lord Luo Lei, I want to live for myself once, and see if I can change it, own destiny. Really? Uchiha Mikoto froze for a moment and made an incredible sound. Uzumaki Kushina nodded, gritted his teeth and said, it's time for a change, otherwise the senior executives of Konoha will think they've got me. Uchiha Mikoto hugged Uzumaki Kushina excitedly. She knew very well that Uzumaki Kushina, like herself, had made a wise choice, and her fate would definitely be changed. The country of soup, the camp of the Konoha Shinobi main force. After Cloud Shinobi Village agreed to sign some unequal treaties and sent 2 maids from Wooden Golem to Luo Lei who served tea and poured water, over 1,800 Cloud Shinobi captives were released. And when the 2 went from Wooden Golem to Konoha camp, there are some people who put on airs and look unconvinced, just like who owes her millions. Especially when he arrived at Luo Lei's tent, he threw things around and looked disobedient. Luo Lei didn't mean to be used to her at all, and simply slapped his face a few times, and then pressed his head to the ground. Threats her, if she doesn't obey, go to Cloud Shinobi Village to kill all Cloud Shinobi immediately. All of a sudden, the 2 were honest with tears from Wooden Golem. It seems that he has accepted his fate, and he does things respectfully. Comfortable. After suppressing the Wooden Golem who had entered the half-tailed beast, Luo Lei walked out of the tent in a happy manner. If there was no misunderstanding, Shizune had been waiting at the entrance of the tent an hour earlier. Lord Luo Lei. Seeing Lord Luo Lei walking out, Shizune seemed to have thought of some of the voices he heard, blushed, stepped forward a few steps, lowered his head and said, Master Tsunade, please. Please me? Luo Lei showed a surprised expression. That's right. A smile appeared on Shizune's cheeks, and he said, after watching Lord Luo Lei's battle against 10,000, Lord Tsunade's dizziness has eased a lot, and she wants to thank you. 5. Okay, let's go. 35 Luo Lei was not hypocritical, and nodded with a chuckle. Before I knew it, the clairvoyant started to appreciate Shizune. Yes, Lord Luo Lei. Being stared at by Lord Luo Lei. Advertisement Shizune was so frightened that he didn't dare to look Luo Lei's eyes directly, so he lowered his head and walked towards Tsunade's tent. Luo Lei is close behind. After 3 minutes, Luo Lei entered Tsunade's tent under the guidance of Shizune. Come on, please take a seat. 35 inside the tent. Tsunade wore a nightgown very casually. Maybe it's too small, even if Luo Lei doesn't need a see-through eye, it's shrouded in holy light. Luo Lei was not polite, and sat directly opposite Tsunade, chuckling. It's so late, what can I do for you? Just to thank you. Tsunade took the teacup, took a sip of the hot tea, stared at Luo Lei with a half-smile, and said, do you have any intentions for me? What? Luo Lei showed a puzzled expression. Could it be that he often checked Tsunade's body with X-ray eyes and was discovered by Tsunade? Otherwise why would you say that, isn't it? Tsunade stared at Luo Lei for a few seconds before shaking his head and muttering to himself, could it be the old man's own intention? 35. Damn, use me as a marriage tool, and when I get back to Konoha Village, I'll knock down your Hokage building. Boom. Seems to be certain. Tsunade slammed the table with his fist. Just now, she received a confidential letter from 3rd Hokage, and specifically asked her to reveal it in person. She thought something big was going on, so she quickly opened it and took a look. As a result, she didn't know if she didn't read it, and she was shocked when she saw it. The old man actually wanted to match her with Luo Lei, and he said that the man was unmarried and the woman was unmarried. Although she is a little old, but age is not a problem, she and Luo Lei are a match made in heaven. This makes Tsunade angry. The first reaction is how old she is, and the old man is too demeaning. The second reaction is, did Luo Lei say anything in front of 3rd Hokage? Otherwise, the old man, how could there be such an abnormal behavior? That's why she asked Shizune to call Luo Lei over, just to make sure. However, judging from Luo Lei's expression, it seems that I really don't know, it seems that the old man is messing with the Mandarin ducks. What's the meaning? Luo Lei glanced at Tsunade and wondered, could it be that something happened? Look at it. Tsunade picked up a document in his hand and threw it to Luo Lei. 66.99 Luo Lei took a quick glance and showed a helpless expression. He couldn't understand what the minds of the senior Konoha were thinking. As the ancestor of Konoha, he could do whatever he wanted. Did they still need them to speak? Even the Tsunade in front of him, as long as he thought, she didn't even have the strength to resist. He has 100 ways to bring Tsunade to his knees. Okay, I have a showdown too. Since the top management of Konoha Village was so rude, Luo Lei didn't bother to care so much. He took out a scroll, threw it in front of Tsunade, and said, this is what Mr. Hitaki Tsukumo quietly gave me before committing suicide. Take a look. Tsunade glanced at Luo Lei suspiciously, then picked up the scroll and looked at it. Just started. Tsunade didn't think so, I thought it was some secrets from the ninja world. 1 second, 10 seconds, 30 seconds as time goes by. Tsunade's face became more and more ugly and cold, and in the end, it was bloodless, with only an expression of undisguised horror and shock, as if she had seen something that made her unbelievable. Chapter 114 Slap Tsunade in the face and wake her up. Impossible. How is this happening? Why is this happening? No. I don't believe it. Boom. Maybe it's too hard to believe. Tsunade, who had lost his temper, threw the information scroll in his hand on the ground, clenched his fists, and his whole body was trembling slightly. She never thought that Konoha's elders would be so dark and ruthless, killing the former Konoha First Clan, Senju Clan, showing no mercy. Because on the scroll, it is impressively recorded that the ninjas of the Senju Clan died on the battlefield, when and where they died, and why they died, including some ninjas of the Senju Clan who left the Senju Clan and joined other clans, none of them escaped. Robbery. Anyway, many tasks, traps, and battle plans were arranged in advance, just waiting for the ninjas of the Senju Clan to take the bait. In order not to arouse suspicion, these tasks and traps are all separated by a period of time. His younger brother Senju Nawaki, in the Second Ninja World War, he accidentally fell into the detonation talisman trap and was killed. This detonating talisman trap was arranged in advance by Mitokado Homura of the Konoha Elders, so that Senju Nawaki would die without a burial. Terrified, even Tsunade, one of the well-informed Sanins, had some scalp tingling and couldn't believe it. More importantly, the previous Tsunade actually suspected it, but didn't think so much, thinking that the first generation and second generation were too strong, and absorbed all the luck of the Senju family, which led to the Senju family from the Konoha. The family is declining year by year. Now it seems, it's not that the luck of the first generation and the second generation is too strong, but the secret targeting of the Konoha elders for decades, which gradually led to the decline of the Senju family. This makes Tsunade unbelievable and unacceptable. After all, the current high-level Konoha, whether it is 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, or the elders Utatane Koharu, Mitokado Homura, Shimura Danzo, were all raised by her second grandfather, 2nd Hokage Senju Tobirama. Why are they so ungrateful, ruthless, and revenge for kindness? Is it really because the prestige of the Senju family is too high? Tsunade didn't dare to think about it. The more he thought about it, the colder his heart became, the more his heart ached. Master Tsunade. Seeing this scene, Shizune, who was pouring water, was a little confused, and hurried over with a teacup. Just as he was about to say something, he caught a glimpse of some content on the intelligence scroll. Advertisement. In an instant, Shizune seemed to be struck by lightning, his whole body froze there, his expression was terrified, and the teacup in his hand was unsteady and fell to the ground with a bang. How is this possible? This is the only thought in Shizune's mind. The content on the scroll is really scary for Shizune, just like some horror movie, it makes people feel shocked and can't help themselves. The next moment, Tsunade stood up, stared at Luo Lei excitedly, and said with a frantic face, "You tell me, everything is fake, it's all faked by you, and it's all faked by Hatake White Fang." Hee. 35. After hearing this, Luo Lei took the teacup slowly, took a sip of hot tea, and said in a low voice, "Tsunade, why do you deceive yourself? You may have already noticed many things, but you are not willing to investigate. Just want to believe the truth. When it comes to this." Luo Lei raised his eyebrows and added, "Now I give you the scroll, just to let you face the truth of the matter." "I still don't believe." Tsunade showed an expression of extreme pain, his expression changed a few times, and finally he sat down on the chair with a slumped face, perhaps because he was too excited, and his body was covered with holy light. To this, Luo Lei readily accepted. Just treat him as a reward for telling Tsunade the truth about everything. Why? Tsunade shook his head sadly, and muttered to himself. Before the death of the second grandfather, the Senju family was clearly asked not to participate in politics, and the Senju family was also required to be broken up into parts and dispersed among the major families in Konoha Village. In the end, it's still empty, the Senju family has fallen. Thinking of this here, Tsunade himself didn't know what to do, so he could only sit there in pain. Could it be that Lord Third Hokage doesn't know, it's all made by the elders? I don't know how long it took. Shizune resisted the shock in his heart, read the contents of the intelligence scroll, and said, the intelligence scroll clearly stated that many things were made by Mitokado Homura of the elders behind the scenes. Maybe Third Hokage-sama, Utatane Koharu-sama, Shimura Danzo-sama don't know. Ask for flowers. Advertisement. Yes, the old man must not know. Hearing this sentence, Tsunade seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw and said, the old man is still very good to me, and he probably didn't know that the Senju family was secretly targeted by Mitokado Homura of the Konoha Elders. Yes. It must be so. It must be. Snapped. Seeing that Tsunade has lost some of his mind. Luo Lei frowned, slapped Tsunade lightly without thinking, and said coldly, as Third Hokage, do you think the actions of the elders can be hidden from his eyes? There are many things, if not Sarutobi Hiruzen's default, do you think Mitokado Homura of the elders would dare to do it? He Sarutobi Hiruzen is a non-stick pan and a white lotus. He knows a lot of things, but he pretends not to know. Anyway, he benefits when he succeeds, and someone takes the blame when he fails. Certainly, Luo Lei didn't say a word. That is the Uchiha clan, which is as famous as the Senju clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen also pretended not to know, allowing Danzo to collude with the masked man, Uchiha Obito, to destroy the Uchiha family. Funny enough, the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan who formed Konoha Village did not end well during the reign of Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Quote. At this time, Tsunade touched his beaten cheek, showing an unbelievable look. Is this the first time a man has slapped it? Feel. Why do you feel a little cool? Forget it, that's it. The next moment, Luo Lei slowly got up, glanced at Tsunade, and said solemnly, after returning to Konoha Village, I will directly kill Mitokado Homura and dare to betray Laozi, even if Shimura Danzo takes the blame, he must die. Quote. Swish. After saying this, Luo Lei left Tsunade's tent in a flash. The holy light saw too much. He was going to play at Wooden Golem. As for killing Mitokado Homura, from the moment he betrayed him, it was already doomed. It is also funny to say that Mitokado Homura betrayed him, or after Orochimaru went back to investigate, Shimura Danzo told Orochimaru. Chapter 115 Everyone's attention. Master Tsunade, are you alright? After Luo Lei left, Shizune suddenly came back to his senses, stomped his feet, and said incredulously, Lord Luo Lei, he dared to hit you, this is too daring. Fine. Tsunade touched his cheek and whispered, it doesn't feel very painful, he seems to be showing mercy. 35. Doesn't it hurt? Shizune glanced at the red and swollen palm print on Tsunade's cheek, and his eyes widened. No way. It doesn't hurt to hit Tsunade-sama in the face like this, so there's no masochistic tendency, right? Ha ha ha. At this time, Tsunade seemed to have thought of something, adjusted his mentality, laughed loudly, and said, since I already know some truth, then I will follow Huimu's, 247, Yekyun and have a good time. Quote. Aren't you going to gamble? Shizune said something incredible. She remembered that Mr. Tsunade had already planned that after the end of the Third War, he would go to the major casinos in the ninja world to gamble freely. Not going for now. A cold light flashed in Tsunade's eyes, and he said coldly, I want to go back to Konoha Village to see Mitokado Homura killed by Luo Lei, without a place to be buried. There was nothing to say. Luo Lei had a showdown, so Tsunade could only bite the bullet and choose to face the reality. She didn't want to care whether the old man really didn't know or whether it was fake. Anyway, Mitokado Homura of the Elders had to die. He immortal, sorry for the souls of the Senju family, and even more sorry for Senju Nawaki. Shizune clenched his teeth tightly, clenched his fists, and said, I will also go to cheer for Lord Luo Lei. 5. What a man to find out. After hearing this, Tsunade touched his beaten cheek again, and a curious look flashed in his eyes. It was the first time that she was slapped neatly by a man, and it felt very strange, as if she was in pain and happy. The next day, Cloud Shinobi Village signed various unequal treaties with most of the Konoha Shinobi practitioners in the land of Yuno, and the news that the two were sent by Wooden Golem to the god of ninja, Luo Lei is made spread at a very fast speed. The entire ninja world. Advertisement. Although the hearts of countless ninjas in the ninja world have long been prepared. But, after hearing what happened to Cloud Shinobi Village, I couldn't help but gasp. Third Raikage was trampled to death by 3 feet, and was forced to sign an unequal treaty, so he took the initiative to give the two from the Wooden Golem to the god of ninja, Luo Lei as maids, big hair. For a time, the power of Konoha Village is at its peak, and Luo Lei's reputation is even more so. The message came back to Konoha Village. Countless Konoha Shinobi fans were excited, and they had already begun to look forward to the return of Lord Luo Lei with the Konoha Shinobi troops guy from Tang Ziguo. This time, they're going to be welcome. After 3 days. At the entrance of Konoha Village, the civilians and ninjas of almost the entire Konoha Village are gathered here. Looking around, the Uchiha clan, the Hyuga clan, the Nara clan and other clans were all there, standing neatly in the planned place. Lord Luo Lei, I'm coming back. This is the god of the ninja world. If it weren't for Lord Luo Lei, the 3 wars wouldn't have ended so soon. Fighting the 4 major ninja villages, kicking Uchiha Madara, and the rise of Lord Luo Lei is really a blessing for us in Konoha Village. If we don't have Lord Luo Lei in our Konoha Village, it would be like there would be no sage of 6 paths in the ninja world. Lord Luo Lei is a godlike man. I think he is comparable to first Hokage Senju Hashirama. Accompanied by a series of uproars. Many civilians gathered. In addition to their excitement, their eyes were filled with wisps of admiration. After all, what they were about to see was the most powerful in the world of shinobi, and ended the 3 wars by themselves. God, superhero of Konoha Village, Lord Luo Lei. As for the standing ninjas, they didn't say much, but, from their faces and eyes, one could still see the undisguised look of anticipation and admiration. And at the front of the line, impressively in attendance were Konoha executives, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, Utatane Koharu, Mitokado Homura, and Shimura Danzo. At this time, hearing the conversation of the commoners. Advertisement. 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, Utatane Koharu, Mitokado Homura, and Shimura Danzo appear to be unchanged on the surface, but deep down they feel as bad as eating shit. Too difficult. They know that Luo Lei's prestige skyrockets. But I didn't expect it to be so big that these civilians were almost mad. Sarutobi, are you coming? Maybe it was a long wait. Mitokado Homura swallowed cautiously, and said with some worry, I don't know why, I always have an ominous premonition. Don't worry, it's alright. Hearing this, Utatane Koharu chuckled lightly and said, now the commoners and ninjas of the entire Konoha village are here. Once Luo Lei dares to act recklessly, his character will be destroyed. That's right. 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was wearing a Hokage hat and Hokage imperial robe, nodded and said solemnly, don't worry, Luo Lei should be concerned about his own face and idle halo in public. Okay. Mitokado Homura hesitated for a moment, but relaxed. That's right. What is he afraid of? Anyway, Shimura Danzo has already helped him carry the blame. Besides, he didn't believe that Luo Lei dared to take the risk of Konoha Village's 5.5 insufficiency, and started violently. Now that so many people are there, the advantage is his. Ha ha, only Shimura Danzo, who didn't speak much, flashed a playful look in his eyes. Mitokado Homura, I gave you the black pot, but you have to pay the price. Now he is going to watch the play. A few days ago, Mitokado Homura betrayed Luo Lei's information, which he had disclosed to Orochimaru. Now, let's see if Luo Lei can't bear it anymore. Once he can bear it, the top management of Konoha Village will have a way to control him. Think about it. Shimura Danzo has something to look forward to. Chapter 116 Azu, don't do it, here are our people. 8 minutes. 20 minutes. 45 minutes. Time is passing by gradually. There is still no sign of the Konoha Shinobi army at the end of the road ahead. Invisibly, the atmosphere has become more and more tense. Many civilians and Konoha Shinobi people are under the excitement, their palms have begun to sweat, and the fanatical worship in their hearts has inflated to a peak. Ah, why hasn't the Konoha Shinobi army arrived yet? God of Ninja, our superhero of Konoha Village, Mr. Luo Lei, come quickly. What should I do? I'm so excited, I feel. I can't control my emotions. Thoughts flashed through the minds of many civilians and Konoha Shinobi people, and more people began to lose control of their emotions. Even some ninjas such as the Hyuga clan, the Uchiha clan, and the Nara clan couldn't hide their anxiety. The color and expression began to change slightly. Keep me calm, our ninja army should be here soon. It seems that he sensed the increasing enthusiasm of many civilians and Konoha shinobi. Standing at the forefront, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen suppressed his unhappiness, spoke in a deep voice, and scolded many civilians and ninjas directly. God came, once again calmed down his mood. In normal times, when facing me, why haven't I seen you so excited and enthusiastic? After the scene has stabilized, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't change anything on the surface, but he still picked up the pipe very calmly and put it in his mouth. In fact, he was jealous and hated to ultimate. Is he the strongest Hokage in history? 3rd Hokage. It is the most deserved and most qualified to stand under the spotlight, become the focus of attention, and enjoy countless admiration and love. Result: he seems to have been forgotten. Luo Lei, who has just risen in the ninja world, has enjoyed all this. Calm down, I'm 3rd Hokage, everything else is a cloud. 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a few puffs of white smoke, and quietly comforted himself, before he gradually calmed down his irritable heart down. Lord 3rd Hokage, our main force will be here soon. But, just at this time, an Anbu's perceptive Jonin, who seemed to sense something, hurriedly reported. Reached. 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes flickered. Advertisement. Quote. The tense expressions of Utatane Koharu, Mitokado Homura, and Shimura Danzo, who had not spoken for a while, also changed slightly. It's finally here. Great, our ninja team is coming. Ha ha ha, finally I can see the god of the ninja world of Megatron, Lord Luo Lei. And this sentence, like a fuse, one excited in the eyes of many civilians and ninjas. The scene that had just calmed down just now became noisy again. Soon, after about 5 minutes, at the end of the road directly ahead, a dark shadow finally appeared, and as the distance continued to approach, it was the Konoha shinobi troop of Uno country. The speed of the Konoha shinobi group started to slow down because they were about to arrive at Konoha Village. Jonin, Chunin, and Genin also started to stand in neat rows. Luo Lei, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Namikaze Minato were at the forefront. Nara Shikahisa et al. Finally home. Jiraiya looked at the Konoha village that was ready for the welcome ceremony, and finally a ray of relaxation appeared on her tired cheeks. On the way back to Konoha village, he was convinced. Luo Lei was like a tourist, stopping along the way. There was Nohara Rin and Wooden Golem as a maid. By the way, he and Tsunade seemed to have a hot fight. Jiraiya, who had a panoramic view of all this, was very unhappy in her heart. What particularly surprised him was Tsunade. He seemed to be very interested in Luo Lei, which caught him off guard. Most people in the entire Konoha village know that he likes Tsunade. Luo Wa is intentionally ruthless. Tsunade seems to just regard him as a close friend, and does not mean to develop into a boyfriend and girlfriend. Now that Luo Lei wants the chicks to eat old rice, Jiraiya feels that she is being targeted, and her mood has never been very good. Back to Konoha village. Beside, Namikaze Minato also flashed a bitter expression on his cheek. Originally, he wanted to use the Flying Thunder God technique to return to Konoha village ahead of schedule and report to Lord 3rd Hokage, but Luo Lei stopped him abruptly, saying that everyone was a group, so why did he leave early? To this, Namikaze Minato was helpless and aggrieved. Can only be forced to stay in the Konoha shinobi main force, followed by the main force back to Konoha village. After reporting to 3rd Hokage-sama, let's take a look at Kushina. The next moment, as if thinking of something, Namikaze Minato murmured to himself. After all, it's Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. I need to appease a little. I must not disappoint the top management of Konoha. I am a man who is determined to be Hokage. 35. Advertisement. All right. In the heart of Namikaze Minato. For a long time, the Will of Fire and 3rd Hokage are ranked first, and the hero saves beauty Kushina, and it is only to complete the task of the high-level Konoha. Wait and watch. As for Nara Shikahisa, he was very wise and gave Yamanaka Kaiichi and others a look that everyone knew. The top management of Konoha and Lord Luo Lei will definitely fight against Mimang. They just need to hold on, stand with 3rd Hokage on the surface, and stand with Lord Luo Lei secretly, then they will definitely not suffer. Finally, under the watchful eyes of all, the Konoha shinobi group stopped when they walked 300 meters from the entrance of Konoha village. Quiet. 247. A dead silence, looking at the large army of Konoha shinobi pilgrims close at hand. Unconsciously, the entire scene fell into a silent silence. Until Luo Lei took a small step forward. Boom. In an instant. Without any sign, the whole place immediately boiled. Lord Luo Lei, Lord Luo Lei, Lord Luo Lei. The next moment, looking at Lord Luo Lei up close. Many civilians and ninjas involuntarily made a series of excited shouts, and when these voices came together, it was deafening and shot straight into the sky. Some civilians were so excited that they fainted and were carried down by some ninjas who were maintaining order. The scene became a little chaotic for a while. This, perceiving that there are some out-of-control scenes. 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Utatane Koharu, Mitokado Homura, despite their preparations, were visibly stunned. Among them, Mitokado Homura breathed a sigh of relief in his heart after he reacted. He believed that Luo Lei, a superhero, would not act rashly in the face of so many of his own people. However, he did not see the crimson light flashing in Luo Lei's eyes. Chapter 117 Killing Mitokado Homura shocked the audience. The guy of the Konoha shinobi troop of Kuni returned. The entire Konoha village was plunged into a boil, and countless Konoha shinobi and civilians showed their excitement, screaming and screaming, and the scene was very lively for a while. Especially after seeing the god of ninja, Luo Lei. Many Konoha shinobi and commoners, without hesitation, showed the color of fanatical worship in their eyes, and even more, they rolled their eyes and fainted with excitement as if they had seen some superstar. At this moment, for these Konoha shinobi people and commoners, Luo Lei is like a god. Since the Battle of Kikyoyama, it has been out of control. First, it swept the Sand Shinobi army, dominated the battlefield of the Country of Grass, and then blew up the third Mizukage controlled by Uchiha Madara in the battlefield of the Country of Waves. Finally, he stepped on the third Raikage with 3 feet on the battlefield of the Land of Soup, and created a miracle of 1 against 10,000. It can be said, every shot of Lord Luo Lei. It can shock the minds of Konoha's ninjas and civilians. More importantly, Konoha Village was able to win the 3 battles so easily. The Sunagaker, Iwagakure, Kurigaker, and Cloud Shinobi Village were convinced, mostly thanks to Lord Luo Lei. Even Sannin Orochimaru, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and even Namikaze Minato, known as Yellow Lightning, are far inferior to Lord Luo Lei. So, famous is worse than seeing. When I really saw with my own eyes the Master Luo Lei who was all-powerful on the battlefield. In addition to the excitement of countless Konoha shinobi and civilians, they could no longer suppress their inner emotions. Hee, it's really fun. Seeing Luo Lei just taking a step forward, it caused such a big commotion. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen showed a politician's signature smile on his cheeks, suppressed his displeasure, put away the pipe in his hand, and said solemnly, "Let's go, it's time to meet the superheroes of our Konoha village." It would be great if Luo Lei was his master Hatake White Fang. No matter how strong he is, he will not be as obedient as he is now, daring to touch the inverse scales of the high-level Konoha, and he must die. Utatane Koharu adjusted his expression, trying to be as amiable as possible. Okay. 35. Shimura Danzo glanced at Luo Lei with some lingering fears, suppressed his inner fear, and followed behind Sarutobi Hiruzen. Advertisement. It'll be fine for sure. Mitokado Homura took a deep breath and muttered to himself, "It's strange, what am I worried about? In front of so many people, Luo Lei will definitely be burdened with idols and will cherish his reputation, even if he is dissatisfied, I won't do whatever I want in front of everyone's eyes." $*$$. Thinking of this, Mitokado Homura immediately felt at ease and stopped thinking so much. However, just as Mitokado Homura took a few steps forward, for some reason, he suddenly felt an aura of danger that he hadn't felt in years, as if he and Second Hokage had encountered the ambush of Cloud Shinobi. Danger. Extremely dangerous. For a time, Mitokado Homura's whole body was in a frantic warning, and every cell in the body seemed to be shaking. Idle baggage. It doesn't exist. After all, Laozi is the ancestor of Konoha. On the other side, the corners of Luo Lei's mouth twitched slightly, glanced at the top of Konoha, and finally landed on Mitokado Homura, involuntarily showing a cold smile. Once you have the strength to go back to Konoha Village, what if you can't do what you want? Then what is the use of the peak motherlander template he has integrated? It is better to go on the road at the beginning, to endure it, and to endure it. Not to mention, he is not like the people of the motherland, the idle burden is very serious. He doesn't need too many reasons to kill, and he doesn't need to care so much. This shitty Mitokado Homura, since he dared to betray him to Sand Shinobi, his fate is already doomed no matter what. As for the collapse of the character, what does it matter? Laozi's rules are the rules. Laugh. Without any sign, Luo Lei's eyes burst out with 2 red-hot eyes, and attacked Mitokado Homura at a speed that could not cover his ears. Do not. Why? Luo Lei, I am the elder of Konoha, one person is below 10,000 people, how dare you? 99. Advertisement. Facing Luo Lei's sudden attack, the tense Mitokado Homura, though already alert. But, seeing the hot sight that hit him, his pupils began to shrink violently, but he was still frightened. He wanted to perform some ninjutsu, trying to resist Luo Lei's hot sight attack, but found that it was too late. How is this possible? Sarutobi Hiruzen also reacted and scolded in a cold voice. Luo Lei, you are really too daring. What? Utatane Koharu shivered a few times, and his legs froze in place. FK, did you really do it? Shimura Danzo was shocked, not knowing whether it was subconscious or not, and hid directly behind Sarutobi Hiruzen. Puff. The voice just fell. An explosion sounded. The Konoha Elders, Mitokado Homura's head was blown alive by the heat vision, and a red and white thing rushed, sprinkled on the cheeks of the nearest Sarutobi Hiruzen, Utatane Koharu, Mitokado Homura. Maybe to death. Neither Mitokado Homura thought. Luo Lei really dared to do anything if he disagreed, and he didn't care about his image and idle burden at all. Are you Zhao He, but a high-ranking elder in Konoha Village? He just died like this, so embarrassed and speechless. If he knew this was the end, he shouldn't have been a standout and betrayed Luo Lei in the first place. And the sudden change. In an instant, the scene was completely silent, and time and space seemed to freeze. Many Konoha civilians and ninjas who were cheering, the expressions on their cheeks instantly became sluggish, their eyes flickered with shocking eyes, and their heads were buzzing, and they immediately became blank. How is this possible? What did they see? Konoha's superhero, the god of ninja, Lord Luo Lei, actually killed the elder Mitokado Homura neatly. What's going on? It's incredible, isn't it? Chapter 118 Sarutobi, did I kill the right one? Incredible. It's really incredible, especially looking at Mitokado Homura whose head was blown alive. Many civilians and Konoha shinobi people at the scene were in disbelief at first, their minds went blank, and immediately began to rub their eyes, fearing that they were misreading. But, the fact is, Mitokado Homura is indeed dead. He was mercilessly killed by the superhero of Konoha Village, Lord Luo Lei. Therefore, in this situation, the expressions of countless people at the scene were frozen. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, Utatane Koharu, Shimura Danzo froze. The ninjas of the Hyuga clan, the Uchiha clan, the Nara clan, etc. widened their eyes and were stunned. The Konoha shinobi team, as well as Tsunade, Jiraiya, Namikaze Minato, Nara Shikahisa, etc. couldn't keep their calm expressions, and they all became dumbfounded. No way, no one thought, in such a good day when everyone is happy and lively, something like this will happen. Lord Luo Lei didn't say any nonsense, and there was no sign, just killed Lord Mitokado Homura of the Konoha Elders. What is this trying to do? Is it going to turn the rhythm? 1 second, 3 seconds, 5 seconds, 263. As time passed, until Mitokado Homura was knocked to the ground with a headshot body, countless people at the scene woke up like a dream. Elder Mitokado Homura was killed. Lord Luo Lei. Why did Lord Luo Lei kill Elder Mitokado Homura? How is it possible? Why is this happening? Quote. Accompanied by an unbelievable uproar. Advertisement. Countless civilians and ninjas at the scene all showed expressions of horror and disbelief. It was really the shock brought by this scene in front of them. It was really terrifying. Even more terrifying. The person that Lord Luo Lei killed was the top of Konoha, Mitokado Homura. Mitokado Homura, dead. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen wiped the blood that had splattered on the Hokage imperial robe, and there were rare strands of cold sweat on his forehead, and his face was full of surprise. He knew Luo Lei did things recklessly. But, he really didn't think of such a daring act, not putting anyone in his eyes. Moreover, Shimura Danzo has already taken the blame. Luo Lei still wants to kill Mitokado Homura reluctantly. This is no longer as simple as killing people, but provocatively, hitting the face of the Konoha Village executives in front of the entire Konoha Village. Even more frustrating, in the face of Luo Lei, who is in full swing, their Konoha executives are already submissive enough, and they keep compromising and compromising. The result, in exchange, Luo Lei is more unscrupulous, ignoring Konoha executives, and even killing Mitokado Homura already. Isn't it true? 35. Utatane Koharu's old face was bloodless, and her whole body was soaked with sweat before she knew it. She thought of many possibilities, but she didn't think that Luo Lei didn't care about her character at all, and she didn't have any idle burden, said kill, without any hesitation. FK. Shimura Danzo hid behind Sarutobi Hiruzen, also frightened, with a look of horror and disbelief in his eyes. That's right, it's the feeling of being violent and not recognizing six relatives. Looking at Luo Lei who does things without thinking about the consequences, Shimura Danzo feels the feeling of being madly dominated by Luo Lei at the Kikyoyama Konoha camp. Thinking of this, Shimura Danzo couldn't help but smile bitterly. He was too naive and underestimated Luo Lei, and wanted to test Luo Lei's tolerance by revealing to Orochimaru that Mitokado Homura betrayed Luo Lei's intelligence. What the FK is still trying, even if Mitokado Homura was killed, it must be unbearable. As expected of you, Luo Lei-kun. Not far away, Orochimaru showed a look of interest, and muttered to himself with his arms crossed, I wonder if the old man would do this. Will he avenge his best friend and colleague? Lord Luo Lei, awesome. The phalanx of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fujian stood at the front, there was no change in expression on the surface, and the heart was full of joy. Is that old thing Mitokado Homura still alive today? Killed by headshots. Just thinking about it makes you feel good. In fact, if you look closely, BHFF, you will find that not only some ninjas of the Uchiha clan, but even some ninjas of the Hyuga clan, the Nara clan and other clans, after being shocked, they all endured the meaning of comfort. Advertisement. In normal times, the elders relied on their own rights and liked to beat the major Konoha clans when they had something or nothing. Utatane Koharu and Mitokado Homura sang a black face and a red face, as much damn it. Described by the elders of the major families of Konoha who have been bitter for a long time. It is more than appropriate. Now that Mitokado Homura was killed by a headshot, some ninjas from these families spit out a wicked anger from the bottom of their hearts. Lord Luo Lei, isn't this too violent? And the ninjas of the Konoha shinobi group were also stunned for a while. Apparently, he never thought that even the unscrupulous Lord Luo Lei on the battlefield, even if he returned to Konoha Village, he would still be as violent as always. Quote. I knew something would go wrong. Jiraiya and Namikaze Minato looked at each other, each could see the bitterness and helplessness in their eyes. Along the way, they felt a little restless, as if something was about to happen, and now it seems that it is indeed the case. Luo Lei would have killed the elder Mitokado Homura as soon as he left. Is this just hitting the top of Konoha in the face? If it wasn't for Luo Lei's terrifying power, Jiraiya and Namikaze Minato couldn't bear it. Did something big happen? Nara Shikahisa, Yamanaka Kaiichi and other senior leaders of the Konoha shinobi group also lowered their heads cautiously, and they are no longer able to participate in the current affairs. This kills the elder, Mitokado Homura. And of all people, maybe the only one who is mentally prepared is Tsunade. But, Rao is so, her heart is also a turbulent wave, and it can't be calmed down at all. In fact, after learning about what happened to the Senju family, she said that she was not angry, but it was a lie. Now that she saw Mitokado Homura's headshot, after she calmed down, she was still quite relaxed and happy. Looking at Luo Lei, he was even more satisfied. It's okay, the power control is just right. At this time, Luo Lei didn't care so much, and looked at Mitokado Homura who was shot in the head with great precision, and nodded with great satisfaction. With the current power of the heat vision, it really needs to be fully fired. Not only will the Mitokado Homura not even be left with slag, but even the entire Konoha village will be cut in half. So, he controlled it a little bit, made the hot sight worthy of a headshot Mitokado Homura, and the blood could splatter all over the body of Sarutobi Hiruzen and others, so as to be even more shocking. Third Hokage, Mitokado Homura of the Elders, not only colluded with Sand Shinobi to sell my information, but also corrupted and took bribes, abused power, practiced favoritism, and colluded with Sunagaker, Cloud Shinobi Village, Iwagakure, and Kurigakure, which harmed the interests of Konoha Village. The next moment, Luo Lei's expression turned cold, staring at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a burning gaze, and said in an astonishing tone, "Excuse me. Am I killing it right?" Chapter 119 Sarutobi, Mitokado Homura Dam. Excuse me, am I right to kill? A dull voice came out. It spread all over the place at once. In an instant, many Konoha shinobi people and commoners were stunned for a moment, and then they all showed the expression of sudden realization. Is that so? No wonder Lord Luo Lei killed Elder Mitokado Homura neatly. It turned out that Elder Mitokado Homura not only betrayed Lord Luo Lei but Konoha Village, but also corrupted and accepted bribes, abused his power and practiced favoritism. As the superhero of Konoha Village, Mr. Luo Lei must be jealous of evil, so he killed the Elder Mitokado Homura when he couldn't bear it. Thinking of this, many Konoha shinobi and civilians suddenly changed their gazes towards Luo Lei. As expected of a superhero in Konoha Village, just after returning to Konoha Village, he dared to ignore the authority of Konoha's high-level officials and killed Mitokado Homura, a tumor of Konoha. This kind of uprightness and the spirit of not being afraid of power is really admirable and harmonious. Love. Good kill. Lord Luo Lei, we all support you. Mitokado Homura is a hell of a crime, really damn it, we trust you. As one of the top executives of Konoha Village, Mitokado Homura has turned away from the will of fire, such a person is really damn. Quote. It seems that they were moved. Many Konoha shinobi people and commoners couldn't help but let out a voice filled with righteous indignation. The meaning is very simple. Lord Luo Lei, don't worry, we are on your side, Mitokado, it's not a pity for Homura to die. Can it still be like this? See this scene. People such as Uchiha Fuden, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Namikaze Minato, Tsunade, Nara Shikaku and others have all watched God. What? I can still play like this? Luo Lei's simple sentence. There was no evidence, and the situation was directly reversed, becoming the embodiment of justice, and killing Mitokado Homura was a righteous act that won the hearts of the people. Advertisement. How is this possible? Utatane Koharu's stiff old face is hard to see ultimate. I have seen black and white upside down. I have never seen a blatant framer like Luo Lei. One sentence brought Mitokado Homura to the bottom of the rock. What's even more irritating is that in the face of Luo Lei's false accusations, Konoha shinobi and civilians did not raise any doubts or ask for evidence, and seemed to fully believe what Luo Lei said. Now. For a time, Utatane Koharu felt nauseous for the first time. In the past, it was them who manipulated public opinion at will, pointed the country, and framed others at will, including the famous Hitaki White Fang. All right now, Luo Lei used his own way to give back to him, and with the power he played on the battlefield, he manipulated the public opinion and used it on their elders. This feeling is really better than eating. Shit still hurts. The Mitokado Homura is finished. Danzo's expression fluctuated, and there was a look of astonishment in his heart. He knew very well that Luo Lei was forcing Sarutobi Hiruzen's palace, and now all the pressure was on Sarutobi Hiruzen's side, whether to bear it or not, to be slapped in the face or to be slapped in the face, it all depends on Sarutobi Hiruzen's choice. At this time, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen still maintained a good expression, but his heart was already full of anger, and it was on the verge of eruption, especially after hearing Luo Lei's random reversal of black and white, it had reached a kind of inescapable, to the point of containment. He has been able to endure it, and he has also compromised and then compromised, but Luo Lei is pressing step by step, without giving any face to the top management of Konoha, after killing Mitokado Homura recklessly, without any evidence, there was also some frame up, and he instantly washed himself. Say something bad, even if Mitokado Homura betrays you. You shouldn't have killed him in front of everyone, right? Couldn't he just be the third Hokage? I can't stand it anymore. Really can't stand it. Otherwise, the power of the high-level Konoha will be trampled and worthless. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Utatane Koharu. As a result, Utatane Koharu hesitated, then lowered his head, and then looked at Shimura Danzo who was hiding behind him. As a result, Shimura Danzo looked away, not straight at all look at him. Advertisement. Quote. Third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen snorted coldly, then turned his gaze to Jiraiya and Namikaze Minato of the Konoha Shinobi Battalion. Katakana middle. Flowers. To his surprise, Jiraiya and Namikaze Minato bowed their heads after hesitating. This third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen had an ominous foreboding in his heart, and looked at Orochimaru and Tsunade respectively. Old man, so many people in the Senju clan have died, there should be an explanation. Facing Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze, Tsunade took a deep breath and said amazingly, the ungrateful Mitokado Homura is really damn. Quote. After this sentence, like a thunderclap, the shocking Sarutobi Hiruzen is the head buzzing. As expected, Hatake White Fang, that trash, even if he committed suicide, he would be disgusted. After all, only a very few people know what Mitokado Homura did, even Hatake White Fang accidentally knew about it, but it was also sealed, and now it seems that Hatake White Fang has left behind Luo Lei. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt like a cat's paw in his heart when he thought of the consequences that Tsunade knew. If that's the case, let's endure it a little longer. Seeing that no one took the initiative to stand up to help him, he said that Sarutobi Hiruzen, who felt that there were some isolated and helpless, also suppressed the frustration and helplessness in his heart, and planned to endure it a little longer and compromise. As shinobi, he would not care about these details. Ha. Soon, after making a decision, third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen laughed and said, Luo Lei, I actually wanted to deal with Mitokado Homura for a long time, and I was secretly collecting evidence, but I didn't expect you to kill him suddenly, this kind of worm on the upper floors of the leaves, you killed it right. Mitokado Homura is really damn. After saying this, third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath and changed the subject actively, saying, today is a good day, let's not be disturbed by the death of Mitokado Homura. A celebration begins to welcome the large army of Konoha shinobi into the village. Chapter 120 Konoha's sky has changed. A celebration begins to welcome the large army of Konoha shinobi into the village. Boom. 1,000 words, not as shocking as the words of third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Just like the final word, Luo Lei's killing of Mitokado Homura is directly defined as a just act of punishing evil and evil for Konoha Village. So, as soon as the voice came out, the whole place was boiling. Many Konoha shinobi and civilians began to raise their arms and shout, showing excitement. Looking at Luo Lei's eyes is like looking at a god, and he is indeed a superhero of Konoha Village. Once he returns to Konoha Village, he eradicates the big villain, Mitokado Homura, and is also recognized by third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, some ninjas with a little brain. But the look changed. They knew very well that at the moment third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen decided to compromise, Konoha's sky seemed to have changed. After all, no matter if the elder, Mitokado Homura did those things that were detrimental to the interests of Konoha Village, Luo Lei should not be punished. This is undoubtedly hitting the face of Konoha's senior management and third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. In other words, the invincible senior Konoha who has always been high above, 263, was slapped hard by Luo Lei, and the undefeated golden body has been broken by Luo Lei. Has even the third Hokage Sama succumbed to compromise? The Konoha executives are here. At this time, the happiest are the ninjas of the Uchiha clan. For a long time, the Uchiha clan has been secretly targeted by the high-level Konoha, and the feeling is like a maggot in the tarsus, which is very uncomfortable. The results of it, there are also high-level Konoha executives who do things without reasons, right? He was madly slapped in the face by a more unreasonable person, and finally broke his teeth and swallowed it in his stomach. Cool. Uchiha Fution's heart has blossomed with joy. Sure enough, hugging Lord Luo Lei's thigh was a wise choice. Didn't you see that Sarutobi Hiruzen, who is known as the strongest Hokage in history, compromised once again? Fear of Luo Lei's mighty power. As for the Hyuga clan, the Nara clan, the Yamanaka clan, the Sarutobi clan and so on, there were strands of cold sweat on their foreheads, and they didn't even dare to breathe. They are not fools and idiots. Of course, we know that after Luo Lei, the god of the ninja world, returned to the village, the first wave of the game with the senior officials of Konoha was almost a complete victory, and the senior officials of Konoha were completely defeated. They dare not participate in such a terrifying Asura field, let alone say anything more. As expected of you, old man. Orochimaru showed an expectant expression and left the scene in a flash. The show is over, he should go about his business too. Wise choice. It's really not suitable to turn against Luo Lei right now, and the world will be vast if you endure it. Jiraiya and Namikaze Minato both showed a sigh of relief and looked at each other. They could both see the happy look in their eyes. They just faced Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze and they didn't dare to respond. Good for Konoha Village. After seeing Luo Lei's terrifying power on the battlefield, they really don't want to turn against Luo Lei. What's more, Konoha Village has just won the third battle. If there is a civil war, it will definitely become a joke in the entire ninja world. Even if Mitokado Homura died, he died for Konoha Village, perfectly fulfilling the will of fire. Advertisement. Woo. 35. Tsunade glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a complicated look, but said nothing. Teacher Sarutobi, who used to be the Grandmaster of the 5 chakra attributes of ninjutsu, who has the title of Professor of Ninjutsu, may have really changed, making her somewhat unfamiliar. Is this a compromise? The corners of Luo Lei's mouth twitched slightly, revealing a dull expression. Although he has long known that Sarutobi Hiruzen likes to obey the outside world and strike hard at the inside. But, when he really compromises, he is still a little disappointed in his heart, and he can only say that third Hokage is worthy of Shinobu. As for the cheering Konoha civilians and ninjas, Luo Lei can only say that he is too provocative and bewitched. He only looks at the surface and doesn't think about the substance. His teacher Hitaki White Fang, didn't he suffer in this regard? The senior officials of Konoha said that Hitaki White Fang was a hero, and the commoners of Konoha praised it wildly. The senior officials of Konoha said that Hitaki White Fang did something wrong and was a sinner. Those civilians turned the corner and started spraying. In fact, the good and the bad are all from the same group of people. In the original work, Uzumaki Naruto was hostile, isolated, cold and violent when he was a child, and he was loved and supported by everyone after he became 7th Hokage, which reflects the psychological state of most civilians in Konoha. Maybe even the top management of Konoha didn't think that Luo Lei would incite their dogs to bite them. Let's go. Seemingly knowing everyone's thoughts, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Shimura Danzo who was hiding behind him, and Utatane Koharu who was shivering with his head down. Crucial moment. Both guys are not very reliable, and the only promise is ultimate. Especially Shimura Danzo, the 6th child, hides behind him when he is in danger. What a shame. It is good. Yes. Utatane Koharu and Shimura Danzo were also thick-skinned, and both nodded, their faces unchanged. Anyway, Mitokado Homura is dead. They didn't die, only Mitokado Homura was unlucky. No, absolutely impossible, he is framing our patriarch. Master Mitokado Homura, how could he betray Konoha Village? He is talking nonsense. Our Mito clan's patriarch, Master Mitokado Homura, can't die so ignorant. 99. Lord 3rd Hokage, you must be forced. Lord Mitokado Homura is your right-hand man. Lord 3rd Hokage, you must uphold justice for us. Even if Lord Mitokado Homura dies, we still need evidence. If there is no evidence, we are not convinced. But, just as the Konoha shinobi army was about to enter the Konoha village, the Mito clan, who felt like the sky was falling, finally came to their senses. They couldn't accept the fact that Mr. Mitokado Homura was killed, and they couldn't accept that Sarutobi Hiruzen compromised like this, tacitly accepting that Mitokado Homura was a heinous crime sinner. They want justice for the head of the Mito clan, Mitokado Homura. In the next instant, dozens of ninjas from the Mito clan stood up and stopped right in front of the ninja army. Ha ha. Seeing this scene, Luo Lei suddenly laughed. No idea, he actually doesn't want to kill anyone anymore, but, someone wants to hit the gun, don't blame him. Presumptuous, do you want to rebel? 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen saw Luo Lei smiling, and immediately had an ominous premonition, and hurriedly reprimanded. Quick, get away from me, otherwise, you will be at your own risk. Advertisement. However, the voice just fell. Laugh. With a cracking sound, a Jonin from the Mito family was cut alive by the red-hot eyes. And, this is just the beginning. A Baj, a Baj, a bat. A series of screams rang out. The remaining ninjas of the Mito clan didn't react, and they were bombarded one by the heat of sight. For a time, the blood ran wild. The air was filled with the pungent smell of blood and burning. Quiet. The whole scene fell into a dead silence again. No one expected that Lord Luo Lei would violently kill again, almost destroying the Mito clan's ninjas. Looking at the dead ninjas of the Mito clan. Many Konoha shinobi and civilians, while looking surprised, shivered involuntarily. But people such as Jiraiya, Namikaze Minato, Tsunade, Narashikahisa, Yamanaka Kaiichi, etc., had long expected and did not show any unexpected expressions. Joke. The ninjas of the Mito clan took the initiative to jump out to find something. If Lord Luo Lei didn't kill him, would it be wrong? Quote. Looking at the dead ninja of the Mito clan, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's body trembled, feeling like he was going to explode with anger. What? Kill without a word? Really? When Konoha Village is a public toilet, kill if you want. 3rd Hokage, the Mito clan acted daringly. At first glance, they looked like scoundrels. I killed 5.5, right? Luo Lei didn't care so much, and said calmly. Tolerate. You have to hold back, I am Shinobu. Although the blood pressure could no longer be suppressed, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen still took a deep breath and said coldly, with the same expression on his face, the Mito clan intends to prevent the large army of Konoha shinobi from entering the village. At first glance, it seems that they have bad intentions, and it is not a pity to die. Good. 35. We're in the village. Upon hearing this, Luo Lei showed the smile of his ancestors and walked into Konoha village first. The next moment, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Namikaze Minato, Narashikuhisa and others hesitated, then followed, and finally the countless ninjas of the ninja army followed with relief. Not long after, Konoha village has resumed the laughter just now, and the celebration is also going on in a joyful and peaceful atmosphere. As for the dead Mitokado Homura and the ninjas of the Mito clan, it was as if they were useless, no one cared about it, and no one took the initiative to mention it, only a few Anbu ninjas were there to collect the corpses. Chapter 121 Let Luo Lei form the Konoha superhero group. Konoha Village. Because of the reason of holding a grand celebration. The whole village is lively and peaceful, filled with a thriving atmosphere, at least on the surface, it looks like this. As for the absolute protagonist of the celebration, of course, the god of the ninja world, that is, the superhero of Konoha Village, Luo Lei. After killing the elder Mitokado Homura neatly and slaughtering the ninjas of the Mito family, Luo Lei was in Konoha Village. The invisible deterrent is once again up a few notches. Before returning to Konoha Village, many Konoha shinobi people with a little brain know that Luo Lei is very strong and very pervert. But, after seeing it with my own eyes, only then did I understand what seeing is believing and hearing is false. Luo Lei is more than strong and pervert, he is simply a person who doesn't even give face to the high-level Konoha, ignores the power of third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, and will report any flaws. The elder Konoha who was above 10,000 people, Mitokado Homura, did not have any intention of admitting counsel, saying that if he killed, he would kill. So that everyone has a feeling that the day of Konoha is about to change. No way. How many years have passed? Even people as strong as Hitaki White Fang, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, etc., are not as domineering and unscrupulous as Luo Lei. The results of it. The god of ninja, Lord Luo Lei did it. Such behavior. Anyway, many Konoha shinobi people who are a little bit brainy are looking at the scalp and can't help themselves. The patriarchs of families such as the Hyuga family, the Nara family, the Yamanaka family, etc., were even more uncertain, and the will of fire in their hearts began to shake faintly. 3 battles were won. The struggle within Konoha seems to have only just begun. After the start of the celebration, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen gave a brief talk with a calm expression, and then left with Utatane Koharu and Shimura Danzo on the grounds that there was still something to deal with. So far, the Konoha celebration has completely become Luo Lei's one-man show. Konoha Village. Hokage building in the central area. Bang, bang, along with the things that were smashed. 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was incompetent and furious in his office, smashing everything he could see. Anger. Extremely angry inside. Advertisement. Although he had already made a decision to give Luo Lei his nostalgia and attack the outside world. But, when he saw Luo Lei recklessly reversed black and white, mercilessly killed Mitokado Homura, and killed the Mito clan's ninjas, he couldn't help it. How many years, since he took charge of Konoha Village, he has never encountered such a suffocating and difficult thing. What is even more sad is that today Luo Lei can take action against Mitokado Homura without hesitation. Will he be able to take action against other Konoha executives if he wants to take action against other Konoha executives without any reason tomorrow? Reason. Non-existent. Or did he attack the 3rd Hokage without warning? Okay. Sarutobi Hiruzen really didn't dare to think about it. He was afraid that when he thought about it, he couldn't help but want to fight Luo Lei directly. But, when I think of Luo Lei's strength as the god of the ninja world, as a ninja hero, he calms down all of a sudden, even if he compromises and gets slapped in the face madly, he must pursue the maximization of interests. Damn. Seeing that Sarutobi Hiruzen is so gaff. Utatane Koharu's old face turned cold, and he gritted his teeth and said, this Luo Lei is really too damn it, and he dared to kill Mitokado Homura blatantly, and he completely ignored our Konoha elders. Actually, Utatane Koharu still has a word left in his heart. That is the Mitokado Homura of the Dog Day, finally dead. From now on all the rights of the elders are hers. Eating Mitokado Homura's blood-steamed buns is really a happy thing. What shall we do now? Shimura Danzo flashed a sullen look on his dark cheeks, and said, Luo Lei just returned to Konoha Village, and he gave us a slap in the face. Killing Mitokado Homura, if we continue, our Konoha high-level officials will be fast. Become a teenage mutant ninja turtles. We miscalculated, Luo Lei doesn't seem to be burdened with idols. Utatane Koharu seemed to have thought of something and said, he is an unreasonable maniac and monster who does whatever he wants with his own strength. Shut up for me. Listening to Shimura Danzo and Utatane Koharu's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was already angry, couldn't help but scolded. Why didn't you speak just now? One was submissive and the other was shivering. Quote. Utatane Koharu looked a little embarrassed, and said, you didn't say that, let's be a little docile to Luo Lei. No way. Shimura Danzo shrugged helplessly, and said, the situation is not as good as others, we can only admit it temporarily. Quote. Sarutobi Hiruzen snorted coldly, took out a brand new pipe and started smoking, saying, after the celebration is over, we will convene the major families for a meeting. After today's events, many people's minds are a little loose, I want to give their tight point 3-5. This advertisement. Utatane Koharu and Shimura Danzo hesitated for a moment, showing expressions of hesitation. If you have something to say. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen aggravated his tone and scolded him. Luo Lei, we have returned to Konoha Village, what are we going to do? Utatane Koharu took a deep breath and said, with his credit for being neutral in the Third World War, the deputy captain of Anbu, who has no real power, seems to be no longer worthy of him. Bodge. Shimura Danzo also showed a headache, and said happily, Fortunately he has no interest in the position of Hokage, otherwise. Not finished. But, Utatane Koharu and Sarutobi Hiruzen understand. If Luo Lei really wants to be Hokage, I'm afraid no one can stop him, but when that time comes, Sarutobi Hiruzen will fight Luo Lei even if he dies, because the Hokage position is his last obsession. Anbu is no longer worthy of him, so let him reform a Konoha superhero group. 9. After Sarutobi Hiruzen took a few puffs of cigarettes in silence, he was forced to say helplessly by 263. This superhero group will be independent from the Konoha political arena, enjoy the highest rights, and can disobey the command of the Konoha executives. Only responsible for Luo Lei. 35. What? Would this be too much power? The voice did not fall. Utatane Koharu and Shimura Danzo could not help but let out an exclamation. In fact, once the Konoha superhero group is really established, it will become Luo Lei's private armed force, and it does not need to be responsible to the top management of Konoha, but can enjoy the highest rights. Hee, do we have a choice? Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a few puffs of white smoke with a melancholy expression, and said helplessly, only in this way can the stability of Konoha Village be guaranteed to the greatest extent, and we can also obtain the greatest benefits. All right, Utatane Koharu thought for a moment, then nodded helplessly. Yes. 35. Shimura Danzo hesitated for a while before saying tentatively, my root, can you? It's not over yet. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't know Danzo's inner thoughts, so he interrupted his words neatly and said, don't think about it, keep the roots as they are. Hey, Shimura Danzo smiled bitterly and stopped talking. I'm sorry, now the advantage is in Luo Lei, not in them. As an excellent politician, being patient is the best choice. Chapter 122 Kushina, Yellow Flash. Come. 3 shift kneeling and begging for subscription. Now, when we face Luo Lei, we can endure it as long as we can, and don't have too much thought. At this time, it seems that in order to get in touch with Shimura Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed after being silent for a while and said, as long as Luo Lei has no idea about the position of Hokage, our fundamental interests will not be touched. Isn't there a way to stop Luo Lei? After hearing this, Utatane Koharu said a little unwillingly, it can't be like this all the time, can it? Don't worry, there will be. Sarutobi Hiruzen put down his pipe, wrinkled his brows slightly, and a firm look flashed in his eyes, and said, it's just that we can only endure until we have no absolute certainty. 99. All right, Utatane Koharu shrugged and said, no matter what, I won't touch Luo Lei's inverse scales. Even if Luo Lei poops on the head of the elders, I can bear it. Sarutobi, aren't you talking about matchmaking? Luo. Suddenly, Shimura Danzo turned his eyes and glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen, pretending to be curious. Tsunade, what did she say? HMPH, didn't you see it all today? Hearing that Shimura Danzo couldn't open the pot, Sarutobi Hiruzen snorted coldly and said in a bad tone, Tsunade already knows what Mitokado Homura did to the Senju clan, and the relationship between me and her may be a master-disciple relationship, has come to an end. 39. It was a blessing in disguise that she didn't come to knock down my Hokage building. 35. When it comes to this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's tone is still somewhat helpless. At the beginning, Mitokado Homura secretly attacked the Senju clan, who was the largest family in Konoha, but he actually opposed it and refused, but he didn't expect that Mitokado Homura would do it secretly from behind, and when he knew it, there was no turning back. Just open one eye and close one eye. Well now, the killing of Mitokado Homura is also an explanation for the Senju family and Tsunade. Ha. Advertisement. To this, Shimura Danzo wisely stopped talking. To the Senju family, in a sense, the senior management of their Konoha village agreed, but Mitokado Homura put it into practice. Now Sarutobi Hiruzen wants to throw the blame, obviously wanting to pass all the blame to the dead Mitokado Homura. I have to say, sometimes, the dead still have value. Now that the Konoha shinobi group has returned to Konoha village, it is time for us to negotiate with the other 4 major shinobi villages. A few seconds later, Sarutobi Hiruzen showed a cold look, and said solemnly, we are only in line with our promises, and we can attack the other 4 ninja villages without any scruples. This time, except for Kurigakure, in addition, Iwagakure, Cloud Shinobi Village, Sunagakure must sign unequal treaties. That's right. As soon as it came to the outside world, Utatane Koharu's spirit immediately rose, and he said confidently, we are the winners of the 3 battles. It's time to show the haki and strength of our Konoha executives. Iwagakure, Cloud Shinobi Village, Sunagakure must pay a heavy price or we will continue to fight. 99. Shimura Danzo narrowed his eyes and said meaningfully, although I don't want to admit it, but, as long as Luo Lei does not defect to Konoha Village, then our Konoha Village will never be afraid of war. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and added in a cold tone, so we attack the outside world, and other shinobi villages would hold us back even if they were upset. 99. In the face of Luo Lei, we will only make promises, and in the face of other ninja villages, we will attack directly, think about it. Okay. Seeing that Utatane Koharu brought the topic to Luo Lei again, Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed his temples with an incomparable headache, waved his hands and said, stop talking, that's it for today. The voice just fell. Utatane Koharu and Shimura Danzo were both silent and had nothing to say, got up and left. It wasn't until the backs of the two of them disappeared into the office that third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen slumped down on the chair with a slumped face, picked up his pipe and took a few puffs. His expression changed in the white smoke. Konoha Village won the third battle, but their Konoha high-level team lost completely. Also, the Uchiha family seems to be moving towards Luo Lei, and the Hyuga family doesn't know what to think. Now, they can only take one step at a time, hoping to find a way to contain Luo Lei. Once he can find it, then as third Hokage, he will be able to stand up again. And the Uchiha clan. Advertisement. He sees whether he can brainwash a few with the will of fire for his own use. Uchiha Kagami, I am very optimistic about your junior, Uchiha Shisui, he will definitely inherit your will of fire. 35. Seems to have thought of something. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen showed a faint smile. The other side, looking at Luo Lei, who was becoming the center of attention. I don't know what happened. Namikaze Minato's heart is very uncomfortable. Because, according to the plan and arrangement of the top management of Konoha, he should be the biggest beneficiary of the three wars and become the new hero of Konoha Village. With the record of the three wars, he was nominated as the fourth Hokage candidate. The results of it, the scenery is someone else's, and the silence is his own. Due to the emergence of Luo Lei, all the arrangements and plans were disrupted, and Luo Lei became the one who benefited the most to Wang Hao. He didn't gain much. Forget it. Let's go and see Kushina. I can't let the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen-sama be disappointed anymore. Namikaze Minato shook his head in a very lonely way, and left the ceremony scene silently. The task of becoming famous in 3 battles has not been completed. Then he will put his mind on Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Kushina, even if it is flirting, Kushina must be flirted with. As long as Kushina can be picked up, Nine-Tails Jinchuriki will be under the control of the top management of Konoha. Thinking about it, Namikaze Minato shows a smile that he thinks is very sunny. It's time to show off your superb flirting skills. Kushina, me, yellow glitter, come to. Winter. Chapter 123 Minato. My house was stolen. 10 minutes later, Namikaze Minato stood at the door of Kushina's house with a sunny face, holding a bunch of flowers in his hand, posing in a pose he thought was handsome. Actually, at his speed, 3 minutes to Kushina's house. However, in order to surprise Kushina, Minato took a detour to buy a bunch of flowers, hoping to express the romance of his good man with flowers. Kushina, are you at home? The next moment, Namikaze Minato took a deep breath, smiled slightly, and shouted very gently. Boom. The voice did not fall. The door was opened. Immediately afterwards, a girl with beautiful long red hair appeared in front of Namikaze Minato. What's matter? Kushina said with a blank face. After hearing this, looking at Kushina with a frosty face. Namikaze Minato, who was already ready to speak, suddenly became a little confused, and some of them couldn't. What happened? Who made the red pepper angry again? How can he be so unfamiliar when talking to him? Compared with when he was a hero to save beauty, he was completely different. How? Kushina glanced at Namikaze Minato's voice and said, if it's all right, I'm closed. Seeing that Kushina was about to close the door, Namikaze Minato handed over the flower in his hand, smiled brightly, and said, I know you're mad at me, but during the 3 wars, I really didn't back in time. 99. It's not. I'll come to you as soon as I get back to Konoha Village. When it comes to this, Namikaze Minato also raised his eyebrows and said softly, don't be angry, I'll treat you to delicious food, and I'll take you to play outside Konoha Village. Advertisement. Roll. Kushina raised his eyebrows and said coldly, who is angry with you? I am not familiar with you. What? The smile on Namikaze Minato's face froze, but he still said softly, Kushina, don't be petty, you and I have already established a relationship between men and women, and I don't allow you to say that you are not familiar with me. 5. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen-sama, you promised to witness our marriage. BHFF, my mother told you to get out. It's okay not to mention third Hokage, but when I mention Kushina, I think of something that makes people angry, even with a look of disgust at Namikaze Minato. She didn't know if Namikaze Minato didn't pretend to understand, or if she was really full of the so-called will of fire, but purposefully interacting with her really made her more and more disgusted. Before, when she accepted her fate, she could only accept it passively. Now that someone can change her destiny, that's not much to say, she doesn't want to be a Konoha Village tool. Kushina, what exactly do you want to do? Hearing that Uzumaki Kushina went too far, Namikaze Minato used a domineering CEO-like tone and pretended to be very angry and shouted, you are destined to be my wife, don't. Snapped. It's not over yet, a crisp voice sounded. Just playing the real Uzumaki Kushina gave Namikaze Minato a slap in the face and said coldly, you are talking nonsense, I will go to Lord Luo Lei to preside over justice, and I really don't know you well. By the way, what you called a hero to save the beauty at the time was actually designed by the top management of Konoha. Don't you know that at all, or did you acquiesce? There is no relationship between us anymore. I'm just Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, a tool man in Konoha Village. You are a celebrity in front of third Hokage, a proud disciple of Jiraiya. There is no need to spend a lot of time on me. Boom. After saying this, Kushina closed the door neatly. What's so special? I don't know what's going on, just thinking that Namikaze Minato is like a marionette, interacting with her under the instructions of Konoha's high-level executives, Kushina feels nauseated for a while. She is very clear. If you really hang out with Namikaze Minato, then her children and grandchildren, I am afraid not all will become Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, the dog of the high-level Konoha. As for Namikaze Minato, unreliable, Konoha Village will always come first when there is danger. Advertisement. Hearing Kushina's words, he touched his beaten cheek again. Namikaze Minato's mind was buzzing, and he didn't know how it became like this. Because, Uzumaki Kushina's changes were really too big, making him a little strange. And even beat him up. This is undoubtedly the rhythm to completely draw a line with him. Correct. How does Kushina know that the hero save the beauty is deliberately designed by the top management of Konoha? Could it be? 35. The next moment, as if thinking of something, Namikaze Minato's expression changed, and he couldn't help clenching the bouquet in his hand, and the whole person suddenly felt a little bad. Actually, Ishin just wants to make a career and serve Konoha Village. He doesn't have much feelings for Kushina. He just wants to complete the mission of 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, and now Uzumaki Kushina has changed so much, doesn't that mean the mission failed? No, this task must not fail. Kushina, don't do this. The hero-saving beauty is deliberately designed by the top management of Konoha, but I really like you, otherwise, I won't come to save you. Namikaze Minato took a deep breath, feeling deep righteousness said, please give me a chance, I will prove myself through practical actions. Don't force me. Kushina clenched her silver teeth tightly, and said coldly, if you don't get out, I will release the seal, release Nine Tails, and destroy Konoha Village. Boom. The voice did not fall. A terrifying chakra wave emanated from Uzumaki Kushina. Okay. Don't get excited, I'll go right away. Sensing this chakra fluctuation, Namikaze Minato's expression suddenly changed, and he hurriedly said, once Nine Tails are released, Konoha Village will be destroyed, so don't be impulsive. Roll. Kushina was completely disappointed. This Namikaze Minato, at this time, is the first thing that comes to mind of Konoha Village, which is really ridiculous. By the way, my favorite is the superhero of Konoha Village, Lord Luo Lei. As if to make Namikaze Minato give up, Kushina said again. PFF'd. After hearing this, Namikaze Minato, who had already retreated more than 10 meters, could not help but spit out a large mouthful of blood. He had only one thought in his heart, that he had been stolen from his home. Chapter 124 Sarutobi. A woman only affects your speed. Why? Why is this so? Namikaze Minato has something to think about. He just wants to complete the task arranged by the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, and completely control the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Kushina in the hands of the high-level Konoha. Is this good for everyone? Kushina can get the protection of Konoha Village and enjoy the highest treatment. Konoha executives don't have to worry about Nine-Tails Jinchuriki running away. He can also complete the task and hold the beauty back. Can it be said to kill 4 birds with 1 stone? The results of it. Everything is over. Kushina actually fell in love with Luo Lei, which made Namikaze Minato uncomfortable. If it was someone else, he would still have the confidence to get Kushina back, and it would be absolutely foolproof to let Lord 3rd Hokage come forward. Suffering. For a while Namikaze Minato felt a pain in his heart. Facing Luo Lei, he seems to have failed again. Forget it, let's go to Lord 3rd Hokage and explain the situation to him. After some time, Namikaze Minato glanced at the house where Kushina lived, and left without looking back. Kushina did not choose him and will definitely regret it. Luo Lei is not a good person. He is arrogant and unreasonable. He does things unscrupulously and is extremely careless. He is waiting for the day when Kushina regrets it. By the time, for the future of Konoha Village, he can reluctantly consider taking over. Have they gone? After sensing that Namikaze Minato left, Kushina, who was hiding behind the door, breathed a sigh of relief. She was really afraid that Namikaze Minato would mess up, and now that she is gone, it means that the top management of Konoha will know immediately that she is out of control. Mikoto, I hope you can be a little more reliable. Kushina seemed to have thought of something. A blush appeared on her pretty face, and she muttered to herself. As long as Lord Luo Lei is willing to come out to protect me, the senior officials of Konoha will not dare to mess around, and I can also get help from Nine-Tails Jinchuriki's tool man. Freed from it. Mother Mito, you said that the water in Konoha Village is very deep, but it seems that it is the same when encountering an even more unfathomable Lord Luo Lei. As for Namikaze Minato, Kushina has been completely disappointed. A good person has been fooled by the high-level Konoha, and he only thinks about 3rd Hokage's will of fire. Advertisement. Doing things will always only consider Konoha Village, consider 3rd Hokage. Such a person may be very suitable for being a puppet Hokage, but not suitable for being a husband. Now she wants to take the initiative to jump out and change her destiny. Konoha Central Area. Inside the Hokage office in the Hokage building. 3rd Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen distraught with intelligence files. Especially listening to the faint cheers coming from outside the window, his heart was even more uncomfortable. I do not know how long it has been. A bitter expression flashed across Sarutobi Hiruzen's old face, and he sighed like a conditioned reflex. Boom. But, just at this time, with a knock on the door, Namikaze Minato pushed open the door in despair, and stood in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen like a child who did something wrong. Minato, are you here? Seeing the person coming, third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen put down the document in his hand, forced a smile, and said, looking at your appearance, is there something wrong? Namikaze Minato nodded sullenly. You don't have to blame yourself too much, the third war is not entirely your fault. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed helplessly. No one thought that Luo Lei would turn out and end the third war with a devastating trend. 35. It's not that you are incompetent, but Luo Lei is too pervert. Call. After saying this, Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up the pipe again and took a sigh. Quote. Namikaze Minato hesitated for a moment, and then said with some pain, Lord Third Hokage, Kushina already knew that my hero to save the beauty was deliberately designed, and also fell in love with Luo Lei, and has completely separated from me. What? The voice did not fall. Perhaps too frightened. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly stood up from the chair, his eyes filled with a look of uncertainty. Advertisement. He never imagined that Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Kushina would actually do something at this critical moment and draw a line with Namikaze Minato. Doesn't that mean to draw a line with the top management of Konoha? So their control of Jinchuriki is dead in name only. Also, Kushina would know that when she was kidnapped by Cloud Shinobi, Namikaze Minato's hero-saving beauty was carefully designed. Wouldn't it be another good thing Luo Lei did? Damn. 35. Boom. Sarutobi Hiruzen stretched out his hand and smashed the table, with an ugly look on his face. What the hell is this Luo Lei trying to do? It's predictable. Once Kushina really hugs Luo Lei's thigh, wouldn't even he have no choice but to endure it and endure it? In an instant, the office fell into a silent silence. Namikaze Minato and Sarutobi Hiruzen, who were sympathetic to each other, did not speak, which made the atmosphere of the office extremely heavy. Minato, take it easy. In the end, after an unknown time, Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen took the initiative to comfort him. Women only affect your speed. Since Kushina likes Luo Lei, let her pursue her own happiness. Besides, Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is very concerned about the current stage. For Konoha Village, it doesn't make much difference. What? A look of shame and guilt flashed across Namikaze Minato's face. No way, Luo Lei's strength is too strong. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head and said meaningfully, we can bear it, we have to bear it. Lord Third Hokage. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Namikaze Minato couldn't help clenching his fists, his teeth biting his lips into blood. I'm useless, I failed your expectations. Fine. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Namikaze Minato's smile, nodded with satisfaction, and chuckled. Minato, I'm optimistic about you. 1,000 words. It's not as good as Sarutobi Hiruzen's sentence I'm optimistic about you. Namikaze Minato showed firmness and emotion, and said very resolutely, Third Hokage-sama, I will definitely not let you down. Ha ha ha, it is good. Sarutobi Hiruzen laughed out loud. Chapter 129 Tails Runaway. After a heart-to-heart exchange with father and son, Namikaze Minato and Sarutobi Hiruzen's depressed and aggrieved mood improved a lot. After looking at each other, they could both see the smile and the relaxed look in their eyes. Have nothing to say, no matter how strong Luo Lei's pressure is. Can't overwhelm the firm will of fire in their hearts. Temporary compromise and concession, just for a better outbreak, just to maintain the peace and stability of Konoha Village, just to make Konoha Village have a bright future. Everything they do is destined to be passed down through the ages and be admired and worshipped by future generations. I feel better. After a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of his pipe and asked with a smile, Minato, what are you going to do next? I'm going to Mount Myoboku. Hearing this sentence, Namikaze Minato, 263, clenched his fists and said with a resolute expression, Luo Lei's strength is too strong, I will go to Mount Myoboku to retreat for a while, and try to improve my strength. Well, yes. Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes, exhaled a puff of white smoke, and said meaningfully, our Konoha village has fallen into an infinite loop. If there is a chance, ask the great Toad Sage to see if there is a way to solve it. Quote. A ray of light flashed in Namikaze Minato's eyes, and he nodded without hesitation. Minato, Konoha Village is really lucky to have you in Konoha Village. Seeing Minato's obedience, Sarutobi Hiruzen said with deep emotion, you can rest assured that the future 4th Hokage will definitely have your nomination. Certainly, Sarutobi Hiruzen still had a word left in his heart. That is, even if Namikaze Minato becomes the 4th Hokage, he will be behind the curtain, lest Minato be under too much pressure to lead Konoha Village properly. Lord Third Hokage, I will definitely not let you down. Namikaze Minato said with a happy face and raised his chest. By the way, the next moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to think of something and added, go to Mount Myoboku and call your teacher Jiraiya, he will understand what I mean. 35. Okay, that's it for now, you're tired today, go down and rest first. Yes. 39. I was a little frustrated when I came. When he was leaving, Namikaze Minato walked out of the Hokage office with faith. Thanks to a ninja like Minato who is loyal to the will of fire. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Namikaze Minato, who was walking with wind, and couldn't help showing a gratified expression. He said silently to himself, if Luo Lei was brainwashed by the will of fire like Namikaze Minato, how good would it be? At the same time, the Konoha festival is coming to an end. Advertisement. Approaching evening, The sunset sprinkled on Konoha Village, adding a touch of sunset light to Konoha Village. Most of the ninjas went back to their homes and rested, and others, such as Jiraiya, Tsunade, Kakashi, Nohara Rin, Nara Shikahisa, also left. As the absolute protagonist, Luo Lei, after enjoying some meaningless touts, led Wooden Golem to leave the celebration scene, intending to join Mikoto and play together. Actually, with his current super hearing, just want to hear. Any trouble in the whole Konoha village can't hide from him. So, the incompetent fury of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Utatane Koharu, Shimura Danzo in the office, and the demarcation of Namikaze Minato and Kushina, he could hear it clearly. To this, all he can say is that Mikoto did a beautiful job, and Kushina made a wise choice. In the original work, Namikaze Minato is definitely a qualified fourth Hokage, but not a good father and husband. Even after the impure world reincarnation in the Fourth World War, he still looks like he was brainwashed by the will of fire. Now he is indirectly saving Kushina. It also allows Namikaze Minato to put his mind and heart on Konoha Village and serve Sarutobi Hiruzen well. As for the careful thoughts of Sarutobi Hiruzen and others, Luo Lei didn't take it to heart at all. If you don't have the ability, any discomfort, depression, anger, suffocation will be held back by Laozi, and you have to hold back. Sudden. Just at this time, Luo Lei, who was on the move, seemed to sense something, and his expression suddenly became ugly. Lord Luo Lei, see this scene, with a cautious cry from Wooden Golem. Fine. A coldness flashed in Luo Lei's eyes, and said, I'm going to deal with a piece of garbage. Swish. The voice did not fall. Luo Lei's body disappeared in place, leaving Wooden Golem with a confused face. Until now, she doesn't even know what happened to Lord Luo Lei. Advertisement. After 20 seconds. Where Uzumaki Kushina lives. Boom. With a cracking sound, Luo Lei's body fell from the sky and slammed to the ground, and he went straight to the ground. Swish. In less than 3 seconds. Luo Lei's body flew out from the ground, holding a clone of White Zetsu in his hand. So fast. White Zetsu's clone showed a surprised expression, and said in a panic, Luo Lei, what do you want to do? Confused. While Konoha is holding a celebration. He came to Konoha Village to give Luo Lei a big surprise under the order of Lord Uchiha Madara. But he didn't expect that he had just started, even if he was hiding dozens of meters underground, he was caught. How strong is the terrifying perception? What do I want to do? Luo Lei laughed angrily, and said violently, Laozi doesn't want to pay attention to Uchiha Madara, but, he has repeatedly provoked Laozi on his own initiative, you tell him, Laozi has eaten him. Speaking of this, Luo Lei's mouth showed a cold look, and sarcastically said, like a special bug, 5.5, hiding behind the scenes all day, do you really think that you can control everything? Angry. He was really angry. Originally he wanted to give Uchiha Madara some time to live. Now that he jumped out of his own accord, Laozi is going to FKU once and for all this time. Boom. The next moment, just as White Zetsu's clone wanted to say something, Luo Lei pinched it neatly. At the same time, roar. With a roar, a terrifying tailed beast, Chakra, swept out of Kushina's house, and then, 9 incomparably huge orange-red tails pierced through the wall and slammed into the ground. 9 tails Jinchuriki went berserk. 121. One-time FK 9 tails. Boom. The terrifying tailed beast Chakra swept out. An orange fox with 9 tails emerged from Kushina's house, with endless murderous intent and coldness flashing in its violent eyes. Just now, it sensed a familiar Mangekyo Sharingan pupil force. Immediately afterwards, the 8-sign seal, which had been firm to the extreme, actually had a problem, and 9 tails Jinchuriki fell into a stupor for no apparent reason. Facing this golden opportunity, 9 tails was excited and burst out, controlling the body of 9 tails Jinchuriki. Roar. 5. Next moment, accompanied by a roaring voice. 9 tails roared frantically, bursting out with a tyranny to ultimate atmosphere, nothing to say, it was going to destroy everything in front of him. Boom. Another shock wave of the majestic tailed beast Chakra. In an instant, the whole Konoha village was shaken. How is this possible? 9 tails, how did 9 tails come out? Lord Luo Lei seems to have squeezed a white thing in his hand. 39. At this time, the Anbu ninja and the Root ninja, who were hiding around to monitor Kushina, were the first to react. When they saw the eruption of 9 tails, their cheeks showed incomparable expressions of horror. T7. 9 tails Jinchuriki went wild. How is that possible, such a powerful tailed beast Chakra? There is a problem with 9 tails Jinchuriki. Immediately after, the ninjas from all over Konoha village, after sensing the chakra aura of 9 tails, their expressions suddenly changed, and they flew towards the place where 9 tails was located in no particular order. Swish, swish, swish. A sound of breaking through the air rang out. The ninjas scattered all over Konoha flew at an extremely fast speed. Namikaze Minato was the first to arrive, followed by 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Orochimaru, Utatane Koharu, and Nara Shikahisa, Hyuga Hiyashi, Uchiha Fuden, and finally some Konoha the ninja. After arriving at the scene, almost everyone's cheeks were filled with unbelievable astonishment. Advertisement. Apparently, they never thought that on such a good day, 9 tails Jinchuriki Kushina would run wild and out of control. Seeing how violent Nine Tails looked, it was going to destroy the rhythm of Konoha Village. How could such a thing happen? Looking at the Nine Tails about to explode in front of him, third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen showed a headache. How did Nine Tails come out? It stands to reason that the 8-sign seal matches the physique of the Uzumaki clan. Even if the Nine Tails chakra barely overflows a little, it can only form a layer of tailed beast chakra coat at most. Judging from the current situation, 8-sign seal must have a big problem. What's going on? Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Tsunade and the others also looked at each other with a solemn expression. After all, Nine Tails is the most powerful of all tailed beasts. Once crazy, I'm afraid not the whole Konoha village will suffer. Lord Luo Lei, how did Nine Tails Jinchuriki get out of control? Suddenly, Nara Shikaku hesitated for a while before asking a question out of curiosity. Swish. The voice did not fall. Countless eyes at the scene fell on Luo Lei, among them Namikaze Minato even showed a suspicious expression, because, after he arrived at the scene, Luo Lei had already arrived and stood there expressionlessly. It was Uchiha Madara who did it. The corners of Luo Lei's mouth twitched slightly, and he said disapprovingly, I will find a way to turn over Uchiha Madara all at once, lest he hide in the dark and be disgusting. What? It turned out to be Uchiha Madara. No wonder Nine Tails Jinchuriki ran wild, but Uchiha Madara is actually doing the trick. The voice did not fall. All the people at the scene showed their expressions of sudden realization. It turned out to be Uchiha Madara hiding in the dark. All that is explained. Roar. 35. At this time, seeing that he was ignoring himself and felt that he was being ignored, Nine Tails screamed in the sky again, and the Nine Tails stormed towards Luo Lei at a speed that could not cover his ears. This guy feels the most dangerous to it, and it must be killed first. You all stay away. 35. Advertisement. Looking at the extremely violent Nine Tails, Luo Lei shook his head lightly and said, I will convince Nine Tails once and for all, and from now on, I will never have to worry about Nine Tails going wild. The next moment, Luo Lei's body flickered, and he came to Nine Tails' head and punched it violently. Now, how powerful is Luo Lei's punch, needless to say. Under the blessing of several times the supersonic speed. At least tens of thousands of tons. Click. The fist has just been thrown. There are cracks in the air. Immediately after, before Nine Tails could react, a punch hit its head. Boom. 10,000 tons of power poured out and bombarded Nine Tails' head. The powerful force made Nine Tails' roaring sound stop abruptly. How is this possible? Nine Tails was a little confused, and then its head was slammed to the ground, and a shock wave of energy that was terrifying to ultimate broke out, causing the entire Konoha village to shake. Quiet. Silence all over the place. Watching Nine Tails being punched to the ground, many ninjas who have not been on the battlefield of the 3 battles, including Sarutobi Hiruzen, Utatane Koharu, are all dumbfounded, and even some Konoha shinobi can't help rubbing their eyes, seems to be not believing what he sees in general. What are you kidding? The legendary Nine Tails was punched to the ground without the ability to fight back, is there a mistake? That's right. They know Luo Lei is strong. But, after witnessing what happened to Nine Tails, I finally understood why Luo Lei was invincible in the 3 battles. It's not that the other 4 big ninja villages are too weak. But Luo Lei is too strong. As for Namikaze Minato, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Narashiku and other ninjas who have seen Luo Lei's strength on the battlefield, their expressions have not changed from beginning to end. If you look closely, you can see their expressions of silence for Nine Tails. In their opinion, Nine Tails is indeed very strong, and it can destroy the entire Konoha village, but it is still far worse than Luo Lei. So, after seeing that Nine Tails' first choice target is Luo Lei, they basically don't worry much. Nine Tails will pay for their stupid choices. Chapter 122 Walking in front of Minato with Kushina. Roar. It was hit to the ground with a punch, and a huge deep pit was smashed. Nine Tails shook his head, as if it had exploded. He raised his head to the sky with a long roar, and ran away completely, and directly erupted into chakra, a tailed beast that made the whole Konoha village tremble. Shame. It was actually knocked down by someone with one punch, which is unbearable for a tailed beast. Boom. Looking at Luo Lei in midair. Nine Tails is extremely violent, and the crazy chakra is constantly surging, and a huge tailed beast bomb is spit out with one mouth. Humph. Luo Lei snorted coldly, and didn't mean to dodge. Under Nine Tails' unbelievable gaze, he rammed directly into tailed beast bomb. Boom. A deafening roar resounded. Tailed beast bomb and Luo Lei's bodies collided, and a shock wave of energy that was terrifying to ultimate erupted, destroying all the buildings hundreds of meters around, and there were visible cracks on the ground. However, the power looks terrifying. After the explosion, Luo Lei was suspended in the center of the explosion unscathed. What? Body-hardening Nine Tails' tailed beast bomb. In an instant, those ninjas who had not been on the battlefield of the Third World War fell into a sluggishness once again, their cheeks filled with unbelievable horror. Even third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, Utatane Koharu and others felt the buzzing in their minds. Rang. To know, is this the tailed beast bomb from Nine Tails? Luo Lei just touched it hard with his body. Also one. What's all the fuss about? Seeing that third Hokage Sama and others have never seen the world before. Many ninjas who have been on the battlefield in the 3 battles showed a proud smile. Mr. Luo Lei used his body to hard tailed beast bomb. If there is any fuss, they all sat down and just operated routinely. They saw too much on the battlefield. Too much. Roar. Seeing that his tailed beast bomb was knocked out with his body, Ninetales froze for a moment, opened his mouth violently, and began to gather the tailed beast chakra again. Ninetales, you are too strong, you must be punished. With a very solemn voice. Advertisement. Luo Lei's body flashed and he appeared in front of Ninetales, and punched the tailed beast bomb where it was gathering. Boom. Tailed beast bomb burst with a bang. A shock wave of energy erupted that made the space tremble, sweeping out in all directions. Back. 35. See this scene. Third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen hurriedly gave an order after regaining his senses. Swish. Swish. A sound of breaking through the air rang out. The Konoha shinobi, who had already retreated by the hundreds, began to retreat again. And in the field, after blowing the tailed beast bomb with one punch, Luo Lei's fist bombarded Ninetales' mouth unabated, and the powerful force actually knocked Ninetales' mouth apart. Roar. Ninetales let out a scream, although the mouth was made of chakra, the tailed beast, which could be regenerated at any time, but the mental blow made Ninetales unacceptable. More importantly, Ninetales, you are too strong. This sentence sounds familiar. It was ridiculed when first Hokage Senju Hashirama hung him helplessly, and now there is a monster. So sad, isn't it? Certainly, Ninetales is worthy of being Ninetales. After screaming in agony, he raised his head again, his violent eyes flashed, and it was going to explode wildly. Boom. Next moment, a crisp voice sounded. Ninetales hadn't even seen Luo Lei's figure yet, and his head was hit hard again, hitting the damaged ground. And this is just the beginning. Bang, bang, bang. Accompanied by a sound that makes one's scalp tingle. Ninetales' body was continuously bombarded by Luo Lei, first to the ground, and then from the ground to the sky. Many Konoha shinobi fans only saw Ninetales' body constantly moving, but could not see Luo Lei's figure. Advertisement. Even the Hyuga clan and the Uchiha clan opened their white eyes and Sharingan, but couldn't see anything. Only Uchiha Fugaku used his Mangekyo Sharingan to barely see a little afterimage. Roar. Roar. And in the constant bombardment, Ninetales felt like he was going crazy, and his body was constantly being bombarded in places. Although he was quickly recovered, but the feeling of powerlessness made him feel a little desperate. That's right, just desperate. Facing Luo Lei, he was beaten frantically, and he didn't even have the strength to fight back. Indistinctly, it has regained the fear that it had been dominated by first Hokage Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Damn it, when I thought that I had finally come out of the 8-sign seal, I encountered such a monster. Ninetales felt that some of them collided with Konoha Village. Anyway, it is also the legendary Ninetales. How can I always encounter that kind of monster? Powerless pervert. Quote. Forget it, I can't be provoked, can I still hide? Ninetales who perceive fear and fear. After being bombarded to the ground by Luo Lei again, he withdrew all the tailed beast's chakra without any hesitation, and disappeared in the blink of an eye, leaving only a unconscious Kushina in the pothole. Seeing Ninetales running without hesitation, Luo Lei's body appeared in the air, showing a surprised expression. What? I haven't warmed up yet. You ran away, did you make a mistake? What? 9. In less than 3 minutes, the Ninetales runaway was done. I'm afraid this isn't the Ninetales runaway with the shortest duration, right? Watching Ninetales run back into the body of Renzu, to Wang Hao, the countless Konoha shinobi players on the scene showed incredible expressions, and involuntarily made a horrified uproar. Ninetales, that's all. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and Utatane Koharu look a little stiff. Special. Isn't Ninetales awesome? Why didn't he hold on for 3 minutes? He was beaten back, which was very disappointing. Gone. At this time, Luo Lei didn't care so much. He came to Kushina's side with a flicker of his body, picked her up, made another flicker, and appeared in front of Third Hokage, saying, "It's no big deal for Ninetales to run wild, you let someone clean up the mess." The next moment, Luo Lei hugged Kushina, walked slowly past Namikaze Minato, and took her back to his home. Chapter 123 Green Flash. Is this done? When Luo Lei left with Ninetales Jinchuriki in his arms, the Konoha shinobi practitioners at the scene came back to their senses. Even now, some of them still can't believe what they saw. The legendary Ninetales didn't even turn up a little splash, and they were subdued like that. Sarutobi, Ninetales Jinchuriki was taken away by Luo Lei. Seeing no response from Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo took a deep breath, suppressed the throbbing in his heart, and repeated, "That's Ninetales Jinchuriki." DAJ. Sarutobi Hiruzen showed an irritated expression and did not answer what Shimura Danzo meant. "Danzo, we have to pretend to be invisible." A trace of fear flashed on Utatane Koharu's face, and he whispered, "Don't say take away Kushina, even if you take me away, I will compromise." Quote. Shimura Danzo glanced at Utatane Koharu's old face, stunned. Minato, Kushina was taken away. The next moment, Shimura Danzo, who didn't know that Kushina and Namikaze Minato had drawn the line, quickly looked away from Utatane Koharu's disgusting old face, looked at Namikaze Minato, and said, "Don't you have any reaction? Your future wife is taken home. 35. Swish. Swish. After Danzo's words 263. Many ninjas at the scene, even Jiraiya, Tsunade, Orochimaru and others, all turned their attention to Namikaze Minato. Don't say Danzo. Everyone hasn't remembered yet. Namikaze Minato seems to have established a relationship with Kushina after the hero saves the beauty, and even said with great fanfare that he will get married after the 3 wars. The results of it. Now that his girlfriend has been swaggeringly taken away by Lord Luo Lei, Namikaze Minato has no response, so why is he a man? Even if Lord Luo Lei is very strong, can't you be tougher? For a time, everyone's eyes towards Namikaze Minato are a little green. Lord Danzo, I have drawn a line with Kushina a few hours ago, and there is no entanglement. Sensing everyone's gaze, Namikaze Minato had some unpleasant feelings in his heart, so he could only add a bit of an explanation. Now that Kushina was taken away by Luo Lei, it has nothing to do with me. After hearing this advertisement, Shimura Danzo's expression twitched, and he stopped talking immediately. FK, it's okay with you, why didn't you tell me earlier? So did Sarutobi, he knew it, but he deliberately didn't speak, which made me anxious for a while. Oh, many ninjas at the scene also showed the expression of sudden realization, so it doesn't matter anymore. However, for some unknown reason, there is something vaguely wrong with everyone looking at Namikaze Minato. Maybe from now on, the yellow flash of Konoha can be changed to the green flash of Konoha. Frustrated in the battlefield, and also in love, Lord Luo Lei may be the real light of the common people. Lord Third Hokage, I have something to do first. I can't stand everyone's attention. After Namikaze Minato left a sentence in embarrassment, Chakra used the Flying Thunder God technique to disappear in place. I knew this was the case earlier. He shouldn't have come to the scene, now that he is well, his face has been disgraced. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed inwardly, took a deep breath, and commanded slowly, Ninetales Jinchuriki's rampage has been perfectly suppressed by Luo Lei, everyone can leave. Anbu left to clean up the mess. After saying this, BHFF, Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen left with his face unchanged. What else can I say? The hope is as great as the disappointment. Sarutobi Hiruzen has always had no specific concept of how strong Luo Lei is. Now that Ninetales ran rampant and was suppressed within 3 minutes, he finally knew how strong Luo Lei was. I'm afraid he was not much stronger than First Hokage. In short, no matter how strong Luo Lei is, there is helplessness and bitterness in his heart, and a deep sense of powerlessness spreads. But, fortunately, he is Shinobu, and he persists. Advertisement. It really didn't disappoint. Taking a deep look at Sarutobi Hiruzen's back, Orochimaru showed a playful look and turned to leave. I'm getting more and more interested in the old lady. Tsunade's mouth twitched slightly, his arms crossed his chest, and he turned to leave. I'll go to the bathroom and relax. Sensing that there seemed to be a gap between Mr. Sarutobi, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Namikaze Minato also encountered difficulties. Jiraiya shook his head fiercely, and didn't bother to think so much, so he pretended to be free and easy to walk towards the largest bathhouse in Konoha Village. Soon, after Sarutobi Hiruzen and Sanin left, Nara Shikahisa, Hyuga Hiyashi, Uchiha Fuden, Uchiha Fugaku and others who were on the scene also left very uneasy. They are very clear, Konoha's sky not only changed. Even the power of Hokage has begun to rise and fall. Ninja World, that unknown underground. In less than 3 minutes, Ninetales was suppressed neatly. I saw the extremely old Uchiha Madara sitting on a chair, holding an intelligence document, and said disdainfully, Ninetales is still useless as always, too weak. Lord Madara, I still don't understand why I did this. Hearing this sentence, White Zetsu lowered his head and said cautiously, Luo Lei is in his prime now, we don't need to mess with him anymore. Judging from the information from my clone, Luo Lei seems to be really angry. And said you were a bed bug, you only knew how to hide behind the scenes. Humph. Uchiha Madara snorted coldly and said confidently, I don't mess with him, how can I find out what he wants to do and how much we plan? 55. As expected of Madara-sama. Although White Zetsu didn't understand, he complimented him. Ha ha, Uchiha Madara's old face showed an extremely proud look. Since it is destined to be an opponent, I would like to see how he will retaliate against me, and I will wait for him to show his sword. 99. Chapter 124. The excited Kushina, the cowardly Ninetales. The next day, in the central area of Konoha Village, a single family courtyard. This is Luo Lei's newest residence, and it is also the high-level Konoha that has been repaired in advance before he returns, just waiting for Luo Lei to return to Konoha Village and move in with his bags. Early in the morning, Luo Lei walked out of the room with a face full of spring breeze. After taking Kushina home yesterday, she actually woke up, but she was a little embarrassed. So, the next thing will come naturally. Lang Yuking concubine intention, what should happen must have happened. Wooden Golem and Mikoto are also very sensible. They didn't come back last night and went straight to the Uchiha family. Humph. A few minutes later, Luo Lei found a place to sit in the yard at will, as if thinking of something. He was initially relieved, but suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. As an ancestor of Konoha Anbu, he has always believed in doing whatever he wants, not to cause trouble, and not to be afraid of trouble. The results of it, that Uchiha Madara thinks he's in control of everything, and after provoking him in the Battle of the Land of Waves, he's now coming to Konoha Village to provoke him. It's really the ancestors who don't show their power. Do you think I'm a sick cat? I didn't want to go to the Land of Rain at first, but now I can't. Uchiha Madara, Remember, you forced me to revive 10 tails. Go and daydream. Dance King. Ding. Congratulations host, you have completed a perfect release, and the system specially rewards 2% of the experience. 35. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Congratulations to the host, for successfully making the top management of Konoha to be obedient to the host. Dare not speak out, the system specially rewarded 1% of the experience. Ding. I hope the host will continue to work hard, follow his heart, not be bound, and do whatever he wants. Perfect. Another 3% of the experience has been credited. Listening to the prompts in my head, Luo Lei, who was still in a bad mood at first, suddenly became happy again. You must know that with the unlocking of the template of the fusion of the peak motherland, the further back, the more powerful the attribute is doubled, regardless of the experience of only 3%, his strength and ability will at least skyrocket. The next moment, a terrifying force poured into Luo Lei's body and began to strengthen his body crazily. Cool. 35. After a while, Luo Lei sensed another body that had undergone a major transformation. After stretching, he silently opened the attribute panel that only he could see. Host. Luo Lei. Age. 17 years old. Chakra attributes. Fire, wind, thunder, earth, water, yin, yang. Ability. Hataki knife technique open black lens bracket grandmaster close black lens bracket. Body flicker technique open black lens bracket grandmaster close black lens bracket. Shadow clone technique open black lens bracket grandmaster close black lens bracket. Body replacement technique open black lens bracket grandmaster close black lens bracket. Water style open black lens bracket grandmaster close black lens bracket. Lightning style open black lens bracket grandmaster close black lens bracket. Multiple shadow clone technique open black lens bracket grandmaster close black lens bracket. The Motherlander template in the peak state unlocked fusion 82.3%. Constitution. 17090 10 points for ordinary people. Spirit. 6285. Strength. 7950. 1 punch 3125 tons. Speed. 3934. Open black lens bracket 3629 3856 ms close black lens bracket. Heat rays. 36,000 approximately 39,990 degrees Celsius. Advertisement. The number of times to extract the template, 0. Sure enough, it has increased dramatically. After taking a brief look around, Luo Lei nodded with satisfaction and put away the attribute panel. If he didn't perceive anything wrong, Kushina seemed to have woken up. Quote. With a gentle voice, Kushina limped out of the room. Luo Lei's body flashed, and he hugged Kushina in his arms, showing a unique smile of the motherland in her ear, and said, "You can rest for a while." "No, I've recovered." As if thinking of something, Kushina blushed and said with some guilt and anxiety, "Yesterday, I didn't know what was going on, so I lost consciousness and released 9 tails." 99. There is also a problem with the 8-sign seal, which consists of 2 seals of 4 elephants. If it is not reinforced, the 9 tails can infiltrate the tailed beast chakra at any time and affect me. When it comes to this, Kushina's tone was obviously frightened. She couldn't even imagine how she would live in Konoha Village if 9 tails were raging in Konoha Village and wreaking havoc. Because of Konoha Village's urination, if 9 tails suddenly ran wild, they would put the blame on Jinchuriki. Even if Konoha executives could understand, but those civilians would hate her, and would regard her as the culprit. Rest assured, after hearing this, Luo Lei smiled softly and said in a low voice, 9 tails can't make waves. Actually, Luo Lei still understands Kushina's worries. In the original novel, Uzumaki Naruto was isolated, hostile, and hated since he was a child. Jinchuriki causing the destruction of Konoha Village. Really? Kushina looked overjoyed and said, "Won't 9 tails use the tailed beast chakra to make me lose control?" "It must be true, because I will help you conquer 9 tails." Luo Lei took Kushina's jade hand, and his eyes flashed with red light, and took the initiative to comfort him. "From now on, no one in Konoha Village will dare to be hostile to you." 35. What? To subdue 9 tails? Kushina blinked, showing an incredible expression. "That's right." Luo Lei nodded confidently and said, "As long as you conquer 9 tails, you can use the tailed beast chakra at will, and your strength will also have a leap forward." "What?" Kushina showed a lingering expression, hesitated for a moment, and said, but that fox is very scary." "Don't worry, everything belongs to me." Luo Lei clenched Kushina's little hand and said slowly, "Don't think of 9 tails as too scary, it's just a Tsunere fox, I'll beat it up." Okay. Kushina thought about it for a moment, then nodded firmly. She is already Lord Luo Lei's woman, so of course she has to trust her man, and even if she fails to subdue, Lord Luo Lei can easily suppress 9 tails, so she doesn't have to worry at all. Then go and unlock the 8-sign seal completely. Luo Lei gestured at Kushina. It is good. As soon as Kushina's mind moved, the chakra in his whole body surged. At the same time, in Kushina's body, within an illusory space of spirit and chakra. Look around, advertisement. A huge iron door was standing there, and there was a seal on the door. Ask for flowers. How is it possible, when will a monster that is comparable to Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama appear in the ninja world? Thinking of the scene where he was ruthlessly crushed, Nine Tails behind the iron gate trembled. By the way, Uchiha Madara should still be alive. The Mangekyo Sharingan I sensed yesterday was definitely Uchiha Madara's. Anyway, I'm also a dignified Nine Tails. How can anyone handle me at will? I finally had a problem with the 8-sign seal, but I didn't dare to go out, so I can only hide here. It's really uncomfortable. Nine Tails lay there without any image, showing an angry and helpless expression in a very humane way. It already felt that its end was completely dull. At least the man who beat it yesterday, it couldn't beat it. Now that the 8-sign seal has a problem, it doesn't dare to go out at will. But, just at this time, Nine Tails, who was suffering, seemed to sense something, and stood up abruptly, looking at Kushina who was standing outside the iron gate with open teeth and claws, and said violently, "Kushina, how dare you run in, you little girl? Son, believe it or not, I came out to clean you up and devoured you alive." Talking and talking, Nine Tails also broke out the terrifying tailed beast chakra wave, showing sharp fangs, slamming against the iron gate, quite a feeling that it will explode at any time. However, unexpectedly by Nine Tails, facing its intimidation and threats in the past, Kushina would be frightened and shivering. This time, Kushina was very calm, glanced at Nine Tails, and stretched out his hand calmly to tear off the seal on the iron gate. See this scene, Nine Tails, who was originally showing his teeth and claws, suddenly became a little confused. How? Is its deterrent enough? Or is it too merciful in its violent appearance? Kushina, who was so frightened before, was so mad, and even pulled the seal off in front of it. Does this look down on its rhythm? Wait a minute. The seal was torn off, doesn't that mean? As if thinking of something, Nine Tails stretched out his claws and smashed the iron door, only to hear a click, and the iron door opened directly. In an instant, Nine Tails showed an extremely surprised expression, and was about to cry with joy. You stinky fox, isn't it boring to stay in it all day? Maybe someone supported. Kushina got the confidence, put his hands on his hips, and muttered. You are not going to cry. Don't worry, as long as you are good, I will let you out every day. If you are not good, just wait. Get hit. Talking and talking, Kushina also waved her little fist. 66. Looking at Kushina as if to coax a pet, the Nine Tails, who was originally very happy, is a black thread. It is a very vicious-tailed beast, not a pet, as long as you are good hammer? Roar. 33. Kushina, you are dead. The next moment, Nine Tails roared loudly and rushed out of the iron gate, opened his mouth wide, and slammed into Kushina. It wanted Kushina to experience the feeling of being dominated by Nine Tails. Chapter 125. Poor Nine Tails. You hit me. 39. Facing the attack of Nine Tails, Kushina didn't panic at all, and she kept her head high and her back straight, so she wasn't afraid. Stinky fox, before you could scare me, now that I have a backstage, what are you afraid of? Nine Tails, you are too strong and must be punished. Sudden, a cold voice sounded. Luo Lei's body appeared right in front of Kushina. Nine Tails, which had opened its mouth wide open, burst out the 9 tails of Chakra's terrifying tailed beast. Hearing this familiar voice, he shivered in fright and stopped abruptly in place. Lord Luo Lei, how did you get in? Kushina is also a little confused. As Jinchuriki, in a sense she and Nine Tails are one. 263, therefore, she was not afraid of Nine Tails killing her at all, but wanted to seduce Nine Tails, so that Mr. Luo Lei could better subdue Nine Tails. It turned out well. Lord Luo Lei, who was not Jinchuriki, actually came in. I covered my mental power on the seal of your lower abdomen and came in directly. Luo Lei also showed a confused look. He just wanted to try to see if he could affect the 9 tails in the seal with his mental power, but he didn't expect his chakra energy to come in directly. It's as if he and Kushina are one, could it be? After hearing this, Kushina's face turned red again. It must be because of that reason, otherwise, how could Lord Luo Lei enter the sealed space in her body at will? You guy, actually came in? At this time, Nine Tails also came back to his senses. His eyes flickered with suspicion. If he looked carefully, Nine Tails' body was still trembling faintly. That's right, it recalled the fear of being dominated by Luo Lei yesterday. Advertisement, Nine Tails, I see where are you running now? Now that they are all in, Luo Lei's mouth is slightly raised, and he turns his eyes to look at Nine Tails. He doesn't bother to talk nonsense, and simply says coldly, either surrender or be killed by me, you choose. Kill me? When Nine Tails listened to Luo Lei's words, he couldn't help showing an angry expression and retorted. I am Nine Tails, and I can't kill you. Yes. Luo Lei's eyes flashed with crimson light, and he said in a meaningful way. I killed both 4 tails and 5 tails, maybe it has just been reset and resurrected, do you want to try it? 39. Killing a 9 tails is definitely better than killing 4 tails and 5 tails. You, perceiving Luo Lei's undisguised killing intent. 9 tails has some breakdowns. It has never met such an unreasonable person. Even Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara are a little reasonable. As a result, the man in front of him is so good that he will kill him if he disagrees. More importantly, through its own peculiar perception. It can clearly perceive that Luo Lei is indeed motivated to kill, and really wants to kill it. Where did this monster come from? And it doesn't have the chakra aura of Indra and Ashura. It didn't reach the 6 pads level, so how could it be so unreasonable? In this case, Luo Lei clenched his fist and planned to use force. Anyway, Ninetales is not obedient, and it is also an uncertain factor to keep it, and it will be 100 to kill. Seeing that Luo Lei was about to start, Ninetales, who had a strong desire to survive, hurriedly said, "If you kill me, Kushina will die too." 35. It seems to be right. Luo Lei frowned, and after thinking for a while, he said with all seriousness, "After that, I will beat you every day, just like exercising. You bully the tail beast too much." Ninetales stomped his feet angrily, and the Ninetales stood up behind him. Swish. The next moment, with a cold hum, Luo Lei's body disappeared in place. Danger, extremely dangerous. Advertisement. Wait a minute, I am willing to surrender, I am willing to surrender. Ninetales' hair stood up all over his body, and Chakra, the tailed beast in his body, gave a crazy warning, and blurted out, "From now on, I will be Kushina's loyal partner. She told me to go east, and I will never go west. You're acquainted." Luo Lei's body appeared on Ninetales' head, and he said in a low voice, "If I go one step further, I won't be able to hold back my fist." Ninetales glanced at Luo Lei with a complicated look. Tsunere lowered his head. "It's too embarrassing." As the dignified Ninetales, it was actually scared to admit it. If it were spread, wouldn't it be laughable and generous? It is really hard to be a tailed beast, and it is even more difficult to be Ninetales. During the Sengoku period, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara took care of him, and now he is threatened by a super pervert. Just thinking about Ninetales makes me want to cry. Nailed it? Kushina stared at the scene in front of her dumbfounded. She never thought that the violent Ninetales wouldn't even dare to fart in front of Lord Luo Lei. "Kushina, you also stand on the head of Ninetales." Luo Lei stood on the head of Ninetales and said something in a low voice. "Okay." 35 swish. A cracking sound rang out. Kushina carefully stood on the head of Ninetales, and after stepping on it a few times, she clenched her fists and said excitedly, "Mother Mito, did you see it? Ninetales. Ninetales has been subdued by me." "Who was subdued by you?" Hearing this sentence, Ninetales got angry and complained in a low voice, "It was obviously subdued by your man. Little Ninetales, if you keep talking nonsense, I'm going to hit you." Ninetales lowered his head and patted Ninetales on the head, then said with a smile, "As long as you are good, everything is easy to say. If you are not good, do it at your own risk. 99. "Oh," Ninetales replied in a dejected manner. "Okay, Kurama." Luo Lei shook his head and said calmly, "You help Kushina well. One day in the future I will help you get rid of the fate of resurrecting 10 tails." "What?" 55. "You know my name is Kurama, and you know 10 tails." Boom. The next moment. Originally, there were still some depressed Ninetales, but they only felt a humming sound in their heads, and a turbulent wave broke out in their hearts, and they could not calm down at all. Chapter 126 Shocking Konoha Village. How is this possible? How does this guy know its real name, and the legendary 10 tails? To know, even the legendary Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara don't know its real name, let alone 10 tails. The results of it? The man in front of him actually said it casually? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Damn. Ninetales took a deep breath, suppressed the throbbing of the infighting, and said in surprise, You won't be? Don't worry, I'm not the reincarnation of Indra, Ashura, or the Otsutsuki clan." Seemingly guessing what Ninetales was going to say, Luo Lei said calmly, "I'm just an ordinary Konoha ancestor." Boom. The voice did not fall. Ninetales' heart that had just calmed down, suddenly set off a stormy sea, and there was a blank in his mind. This Luo Lei, what is his real identity? He actually knows so many secrets of the ninja world. If Luo Lei does not have the breath of the old six paths, he will think that Luo Lei is the reincarnation of the old six paths. But, if this is the case, Ninetales was stunned for a while, and some doubts arose. Ninja world. How did it become so unfamiliar? Ninetales, you really made a wise choice. Seeing the shocked Ninetales, Luo Lei added slowly, Uchiha Madara is not dead yet, he is secretly planning to resurrect 10 tails. Now that you have taken refuge with me, then Uchiha Madara will not come easily. 39. 66. As soon as this sentence comes out, Ninetales was immediately numb. It couldn't keep up with Luo Lei's rhythm. It also just found out that Uchiha Madara is still alive, but Luo Lei told all about Uchiha Madara's still alive plan, which is to resurrect 10 tails. What else can I say? It is, Ninetales is completely convinced of Luo Lei. Take refuge in Kushina is indeed a good choice. Because, if Uchiha Madara really wants to resurrect 10 tails, then it will definitely be caught as 9 tails, and now it is equivalent to finding a big backer. Advertisement, Lord Luo Lei, you see the tailed beast is accurate. 39. In the next instant, Ninetales' dejected look disappeared, replaced by excitement, and said, "Don't worry, under my guidance, Kushina can be directly promoted from Elite Jonin to Super Cage level. At that time, she can use the Ninetales chakra mode if she wants to." When it comes to this, Ninetales also said confidently, with years of experience, it is difficult for her to improve and become stronger. Can? Luo Lei nodded, glanced at Kushina, and chuckled. It's done, once you can enter the Ninetales chakra mode at will, even third Hokage may not be your match. Really? Kushina looked overjoyed and said, "Can I really become that strong?" "Definitely," Luo Lei said with an unquestionable tone. "As long as Ninetales is willing to cooperate, with your Uzumaki clan's physique and Nine Tails chakra, if the entire ninja world is better than chakra, no one can compare to you, including I. Okay, I'm going out first. Laugh, a cracking sound rang out. Luo Lei disappeared on Nine Tails' head. Little Nine Tails, you have to cooperate with me well in the future, and my mother will also have a good explosion. 35. After Luo Lei left, Kushina gave a broad smile and said, the senior officials of Konoha, I have endured them for a long time, and if they dare to target me in the future, I will let them know how strong I am as a Jinchuriki. To this, Nine Tails can only show a depressed look. Luo Lei is a pervert, and this Kushina doesn't seem to be a fuel-efficient lamp either. Difficult. At the same time, after Luo Lei came out. Roar. With a roar, I saw an orange fox formed by the tailed beast chakra appeared in the yard and let out a long roar. What? Is Nine Tails going to go wild again? How long has it been? How did Nine Tails Jinchuriki get out of control again? With the appearance of the huge body of Nine Tails and the monstrous tailed beast chakra, the entire Konoha village, countless Konoha shinobi people and civilians, were stunned for a moment, and then they all made an incredible uproar. Advertisement. What's the situation? Nine Tails, who was beaten just yesterday, is going to go mad again. Isn't this a proper fight? Don't worry, Kushina has completely subdued Nine Tails. From now on, Nine Tails will be very obedient and will be free to move around in Konoha village. But, just at this time, Luo Lei appeared in the air in a flash, holding the huge body of Nine Tails in his hand, and said aloud. Roar. After this sentence, Nine Tails also shouted loudly, hello everyone, I'm Nine Tails. Boom. The voice did not fall. The entire Konoha village fell into a riot in an instant. Whether it was civilians or Konoha's ninjas, they all looked into the air with disbelief and expressions in their eyes. Did they hear it right? Lord Luo Lei seems to say that he has subdued Nine Tails. From now on, Nine Tails will be free at Konoha village. 263 shock. Extremely shocking. No one thought it would be less than one night. The Nine Tails, which symbolized violence, killing, and destruction, were subdued just like that. Doesn't that mean that from now on, Konoha village will have another Nine Tails that are only sensible and don't cause damage? This is a miracle. What? At this time, the sleepless third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was sitting on the office chair dozing off. After sensing the chakra of Nine Tails, he was shocked. After listening to Luo Lei's words, he lost sleep. In a flash, he stood at the window, staring at Luo Lei and Nine Tails in the air in horror. At this time, more than Sarutobi Hiruzen, people such as Utatane Koharu, Shimura Danzo, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Namikaze Minato, Nara Shikuji, Uchiha Fuden and others who had packed their bags, all stared at the air in stunned eyes, and were obviously surprised. How is this possible? The violent Nine Tails actually surrendered, and it seemed that he was very obedient. Doesn't that mean that Kushina, who is Jinchuriki, will be able to use all the abilities of Nine Tails perfectly, and a top fighting force is born again? Chapter 127 If you don't want to be decent, someone will help you be decent. 1 more tears for subscription. How is this possible? The violent Nine Tails actually surrendered, and it seemed that he was very obedient. Doesn't that mean that Kushina, who is Jinchuriki, will be able to use all the abilities of Nine Tails perfectly, and a top fighting force is born again? Thinking of this, most of the ninjas and commoners in Konoha village showed excited and happy expressions, and their hearts worshipped Lord Luo Lei to the point of ultimate, and they obeyed Nine Tails and Jinchuriki in one night. Trace. After all, is this the legendary Nine Tails? It's good now. Nine Tails became Konoha village's own person. From now on, Konoha village will no longer have to worry about destroying Konoha village due to the runaway of Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Certainly, some are happy and some are sad. The faces of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Utatane Koharu, and Shimura Danzo in Konoha's high-rise suddenly became very ugly again. There is no way, if this top-level combat power is brainwashed by the will of fire and loyal to the high-level Konoha, they will definitely jump up excitedly, but Kushina has clearly drawn a clear line with the high-level Konoha, which means that Kushina will not obey the orders of Konoha's senior management. A top-level combat force that does not obey orders is an uncertain time bomb for them. Nine Tails, you are really too spineless. Looking at Luo Lei and Nine Tails in midair, Sarutobi Hiruzen suppressed the envy, jealousy and hatred in his heart and muttered to himself, can't you be a little bit tougher? You actually treat others as pets. Kushina's strength will undergo a transformation, and it will definitely be stronger than me. Shimura Danzo stood in a dark corner, her expression fluctuated for a while. Lie down. After Utatane Koharu of the Elders came back to his senses, he showed an indifferent expression. Anyway, with Mitokado Homura's lessons learned, she is now completely flat. Konoha's superhero, Luo Lei can do whatever she wants, she won't have any opinion. Kushina, it's your turn to appear. At this time, Luo Lei in midair seemed to have thought of something, gestured at Nine Tails, and said, let Kushina enter the complete body Nine Tails chakra mode. 5. Nine Tails Tsunere raised his head incomparably and said, no problem, you can watch my performance. Laugh. Advertisement. The next moment, Nine Tails' body formed by chakra, the tailed beast, quickly became smaller, gradually revealing the figure of Kushina. In front of everyone's eyes, a tomo and a mark appeared on Kushina's body, and a pattern appeared on his face. Under the chakra wrap of the tailed beast, his whole body exuded a dazzling golden light. Boom. Looking at Kushina entering Nine Tails chakra mode. Konoha Village, which was already shaking, once again made a sound of sucking in cold air. No way. It's really the current Kushina, the feeling is too strong and visibly. Those ordinary ninjas and commoners may not have felt it yet, they just felt that the golden light on Kushina seemed to blind people's eyes. But, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Orochimaru, Namikaze Minato and other ninjas with a little bit of strength, but involuntarily showed a dignified look, because they all sensed the extremely dangerous breath from Kushina. So strong. Kushina sensed the terrifying power contained in her body, and slowly stretched out her right hand. A terrifying tailed beast chakra began to gather, and then, a huge tailed beast bomb appeared in her hand, and then squeezed fiercely. An explosion sounded, and under countless unbelievable gazes, the huge tailed beast bomb was crushed alive by Kushina. Boom. A terrifying energy shock wave swept out, causing the entire Konoha village to vibrate. The powerful force even caused visible cracks to appear in the air in midair. Many civilians and ninjas saw their scalps numb. From now on, you can call me Super Invincible Kushina. Kushina, who opened the Nine Tails chakra mode, looked down at the entire Konoha village like a torch. After scanning around, he stopped at the Hokage building and said confidently, "If anyone is not convinced, you can come to me at any time." Ahe. Looking at Kushina's eyes from afar, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression was a little stiff. He opened his mouth, he wanted to say something, but nothing came out. Although he knew that he was being targeted, he felt helpless and aggrieved, but he had to endure it. Correct. The next moment, Luo Lei seemed to think of something and said, "Third Hokage asked me to form a Konoha superhero group independent of Konoha's political circle. Kushina is the first member, codename, Blood Red Pepper." All right. In fact, for Sarutobi Hiruzen's decision to quit Anbu and reform a superhero group. Luo Lei is still quite satisfied. With his current strength, it is obviously not suitable to stay in Anbu anymore. He will re-establish a superpower independent from Konoha's political circle and enjoy the highest rights, and cannot obey the command of Konoha's top management. Team of heroes, good to everyone, advertisement swish. The voice did not fall. Luo Lei disappeared into the air with Kushina. Quiet. Watching Luo Lei and Kushina disappearing, the whole Konoha village is silent. 66. What? Konoha Superhero Group, 39. Lord Luo Lei has reorganized an organization, Kushina codename, Blood Red Pepper, 55. I do not know how long it has been. There were uproars from all over the Konoha village, obviously shocked by the news just now. More importantly, Luo Lei is the leader and Kushina is the first member of this newly established superhero group. Before the formation is completed, they already possess terrifying strength. Interesting, is there a chance that my mother will join in and play? After Tsunade smiled, he quickly approached the casino. No matter how many, let's play a few games first. Alas. 35 Namikaze Minato shook his head dejectedly, although he didn't want to admit it. But, Kushina, Wang Hao, who can use all the abilities of Nine Tails, combined with the abilities of the Uzumaki family, has indeed surpassed him in overall strength. Even with the Flying Thunder God technique, he can only barely stand on the ground. Lost round. Let's go, it's time to go to Mount Myoboku to practice hard. However, thinking of the will of fire, Namikaze Minato's expression became firm again. No matter what, he would not easily admit defeat. At the same time, when I heard that Luo Lei had formed a superhero group independent of Konoha's political circle, the expressions of Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Narashiku, Uchiha Fuden and others all fluctuated slightly. Obviously they did not expect that third Hokage would actually it will be arranged like this. But winter, everyone was relieved when they thought of Luo Lei's strength. To be decent, Lord Third Hokage will definitely choose to be decent, otherwise, if he doesn't want to be decent, someone will help him be decent. Chapter 128. I want to squeeze Rinnegan the following few days. About Nine Tails Jinchuriki Kushina and Konoha superheroes became the focus of discussion in Konoha Village. Especially after the two-tailed Jinchuriki 2 joined the Konoha superhero group as Perfect Jinchuriki by Wooden Golem and Three Tails Jinchuriki Nohara Lin, they directly pushed the power of the Konoha superhero group to a small peak. After all, whether it is Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Two Tails Jinchuriki or Three Tails Jinchuriki, once they can use the abilities of tailed beasts at will, their strength is quite terrifying. If you add another god of ninja, Luo Lei, in a sense, the comprehensive strength of the Konoha superhero group is afraid that it has surpassed a ninja village. As a result, many ninjas and commoners in Konoha Village. While sighing, they couldn't help showing shocking expressions. Mr. Luo Lei deserves to be a villager of Konoha Village, even if he is awesome. Even the Konoha superhero group he formed is extraordinary. Regarding Nohara Rin becoming Three Tails Jinchuriki, there is actually a small episode. When pouring tea and water for Luo Lei once, Nohara Lin said firmly that she wanted to become stronger and personally find the lost Uchiha Obito for Kakashi. Luo Lei said casually, "There is a shortcut, do you want to go?" Result, Nohara Rin thought crookedly, her face flushed, and she nodded in agreement without hesitation. But I didn't think that Luo Lei just wanted her to be the Jinchuriki of Three Tails, so he made a big oolong. But, 263 after this big oolong. The relationship between Luo Lei and Nohara Lin is also heating up rapidly. Naturally, Nohara Rin became the perfect Three-Tails Jinchuriki and joined the Konoha superhero group. Konoha Village, Central Region, inside the Hokage office in the Hokage building. In recent days, too many things have happened, which makes third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen not eating well, sleepless at night, and not in a good state of mind. In just a few days, he seems to be 10 years old, and his energy is not good. It is even weakened to an ultimate. But, at the crucial moment, there is good news from outside. In the face of the tough Konoha Village executives, Sunagaker, Iwagakure, Cloud Shinobi Village agreed to sign a peaceful and friendly unequal treaty with Konoha Village after hesitating for a long time. It only needs to agree on a time for the final interest and agreement signing. That's it. The good news. Barely let third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen return a mouthful of blood. He is ruthless and merciless to the outside world, making Sunagaker, Iwagakure, Cloud Shinobi Village dare not even fart a single fart. He is still the famous Shinobi. Hope Namikaze Minato and Jiraiya get something out of it. Advertisement. After an unknown amount of time, Sarutobi Hiruzen put down the intelligence file in his hand and muttered to himself. Great Toad Sage, I hope you can find a perfect way to break the game. BHFF, thinking of this. Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up the pipe and smoked with a sad face. After the establishment of the Konoha superhero group, his Hokage became more and more uncomfortable and helpless. Because, unknowingly, Luo Lei seems to have vaguely become a spiritual pillar of Konoha Village that is different from the will of fire, just like the original first Hokage Senju Hashirama. Facing the superheroes of Konoha Village, he didn't dare to provoke, he didn't dare to care, and he didn't dare to ask, so he could only obey, because Luo Lei seemed to have been upgraded to the ancestor of Konoha Village, so he might just call him the ancestor of Konoha Village in the future. Boom. Sudden. Just at this time, with a knock on the door. Isashi Shimura Danzo walked in with a gloomy face and said, Sarutobi, the latest information on the Land of Rain. 35. Hearing this sentence, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, quickly adjusted his mentality, and said coldly, Don't Hanzo of the Salamander want to sign a peace, unequal treaty? You tell him that if you don't sign it, you will declare war with our Konoha village. No. It's not. Shimura Danzo took a deep breath and said, Hanzo of the Salamander asked us for help. There is a mercenary organization of Akatsuki in the country of Rain. He has some troubles. I hope our Konoha village will take action. As long as Akatsuki is destroyed mercenary organization, he will sign a peace unequal treaty with our Konoha village right away. 95. How old is he? Sarutobi Hiruzen showed a disdainful smile and said in a tough tone, the mercenaries of the Dawn let him do it himself. If they don't sign the contract, the Konoha shinobi army will soon enter the country of Rain. That's too tough, isn't it? 33. Facing the Sarutobi Hiruzen with a firm tone, Shimura Danzo showed a surprised expression. He remembered that the previous Sarutobi Hiruzen was not like this, but after hesitating for a while, Shimura Danzo added in a low voice, Sarutobi, Hanzo of the Salamander said a leader of the mercenary organization of the Dawn, who seems to have the eyes of the Sage of Six Paths, the legendary Rinnegan. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen was startled and said, isn't it a mistake? No. Shimura Danzo shook his head and said solemnly, Rain Shinobi Village has secretly captured one of the leaders of the Akatsuki mercenary organization, Conan, and is now trying to find a way to wipe out the Akatsuki mercenary organization. As that's so, Sarutobi Hiruzen is obviously a little excited. The eyes of the legendary Sage of Six Paths, Rinnegan actually appeared in the Land of Rain. If he could get it in his pocket, then the senior officials of Konoha would definitely be more confident. In this case, you lead the Roots and several teams of Anbu's ninjas. It's not over yet. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice stopped abruptly. Shimura Danzo frowned, was about to say something, but found a figure at the gate, and his body froze. Advertisement. We, Konoha superheroes, will handle the matter in the Land of Rain. Do you have any opinions? Luo Lei looked at Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen calmly, and said calmly, Rinnegan is from Uchiha Madara, I'll find a way to crush it myself. 99. Quiet. Facing Luo Lei's invisible pressure, the faces of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo were extremely stiff. What happened? How did Luo Lei know what they were talking about? As for opinions, dare to have a hammer opinion, only that Rinnegan is of Uchiha Madara, something that neither Sarutobi Hiruzen nor Shimura Danzo thought of. I thought it was shocking enough that Uchiha Madara didn't die. Unexpectedly, Uchiha Madara even has the eyes of Sage of Six Paths. No comment. Not long after, Sarutobi Hiruzen put down his pipe, suppressed the throbbing in his heart, and said with a serious face, since Uchiha Madara is involved, it is appropriate to leave it to the Konoha superheroes. By the way, remember to send the book of seals that I promised to read to the Konoha superheroes. 35. Laugh. After saying this, Luo Lei's body disappeared from the door of the office. Call. After Luo Lei left, Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. They just faced Luo Lei as if the sky was about to fall, giving people a very depressed feeling. Quote, since he knows what we're talking about, doesn't that mean? In the next instant, Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to have thought of something at the same time, their faces turned pale, and they looked at each other, and they could both see the trembling colors in their respective eyes. Because, if so far away, Luo Lei can hear the conversation in their office, doesn't that mean that their conversation in the office these days has no secrets to Luo Lei, and it is a little scary to think about it. It looks like a barrier will be set up in the Hokage building. After a while, third Hokage picked up his pipe and took a sip, and fell into depression again. Luo Lei hit him again. As for the Book of Seals, it seems that it will be delivered to Konoha Super. Team of Heroes. Shimura Danzo sighed slightly unwillingly. He actually wanted to lead the team to the Land of Rain, but now everything was in vain, and he could only mourn for the demigod Hanzo of the Salamander in his heart. It's not that we don't want to help you. But the god of the ninja world has to do it himself, and it also involves Uchiha Madara, so please ask yourself for more blessings. Chapter 129 Hanzo, Get Out. Rain Country. Rain Shinobi Village in the northern area. Due to the climate, the country of rain has uninterrupted rain all year round. When too much rainwater flows into Rain Shinobi Village, a huge inland lake is formed in Rain Shinobi Village. At this time, a tower in the central area of Rain Shinobi Village, surrounded by Rain Shinobi constantly patrolling. On the tower, the demigod Hanzo of the Salamander returned to his room a little tired and sat on a chair, his expression changing. For 3 wars, he was actually willing to participate. Learned from the experience of the Second Ninja World War. He originally wanted to wait for the 5 major ninja villages to lose all 5, and then lead Rain Shinobi Village to take action. Unexpectedly, a monster-level combat force appeared in Konoha Village. In more than a year, he defeated Sunagaker, Iwagakure, Kurigakure, and Cloud Shinobi Village, and became the recognized god of the ninja world. This made Hanzo of the Salamander terrified and at the same time gave up participating in the third battle. Joke. He is not a jerk, and now he is no longer a demigod at his peak. Facing the god of the ninja world, he is a few levels apart, and I am afraid that he will not be hanged and beaten. What's more, Luo Lei's various terrifying achievements have frightened Hanzo of the Salamander and scared him a little bit. Therefore, he wanted to take the initiative to sign a surrender contract with Konoha Village, but he did not expect that the 3 wars were about to end, but a growing mercenary organization of Shaoji appeared in the Rain Country. After several successive siege failures, coupled with the fact that Nagato, one of the leaders of the known mercenary organization, has the eyes of Sage of 6 Paths, Rinnegan. Hanzo of the Salamander felt anxious and unconfident in his heart, so after hesitating for a while, he used the signing of the surrender contract as a bargaining chip and asked Konoha Village to help destroy the mercenary organization of Dawn and maintain the peace of the Land of Rain. Stabilize. Why is there no news from Konoha Village yet? After an unknown amount of time, Hanzo of the Salamander sighed, took a sip of the hot tea from the teacup, and muttered to himself, Danzo, isn't it fooling me? Didn't he say that third Hokage would definitely agree? Quote. What should I do if Konoha disagrees? 95. Thinking of this. Advertisement. Hanzo of the Salamander has some headaches. Before Konoha Village disagreed, he could still go to Sunagaker, Cloud Shinobi Village, Iwagakure. Now, Sunagaker, Cloud Shinobi Village, and Iwagakure have all been beaten to recuperate, and they certainly won't rashly participate in the civil war in the Land of Rain. It's very difficult. It really doesn't work, just use the secretly captured Konan as a hostage to threaten Nagato and Yahiko. The next moment, Hanzo of the Salamander gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and said extremely coldly, Anyway, I'm also a demigod, so I don't believe that a mercenary organization of Shaoji that has only been established for a few years can be managed. If we can't figure it out again, the big deal will be to divide the area with the Shaoji mercenary organization and govern, and everyone will take care of their own. All right, perhaps not even Hanzo of the Salamander himself noticed. As he got older, he no longer had the spirit of a demigod in hockey. When he encountered a little bit of difficulty and setback, he began to cringe, fearing wolves before and tigers later. Before he even started to fight, he was already thinking about road, simply do not have the courage to go forward. Boom. Sudden. Just at this time, a rushing sound of breaking through the air sounded. I saw a Rain Shinobi Jonin hurriedly pushed the door and said in horror, Lord Hanzo, it seems that a figure has flown into Rain Shinobi Village. What? Hearing this sentence, Hanzo of the Salamander, who was already in a fretful mood, turned cold and said, Then why are you still standing there, asking Anbu to deal with the people who flew into Rain Shinobi Village? Quote. Hanzo of the Salamander, get out. The next moment, just when that Rain Shinobi Jonin wanted to explain something, without any sign, a cold shout resounded above Rain Shinobi Village, sweeping the entire Rain Shinobi Village. Damn, who is it? Hearing this sentence, Hanzo of the Salamander was stunned for a moment, then became furious, picked up the chained scythe and flew out. What's more, he wants to see who dares to run wild in Rain Shinobi Village. Does he really think he is a demigod who is a vegetarian? Advertisement. Ask for flowers. At the same time. With Luo Lei's cold drink, the entire Rain Shinobi Village suddenly shook. Swish, swish. One after another, the sound of breaking air resounded, and I saw Rain Shinobi gathered in the center of Rain Shinobi Village from all directions, looking up at the sky, where I did not know when a figure had appeared, looking down at the entire Rain Shinobi Village. Who is this? It seems to be the god of the ninja world, Luo Lei. The god of Shinobi world of Konoha Village, Luo Lei came to our Rain Shinobi Village. In the next instant, a part of Rain Shinobi seemed to recognize Luo Lei's identity. In addition to their shocked expressions, they all let out a series of horrified exclamations, and even their bodies began to tremble faintly. No way. No one would have thought that Luo Lei, the god of ninja who ended the 3 wars by himself, would come to Rain Shinobi Village. It's really disgusting weather. In midair, Luo Lei looked down at Rain Shinobi Village, then looked up at the dark clouds gathered in the sky. A look of disgust flashed across his cheeks. After dealing with Konoha Village, he rushed to the country of Rain at a very fast speed. As a result, as soon as he entered the country of Rain, he encountered a storm. Now to Rain Shinobi Village. The sky was still gloomy, and it was about to rain heavily. Spread the Laozi. Laugh. With a cracking sound. 2 crimson hot sights stormed towards the dark clouds in the sky. Zizi. Zizi. In an instant, along with the sound of being burned by the high temperature, the dark clouds in the sky began to gradually dissipate with the movement of the thermal sight. In less than 30 seconds, the countless dark clouds shrouded in the sky over Rain Shinobi Village were forcibly smashed by the heat vision, revealing an incomparably blue sky, and a ray of sunlight came through and scattered over the Rain Shinobi Village. Rain Shinobi Village, which is almost always in the rainy season, has a different radiance. Chapter 130 Conan must be a smart person. Quiet. For a time. The entire Rain Shinobi Village was plunged into silence. Especially looking up at the blue sky and the wisps of sunshine scattered in Rain Shinobi Village, countless Rain Shinobi only felt their heads buzzing and their minds were blank. No way. No one thought. The first thing Luo Lei, the god of ninja world, went to Rain Shinobi Village, was to do something to the dark clouds suspended in the sky, and almost effortlessly, let the dark clouds over Rain Shinobi Village dissipate. Although there are still dark clouds in other parts of Rain Country, but, for a while, it will not fill the missing area over Rain Shinobi Village. What? I do not know how long it has been. A startled scream resounded. Rain Shinobi, who was in a state of shock, gradually regained his senses. After carefully swallowing his saliva, he raised his head, 263, and looked up at Luo Lei in midair. His eyes were as if looking at God. How is this possible? Why did the god of ninja come to Rain Shinobi Village? Danzo, this dog thing, why didn't you notify me in advance so that I could prepare for it? What should I do now? What should I do? At this time, the demigod Hanzo of the salamander on the tower had a confused look on his face under the mask. He never imagined that Konoha Village would send Luo Lei, the god of ninja world, to Rain Shinobi Village. Come on, what is this for? Hanzo of the salamander didn't dare to think about it, and was afraid to think about it. Especially after witnessing Luo Lei's eyes shoot out heat rays and sweep away the dark clouds in the sky effortlessly, the inner unease and fear became more and more intense. Good. Feeling the sun shining on his body, Luo Lei stretched his waist. He could do whatever he wanted. He didn't care about other people's eyes. The dark clouds in the sky made him uncomfortable, so he just finished it. A few seconds later, Luo Lei turned his eyes to Hanzo of the salamander on the tower, and said neatly, "Submit, or die." What did you say? Hearing this sentence, Hanzo of the salamander, who was still in a state of unease, was stunned. He didn't seem to have thought that Luo Lei would ask such a sentence. Didn't he ask Konoha Village for help? How to listen to Luo Lei's tone, is to subdue the rhythm of Rain Shinobi Village. This is not good. He is a demigod, but he has his own dignity and Hokage's. Lord Luo Lei, we asked Konoha Village for help. You should be here to help us. Seeing that Lord Hanzo was in doubt, a Rain Shinobi elite Jonin on the tower hesitated for a moment before trembling. Asked a question. Advertisement. Laugh. A hot sight cut through the air. With a cracking sound, the head of that Rain Shinobi elite Jonin was shot with precision. Gollum. Gollum. Seeing that an elite Jonin was killed without even having a chance to dodge, many Rain Shinobi in Rain Shinobi Village looked startled, and they kept swallowing in fear. Although there were many doubts in their hearts, the god of ninja world did not dare to say anything more. I can only look at Hanzo-sama. Is there a reason for you to speak here? Luo Lei shook his head coldly, and said, I don't want to waste time, surrender, or die. Quote. Hanzo of the salamander narrowed his pupils, clenched the scythe in his hand, and his expression changed for a while. He really wanted to fight Luo Lei, but his reason was preventing him from acting rashly. And as someone who acts with extreme caution and cherishes his life, he is very clear. Once you choose to act with Luo Lei, it will be an endless ending. But, as a demigod recognized by the ninja world, if he surrenders, Hanzo's heart will not be able to overcome that hurdle. Quote. The corners of Luo Lei's mouth twitched slightly, and his eyes flashed with crimson light. He looked at Hanzo of the salamander, and said, if you don't choose, I'll assume that you chose death by default. Danger. Extremely dangerous. After all, he was once a demigod in the ninja world. In an instant, Hanzo of the salamander's whole body was tense, and strands of cold sweat appeared on his forehead unconsciously, as if he was being stared at by something terrifying, and his soul was in a frantic warning. Finally, at the critical moment, after struggling for a long time, Hanzo of the salamander gritted his teeth and said loudly, I choose to surrender. 99. Laugh. Pity. It's too late. 2 crimson hot sights burst out. Advertisement. Before Hanzo of the salamander could react, the Hidai passed him and bombarded the tower. Rumbling. A deafening explosion sounded. The tower trembled violently a few times, and numerous dense cracks appeared, and finally collapsed suddenly. Quote. Hanzo of the Salamander touched his burned left arm, and said with a painful expression, "Evacuate, all for me to evacuate." Swish, swish. Another sound of breaking through the air rang out. A person named Rain Shinobi left the area where the tower was located in a panic, and flew away in all directions. Demigods are indeed old. Mid-air, Luo Lei's cheeks showed a long-anticipated expression. The current Hanzo of the Salamander is no longer a demigod who was not afraid of heaven and earth when he was young. Just like Sarutobi Hiruzen in his old age, he does everything according to his promises, and with a little intimidation, he basically chooses to live on and on. Now that Hanzo is done, Konan is next. He has already sensed her breath, and believes that Konan must be a smart person who knows what to do. So strong. On the other side, Hanzo of the Salamander felt the pain in his left arm after a few dodges and stood on another tower, but he breathed a sigh of relief involuntarily. Really, his choice was right. In the face of Luo Lei, the god of the ninja world who is in full swing, surrender is the best choice. Is it really fragrant? As for resistance, forget it. At his peak, he might not be able to win Luo Lei, but now that he is old, it is even more impossible. Have you surrendered? Hanzo-sama made a wise choice. 99. Faced with the god of ninja world, our Rain Shinobi Village really has no qualifications to resist. As for the countless Rain Shinobi in Rain Shinobi Village, after reacting to it, they all showed a relieved look, and some even wiped the cold sweat on their foreheads. Fortunately, Lord Hanzo surrendered. Otherwise, with the character of Luo Lei, the god of ninja world, Rain Shinobi Village may not escape the disaster. Chapter 131 Send Konan to my room. With the surrender of Hanzo of the Salamander, a crisis of annihilation that affected the entire Rain Shinobi Village can be considered to have vanished. Looking at Luo Lei in midair, many Rain Shinobi's cheeks showed the look of the rest of their lives, and some even slumped on the ground regardless of their appearance. Lord Luo Lei, please come in. On another tower, Hanzo of the Salamander took a heavy breath, adjusted his mind, and then stretched out his hand in a gesture of please. Now that he has chosen to surrender, then Hanzo of the Salamander has no regrets. The demigod holds the thigh of the god of ninja, and there is nothing wrong with it. Moreover, Hanzo of the Salamander has also figured out, Sunagaker, Cloud Shinobi Village, Iwagakure, and Kurigakure were all beaten by Lord Luo Lei, and there was no shame in him surrendering. In order to live, not shabby. Luo Lei nodded calmly and disappeared in midair in a flash. 17 minutes later, demigods, inside the office of Hanzo of the Salamander. Luo Lei, Hanzo of the Salamander, and some high rises of Rain Shinobi Village all sat here. Lord Luo Lei, I don't know if you came to Rain Shinobi Village, what's the matter? Hanzo hesitated for a while, and then asked carefully. Even now, he still didn't understand. He asked Shimura Danzo for help, how to attract the god of ninja world. To deal with Uchiha Madara. Hearing this, Luo Lei shrugged disapprovingly and said softly, Nagato, one of the leaders of the Shoji mercenary organization in the Land of Rain, is an important pawn of Uchiha Madara, and your Rain Shinobi Village is just Uchiha Madara. A tool for Nagato to feel pain and despair. What? The legendary ninja, Uchiha Madara. 35. Boom. After this sentence, Hanzo of the Salamander and some of the upper floors of Rain Shinobi Village were taken aback. They never thought that the mercenary organization of Akatsuki was actually related to the legendary ninja, Uchiha Madara. No wonder the mercenary organization of Akatsuki would grow stronger and stronger, so it was because of Uchiha Madara. Think of the Rinnegan owned by Nagato. Advertisement. After thinking about it, Hanzo of the Salamander and some high-level executives of Rain Shinobi Village showed extremely horrified expressions, cold sweat on their foreheads, and panic in their hearts. Haha. Luo Lei smiled coldly, glanced at Hanzo of the Salamander and others, and said meaningfully, you are lucky, you know to ask for help from Konoha Village, otherwise. Although the words are not finished, Hanzo of the Salamander and some executives of Rain Shinobi Village understood it in seconds. With Uchiha Madara controlling the layout behind the scenes, Akatsuki's mercenary organization is definitely not easy to deal with. If you don't pay attention, Rain Shinobi Village may be wiped out by the entire army. Thinking of this, even the heart of Hanzo of the Salamander was filled with joy. Fortunately, he wisely surrendered to Lord Luo Lei, otherwise, Rain Shinobi Village may be doomed to face the mercenary organization of Shoji. At the same time, he also knows why Lord Luo Lei came to the country of Rain, it was to deal with it. Uchiha Madara. Lord Luo Lei, what should we do now? After a while, Hanzo of the Salamander suppressed the tremors in his heart and said with lingering fears, the mercenary organization of the Dawn is in full swing in the country of Rain, and with Uchiha Madara eyeing in the dark, I feel that the situation is a little unsolved, unless Luo Lord Lei is willing to do it himself. Don't worry, I will definitely do it. Luo Lei's mouth curled up, and said coldly, this time, I want Uchiha Madara to steal chickens without losing rice. Actually, Luo Lei can choose to sneak into the Rain country secretly. But, there's no need, the ancestors of Konoha, do things, never cover up. Wince, you Uchiha Madara come out to stop Nagato and Yahiko if you have the ability, otherwise, hide in the dark and stare. Phew, that's good. Hanzo of the Salamander breathed a sigh of relief and said solemnly, Lord Luo Lei, if you have any orders, just arrange it, our range shinobi village will fully cooperate with you. It is good. Luo Lei didn't hesitate, and went straight to the topic. In the name of Rain Shinobi Village, you sent an invitation to Yahiko of the Akatsuki Mercenary Organization, saying that you want to use their power to propose a peaceful negotiation proposal to the Land of Fire. 5. Will Yahiko and Nagato come? Hanzo of the Salamander frowned and said, if Uchiha Madara is really behind the scenes, our Rain Shinobi Village must have his spies. Mr. Luo Lei, you were so high profile just now, he must have known, it shouldn't be that easy. Hit the count. Don't worry, Nagato doesn't want to come, Yahiko will definitely come. 35. Advertisement. Luo Lei's eyes flickered, and he said in a deep voice, if it really doesn't work, you can say that Conan of the Shaoji Mercenary Organization has been arrested. If you don't come, you will be at your own risk. Hanzo of the Salamander's eyes lit up, and he turned his head and ordered several senior officials of Rain Shinobi Village. You all know what to do, right? Quote. Lord Luo Lei will not be disappointed. The senior executives of Rain Shinobi Village grinned, got up and left the office. Correct. After the senior executives of Rain Shinobi Village left, Luo Lei said inadvertently, wait a minute, take Conan to my room. Understood. Sanjiao 263 Yu Hanzo showed an expression that only men can understand, and couldn't help but sighed inwardly, it's really good to be young, unlike him. When he's old, it's useless, and he's not interested in women. He should only think about living longer. Quote. Luo Lei waved his hand and said, go down and make arrangements. 35. Got it, Lord Luo Lei. Hanzo of the Salamander stood up from the chair, nodded at Luo Lei, and said very solemnly, I, Hanzo of the Salamander, can bend and stretch, and if I surrender, I will surrender, and I will definitely do my part, please. Don't worry, Lord Luo Lei. After completing the nomination, Hanzo of the Salamander turned around and left. As expected of a demigod, like Sarutobi Hiruzen, he is a strong man with extreme endurance. Luo Lei shook his head, thinking of Uchiha Madara again in his mind, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He just wanted to be a free-spirited Konoha ancestor. This Uchiha Madara was provocative one after another like a brain dead. I'm sorry then, Laozi is also getting his hands on it. It all started with Conan of the Akatsuki Mercenary Organization. Chapter 132 Conan. Don't let Nagato and Yahiko know. After 2 hours, after a brief rest, Luo Lei sat leisurely on the chair, waiting for the prey to arrive. Not long after, boom, with a knock on the door. Conan was escorted to Luo Lei's room by 3 Rain Shinobi Anbu ninjas. Lord Luo Lei, this is Conan, one of the founders of the Shaoji Mercenary Organization. One of the ninjas, Rain Shinobi Anbu, bowed his head and said respectfully. Glancing at Conan, who had lip studs on the bottom of his lips, his face turned ashen, as if he was already a living dead. Luo Lei smiled thoughtfully, and said in a low voice, you loosen the ties to her. Quote. After hearing this, a Rain Shinobi Anbu ninja hesitated and said, Lord Luo Lei, after she was caught by us, she often wanted to commit suicide, in case. Don't worry, the corners of Luo Lei's mouth twitched slightly, and he said coldly, if she commits suicide, I will play with her corpse, then throw it out to feed the dogs, and by the way, I will destroy the Shaoji Mercenary Organization. The voice did not fall. The 3 Rain Shinobi Anbu's ninjas froze for a while, but they didn't react. Conan, who was already numb and had dull eyes, suddenly widened his light orange eyes and stared at Luo Lei with a look that would eat people. She never imagined that the dignified god of the ninja world would be so pervert and shameless, and to be in sympathy with Hanzo of the Salamander of Rain Shinobi Village. It was really unfair to the ninja world, and the sky would die for the Akatsuki Mercenary Organization. All right, after being caught by Rain Shinobi Village, Conan has tried many ways to pass information out to let Nagato and Yahiko know that she was caught by Rain Shinobi Village, but all ended in failure. Originally, I wanted to slowly look for opportunities, but I didn't expect that the famous god of the ninja world came to Rain Shinobi Village, and effortlessly subdued the boss of Rain Shinobi Village, Hanzo of the Salamander. Despair. After hearing the news in the cell, like a thunderbolt from the blue, Conan is desperate, and the last hope in his heart has disappeared, and he doesn't want to resist and do any more fearless struggles. She is very clear. For today's Shaoji Mercenary Organization, Luo Lei is like a god and is invincible. Now brought by Rain Shinobi to the god of ninja world, she has made up her mind to commit suicide when she seizes the opportunity, but she did not expect Luo Lei to be so pervert, and she still has to have her corpse. You go down first. At this time, Luo Lei ignored Conan's cannibalistic gaze and gestured at the 3 Rain Shinobi Anbu ninjas. Yes, Lord Luo Lei. 39. After unbinding Conan, the 3 Rain Shinobi Anbu ninjas did not dare to say anything, so they bowed their heads, respectfully left the room, and closed the door. Next, advertisement. What happened here has nothing to do with them. After the 3 Rain Shinobi left, Luo Lei pointed to the empty chair, and said in a low voice, you eat something first, after all, you can do things when you're full. Why is this? When Conan heard the words, he seemed to have thought of something, and a ray of pain flashed in his eyes covered with light purple eyeshadow, and said, don't you have any sense of shame and morality as the god of the ninja world? Isn't there a bottom line? 99. Can you really do whatever you want with strength? When he said the last sentence, Conan's silver teeth clenched tightly, and tears began to appear in his eyes, almost roaring, as if crying about the unfairness of fate. Sorry. Luo Lei picked up the teacup, took a sip of it, and then said jokingly, if you have the strength, you can really do whatever you want. Quote. Conan is speechless, utterly desperate. What kind of ninja god is this? She was threatened and didn't dare to commit suicide. Because, she knew very well that a god of the ninja world who had no limits could definitely do something that she would regret for the rest of her life. Eat quickly. Looking at the poor, weak and helpless Conan, Luo Lei's eyes turned cold and he scolded, don't challenge my patience, otherwise. Eat and eat. Conan gave Luo Lei a vicious look, sat on the chair, and started to gobble up, not looking like a lady at all. That's right, she has confessed her fate. When she encounters a completely unreasonable god of ninja, she seems to have no other choice but to compromise. Actually, you don't have to be so pessimistic. Luo Lei let out a chuckle and said, there is a big problem with your Shaoji mercenary organization. Otherwise, why would you be captured by Rain Shinobi? It's because someone set up behind your back and betrayed you. What? Conan, who was originally eating, frowned and retorted angrily, the three founders of our Shaoji mercenary organization are all friends who share life and death, and they can't betray me. 35. Hehe, I'm not saying Nagato has a problem with Yahiko. 66. Luo Lei shook his head disdainfully, and said bluntly, Nagato's Rinnegan belongs to Uchiha Madara, and now Uchiha Madara is planning to use Rain Shinobi Village, kill you or Yahiko, and let Nagato feel the pain that touches the soul, so that to achieve a transformation, completely for the use of Uchiha Madara. By the way, it's the masked man. What? Conan's expression suddenly froze, looking at Luo Lei with disbelief. Because when the Akatsuki mercenary organization was established, a person wearing a mask and claiming to be Uchiha Madara asked them to cooperate, but Yahiko refused mercilessly. Only she, Yahiko, and Nagato knew about this matter. How did this ninja god know? Terrified. If it is true as Luo Lei said, then, the Shaoji mercenary organization may really be in the layout of others. Advertisement. Thinking of being ambushed by Rain Shinobi inexplicably, Conan's pretty face was full of panic, and his scalp was numb. Clang. An explosion sounded. Perhaps it was too timid. Conan's hands trembled a little, and she didn't even react when her rice bowl fell to the ground. Quote. Can you help me? I do not know how long it has been. Conan recovered, glanced at Luo Lei, and said urgently, as long as you can help me, I can do anything. 5. Can you really do anything? Luo Lei raised his brows and glanced at Conan, his eyes resting on Conan's lip stud. Really? Really? Conan blushed, gritted his teeth, nodded, and whispered, I only have one request, and that is not to let Yahiko and Nagato know. 35. No problem. Luo Lei said unconcernedly. You can rest assured, as long as you are obedient, after I clean up Uchiha Madara, the country of Rain will be handed over to you to manage, so that the country of Rain can be completely peaceful. 99. What? Conan showed an unbelievable expression. What? Did she hear it right? Lord Luo Lei actually wants to hand over the country of Rain to her, so that the country of Rain can achieve peace. Isn't this what she, to Zhao Nagato, Yahiko pursued? Happiness. Happiness comes too suddenly, right? But, as if thinking of something, Conan forced himself to calm down, and said awkwardly, but is Hanzo of the Salamander really willing? Not only willing, but also assisting you to control the kingdom of Rain. Luo Lei's mouth curved into a ray, and said, Hanzo now just wants to retire, and he won't care who is the boss of the kingdom of Rain. Certainly. Luo Lei didn't say a word. Really? That is, if Hanzo of the Salamander cares, then he will send Hanzo to the Pure Land world in advance to retire. A flash of excitement flashed in Conan's eyes. The next moment, before Luo Lei could react, Conan got up and dragged Luo Lei into the bedroom inside. Okay. Then let's go. This girl will give her life to accompany the Kun today. Han. She has to do well. Luo Lei nodded. Chapter 133 The Motherland of Bayan Dakao. Crescent Moon rushes to the universe. 3 shift kneeling for subscription. After 3 hours, Luo Lei walked out of the bedroom with a smile. This Conan looks very brave, and is just a strong-mouthed king. He was beaten by him after 3 blows and 5 divisions, and now he can't even make a scream. Now that Conan is done, everything is ready. I only owe Dongfeng, just need to wait for the response of the Shaoji mercenary organization. Also, he appeared in the land of Rain with such a high profile and subdued Hanzo of the Salamander. Uchiha Madara should have got the news. I wonder what he will do. Back off, or bite the bullet. Wait a minute, the system seems to prompt breakthrough. Sudden, Luo Lei seemed to have thought of something, a puzzled expression appeared on his cheek. He was so invested in it just now that he completely ignored the system's prompts, and he didn't understand what was said. Swish. Next moment, accompanied by a cracking sound. Luo Lei stood on top of a tower in Rain Shinobi Village in a few moments, glanced at the moon in the sky, and silently ordered, the system, please remind me again of the prompt sound just now. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have completed a perfect release, and System 277 specially rewarded 2% of the experience. Ding. Congratulations to host, who subdued the demigod, Hanzo of the Salamander with absolute ability, the system specially rewarded 1% of the experience. 35. Ding. Congratulations to host. Congratulations to host. You have successfully unlocked and integrated the Pinnacle Motherland template to 85.6%, activated the template upgrade option, and you can upgrade the Pinnacle Motherland template. Ding. I hope the host will continue to work hard, follow his heart, not be bound, and do whatever he wants. Can the template still be upgraded? Listening to the prompts in my head, Luo Lei directly ignored the 2% experience rewarded by the system and focused on the activated template upgrade options. No way. After the system was activated, he had drawn the Peak Motherlander template from the very beginning. Now, looking at the meaning of the system, this so-called Peak Motherlander template could still be upgraded, which made him curious. Advertisement. Thinking of this, Luo Lei looked puzzled. Then opened the properties panel that only you can see. He wanted to take a look at how to upgrade the Peak Motherland template. Wouldn't it be able to upgrade to a Superman template? Host. Luo Lei. Age. 17 years old. Chakra attributes. Fire, wind, thunder, earth, water, yin, yang. Ability. Hataki knife technique open black lens bracket grandmaster close black lens bracket. Body flicker technique open black lens bracket grandmaster close black lens bracket. Shadow clone technique open black lens bracket grandmaster close black lens bracket. Body replacement technique open black lens bracket grandmaster close black lens bracket. Water style open black lens bracket grandmaster close black lens bracket. Lightning style open black lens bracket grandmaster close black lens bracket. Multiple shadow clone technique open black lens bracket grandmaster close black lens bracket. The Motherland template in the peak state unlocked fusion 85.6%. Note. When the unlocked fusion reaches 95%, the system will reward a template extraction opportunity, and the host can use this time to extract the template. Opportunity to choose the Motherland template to upgrade the peak state. Constitution. 19090, 10 points for ordinary people. Spirit. 7,285. Strength. 8,950. 1 punch 3,995 tons. Speed. 4,334. Open black lens bracket 4129 tilde 4256 m/s close black lens bracket. Heat rays. 46,000 approximately 49,990 degrees Celsius. The number of times to extract the template. 0. Quote. Quickly glanced at his property panel, Luo Lei nodded suddenly. The meaning of the system is very simple. After unlocking and merging the Motherland template in the peak state to 95%, the system will reward the number of times to randomly select the next template. Using this number of times, he can choose to randomly select a new template. There is also the option to upgrade existing templates. It's not right. BHFF, Luo Lei's brows furrowed, and he muttered to himself. The Motherlander template at its peak is already the strongest form of the Motherlander. If it is upgraded, will it be strengthened? System, can you give me a hint? Ding. Host, once you choose to upgrade the template of the Motherland in the peak state, it will have the potential of Silver Super. What? 35. Can you have the potential of the Silver Superstar? Advertisement. Hearing the system prompt, Luo Lei looked overjoyed and couldn't help but let out an exclamation. He really didn't think. The system actually gave him a big surprise this time. To actually make his peak state of the Motherland template have the potential of the Silver Super, once he chooses to upgrade, it is no exaggeration to say that the peak state of the Motherland template will undergo an earth-shaking transformation. Say something bad. The Motherland is a weakened version of Superman. Except for the advantage of not being afraid of kryptonite, the rest are completely abused by the relatively weak Bronze Super, not to mention the Silver Super, the Golden Super, the Supreme Super, and the Ultimate Super. 5-dimensional super thinking Superman. As a simple example, if the Motherland and Superman fight against each other, it's basically a 3-to-7 split. Note that I said that Superman killed the Motherland 7 times in 3 seconds, this is not an exaggeration. Not to mention that Superman has a lot of pervert abilities that even the natives don't have. Luo Lei clenched his fists, showing a look of anticipation. Originally, he had been worried all the time. After unlocking and merging the peak Motherland template, what if he got a weaker ability template than the Motherland? What should he do? Now there is no need to worry at all, and there is no need to gamble on luck. It is simply a happy thing to directly choose the template of the evolution peak Motherland. No, we must speed up the process of unlocking and merging the peak state of the Motherland template to 95%. Luo Lei took a deep breath, suppressing the waves in his heart. He couldn't even imagine what kind of things Azu would do when he had the superpower of silver, was not afraid of internet violence, and did not have the burden of idols. I'm afraid that the crescent moon is a trifle, right? I want the crescent moon to rush into the universe. Therefore, it is necessary to speed up the speed of unlocking the Motherland template in the peak state of fusion. So happy to go and beat Conan again. Swish. A cracking sound rang out. Luo Lei's body disappeared above the tower again. Chapter 134 Madara's Obsession, Nagato and Yahiko's Mind. Ninja World. That unknown underground. You mean Luo Lei has captured Hanzo of the Salamander? Uchiha Madara twisted her body like Kuchiki, staring at Shiroju calmly. Yes, Madara-sama. White Zetsu took a deep breath and said cautiously. He should have sensed that my clone was in range Shinobi Village, but he didn't shoot to kill my clone. It seems that it was intentional. Very good. Really reconciled. Uchiha Madara's old cheek showed a hint of interest, and said, it's so purposeful, it seems that he knows my layout in the country of rain, and wants to use Nagato to lure me out and take revenge on me. 5. Is it impossible? Hearing this sentence, White Zetsu made an unbelievable voice and said, our plan in the land of rain is only me, Black Zetsu, and Madara, you know, how did Luo Lei know? Quote. It's okay, but Uchiha Madara's old face suddenly changed, and he said coldly, if I hadn't created you in Black Zetsu, I would have killed you all long ago. Actually, Uchiha Madara's own heart is also extremely dazed and speechless. He asked White Zetsu to go to Konoha Village to detonate Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Kushina, as a way to show Luo Lei his revenge on the battlefield of the Land of Waves, but he did not expect that Luo Lei came back to the Land of Rain, as if he knew him. The layout in the Land of Rain is average. This feeling of being understood and the invisible sense of unknown makes Uchiha Madara, who thinks he is in control of everything, have some scalp tingling. White Zetsu was stunned for a moment, then changed the subject and said, Sir Madara, what should I do now? The demigod has surrendered to Luo Lei. Our plan will definitely be greatly affected. If we choose Rain Shinobi Village as the whetstone of Nagato's transformation may have uncontrollable situations, and if we hadn't disclosed this information to the Akatsuki mercenary organization. Demigod. Uchiha Madara showed a look of extreme disdain. Luo Lei's god of ninja, he admits it and is very convinced, but the demigod of Hanzo of the Salamander, he doesn't look down on it at all. Yamanaka no tiger monkey is called the king, Hanzo of the Salamander just a piece of junk. As planned, and without revealing Luo Lei's appearance at Rain Shinobi Village to Nagato. The next moment, Uchiha Madara said proudly, I want to see what Luo Lei wants to do. I, Uchiha Madara, will not be afraid of him, nor can I be afraid, after all, I am Uchiha Madara. White Zetsu hesitated for a while, and tried to dissuade him. Advertisement. He knew very well that in his current state, Lord Uchiha Madara could not be Luo Lei's opponent at all. Roll. However, before White Zetsu finished speaking, Uchiha Madara's body burst out with an air of contempt for everything. As an existence that stood at the top of the ninja world during the Sengoku period. He doesn't want to admit it easily. Besides, he really wanted to know how Luo Lei knew about his plan and layout, and Luo Lei saw through it one after another, which had become Uchiha Madara's inner obsession. But, just when White Zetsu wanted to leave in despair. As if thinking of something, Uchiha Madara asked, how is Uchiha Obito? Everything is under our control. White Zetsu didn't hesitate and confessed. He has agreed with our Project Tasuki no Mi, and now Black Zetsu is teaching him yin and yang and some six paths technique. 47. A look of joy appeared on Uchiha Madara's old face. He waved his hand, and said, go down first, send out a few more clones, and pay close attention to the situation in the Land of Rain. Understood. White Zetsu burrowed into the ground at once. The ninja world is getting more and more interesting. After White Zetsu left, Uchiha Madara slowly spread out his hands and laughed uncontrollably. Admit it, it's impossible, but Uchiha Madara. At the same time, Rain Country, southerly areas. The camp of the Akatsuki mercenary organization. Inside a large tent in the middle area. Advertisement. Ask for flowers. Damn, what is this Hanzo of the Salamander trying to do? No, we have to save Conan, conspiracy or not. Along with the extremely angry voices, Nagato's expression was extremely cold, and the blue veins on his fists were exposed, especially the pair of Rinagons, which burst out with extremely terrifying pupil power fluctuations, as if they were about to explode at any time. Anger. Nagato is really angry. Rain Shinobi Village secretly captured Conan, and using Conan as a bargaining chip, sent an invitation to Yahiko of the Akatsuki mercenary organization, saying that they wanted to use their power to propose a peaceful negotiation proposal to the Fire Nation. This is so direct that Nagato can't bear it. Conan. But what about his dearest friend? Since he dares to attack Conan, he is forcing the mercenary organization of Dawn to do it. Nagato, calm down. Looking at the angry Nagato, Yahiko rubbed his temples and said, judging from the invitation letter from Rain Shinobi Village, they are still very sincere, as long as our mercenary organization is willing to help Rain Shinobi Village and fight for the fire. No country proposes a peaceful negotiation, and they will release Conan. This can kill two birds with one stone, at least to ensure that the Land of Fire will not attack Rain Shinobi Village. When it comes to this, Yahiko also showed a rare expression of approval. Now, the country of Rain is competing for hegemony, and he does not want the country of Fire to participate. With the urine of Hanzo of the Salamander, this must be a conspiracy. 39 Nagato said through gritted teeth. Yahiko snorted coldly and said firmly, if it is a conspiracy, then our Akatsuki mercenary organization will recklessly go to war with Rain Shinobi Village, even at the risk of death. It is good. Nagato took a deep breath and said coldly, then let's prepare and go to the meeting place. Yahiko nodded solemnly. Chapter 135 Play and Play, and then Fall from the Sky. Rain Country. A plain area in the central area. The sky was gray, and countless dark clouds gathered here, as if it was about to rain heavily. At this time, the Shaoji mercenary organization has gathered here in advance. They are used to the bad weather and don't take it to heart. Fearing that Rain Shinobi Village might have an ambush, Nagato and Yahiko had sentient ninjas explore the area for several kilometers around each other to make sure nothing went wrong. Why hasn't Rain Shinobi come yet? Hanzo of the Salamander is not fooling us, is it? 99 feet. Never mind, as long as we don't come, we'll go back the same way and declare war with Rain Shinobi Village. Accompanied by the voices of discussion, I saw that the ninjas of the hundreds of Shaoji's mercenary organization seemed to be waiting a little anxiously, and their expressions were somewhat unhappy. Rain Shinobi Village took the initiative to invite them to cooperate, but they didn't even show their faces at the appointed time. No matter how you look at it, it seems to be a little disrespectful to the Akatsuki mercenary organization. If it wasn't for the leaders of Yahiko and Nagato, they all wanted to give up. 27-7, Sun returned. And right in front, there is still no one on the endless plain. It's almost time. After an unknown amount of time, Nagato took a deep breath and said indifferently, we should have been fooled by Rain Shinobi Village, prepare to fight Hanzo of the Salamander. 66. It is good. A gleam of disappointment flashed across Yahiko's cheeks. After all, he made the wrong payment. Since the demigod Hanzo of the Salamander is not trustworthy, then don't blame the mercenary organization of Shaoji for being merciless. To save Konan, Akatsuki's mercenary organization has no choice and must fight against Rain Shinobi Village. Clap Lala, wash Lala, sudden, just at this time. With a sound of lightning and thunder, the long-filled sky began to rain heavily. Countless raindrops covered the plain like a pouring indiscriminate. 35. Feeling the pouring rain on his body, Yahiko frowned. He always felt that there was an indescribable smell in the rain. Although the smell was only a little bit, it was still sharply captured by his nose. Looks like I'm hallucinating. 35. After a careful perception, Yahiko no longer smelled the smell just now, so he shook his head a little helplessly. Because of Conan's capture these days, he didn't have a good rest. When Konan was rescued, he'd be sure to rest comfortably. Withdraw. Beside him, Nagato looked extremely indifferent, letting Rain Shinobi be on his body, and ordered sharply, go back and rest for a while, and then start a full-scale war against Rain Shinobi Village. Yahiko-sama, Nagato-sama, there is a situation. The voice just fell. Jonin, a perceptive mercenary of Shaoji, seemed to sense something, and said with a puzzled expression, it seems that someone is coming. What? Advertisement. How many people? After hearing this, Nagato and Yahiko's expressions changed slightly. They thought that Rain Shinobi was surrounded, their hearts sank, and they asked a question subconsciously. It seems that there is only one person. The perceptive Jonin, the mercenary of the awakening, showed an expression of disbelief, hesitated for a moment, and then added, this breath should be the breath of a demigod, Hanzo of the Salamander. 35. Are you sure? A terrifying wave of pupil power erupted in Nagato's Rinnegan. Yes, the breath of Hanzo of the Salamander. A wisp of cold sweat appeared on the forehead of that mercenary, Jonin. He took a deep breath and said decisively, I have sensed his breath before, so I should remember correctly. 5. Hanzo of the Salamander came alone. Could it be that he is not afraid of our Shaoji mercenary organization besieging him? Impossible. Hanzo of the Salamander is so afraid of death, how could he come alone? Boom. After this sentence, directly detonated the Shaoji mercenary organization. Hundreds of ninjas from the Shaoji mercenary organization looked at each other, and they could see the unbelievable voices in their eyes. Joke. They often deal with Rain Shinobi Village. Of course, I know the demigod, Hanzo of the Salamander, the older he gets, the more afraid of death. Almost every place he goes, there are dozens or hundreds of Rain Shinobi who follow him and protect him. The result is good. Now I go to the meeting alone. I'm afraid it's not the sun coming out of the western sky, right? Swish. However, did not make them wait long. A harsh sound of rubbing rain sounded. I saw a figure wearing a mask, armor, and a scythe approaching the mercenary organization of the dawn at a very fast speed. Coming. Nagato and Yahiko's eyes narrowed, and they entered a state of battle. As for the hundreds of ninjas organized by Shaoji's mercenaries, there was hardly any hesitation. Although Hanzo of the Salamander is old, he is recognized as a demigod in the ninja world. Even if he is a person, they dare not look down on him. Everyone, it's been a long wait. Soon, Hanzo of the Salamander dodged a few times, stopped right in front of Yahiko and the others, let the rain fall on him, and said solemnly, there is a delay on the road, it is very important, feel sorry. Quote. Nagato snorted coldly. A pair of purple Rinnegan stared at Hanzo of the Salamander, and said coldly, you don't do this, what about Konan? 99. Konan should have arrived. Facing Nagato's Rinnegan, Hanzo of the Salamander did not panic at all, and said something slowly. Where is that man? Advertisement. Nagato said angrily, if you can't see Konan, don't think about getting out of here safely today. Dajaaj. Hanzo of the Salamander shrugged disdainfully, and said indifferently, Nagato, don't think you have a Rinnegan, and your tone is so aggressive, do you know what it is? What did you say? Nagato suddenly became a little angry and roared. Do you believe it or not, I will kill you right away. Okay. Nagato. 9. Seeing that Nagato's mood was a little off, Yahiko couldn't help but said, calm down first, don't be so impatient. Humph. Nagato snorted again, clenched his fists, suppressed the urge to do something in his heart, and stopped talking. Woo. 35. See this scene. Hanzo of the Salamander didn't show any expression on the surface, but he was relieved inside. After all, does he know that the pair of Rinnegan is from Uchiha Madara? In case of Nagato's sudden outbreak, his strength is seriously degraded by age, and he really may not be able to play alone. Lord Luo Lei, where are you? 35. As soon as he thought of this, Hanzo of the Salamander silently prayed in his heart, if you don't show up with Konan again, I really can't hold on, and I'm going to run away. Originally, Hanzo of the Salamander wants to lead a large group of rain shinobi here to meet the Akatsuki mercenary organization. Did not expect. He was rejected by Luo Lei neatly, saying that it was just a peace negotiation, and there was no need to bring so many people. So, this is the scene of Hanzo of the Salamander going to the meeting in a majestic and high-spirited manner. Hanzo, we have to see Konan before we can discuss cooperation. At this time, Yahiko showed a serious expression and said, if you hid Konan somewhere, you can bring her out. Rest assured, Hanzo of the Salamander secretly complained inwardly, but on the surface he was extremely calm, and said 5.5, she is in an absolutely safe place. Absolutely safe place. Upon hearing this, Yahiko's face gradually darkened. Zizi. But, just when Yahiko was about to say something cruel, the sound of rain being burned suddenly came from the air. Laugh. At the same time, immediately afterwards, under the unbelievable gaze of the ninjas of the mercenary organization of Shaoji, two red-hot eyes swept across the dark clouds, and the dark clouds that were raining were actually defeated, revealing the blue sky. Above the dark clouds. The next moment, Luo Lei and Konan appeared right in front of Hanzo of the Salamander. Luo Lei and Konan simply cleaned up the battlefield, and after defeating all the dark clouds, they hugged Konan and fell from the sky. Chapter 136 Konan. Nagato, Rinnegan, you can't hold it. Quiet. The whole place was silent. It took less than 20 seconds from the time when the dark clouds in the sky were defeated, and then Luo Lei and Konan descended from the sky. Not only the ninjas organized by the mercenaries of Shaoji, but also Nagato, Yahiko, Hanzo of the Salamander did not react. Everyone's expressions are a little frozen. Plus, as time goes by, until Luo Lei released Konan from his arms, everyone at the scene came back to their senses in no particular order. He seems to be Luo Lei from Konoha Village. It's actually the god of the ninja world who dominated the Third Ninja World War, Luo Lei. No, it's not true, right? How is it possible? How did the god of ninja come to the country of rain? Could it be that the god of ninja world has reached a cooperation with the land of rain, and now he is here to deal with our mercenary organization of Shaoji? In the next instant, accompanied by the voices that were shocked to ultimate. Hundreds of ninjas in the mercenary organization of Shaoji all showed expressions of horror and disbelief, and some even slumped on the muddy ground in fright. No way. They never thought that such a big fright would fall from the sky. Luo Lei, the god of the ninja world, stood in front of everyone after crushing the dark clouds in the sky. It was simply too scary. Why is that? Yahiko couldn't help but widened his eyes, as if he couldn't believe what he saw. What? How could Konan let Luo Lei be carried down from the sky? There is also the strange smell of the passing rain mixed with the rain just now. As if thinking of something, Yahiko hummed in his mind and fell directly into a blank space. Nagato's Rinnegan trembled slightly, unable to keep his calm expression. He's not a fool. Hanzo of the Salamander has a big problem when he goes to the banquet with confidence. Now it seems that there is not only a problem, but also a serious problem. Rain Shinobi Village is very likely to have reached some kind of cooperation with Konoha Village. This Luo Lei carrying Konan down from the sky must be intimidating and enticing Konan with bad intentions. After Hanzo of the Salamander came back to his senses, he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, and couldn't help but patted his chest. Old man. Advertisement. Can't bear it anymore. If Lord Luo Lei doesn't show up again, he has to prepare to run away, so as not to lead out the hidden boss Uchiha Madara behind the Akatsuki mercenary organization. 35. At this time, Konan covered her mouth with a blushing face, coughed a few times, and the image above the dark clouds appeared in her mind. She really didn't think that Mr. Luo Lei was the kind of pervert. Konan, are you alright? Nagato glanced at Luo Lei fearfully, and then asked Konan worriedly. Nagato, don't worry, I'm fine. Konan let out a chuckle and said lightly, I've had a good time at Rain Shinobi Village these past few days. After saying this, Konan also glanced at Luo Lei with a begging look in his eyes. The meaning of the expression is very simple, you promised me that Nagato and Yahiko would not know what happened to them these days. Don't worry, she's fine. Luo Lei didn't bother to care so much, put his hand on Konan's shoulder, and said, with me here, no one in the entire ninja world can hurt Konan, including the two of you. 39. Let go of Konan. See this scene. Nagato froze all of a sudden, gritted his teeth and said, you devil, what are you doing carrying Konan up to the sky? Daj. Luo Lei shook his head, too lazy to talk nonsense, and said, from now on, Konan is my woman. 99. Damn, it seems to have touched the inverse scale in the bottom of my heart. In Nagato's Rinnegan, a violent wave of pupil power suddenly poured out. Terrifying pupil power swept out. The air in this area trembled. Nagato, however, Just when Nagato was about to run wild, Yahiko came back to his senses, quickly reached out and patted his shoulder, and said solemnly, "Calm me a little bit, don't get a little provoked, it's a little out of control." "Why?" Nagato shook off Yahiko's hand and roared with a grim expression. He obviously forced Konan. "Are we going to endure it? Don't you see that Konan is already crying?" "No, I have to kill him." Snapped. "It's not over yet." A crisp voice resounded, at a time when many people have yet to respond. Luo Lei's body flashed, and a red palm print appeared on Nagato's cheek. Advertisement. Quote. Question mark quote. Nagato touched his cheek and glanced at Luo Lei, who didn't seem to move. He was a little stunned for a while. He had Rinnegan, but he didn't see how Luo Lei did it so fast. Yahiko's pupils shrank sharply, revealing a hint of disbelief. As for the hundreds of ninjas organized by Shoji's mercenaries, they also rubbed their eyes, and they didn't see how Luo Lei did it. A palm print appeared on Lord Nagato's cheek. "You asked Konan a good question, did I force her?" Luo Lei glanced at Nagato and said disdainfully, "These are tears of happiness, they are tears of joy, understand?" 39. Lord Luo Lei. As predicted, Konan wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and said excitedly, I. All right, all along, Konan thought Luo Lei was just playing casually. Do not want to be responsible. So, she didn't want Yahiko and Nagato to know, lest they go to Luo Lei for revenge and lose their lives. Well now, it turns out that Mr. Luo Lei is not a scumbag, and he directly admitted that she is his woman. Happiness really comes a little bit suddenly, and Konan can't hold back the joy in his heart. What? 99. A look of disbelief flashed across Nagato's face, and he turned his gaze to Konan. "Nagato, I have found my own happiness." Hearing this sentence, Konan wiped away his tears, murmured and said in a resolute tone, "Lord Luo Lei can accept me, which makes me very happy and excited." 99. Quote. Maybe some can't accept it. Nagato stumbled, looking extremely complicated. "Congratulations, Konan." Yahiko smiled reluctantly and took the initiative to say, "Nagato and I are relieved that you can find your own happiness." 35. Yahiko has always regarded Konan as his sister, and now Konan has said so. Although there is some reluctance in his heart, he has held back. Konan is qualified to pursue his own happiness. The next moment, a frantic expression flashed across Nagato's cheeks. Rinnegan's pupil power became more and more manic. He didn't believe Luo Lei didn't force Konan. Konan must have been forced to say so. P.S. Kneeling and begging for rewards, collections, flowers and evaluations. Mungshin, kneeling and begging all readers. Closing parenthesis. It's just that Nagato can't accept it, because his heart has always liked Konan. Konan looked at Nagato, who was in madness, seemed to have thought of something, and made another sentence. However, just at this time, "Nagato, Rinnegan, you can't grasp it, give your 2 eyes to Lord Luo Lei. He can grasp it." No, it must be false, it must be false. 95. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 137. Dug out Rinnegan, the confident Madara. "Nagato, Rinnegan, you can't grasp it, give your 2 eyes to Lord Luo Lei. He can grasp it." However, just at this time, Konan looked at Nagato, who was in madness, seemed to have thought of something, and made another sentence. In her opinion, since Nagato's 2 Rinnegans belong to Uchiha Madara, then Nagato, who owns Rinnegans, must have been affected to some extent and cannot be grasped. Only Lord Luo Lei can grasp it. She is also for Nagato's good. As for Nagato's liking for her, there is no other way. From childhood to adulthood, she regarded Yahiko and Nagato as brothers. Now that she has met Mrs. Luo Lei, after the initial helplessness and complacency, she has already figured it out, completely changed her mind, and dared to admit that she fell in love with this domineering, indomitable god of ninja world who can do whatever she wants. Moreover, hugged Luo Lei's thigh, Akatsuki's mercenary organization can easily rule Rain Shinobi Village and achieve peace in the country of Rain. What reason does she have to refuse? What? You asked me to give him Rinnegan. You said I couldn't hold my eyes. Crazy. Totally crazy. Nagato laughed in disbelief as if he had been hit with 80 million points. He never thought that Konan would actually say such a sentence. If he said something unpleasant, if he couldn't grasp his own eyes, how could Luo Lei grasp it? Isn't it a joke? This Konan disappointed him so much. When you have someone you like, start turning your elbows out. Sure enough, the good sister who got married poured out the water. Yahiko also showed an extremely speechless expression and shook his head helplessly. The Konan. Maybe I was really carried away by love. God of ninja world. Luo Lei, if he wants Rinnegan, just say it. Don't say anything. Nagato can't hold Rinnegan, and no one will believe it. Faced with this scene, the hundreds of ninjas organized by Shoji's mercenaries couldn't help but glance at each other, and immediately lowered their heads cautiously, and wisely stopped talking. Advertisement. There is conflict between the 3 founders. Coupled with a well-known god of ninja world, they are no longer able to participate. Didn't you see that even the demigod, Hanzo of the Salamander, stood there tremblingly and didn't even dare to say anything? I'd better step back a little. Hanzo of the Salamander ignored the ninjas of the Shoji mercenary organization, and with a flash, he retreated dozens of meters. He knew very well that once Lord Luo Lei attacked Rinnegan, Uchiha Madara would definitely show up. God of Ninja World vs God of Ninja World. Thinking about it, even as a demigod of the ninja world, he is somewhat shocked and emotional. Nagato, you really can't control Rinnegan. Facing Nagato, who fell into madness, Conan hesitated for a while before saying slowly, Lord Luo Lei has no interest in Rinnegan at all, he came to the land of rain, just to help bring peace to our country of rain. 9. Quote. Nagato roared frantically. I think you are so fascinated by him that you believe his nonsense. Alas, Yahiko couldn't stand it anymore, sighed and shook his head, and added, Conan, you really trust people too easily and are carried away by love. You don't believe me. Conan clenched his teeth and said stubbornly, we set up the Shaoji mercenary organization to change the country of rain and build a bridge of hope leading to world peace through exchanges between people. Now that Lord Luo Lei is willing to let Hanzo of the Salamander assist me, is this also a lie to me? When he said this, Conan also glanced at Nagato and said, your Rinnegan is actually Uchiha Madara's, our mercenary organization of Dawn is just a pawn of Uchiha Madara, understand? This time I was captured by Rain Shinobi Village, who was behind Uchiha Madara and betrayed my information. Ultimately, he wants the death of one of me and Yahiko to bring you to a break and serve him wholeheartedly. Boom. If you don't explain it, it's amazing. After this sentence, hundreds of ninjas in the entire Shaoji mercenary organization exploded in an instant, with wisps of extreme horror on their cheeks, and their gazes towards Nagato also changed. Uchiha Madara. Is Rinnegan actually from Uchiha Madara? If you think about it, the mercenary organization of Shaoji may really just be a pawn in the hands of Uchiha Madara. What? Yahiko was also a little confused. On the one hand, he was amazed by Luo Lei's words that he wanted Hanzo of the Salamander to assist Conan, and on the other hand, he was shocked that Nagato's Rinnegan was actually from Uchiha Madara. This also explains why Nagato is constantly out of control, definitely under the influence of Rinnegan's owner, Uchiha Madara. Advertisement. Do not. How is this possible? Rinnegan has been in my eyes since childhood, how could it be Uchiha Madara's? 95. Luo Lei is lying. He is jealous of me, jealous that I have the eyes of the legendary sage of six paths, there is no way he is not interested in Rinnegan. 35. Forward. There was a flash of madness in Nagato's Rinnegan, and the look at Luo Lei was full of undisguised anger. He didn't know why Luo Lei would target him like this and brainwash his dearest Conan, standing on the opposite side of him. Rinnegan is his own, not Uchiha Madara's, nor can he be influenced by Uchiha Madara. Dissatisfied. Even if Luo Lei is the god of ninja world, he is not convinced. Conan, let me come. Looking at Nagato, who was invisibly influenced by Uchiha Madara, Luo Lei stopped Conan, who was still trying to speak, and said solemnly, Nagato, you are an orphan of the Uzumaki clan, how could you be born with Rinnegan? I will force Uchiha Madara immediately come out. Swish. A cracking sound rang out. In Nagato's Rinnegan, there was a flash of sternness, and a terrifying pupil power that was violent to ultimate, Shin Luo Tianjiang. Pity. To Nagato's disappointment, he has not yet erupted the power of Shen Luo Tianjiang, Jiao Jiao. A Rinnegan has been detained alive by Luo Lei, who seems to be teleporting. Haha, I didn't expect you to know so much. A scream rang out. Luo Lei's body returned to its original place, looking at the purple Rinnegan with circles of ripples in his hand, he said meaningfully, Uchiha Madara, if you don't show up again, I will crush it. Hearing this sentence, Nagato's aura suddenly changed, and an aura that seemed to be able to look down on the world erupted. P.S. Kneeling and begging for rewards, collections, flowers and evaluations, Mungshin, kneeling and begging all readers. Closing parenthesis. As this the Rinnegan, Nagato's only remaining Rinnegan was full of pain, and soon lost his mind. Immediately, a strange force acted on Rinnegan and quickly controlled Nagato's body. Chapter 138 Squeeze Rinnegan, the stupid Uchiha Madara. Finally, you have shown up. Feeling the sudden change of momentum and unruly Nagato, Luo Lei was sure that Nagato had been controlled by Uchiha Madara almost instantly. You forced me so much that I had to show up. Nagato, who was controlled by Uchiha Madara, looked indifferent, and the only remaining Rinnegan burst out with undisguised pride. Let your body come out. The corners of Luo Lei's mouth twitched slightly, and he said softly, I want to give you the last ride. Ha ha ha. Nagato, who was controlled by Uchiha Madara, smiled coldly and stopped talking. He just stared at Luo Lei like this, and an invisible momentum was suppressed towards Luo Lei. Joke. Is he Uchiha Madara? Even if Luo Lei is very strong, he will not deliver him the last ride. Perceiving Nagato's explosive momentum, Luo Lei's mouth curved into a ray, which also burst out with an invisible pressure. Boom. In the next instant, two invisible imposing pressures collided, and a shock wave of imposing momentum burst into the sky, which directly dissipated the dark clouds that had gathered over the plain. At the same moment, with the 2 of 277 as the center, energy waves were set off in all directions, causing the air to tremble slightly. Shocking. Extremely shocking. It only took less than a minute for Luo Lei to dug up Nagato's Rinnegan in vain, to Uchiha Madara's sudden control of Nagato, and finally to Luo Lei and Uchiha Madara's invisible confrontation. People on site did not respond at all. It was not until the invisible shock wave of momentum woke them up suddenly. No. Sama Nagato seems to be controlled by the legendary Uchiha Madara. Ah. What Konan-sama said was true. Uchiha Madara was forced out and took control of Lord Nagato. What should I do now? Advertisement. The face of the ninjas of the hundreds of Shaoji's mercenary organization has become extremely pale, and a huge wave has been set off in their hearts, and they can't be calmed down at all. The current situation has completely exceeded the range they can bear. The legendary ninja Uchiha Madara took control of Nagato-sama from the air, and the thought of it is shocking. As expected, BHFF. A look of shock flashed across Conan's beautiful eyes. In the current Nagato, she can no longer perceive the familiar aura, and she can't recognize it at all. Her man, Lord Luo Lei, really didn't fool her, everything was true. Thinking of this, Conan can't imagine what the fate of Luo Lei and Yahiko will be if Lord Luo Lei does not come to the land of rain. Maybe they will really become pawns for Uchiha Madara to promote Nagato's transformation. Nagato. Why? Yahiko, who was not far away, was already stunned, and his heart was extremely painful. Having been with Nagato for so many years, he never knew that Nagato still has such a proud aura. Obviously, this is no longer Nagato, but the legendary ninja Uchiha Madara. In other words, what Conan and Luo Lei said were true, and the clown was just him and Nagato from beginning to end. The battle of the god of ninja world is about to begin. Hanzo of the Salamander, who had already evacuated hundreds of meters away, with a flash of excitement on his cheeks under the mask, will witness a battle of gods destined to shake the entire ninja world as a demigod. The Sengoku period is the period belonging to Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Now belongs to the era of Lord Luo Lei. The representatives of the two eras will decide who will have the last laugh. Thinking about it, Hanzo of the Salamander's silent heart is full of enthusiasm. Crack, crack, crack. Perhaps the confrontation was too terrifying. With Nagato and Luo Lei as the center, there are visible cracks on the ground, spreading to the surrounding. Boom. But, in less than a minute of confrontation, the momentum of Nagato controlled by Uchiha Madara was suppressed by Luo Lei. The momentum that led to Nagato was plummeting. Quote. Advertisement. Luo Lei shook his head, showing a disdainful expression, and said, Uchiha Madara, if you have this ability, get out of here as soon as possible. Just like a loser, hiding in the dark and trying to survive. Having said that, Luo Lei also clenched the Rinnegan in his hand. Hey, stop bluffing. Nagato, who was controlled by Uchiha Madara, snorted coldly, and said, what is a momentary win or loss, only the last laugh is the real winner. By the way, you have a Rinnegan. If you get a Rinnegan, your ability and strength will become stronger. As if thinking of something, Nagato, who was controlled by Uchiha Madara, also added, Rinnegan is known as the most noble pupil power of the eye that controls life and death. It can be either the eye of creation with the ability to create, or it can be the eye of destruction with the power to destroy the world. Do you really have the heart to crush it? If you want, I can give you this Rinnegan left by Nagato. I'm afraid you don't dare to use it. Ha ha ha. Having said that, Nagato, who was controlled by Uchiha Madara, couldn't help laughing arrogantly. He has a lot of backups on his own Rinnegan, so he is not afraid of Luo Lei's use at all, nor is he worried that the Rinnegan will be crushed. Such a good thing, everyone wants to keep it for himself, right? Too bad. Let Uchiha Madara down. He is not an ordinary person, but a Konoha ancestor, and he really has no interest in Rinnegan. Besides, even if Luo Lei wanted to get a Rinnegan to play, he wouldn't play the purple Rinnegan handed down from Sage of Six Paths, only the advanced Rinnegan of the Otsutsuki clan. Next moment, under the circumstances that Nagato, who was controlled by Uchiha Madara, has not recovered. Nagato, who was controlled by Uchiha Madara, was completely stunned, the smile on his face froze, and the remaining Rinnegan flashed extremely unbelievable. Feeling that Rinnegan's pupil power is passing frantically. P.S. Kneeling and begging for rewards, collections, flowers and evaluations, Mungshin, kneeling and begging all readers. Closing parenthesis. How is this possible? Boom. Luo Lei's body flashed and he appeared in midair. He clenched the Rinnegan in his hand tightly. Under the force of thousands of tons, Rinnegan couldn't hold on at all. It was as if the egg had been crushed, and he let out a puff. Sound. What are you kidding? Rinnegan was really crushed by Luo Lei. Accompanied by a deafening roar, a terrifying pupil force swept out in all directions like a wild horse, causing the space to vibrate violently. Chapter 139 The Collision of Times. What are you kidding? Rinnegan was really crushed by Luo Lei. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Is this the legendary Rinnegan? Could it be that Luo Lei doesn't have any greed or desire to take possession of it in his heart? Wouldn't he want to control the terrifying power of Rinnegan? Rinnegan so neatly squeezed. Unbelievable. Nagato, who was controlled by Uchiha Madara, showed an expression of extreme disbelief. At this time, more than Uchiha Madara, even a lot of people today, are a little silly. Looking at Luo Lei in midair, without hesitation, he pinched the legendary Sage of Six Paths only Rinnegan. Their eyes almost popped out of their sockets, and they didn't seem to have thought that Luo Lei, the god of ninja world, was coming for real. I have seen those who regard money as dung. They also saw Rinnegan as shit for the first time, and it was so shocking. Impossible. Hey, isn't that true? Rinnegan, is Rinnegan just being pinched? Accompanied by the uproar, the hundreds of ninjas of the Shaoji mercenary organization at the scene were almost all paralyzed on the ground in fright. Lord Luo Lei, why are you so impulsive? Give it to me. I'm not afraid of the backhand left by Uchiha Madara. I'm willing to take over Rinnegan. After Hanzo of the Salamander came to his senses, he shook his head violently and shouted frantically in his heart. In his opinion, Lord Luo Lei is really a waste of money. Such an awesome Rinnegan was so abruptly crushed. It turns out that I'm really not interested in Rinnegan. Yahiko smiled sullenly. The whole person was completely ashamed of being hit all at once. After all, advertisement. He still underestimated the god of ninja, Luo Lei. At this time, after seeing that Rinnegan was pinched, Conan's last worry disappeared. He turned his eyes and looked at Nagato, who had only one eye left. Nagato, are you so arrogant? Is it controlled by Uchiha Madara? Pity. No use for eggs. Nagato didn't hear Conan's words, and at first glance he knew that he was still under the control of Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara, if your body doesn't come, I will crush another Rinnegan. 55 in midair. Luo Lei said calmly. The era of yours has long passed, and now you are a lost dog. That's it. 35. Ha ha ha. Hearing this sentence, Nagato, who was controlled by Uchiha Madara, laughed madly, and said with contempt, okay. It's really good, Luo Lei, what you have done is really time and time again. It broke my expectations. Pinched Rinnegan, you really belong. When he said this, Nagato, who was controlled by Uchiha Madara, paused for a while, and took a deep look at Luo Lei with one eye. Summoning technique Gedo statue. The other side. Ninja world. That unknown underground. Call. After seeing Luo Lei squeezing Rinnegan alive, Uchiha Madara's incomparably old body trembled violently a few times, perhaps because she was too emotional, and gasped for breath. If the pipes connecting Gedo statue were not madly transporting life force. I'm afraid it's not that Uchiha Madara is going to be PD to death. No way. He never thought that the Rinnegan he had finally obtained seemed worthless in the eyes of others. Really hit. Uchiha Madara still vaguely remembers the joy of accidentally opening Rinnegan at the end of his longevity, and it was the opening of Rinnegan that gave him the confidence to deploy the entire ninja world. The results of it, what he is proud of has become garbage in the eyes of others, and is easily crushed. Unacceptable. Uchiha Madara couldn't accept Luo Lei's invisibility and denied him everything, battering him to pieces. What? White Zetsu showed a deep sense of fear and muttered to himself, Luo Lei, what kind of monster is that? You can do whatever you want, even Rinnegan doesn't care. I'm PD. Advertisement. Black Zetsu's expression did not fluctuate on the surface, and his heart was extremely speechless and painful. Meeting a guy like Luo Lei who plays cards out of line, even as the third son of Otsutsuki Kagaya, he felt a little uncomfortable and wanted to cry. Like Uchiha Madara, he didn't know why Luo Lei knew that more of their plans. That deep sense of powerlessness made Black Zetsu's determination to save his mother shake a little. Get ready. A few seconds later, a cold look appeared on Uchiha Madara's old cheeks, and he said proudly, I'm going to do it myself. What? White Zetsu said with some worry. Madara-sama, with your current physical condition, I'm worried. Don't worry, I've had enough of this body that has exhausted its potential and lifespan. 35. Uchiha Madara took a deep breath and said disapprovingly, after I'm gone, you will summoning Nagato in reverse, and the Rinnegan that was crushed, I planted a Zanagi in it, and passed it. It will heal itself after a while. 5. Correct. The next moment, Uchiha Madara seemed to have thought of something and said, if I die in battle, you will find a chance to control Nagato and directly use the outsider Rinne Tensai technique to bring me back to life. 55. All right. Uchiha Madara left a lot of back in Rinnegan. It was originally to prevent Nagato from going out of control, Rinnegan being robbed, and some uncontrollable factors, but he didn't expect that now Rinnegan was pinched and caught him off guard. Certainly, if Black Zetsu and White Zetsu don't resurrect him, betray him. He also had his back to resurrect, but by that time, Black Zetsu and White Zetsu would die. Understood. Understood. White Zetsu and Black Zetsu nodded hastily. In what Black Zetsu actually wanted to say. However, when he thought of such an uncontrollable factor as Luo Lei, he was too lazy to talk about it. Uchiha Madara's true resurrection may have a chance to compete with Luo Lei. Otherwise, relying on a stand-in, Uchiha Obito, may not be stable. Situation. Luo Lei, I'll use my main body to fight you in a dignified confrontation, a confrontation of the times. Puff. The voice did not fall. Uchiha Madara and the outsider behind him suddenly puffed and disappeared into the ground as white smoke. Chapter 140. A Gedo Statue Explosion, Second Update. The other side. Summoning technique Gedo Statue. With Nagato's rapid knot seal, controlled by Uchiha Madara. Puff. A white smoke flashed by. I saw a monster that was taller and mightier than 9 tails, a huge humanoid in appearance, with 9 eyes, a color and a body like dead wood, and a monster with 10 pillars protruding behind it appeared on the plain. Needless to say, this is the Gedo statue. Certainly. In fact, this monster is not the most important. The people at the scene, under the horror on their faces, stared at the extremely old man standing above the monster, who was dying, and there were several pipes behind him that were connected to the monster, as if he was going to die at any time. They are not fools. Of course I know. This is definitely the hidden boss behind the scenes, the legendary ninja, Uchiha Madara. And after the old man appeared, a pair of deep Sharingans glanced around indifferently, and finally their eyes fell on Nagato. The next moment, an aura that looked down upon the ninja world rose to the sky. Until 277 rushed into the sky, the dark clouds that had a tendency to gather just now vanished again. Gollum. 9. Perceiving the terrifying aura that erupted from the elderly Madara, the hundreds of ninjas of the Akatsuki mercenary organization at the scene, their hearts were trembling even more, and they could only swallow cautiously, even the atmosphere was full of fear. Dare not breathe. Retreat. All give me a retreat. Yahiko wiped the cold sweat from his cheeks, took a deep breath, suppressed the throbbing in his heart, and said in a low voice, the next thing is not something we can participate in. Yes, Yahiko-sama. Hearing this sentence, the hundreds of ninjas of the Akatsuki mercenary organization did not dare to hesitate, and began to retreat lightly. Nagato, Konan, take care of yourselves. Yahiko glanced at Nagato, who was controlled by Uchiha Madara, and at Konan in the distance, gritted his teeth, and retreated without looking back. With his current strength, neither Nagato nor Konan can save. For the time being, we should preserve the vitality of the Akatsuki mercenary organization. This Uchiha Madara. Hanzo of the Salamander, who had withdrawn hundreds of meters, flashed a shocking color on his cheeks under the mask. He knew that Uchiha Madara would be very strong, but he did not expect that the old Madara would still be able to burst out with that kind of earth-shattering aura. Compared with the old Madara, even in his peak period and he was known as a demigod, there seemed to be a gap between heaven and earth. In other words, the demigod seems to be a big joke in front of the real god of ninja. I also retreated temporarily. A look of determination flashed across Konan's pretty face. She believed that Lord Luo Lei could punish Uchiha Madara, and only in this way could save Nagato. Swish. A cracking sound rang out. Konan's body flashed and quickly retreated. Advertisement. Really a piece of shit. Uchiha Madara scolded Nagato coldly after ignoring the ninjas who were retreating like ants. How could it be true? At this moment, Nagato seemed to be relieved, looked at Uchiha Madara with disbelief, and said, Why, Uchiha Madara, why are you doing this? I really can't believe it. In fact, after being controlled by Uchiha Madara, he already knew that what Konan said was right. It turned out that everything was arranged by Uchiha Madara, and he was just a tool. What's even more ridiculous is that after losing control of the body, the only Rinnegan left seems to be out of control. Obviously, Rinnegan is also from Uchiha Madara. Why? The elderly Madara showed a proud expression, and was too lazy to say more, and directly said, If it wasn't for the physique of your Uzumaki clan, you could adapt to Rinnegan, why would I choose you? Now, you still have the last bit of value to use. Get out. Quote. Hearing this sentence, Nagato seemed to sense something, and when he wanted to say something, with a puff, a white smoke appeared, and his body disappeared in place uncontrollably. Nagato. Watching Nagato disappear from the air. The expressions of Yahiko and Konan, who had already evacuated, changed suddenly, and they could only watch Nagato disappear in place. Luo Lei, we meet again. 35. After finishing Nagato, the elderly Madara turned her eyes to Luo Lei, and said with flickering eyes, In the beginning, Senju Hashirama couldn't push me to this step, but you did. When it comes to this. The elderly Madara also sighed deeply. Uchiha Madara, I would like to call you the strongest. Oh, 35. Luo Lei, who had been watching Uchiha Madara's performance from beginning to end, showed a smile from his motherland and said incomparably flat, Uchiha Madara, what are you? Laozi is already very strong, do you still need your approval? 5. Luo Lei. 55. Being insulted in person, a cold look flashed across the old Madara's face, and murderous intent surged. Daj. Luo Lei didn't panic at all, and chuckled. Do you know why I didn't kill Nagato? Why? The old Madara frowned, showing a puzzled expression. Luo Lei didn't remind him, he didn't even notice, Nagato went so smoothly, Luo Lei didn't seem to want to stop. I want to give you a chance to resurrect. The corners of Luo Lei's mouth twitched slightly, and he said meaningfully, If I guessed correctly, you must have prepared for death if you dare to appear this time. Once you die, you will let people control Nagato and cast outsider Rinne Tensai technique resurrected. 5. I want you to experience the despair of being resurrected once and killed once, only when you feel the real despair can you know what it is, what a surprise. Certainly, Luo Lei also knew, with Uchiha Madara's cautious personality, even if he kills Nagato, he will be resurrected with other successors. So, he was too lazy to move. Quote. Advertisement. Seeing that Luo Lei predicted his prediction. The old Madara's old face changed, she opened her mouth to say something, but she held back some more. Compared to Senju Hashirama, you have lost. 35. Seeing that Uchiha Madara didn't speak, Luo Lei said slowly, As a strong man, the moment you choose to fake death, you are already a loser, because the real strong man will not have fear, nor will he hiding behind the scenes and developing wretchedly. How is that possible? The old Madara retorted with deep eyes, I am not dead, Senju Hashirama is already dead, so I am the victor. Besides, now I am completing a great plan. As long as the plan is successful, the war will completely disappear in the ninja world. Then have you ever thought that this so-called plan is just a pretense? Luo Lei's mouth curled into an astonishing expression, or what you saw on the stele of Sage of Six Paths in Nanga Shrine has been tampered with. How did you know? In an instant, the calm old Madara, completely unable to keep her composure, looked at Luo Lei with hellish eyes. Just kidding. What he saw with Mangekyo Sharingan at Nanga Shrine, only he knew, how Luo Lei knew. For a time, Uchiha Madara had some doubts about himself. You guess. Luo Lei said with some wickedness. As long as you beat me, then I will tell you. Quote. In an instant, Madara was so angry that she vomited blood. Feeling suffocated, so suffocating, this Luo Lei seduced his curiosity, but did not tell him the truth. That feeling of being unstoppable was really unpleasant. And what Luo Lei said. The steel left by Sage of Six Paths was tampered with. Is it true? If so, Uchiha Madara can't even imagine how deep the water is behind him. By the way, you must be very tired with Geto Statue 5.5 on your back. 99. Suddenly, a playful look flashed in Luo Lei's eyes, and said, can I help you get rid of it? Do not. The old Madara also seemed to realize something, her hands quickly nodded. Boom. However, Luo Lei may not even know how fast Luo Lei is now. In less than a 10,000th of a second, a deafening roar resounded, and then, under the unbelievable look of the old Madara, a hole visible to the naked eye appeared on the huge Geto statue. And this is just the beginning. Bang, bang, one after another, the sound of Geto statue being bombarded sounded. In less than a minute, there are holes visible to the naked eye on the Geto statue. Clap, clap, this is the sound of countless cracks above the Geto statue. In the end, when countless cracks joined together, Geto statue burst with a bang. Chapter 141 Insulting the Elderly Madara. Boom. With a terrifying energy fluctuation. The extremely hard Geto statue was blasted alive by Luo Lei's body, and a terrifying explosion shockwave erupted, causing the area to tremble slightly, and countless dense cracks appeared on the ground. And when the countless fragments of Geto statue fell to the ground, puff, it turned into smoke and disappeared. Shock. See that gigantic monster. In less than a minute, Luo Lei used his body to blow up. Hundreds of ninjas, Yahiko, Konan, Hanzo of the Salamander, of the mercenary organization of Shaoji all had their eyes glazed, and they never thought that Luo Lei said that he would do it, and immediately gave the infusion bottle of the elderly Madara to him. Blow up. How is that possible? Geto statue was actually. At this time, the one who collapsed the most was the old Madara who had already stood on the ground. He never imagined that Luo Lei would be so shameless and pervert that he brazenly broke the body of Geto statue, that is, 10 tails. To know, this is the body of 10 tails, very strong. But, just like that, Luo Lei blasted his body into countless pieces. He not only overestimated Geto statue's defensive power, but also underestimated Luo Lei's attack power, and more importantly, he has not absorbed enough vitality from Geto statue to shine back and forth, which is a bit embarrassing. Especially after feeling that his body lost the vitality supply of Geto statue. There are already some shaky. For a time, Uchiha Madara is about to cry without tears. Hit a hammer. Luo Lei didn't play cards according to common sense and immediately cut off his supplies, and he didn't even have a chance to forcibly return to the light. Uncomfortable. Uchiha Madara is the first time. No, it is the second time to feel so suffocated and powerless. As for the first time, it was given to him by Luo Lei on the battlefield of the Land of Waves. Advertisement. Uchiha Madara, how is it? At this time, after blasting the Geto statue, Luo Lei's body reappeared in the place where it was just hanging in the air, and chuckled, you should be much more relaxed without the infusion bottle, right? After saying this, Luo Lei couldn't help but want to laugh. In fact, after the appearance of the old Madara, Luo Lei's clairvoyant had already seen through his body, and he had already run out of fuel, and reluctantly relied on Geto statue to transmit vitality to continue his life. Now he's pulling money from the bottom of the pot and directly blowing up Geto statue, not giving Uchiha Madara time to build up his vitality. It must be hard for Madara to come to an old age. Cough. Cough. It's okay not to say. Speaking of the old Madara's shortness of breath, she couldn't help coughing a few times, and her body began to shake. Luo Lei, you are the god of ninja world anyway, how can you be so shameless? You don't talk about martial arts at all. However, Uchiha Madara is Uchiha Madara, even if her body can't hold it anymore, she still takes a deep breath, drank angrily in a lingering tone. Shameless. Luo Lei shrugged disapprovingly, showing Azu's signature smile, and said, Laozi can do whatever he wants, what are you, Laozi? Kr. The old Madara gritted his teeth and said, even if there is no Geto statue, I will let you know the horror of the power of the six paths. In the next moment, the elderly Madara forced her body to return to light, and her body began to surge with huge chakra fluctuations. A pair of ordinary Sharingan also began to surge with majestic pupil power, and gradually began to evolve into Mangekyo. Sharingan. Stubbornness. Seeing this, Luo Lei showed a look of disdain. This Uchiha Madara, who is already about to die, and still wants to struggle to the death, is really beyond his own power. Laugh. A cracking sound rang out. Luo Lei's body disappeared in place. T7. It's that dangerous feeling again. A look of panic flashed on Madara's old cheeks. When he was about to use ninjutsu, he found that it was too late. Facing Luo Lei, who was several times supersonic, the old man had not yet reacted. Only the Mangekyo Sharingan was pulled out alive by Luo Lei. What? The old Madara screamed. Advertisement. Pity. This is just the beginning. Puff, puff. Two clear voices sounded again. The two arms of the old Madara were cut off by Luo Lei at the speed of several times the supersonic speed. Perhaps the speed was too fast, and the arm fell for a few seconds, all spurting blood, and the elderly Madara reacted with hindsight, involuntarily took a few steps back, and the whole body was trembling. Shame. This is really a shame for Uchiha Madara to remember for a lifetime. This Luo Lei, relying on his own strength, bullied and teased him, an old man who was running out of fuel, and had no intention of respecting him at all. He has been in the ninja world for so many years, how has he ever been so insulted? However, despite the inner anger to ultimate, the old Madara is helpless, especially with the continuous spurting of blood from his arms, which makes him have little vitality and is rapidly fading. 277. HMPH. Uchiha Madara, this is just the beginning. 55. A cold hum sounded. Luo Lei's body stood not far from the old Madara. He casually dropped his two bloody arms, glanced at Hanzo of the Salamander hundreds of meters away, and said, Hanzo, come and stab Uchiha Madara with a knife. What? Hanzo of the Salamander, who was stunned, and his cheeks under the mask flashed with unbelievable excitement. That's right, just excited. As a demigod but I have heard of the rebel ninja in Taki Ninja Village, Kakuzu. I once fought with first Hokage Senju Hashirama. It is said that I lost a shuriken from 800 miles away and boasted about it all my life. Now, he can give a knife to Uchiha Madara, who is also a legendary chunin. Isn't that more awesome than Kakuzu? Although this Uchiha Madara is an old Madara, his eyes are buckled and his arms are cut off, but, what does it matter? What? Don't care about these details. Hanzo of the Salamander, the demigod of the ninja world, also has the capital to brag. He not only fought against Uchiha Madara, but also gave Uchiha Madara a knife. Chapter 142 Madara, you have to be careful with your dutiful son. Thinking of this, the old Hanzo felt an unprecedented rush of blood in his heart. Uchiha Madara must be slashed. Swish. Next moment. A cracking sound rang out. Hanzo of the Salamander's body appeared beside Luo Lei, perhaps because he was too excited, the hand holding the sickle was shaking slightly. As for revenge after Uchiha Madara's resurrection, Hanzo of the Salamander is not afraid at all. Anyway, he has already hugged the thigh of the new god of ninja, Lord Luo Lei. The sky is falling, and there is Lord Luo Lei, don't be afraid. Luo Lei. Uchiha Madara roared wildly. Maybe it was because of his emotions that he fell to the ground and tried to get up. Unfortunately, after losing his arms and his body was exhausted, Uchiha Madara didn't get up after a few tries. Regret it. At this moment, Uchiha Madara is truly regretful. To be more precise, he seems to have been living in the dream that he weaved all the time. Even if he has been deflated once under Luo Lei's hands, he has no long memory, and he still thinks he is the one who dignified the ninja world. God. Including this time, he appeared confidently and wanted to confront Luo Lei head-on. The results of it, after being smashed and beaten, Luo Lei's strength was dozens of times stronger than when he was on the battlefield of the Land of Waves. What frightened him even more was that Luo Lei actually said that the stone tablet left by Sage of Six Paths in Nanga Shrine had been tampered with, so his heart was vaguely not wanting to die, and he wanted to go to Nanga Shrine to check it out. To see if there are any clues. Now, everything is over, he can't walk anymore, and he has to be insulted by some weak rubbish. As the god of ninja world, this Luo Lei has no limit at all. Ha ha, looking at the unyielding old Madara. A sneer appeared on Luo Lei's cheeks. Advertisement. He has been waiting for this day, and has been waiting for a long time. This shitty Uchiha Madara, shameless, provoked him one after another, thinking that he could master everything by hiding in the dark. Now, he doesn't just want to FK Uchiha Madara all at once, but also let him experience what life is better than death. As for the bottom line, for the ancestors of Konoha Village. What's the bottom line? Don't you want to do whatever you want? Insult Uchiha Madara, what the hell? What the hell Uchiha Madara has done? Konan, Yahiko, and the ninjas of the Akatsuki mercenary organization, all of you come here, and each of you will give Uchiha Madara a knife. The next moment, Luo Lei turned his eyes and looked at Konan who was evacuated far away. Yahiko and others, said loudly, I will kill anyone who doesn't come. Lord Luo Lei, here we come. 35. After hearing this, Konan has no hesitation. A few flashes appeared in front of Luo Lei, her pretty face was full of eagerness to try. She had been angry with Uchiha Madara, a big villain, for a long time. She also took Nagato away and did not give Uchiha Madara a knife. She felt very uncomfortable. Walk. Hurry up. Let's hurry up. Lord Luo Lei has an order, let's speed up. 35. Hundreds of ninjas from Xiaoji's mercenary organization who had planned to retreat quietly, after hesitating for a while, they all hurriedly flew towards the place where Luo Lei was. After seeing the strength of Lord Luo Lei crushing Uchiha Madara, they dare not hesitate, and when they thought of giving the legendary ninja, Uchiha Madara a knife, they still had some vague excitement and anticipation in their hearts. You must know that Uchiha Madara is a high-ranking figure. These little guys, they are lucky to see Uchiha Madara for 3 lives. If they give Uchiha Madara a knife, it will definitely be written into the family tree and honor their ancestors. Swish, swish. A sound of breaking through the air rang out. Hundreds of ninjas and Nagato from Xiaoji's mercenary organization gathered in the open space right in front of Luo Lei. Luo Lei, give me a treat. Cough. Cough. At this time, Uchiha Madara, who was lying on the ground weak, seemed to have accepted his fate, coughed violently, and said, I admit that I am too arrogant, and I really lost. It's too late. In the face of Uchiha Madara, who confessed his counsel, Luo Lei felt no change in his heart, and even wanted to laugh, and said calmly, Uchiha Madara, only after experiencing despair can you feel the pain that touches the soul, and now I'm just helping you only achieve spiritual sublimation. 5. Quote. Advertisement. The old Madara coughed in exasperation and roared hoarsely, after I am resurrected, I will recover to my peak and get Rinnegan back, I will never let you go. 55. Really? 39. Luo Lei's eyes moved, and his body flashed in front of Uchiha Madara, squatted down, and whispered in his ear, after the resurrection, you should first find the undercover beside you. That's a dutiful son. Hands on. 35. After saying this, Luo Lei gestured at Konan, Hanzo of the Salamander and others. Quote. What? 35. Old Madara's expression changed, as if struck by lightning. There are undercover agents beside him, is it white Zetsu or black Zetsu? No, aren't they made by me? Why did he trust them so much? And how did Luo Lei know? Uchiha Madara, you really are a damn. Puff. It's not over yet. Konan gave Uchiha Madara 2 thigh knives with kunwu, and said coldly, the first knife is for Lord Luo Lei, and the second knife is for Xiaoji's mercenary organization. Number 7. Hanzo of the Salamander picked up the scythe in his hand and slashed it on Uchiha Madara's chest, a bloody wound appeared, and laughed loudly. I, a demigod, from now on, I also have the bragging rights to give to Uchiha. Madara slashed. Ha ha ha, ignore the wounds on the body. Uchiha Madara laughed like a flashback, looked at Luo Lei with his eyes without eyes, and then swallowed his last breath. Jiao Jiao, Lord Luo Lei, this. Yahiko, who was just about to start, was stunned and glanced at Luo Lei subconsciously. The meaning was very simple, Uchiha Madara is dead, do you want to insult the corpse? Whatever you want, when you're done, feed the corpse to the dog. 35. Luo Lei said indifferently, anyway, after Uchiha Madara's resurrection, this dead body will not be used anymore, it is better to use it as waste, let everyone play. All right. Yahiko hesitated for a moment, but finally gave Uchiha Madara a knife. And the next thing is very simple, Han. Hundreds of ninjas organized by Xiaoji's mercenaries began to clean up the mess, and some even had bad tastes. Luo Lei didn't bother to pay attention to it. Anyway, his inner anger was out, and he was waiting for the arrogant Uchiha Madara to resurrect and showdown with Black Zetsu, and then deliver the food to the door. Chapter 143 Black Zetsu's Son, Luo Lei's Era. 10 minutes later. Uchiha Madara's old body was dismembered by the ninjas organized by Akatsuki's mercenaries, and was thrown on the ground at will. Immediately afterwards, without any hesitation, Yahiko led hundreds of ninjas organized by Xiaoji's mercenaries to stand in front of Luo Lei respectfully, bowing his head, not even breathing. After seeing Luo Lei's terrifying power, Yahiko and the hundreds of ninjas of Akatsuki's mercenary organization were completely convinced, and at the same time, they were involuntarily relieved. It turns out that the mercenary organization of the Dawn is really a pawn in the hands of Uchiha Madara, and Nagato has long been controlled by Uchiha Madara. Now Luo Lei has smashed Uchiha Madara's conspiracy and tricks with the momentum of destruction. It can be called the mercenary organization of Dawn's savior. Lord Luo Lei, I'm sorry. The next moment, Yahiko took a few steps forward, showing a look of shame, and said, I still suspect that your motives are not pure, I'm very sorry. 5. Fine. The corners of Luo Lei's mouth twitched slightly, and he reached out to hold Conan's little hand, squeezed it twice, and said with a chuckle, these are small things, you don't need to take them to heart. Feeling that his hand was suddenly held, Conan's beautiful eyes flashed a hint of joy, and his pretty face blushed and lowered his head. Quote. See this scene. Yahiko didn't feel that something was wrong, but instead showed a very relieved expression. As long as Luo Lei doesn't just play around and doesn't want to be responsible to Conan, then he has nothing to worry about. Besides, once Conan really becomes the god of the ninja world, Luo Lei's woman, with such a relationship. After 277 today, I am afraid that there is no shinobi village dare to come to Rain Shinobi Village to run wild. Lord Luo Lei, I am completely convinced. At this time, Hanzo of the Salamander also came over with a look of excitement and pride, and said with great excitement, after today, I can also boast that I not only played against Uchiha Madara, but also gave Uchiha Madara a knife. Having been a demigod for so many years, I am not as cool as this knife. When it comes to this, Hanzo of the Salamander seemed to have thought of something, glanced at Conan, and said solemnly, it's time for the land of Rain to achieve permanent peace, and after I go back this time, I will abdicate to be worthy, assist you wholeheartedly, and enjoy my old age in peace. What? Conan's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but let out a surprised voice. I will also assist Conan and try to bring peace to the country of Rain. Seeing that Hanzo of the Salamander had made a statement, Yahiko's expression became positive, and he hurriedly expressed his attitude. No way. Things have developed so far. Especially after Nagato's disappearance, things have become more and more complicated, and it is undoubtedly the best choice to let Conan take the position. Hearing this sentence, Conan showed a hesitant expression, and she didn't know if she could take on the responsibility of leading Rain Shinobi Village and the Akatsuki mercenary organization. Advertisement. Rest assured, Luo Lei smiled lightly and said calmly, if you can do it with me here, I will support you silently behind your back. It is good. Hearing this sentence, Conan was like a reassurance pill, with a touch of gentleness on his face, and said with incomparable determination, Lord Luo Lei, I will not let you down. Luo Lei nodded with satisfaction, then glanced at Yahiko, and said, we will go back to Rain Shinobi Village first. You bring your subordinates back to gather the ninjas of the Shaoji mercenary organization and gather at Rain Shinobi Village as soon as possible. 5. Quote. Yahiko hesitated for a while, but still couldn't help but wonder, Lord Luo Lei, will something happen to Nagato? Nothing will happen for the time being. Luo Lei frowned and said meaningfully, he still has the last bit of value to use, and he may not die until he uses the Rinnegan Rinne Tensai technique to revive Uchiha Madara. Point 35. What? Nagato, is it really going to die? The voice did not fall. Yahiko and Conan's expressions all changed slightly. Quote. Luo Lei shrugged and said softly, even if you die, there will be a chance to be resurrected, and sooner or later you will meet again. Lord Luo Lei, can't even you save Nagato? Conan couldn't help clenching Luo Lei's palm, lowered his head and muttered, the three of us have been together since childhood, and when we grow up, we want to realize the ideal of world peace. The mercenary organization of Akatsuki was created, but Nagato was never expected to be used by Uchiha Madara. Forget it, let me tell you the truth. Luo Lei explained without any fluctuations in his tone. It's not that it can't be saved, but it's not necessary to save Nagato's heart with many curse marks by Uchiha Madara, and Rinnegan was also kept by Uchiha Madara. It's useless to save him after he's done, it's better to wait for him to be resurrected by impure world reincarnation. Impure world reincarnation. Yahiko showed a puzzled expression and said, is this a ninjutsu that can bring people back to life? That's right, Luo Lei pointedly said. Impure world reincarnation is a summoning S-level forbidden technique developed by second Hokage Senju Tobarama, which can summon the souls of long-dead ninjas back to the world, and use physical form resurrected. So, don't worry about it. Having said this, Luo Lei also meaningfully added, perhaps for Nagato, death is the only way to get rid of Uchiha Madara's control. 35. Although the original BHFF is about impure world reincarnation by Yakushi Kabuto. But, Luo Lei believes that with the cautious character of Black Zetsu's son, he should also be able to. Now that the plot has been completely disrupted, he is looking forward to Black Zetsu's son showing some abilities. As for why it is called Black Zetsu's son, this time, when he returns to Konoha Village, in order to speed up the unlocking of the template of the integration of the peak motherland, he will definitely have a crescent moon, so isn't it normal to be called Black Zetsu's son? No problem. I understand. Conan's eyes lit up, and he nodded silently. Because what Lord Luo Lei said was right, Nagato, who knew that he was a chess piece, definitely didn't want to see them. After his death, he was resurrected by impure world reincarnation, and maybe he could be reborn. Advertisement. Okay, Lord Luo Lei, let's go back to the Shaoji mercenary organization first. Yahiko couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief, and then he led a group of ninjas organized by Akatsuki's mercenaries and left quickly. We also go back to Rain Shinobi Village. Luo Lei stretched his waist, showed Azu's smile, and disappeared in place with Conan in his arms. Now that Uchiha Madara has been cleaned up, he is going to take Conan to the sky to play again. As for the revenge after Uchiha Madara's resurrection, Luo Lei never cared about it from the beginning to the end. Let Uchiha Madara know that no matter how many times he is resurrected, there is no use for any eggs, and he will eat Uchiha Madara. In short, all calculations are useless in the face of powerful forces. Moreover, he had a hunch that after Uchiha Madara was resurrected, he would definitely find out that Black Zetsu was not created by his will, and he wondered what kind of expression the filial son would have at that time. Konoha 45 November 18th. The news of the two came out from the country of Rain, causing the ninja world, which had just calmed down after the 3 battles, to once again fall into a turbulent undercurrent. The first news is that the demigod Hanzo of the Salamander abdicates to let Shion, and Conan, one of the leaders of the mercenary organization of Shaoji, ascends, and will become the actual new leader of Rain Shinobi Village. As soon as the news came out, the whole ninja world is a little confused. Countless ninjas in the ninja world, including the 5 major ninja villages, showed incredible eyes. Demigod Hanzo of the Salamander actually abdicated voluntarily and gave way to Conan. But, when the man behind Conan was exposed, countless people were relieved, so it turned out that it was Luo Lei, the god of ninja world, who was directing the work at Rain Shinobi Village. No wonder the demigods, Hanzo of the Salamander, are so obedient. The second piece of news is that the legendary ninja Old Madara was ruthlessly crushed by Luo Lei, the god of the ninja world, in the land of rain, and his corpse was also dismembered and thrown in the wilderness to be fed to wild animals. P.S. Kneeling and begging for rewards, collections, flowers and evaluations, Mungshin, kneeling and begging all readers. Closing parenthesis. The ninja world exploded directly, setting off a monstrous wave that could not be calmed down at all. Now Uchiha Madara is dead, but there are still men hiding behind the scenes. It seems that they are planning something. Everyone also knows that Nagato, one of the leaders of the Akatsuki mercenary organization, owns Rinnegan, which is Uchiha Madara's, and Nagato is a chess piece in Uchiha Madara's hands. In an instant. That's right, after the war in the country of waves, the ninja world knew that Uchiha Madara was still alive, but they didn't expect that Uchiha Madara, who had lived for so long, could not escape in the end. Luo Lei found it. So, under such circumstances, a thought involuntarily popped up in the minds of countless people in the ninja world, that is no matter how the dark tide is surging in the ninja world, but, this new era, on the bright side, completely belongs to the god of ninja, Luo Lei. 99. At the same time, Chapter 144 Yi Kang, it's time for you to show your value. The ninja world is shaking. We're killed for the elderly Madara. The ninja world entered the era of Luo Lei and was sighed, shocked and surprised. At this time, Rain Country, at the place where Uchiha Madara and Luo Lei fought. A pitch-black man quietly emerged from the ground, walked to a place, picked up a piece of corpse residue, and showed a rare expression of heart, lingering fear. Why is that? Luo Lei's body is shrouded in too much fog, I can't see through it at all. How can he be so strong, and he can actually dash through Geto statue with sheer power? This is definitely not a bloody snarl. How many secrets are there in the ninja world that even I don't know? 33. Black Zetsu muttered to himself, and fell into a moment of contemplation and helplessness. Uchiha Madara felt very aggrieved and angry to say something bad. He was actually very frustrated. After Luo Lei's rise, all his layouts and plans were disrupted, a complete mess. This made Black Zetsu tremble, and at the same time, some doubted his own life. How could there be a ninja world like Shang Luo Lei who is so awesome and seems to know everything? It's incredible, and there are his two, good, big brothers. That is, the chakra left by Otsutsuki Homura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo in the ninja world. He should have also sensed the existence of Luo Lei, but he didn't have any intention of showing up, as if he wanted to let Luo Lei act recklessly in the ninja world. Even the Geto statue was blown up, how can I fix it? I don't know how long it took, an inexplicable light flashed in Black Zetsu's pupilless eyes. He didn't actually expect Luo Lei to be so irritable. When Uchiha Madara didn't absorb enough life force, he went straight to it. The Geto statue has been blasted, and there is no morality at all. Well now, he has to use some special means to restore Geto statue, otherwise, even 10 tails will not be resurrected. Mother, it should be Luo Lei who is secretly spying on you on the earth. Now I can't act rashly. Don't worry, there will be a way to deal with him. The next moment, Black Zetsu seemed to think of something, and his fist couldn't help clenching. Advertisement. He really doesn't want another dad. Since the last time, after communicating with the mother through special means, he did a good investigation. But found, far in the sky and close in front of me, the culprit turned out to be Luo Lei, who seemed to sleep in the moonlight often. If it weren't for Luo Lei's tyrannical strength, Black Zetsu wants to get rid of this guy who spied on his mother. Now, all the plans can only be changed, and Uchiha Madara will be resurrected directly, and the Six Paths Madara, who is at its peak, will suppress Luo Lei. He still doesn't believe it. Uchiha Madara at the Six Paths level couldn't beat Luo Lei. Hey, let's see, there are two stupid older brothers, you are careful to raise tigers. After a long time, Black Zetsu snorted coldly, his mind moved, and his body slowly merged into the earth and disappeared. Sunagaker. Fungying building in the central area. Unexpectedly, even the legendary ninja, Uchiha Madara was defeated. If only Luo Lei, the god of the ninja world, was Sunagaker's ninja. Then we Sunagaker are the victors of the 3 battles. 4th Cage Luo Sha looked at an intelligence document in his hand, sighed involuntarily, and collapsed on the chair, his expression fluctuating for a while. Suffering. After the defeat in the Third World War, the daimyo of the Land of Winds has further cut funding, forcing him to go to the desert to find alluvial gold, in order to maintain Sunagaker's daily expenses. Therefore, the young Luo Sha felt a lot of pressure. He hadn't slept well for several months, and there were rare white hairs on his head. What should I do? Luo Sha murmured to himself with a sad expression. If there is no way to solve it, then Sunagaker will become more and more weak, and in the end, it may not even be able to suppress the tailed beast. Thinking of this, Luo Sha felt a little uncomfortable and wanted to cry again. In the third battle, Sunagaker emptied his savings for decades, and now he is unable to suppress one tail. Almost every time, he has to do it by himself, with all the ninjas of Konoha Anbu, and he can barely fight it. One tail crackdown. Advertisement. For flowers. Quote. Konan from the Akatsuki mercenary organization in Rain Shinobi Village. She seems to be the woman of Luo Lei, the god of ninja world. Now, with the help of Luo Lei's power, even the famous demigod Hanzo of the Salamander has succumbed and abdicated to allow Xian to grow old. But, just at this time, 4th Cage Luo Sha seemed to have thought of something, a ray of light flashed in his eyes. Leaf Warehouse. That's right, how did he forget Yi Kang? If you guessed correctly, in the Battle of Kikyoyama in the third battle, the Sand Shinobi elite team led by Yi Kang should have encountered Luo Lei, which led to the destruction of the group. As for what happened to Yi Kang, 4th Cage Rosa knows what's going on without thinking. Especially after Yi Kang returned to Sunagaker, he was reclusive and unhappy, which made his conjecture even more certain. Yi Kang, it's time for you to show your worth. I do not know how long it has been. Fourth Cage Luo Sha took a deep breath and made a decision at once. Someone. Lord Fourth Cage. An Anbu ninja hurriedly pushed in the door, bowed his head and stood in front of Luo Sha respectfully. Bring Yi Kang to the office. Fourth Cage Luo Sha gave an order in a deep voice. Remember, please, keep your attitude upright. Yes. The Sand Shinobi Anbu ninja nodded and left the office in a flash. I hope Yi Kang doesn't know how to lift. After the Sand Shinobi Anbu ninja left, a ray of excitement flashed across Fourth Cage Luo Sha's eyes. He knew very well that if he succeeded, then Sunagaku's predicament would be solved easily, and he would be able to endure with patience. The god of the world, Luo Lei, is involved. Thinking about it, Fourth Cage Luo Sha is a little bit excited, and the future of Sunagaku is tied to Yi Kang. 145. Despair Yi Kang, Sarutobi is going to do Hokage with his tail between his tail. After half an hour, Scorch-style Blood G boundary ninja, Yi Kangkai walked into Feng Ying's office with a puzzled look. After the Battle of Kikyoyama, she was suppressed by Luo Lei's pervert, which caused serious trauma to her mind and body, so after returning to Sunagaku, she took time off to recuperate. But, Rao is so. She also often dreamed of Luo Lei, the devil. For this reason, she was exhausted. Yi Kang, sit down. Seeing Yi Kang coming, Fourth Cage Luo Sha's eyes lit up. He hurriedly got up and moved a chair over, and made a pleased gesture to Yi Kang. Quote. Yi Kang frowned, his expression stiff and stunned. It seems that he did not expect that Fourth Cage, who has always been very proud, would become so friendly. Yi Kang, please take a seat. 35. Fourth Cage Luo Sha showed a wisp of a smile, and said in a warm voice, how have you been recently? Have you eaten lunch? If not, wait and dine at Feng Ying building. If you have any difficulties, just give me a response, and I will help you solve it in time. Listen to this sentence. Looking at Luo Sha, who is completely different from usual. Yi Kang didn't sit down, but said with an unnatural expression, Master Fourth Cage, you make me feel uncomfortable like this. If you have something to say, just say it. Quote. Upon hearing this, Fourth Cage Luo San Shinobi coughed and sighed. After the defeat in the Third World War, we Sunagaku have to sign some non-peaceful treaties with Konoha Village. I feel that after the signing of the 277 treaty, we Sunagaku insisted before long, civilians will begin to starve, or even die of starvation. How is this possible? Yi Kang frowned and subconsciously retorted, don't we have reserves? 35. The third battle is basically finished. Fourth Cage Luo Sha showed a look of helplessness and said, if we win the 3 battles, we Sunagaku will still be able to recover a lot of blood, and if we lose, it is basically fall short. 35. To tell you the truth, the gold dust I found in the desert may not be enough to pay Konoha Village. 99. What? Boom. The voice did not fall. Yi Kang clenched his teeth, patted the table with a cold face, and said, does Konoha Village want to kill our Sunagaku? Don't they know that our Sunagaku is located in the desert, the natural environment is very bad, and the compensation is too much, will affect the basic necessities of the civilians, and even their survival. Fourth Cage Luo Sha sighed heavily and said, no way, the loser has no right to speak and decide, we can only let Konoha Village slaughter. 35. Having said that, Luo Sha himself has some helplessness. Because, the current Konoha executives are very tough on the outside world. In addition to Kurigaku, Sunagaku, Cloud Shinobi Village, and Iwagaku are all Laozi's best in the world. If you don't sign an unequal treaty, we will beat you. This made Luo Sha have some doubts about Sarutobi Hiruzen, the former third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, but, isn't that? The outside world is mainly about peace. Well now, it is a heavy punch to the outside world, and it is not soft. Lord Fourth Cage, can you state your true purpose? At this time, Yi Kang seemed to have reacted, and after pondering for a while, he said slowly, you should have something to discuss with me, right? That's right. For the sake of this, Fourth Cage Luo Sha didn't want to go around the corner, and said solemnly, I know that your relationship with Luo Lei is extraordinary, you can see if you can. Cannot. It's okay not to say. As soon as he said that, Yi Kang's face became extremely pale, as if he recalled some terrifying scene. I can't do it. Fourth Cage Luo Sha's eyes flashed with a cold look, and he said sadly, Yi Kang, we Sunagaku have already become like this, can we get out of the predicament, it's up to you. On people. 99. Do you want to watch Sunagaku gradually weaken until he disappears into the ninja world? Quote. Yi Kang was stunned, his head buzzing, it was blank. She never thought that Fourth Cage Luo Sha asked her to come here for this matter, asking her to dedicate herself, but when she thought of Luo Lei who was like a devil, she really didn't want to. No one knows. She knew that Luo Lei was a pervert. Conan from Rain Shinobi Village, Terumi Mei from Kurigaku, they are all examples. Advertisement. Fourth Cage Luo Sha gritted his teeth and added, if you want, I can make you Fourth Cage, I don't believe you can bear the gradual decline of Sunagaku. Yi Kang, I really have no choice. After saying this, Fourth Cage Luo Sha was about to shed a few tears, and the affection cut to the ultimate. Quote. Yi Kang opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't say anything, he could only nod his head in despair. That's it. Really it is. It's the first time anyway. Now, why would she sacrifice herself for Sunagaku? Just thinking of that devilish man, Yi Kang's heart was still in a bad mood, and she wanted to go to the tiger's mouth again. Great. Fourth case cage Luo Sha looked overjoyed and said excitedly, Yi Kang, Sunagaku will remember you. From now on, you will be the hero of Sunagaku, and I will have someone erect a statue for you. Up to you. Yi Kang showed a miserable smile and left Feng Ying's office without looking back. She was so miserable, still can't escape the palm of that pervert. That's great. Fourth case cage Luo Sha clenched his fists and muttered to himself with excitement. I'll send someone to Rain Shinobi Village immediately, and invite the god of ninja, Luo Lei to Sunagaku as a guest. Now everything is ready, only the east wind is owed. As long as the god of the ninja world, Luo Lei arrives at Sunagaku, he expresses his sincerity and can definitely get Sunagaku out of the predicament. At least, the unequal treaties can be signed a little less. If you can go further, then you will be happy. At the same time, Iwagakure, Tsuchikage building in the central area. Since his vitality was severely damaged in the third battle, third Tsuchikage Onagi's spirit have been greatly impacted, and his whole person seems to be decades old. Fortunately, older gingers are more spicy. In the face of Iwagakure, who is indifferent. Third Tsuchikage Onogi still pretended to be calm and stood up, trying to ensure the normal operation of Iwagakure. Unexpectedly, even the legendary Uchiha Madara was crushed. At this time, inside Tsuchikage's office, looking at an intelligence document in his hand, third Tsuchikage Onogi showed a rare look of surprise, and immediately burst into bitter smiles. Have nothing to say, even Uchiha Madara, who has been arrogant for an era, has been defeated. The defeat of Iwagakure in Luo Lei's hands seems to be acceptable. It's not that Iwagakure's strength is not good, nor is the human sea tactics not good, but the god of the ninja world, Luo Lei is too pervert, too clueless. Sunagaku met his nemesis. Maybe the ninja world really belongs to the era of Luo Lei. Third Tsuchikage Onogi seemed to have thought of something, and fell into absolute silence all of a sudden. Cloud Shinobi Village. After the 3 world wars. Fourth Raikage Yui entered the penance. He wanted to get back the place where Cloud Shinobi Village lost the third battle, to avenge his father, third Raikage, and countless Cloud Shinobi who died in the hands of Luo Lei. At this time, within the Raikage offices, what are you kidding? Even Uchiha Madara was crushed by Luo Lei without a fight. How strong is this Luo Lei? Boom. I saw fourth Raikage blasting his desk furiously, his face was extremely irritable, and there was a deep sense of powerlessness and dejection vaguely. He has practiced very hard. But, it seems that Luo Lei's awareness is getting bigger and bigger, and the awareness of heaven and earth makes him feel a little desperate and powerless. Advertisement. He knew very well that even if Uchiha Madara was old and couldn't get older, but, he should still have some strength, but he was ruthlessly crushed by Luo Lei and his body was dismembered. Just thinking about it made his scalp tingle. See this scene. Killer Bee, Darui and the others also lowered their heads, looking stunned for a while. Especially Darui. When he thought that he was released by 2 wooden golems as maids for Luo Lei, his heart felt uncomfortable for a while. It wasn't that Cloud Shinobi Village didn't work hard enough, but the opponent was really too pervert. I'm not convinced. After a while, fourth Raikage Yui Kai took a deep breath and roared in anger. Continue to work hard in hell-style cultivation. One day, I will definitely catch up with Luo Lei. At the same time, compared to Sunagaku, Iwagakure, Cloud Shinobi Village's suffocation and helplessness. The atmosphere in Kurigakure was much more relaxed and pleasant. After learning about Luo Lei's amazing record in the Land of Rain, the civilians and ninjas in Kurigakure were extremely excited and happy, and they had a taste of sharing prosperity with Yan. As for the reason, of course, because Luo Lei, the god of ninja world, is the man of 4th Mizukage Terumi Mei. With this relationship, even if Kurigakure was defeated in the third battle, Konoha executives wouldn't even dare to let go of a fart. Conan of the Akatsuki mercenary organization. Inside the Mizukage office, Terumi Mei, who was wearing the Mizukage imperial robe, flashed a curious look on her face, and muttered to herself, I don't know if Conan is beautiful, or if I am beautiful. All right. For the beaten old Madara. Terumi Mei is not paying attention at all, she is paying attention to Conan. From now on, everyone will be in the same trench, and she should know about her in advance to avoid embarrassment for everyone. As for being jealous, that is impossible. Sister Mikoto is right. Only the strong are eligible to enjoy the rights of a higher class. When I'm done with Kurigakure, I'll come to Konoha Village to find you. In the end, Terumi Mei clenched her fists and started working on the documents again. Now that she's a Mizukage, she can't let Mrs. Luo Lei down. Konoha Village. When the news of the Land of Rain came back, it also caused a stir. Especially after learning that Uchiha Madara had been defeated by Lord Luo Lei and his body was dismembered, Luo Lei, whose reputation had already reached a peak, rose a lot. Somebody has already vaguely shouted, beyond first Hokage Senju Hashirama. The reason is also very simple. It seems that first Hokage Senju Hashirama won the Battle of the End Valley, but, from the current situation, Uchiha Madara is still alive, which means that first Hokage Senju Hashirama lost. Now that Lord Luo Lei has killed the elderly Madara who has lived for 5.5 years, it proves that he is better than Senju Hashirama. Therefore, In this situation, the power of the Konoha superhero group also began to rise day by day. Even with Kushina, made by wooden golem, Nohara Lin is more and more popular and loved. Certainly, compared to the commoners and ninjas of Konoha Village. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen in the Hokage building has been a little restless. Uncomfortable. Sarutobi Hiruzen never thought. Luo Lei went to the country of rain, and he simply and neatly f'd the old Madara in one go. What's more, Uchiha Madara is also a legendary ninja, but he is so vulnerable, like a joke, which makes Sarutobi Hiruzen feel a burst of disappointment and depression. Can still sit firmly in the position of third Hokage. Is he still delusional about Namikaze Minato and Jiraiya going to Mount Myoboku to find the solution? Didn't you see that the god of the ninja world, Luo Lei, went to the country of rain, and the demigod, Hanzo of the Salamander, was in the right place? And also to assist a little girl of Shaoji's mercenary organization, Konan. Now it seems, compared to Hanzo of the Salamander, or do you do Hokage with your tail tucked in? He's pretty good. Therefore, there is nothing wrong with doing Hokage carefully with the tail tucked in, lest the relationship become stiff. 5HK Chapter 146I, Shinobu, I'm about to stand up. Call. After I got the idea of doing Hokage with my tail tucked. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's aggrieved and helpless heart finally relaxes. If you can endure it, you have to endure it. If you can't endure it, you still have to endure it. This is his basic ethics and behavior as a ninshang. Anyway, as long as he can be a Hokage safely and steadily, he doesn't bother to care so much. The country of rain has achieved peace. Luo Lei should stay there for a while, right? The next moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up the pipe and started smoking happily. As long as Luo Lei didn't go back to Konoha Village, he could relax for a while without being too cautious. Why hasn't Minato come back yet? Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a puff of white smoke and glanced at the flying thunder god kunai placed on the table again. He told Minato and Jiraiya that as long as the great toad sage of Mount Myoboku had a way to break the game, he would come back and tell him. How come so many days have passed and there is still no news? Puff. But, just at this time, a sound of spatial fluctuations sounded. Namikaze Minato's body appeared in Hokage's office. Came back. Sarutobi Hiruzen's depressed mood suddenly improved when he saw the visitor 17. Lord Third Hokage, I'm back. Namikaze Minato took a deep breath and glanced around with some vigilance, showing a look of hesitant to speak. Don't worry, Luo Lei has left Konoha Village to go to the land of rain. Sarutobi Hiruzen put down his pipe and said solemnly. Now the entire Hokage building is covered by a barrier, don't worry. I can rest assured that. Namikaze Minato nodded, showing an expression of lingering fear, and said in a serious tone. Lord Third Hokage, Great Toad Sage made a prediction about the future of the ninja world. 35. Really? Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned for a moment, then stood up excitedly. Namikaze Minato said solemnly. The Great Toad Sage saw some scattered futures in the sleep of prophecy. It said that the future of the ninja world has been completely changed, and the child of destiny has become confusing. All the variables seem to be Luo Lei, who disrupted the order that the entire ninja world should have. Speaking of this, Namikaze Minato looked extremely solemn and added, this time, the prophecy seems to have touched an unknown power, and the Great Toad Sage was also attacked, spitting out several mouthfuls of blood. What? Advertisement Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was gloomy and he slowly said, could it be that even the Great Toad Sage, as strong as it is, was attacked? Namikaze Minato said bitterly. The Great Toad Sage said that Luo Lei's strength is stronger than what we have seen, and the potential is so great that even it dare not predict. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but gasped, with a look of astonishment on his face. He really didn't expect that the Great Toad Sage would give Luo Lei such a high rating, but is Luo Lei's potential really that high? However, thinking of the crushed old Madara, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but relax again. Maybe Luo Lei's potential is really great. Otherwise, how could it have grown into an era of hegemony in just over 2 years? Isn't there a way to break it? After a few seconds, Sarutobi Hiruzen said unwillingly, if Luo Lei is allowed to grow up, let alone Konoha Village, the entire ninja world will not be able to accommodate him. Namikaze Minato hesitated for a moment and said, the Great Toad Sage said that Luo Lei's situation has now become a reality. Only by using some special methods can we break the predicament of Konoha Village. What way? Sarutobi Hiruzen clenched the pipe in his hand and asked involuntarily. It's very simple. Namikaze Minato paused for a moment before saying something amazing. Come out first Hokage and second Hokage Impure World Reincarnation, and use the God of Ninja World to restrain the God of Ninja World. What? 5. Click. The voice did not fall. Perhaps too surprised. Sarutobi Hiruzen squeezed the pipe in his hand violently, a look of disbelief flashed on his cheeks. He thought of many possibilities, but he never thought that the Great Toad Sage would come up with such a way to break the game. More importantly, bring first Hokage and second Hokage Impure World Reincarnation out. Doesn't that mean that some bad things that Konoha Village executives have done over the years can't be hidden? For a time, advertisement. Sarutobi Hiruzen was caught in a dilemma. Suffering. Originally there were some happy Sarutobi Hiruzen, but his heart suddenly became entangled. Did Great Toad Sage want to bake him on the fire? The Great Toad Sage also said that when it was bored, it also optimized the impure world reincarnation, and if necessary, it could use some dead ninjas who practiced shanjutsu as sacrifices to personally help Konoha Village to restore first Hokage come out with second Hokage impure world reincarnation. Namikaze Minato thought Sarutobi Hiruzen was worried, and added, this way, after the resurrection of first Hokage and second Hokage, their strength will not be weakened much, and they can have endless chakra and energy. Quote. As that's so, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded thoughtfully. For the Summoning S-Class Forbidden Technique Impure World Reincarnation developed by second Hokage Senju Tobirama. He had seen it, and of course he knew that the strength of the reincarnated resurrection depended on the physical quality of the sacrifice, the skill of the caster, and the wishes of the caster. Now I don't know how many years the Great Toad Sage has lived to perform it himself. The skill of the caster must be the top of the top. The dead ninja who have practiced immortality as a sacrifice must be of excellent quality. The only thing that worries Sarutobi Hiruzen is, what will first Hokage and second Hokage look like when they learn that the Senju clan has been exterminated? Wouldn't you turn 277 and beat him up? Sir Third Hokage, Great Toad Sage said that everything is up to you. Seeing that Sarutobi Hiruzen was still hesitating, Namikaze Minato added with some doubts. He doesn't understand. Obviously there is a way to break it. Why is third Hokage so hesitant? Once the first Hokage and second Hokage of Impure World Reincarnation have the strength in their lifetime, even if they can't suppress Luo Lei, they can still draw a tie with Luo Lei, so that when Konoha high-level officials face Luo Lei, they will also have the confidence broken. Okay, agree with Great Toad Sage's suggestion. After an unknown amount of time, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes flashed with determination, and he said solemnly, tell me about the Great Toad Sage, and just say thank you to Konoha Village. It is good. After getting the answer he wanted, Namikaze Minato looked overjoyed. Without any hesitation, he disappeared with a puff. I, Shinobu, have to stand up, after Namikaze Minato left. A look of determination flashed in third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. Have nothing to say, let first Hokage and Luo Lei explode each other. He is waiting to see the play. As for the annihilated Senju clan, it was made by the dead Mitokado Homura. What's the deal with him who is pure and clean? Chapter 147 The Mind of the Great Toad Sage. Why didn't Sage of Six Paths do it? Mount Myoboku, as a heritage place, is famous as Ryuchi Cave and Shibone Forest. There are a large number of toads living in it, and they practice under the strong natural energy. Almost all of these toads can use immortality, and the rumored Great Toad Sage is a monastery that lives in the depths of Miao Mountain. At this time, inside the monastery deep in Miao Mountain, the patriarch of Mount Myoboku is orange all over, with yellow eyes and a string of beads around his neck. The Great Toad Sage, which has survived for more than 1,000 years since the Kagaya era, is sitting on the throne where it is enshrined. Immortals, and Jiraiya stood at the forefront. No one spoke, and visibly, the atmosphere in the monastery became extremely solemn and depressing. If you look closely, you will find that whether it is Immortal Fukasaku, Immortal Jima, or Jiraiya, there are streaks of horror on their cheeks, as if they heard something unbelievable. That's right, just after Namikaze Minato left, the Great Toad Sage was attacked again and spit out a few mouthfuls of blood. Then he said in an extremely incredible tone, the future of the ninja world has completely fallen into chaos, and it can no longer predict the future in its sleep. Shock. In an instant, Immortal Fukasaku, Immortal Jima, and Jiraiya were shocked. For them, the Great Toad Sage, who has lived for an unknown number of years, is like a god, omniscient and omnipotent. The results of it? I predicted the future of the ninja world after Luo Lei's rise, but it was severely backfired one after another. Now it is impossible to predict. This undoubtedly made Immortal Fukasaku, Immortal Jima, and Jiraiya stunned, shocked, and their heads were blank. Because, they can't believe it, the rise of Luo Lei will actually cause a sudden change in the future of the ninja world. Even the Great Toad Sage, who has lived for many years, has been severely backfired, and can no longer predict the future. Terrified, how terrifying is that Luo Lei, it would have such a profound impact on the ninja world. I really didn't expect it. After an unknown amount of time, Shenzuo Shiankai couldn't help sighing and said, Luo Lei's situation has come to an end, and the predicament of your Konoha village is really hard to break. Just got the news. 35 Immortal Jima sighed bitterly and said, the old Madara has been crushed and killed, and the current Luo Lei, who is at the peak of the ninja world, is no less powerful than Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama in the Sengoku period. Advertisement. This, Jiraiya was startled for a moment, and immediately showed a helpless expression. In fact, he also persuaded the old man, so forget it, Luo Lei is a Konoha village person anyway, as long as he doesn't betray Konoha village, everything can be said. Result. But the old man scolded coldly, what else did Konoha village allow only one voice to exist, so as to be conducive to the popularization of the will of fire? Now the birth of Luo Lei has seriously threatened the status and power of the Konoha executives, making the Konoha village executives do things with their own accord, dare not speak out, compromise and then compromise. So, no matter what, we must find a way to suppress Luo Lei. This will restore the power and glory of the will of fire in Konoha village. Out of nowhere, Jiraiya was forced to come to Mount Myoboku with Namikaze Minato and ask the Great Toad Sage to help. Sudden, just at this time, with a doctor's hat on his head, Great Toad Sage, who has been closing his eyes all the time, opened his eyes and said a little tiredly, Namikaze Minato should be back. Puff. The next moment, with a cloud of smoke, Namikaze Minato's body appeared in the temple. Great Toad Sage, Lord 3rd Hokage agrees. Soon, after appearing, Namikaze Minato nodded slightly at Great Toad Sage and said a little excitedly. Understood. Great Toad Sage didn't show any unexpected expressions, and said in a flat tone, have the body cells of Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama been brought? Namikaze Minato excitedly took out a scroll and said, Lord 3rd Hokage has already brought it to me. 47. The Great Toad Sage commanded in a low voice, Fukasaku, take the scroll and prepare it. Understood. Immortal Fukasaku nodded, took the scroll in Namikaze Minato's hand, and walked out of the temple with a relaxed expression. Great Toad Sage, at this time, Namikaze Minato seemed to have thought of something, and asked a little curiously. Sir 3rd Hokage said that impure world reincarnation needs to use the body of the living as a container for the soul of the dead. Ninja as a sacrifice, will it fail? Could it be that you don't believe in my ability? 35 Great Toad Sage shook his head lightly and said lightly. Improve world reincarnation, which has been optimized by me, can even use the body of a dead person as a container. Reincarnation succeeded. Advertisement, that's great. With this quote from the Great Toad Sage, the last worry in Namikaze Minato's heart disappeared completely. He can finally see the heroic appearance of the legendary 1st Hokage Senju Hashirama and 2nd Hokage Senju Tobirama. The plight of Konoha Village can also be broken. Luo Lei will not be able to dominate the Konoha Village and do whatever he wants. Okay, you all go down. The next moment, Great Toad Sage said a little tiredly. I want to rest for a while. Yes, Great Toad Sage. 3 Jiraiya, Namikaze Minato, and Immortal Shima bowed their heads and left the temple in no particular order. Alas. 35 After the monastery was empty, the Great Toad Sage took a deep breath and sighed heavily. Actually, even if it is, still in shock to this day. It's really that this Luo Lei's appearance is too strange, disrupting the future he vaguely saw in his sleep before. Now the future of the ninja world is chaotic, and it is completely unpredictable. Sage of 6 Paths, why haven't you made any movement? Great Toad Sage murmured to himself with a puzzled look. Although Luo Lei has practiced ninjutsu and chakra, but his abilities are very strange, it is definitely not a bloodstock, nor is Ashura and Indra the reincarnation. The only explanation, that is Luo Lei has followed a completely different cultivation system. Thinking of this, even the Great Toad Sage, who had lived for an unknown number of years, was secretly frightened for a while. In the Kagaya era, after Sage of 6 Paths unraveled the true meaning of chakra and became the founder of the ninja sect, ninja became the mainstream of the ninja world. What makes Great Toad Sage tremble even more is that the potential of this Luo Lei was unexpectedly unpredictable, and he was bitten back. In addition, Zhao Zhao, he could do whatever he wanted, and his lawless character made Great Toad Sage have some worries and concerns, dreaded. So that, after paying attention to Luo Lei, it came to a conclusion that with Luo Lei's behavior, it may eventually become a big problem in the ninja world. The only thing that Great Toad Sage didn't understand was why Otsutsuki Homura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo didn't do it. It stands to reason that Sage of 6 Paths was used against the ninja world, and in the face of Luo Lei, who was unruly and recklessly disrupted the basic order of the ninja world. People will shoot in anger and kill them in the cradle. It's good now, Luo Lei is all set, and Sage of 6 Paths is still secretly watching. Forget it. First use Impure World Reincarnation to resurrect 1st Hokage Senju Hashirama and 2nd Hokage Senju Tobirama, and see if Luo Lei can be suppressed by Han. I do not know how long it has been. Great Toad Sage seemed to have made a decision. No longer thinking about it, he slowly closed his eyes. Chapter 148 Huge Transformation, 2 more Backbone subscription. Ninja World, that unknown underground, the ghetto statue, which has been restored by Black Zetsu, is standing in the shadows. Why is this happening? Uchiha Madara, you ruined everything for me, I hate you. Ha ha ha, you were also crushed and divided by Luo Lei. It's really not a good thing to be rewarded by the heavenly Tao wheel. Accompanied by the voices of suffocation, helplessness, anger, and hatred, Nagato slumped on the ground very uncomfortable, and the only remaining Rinnegan was full of decadence. No way, he really didn't think about it, he is actually a pawn in the hands of Uchiha Madara. Even now, when he thinks of everything that happened in the Land of Rain, it seems like he is dreaming, he can't believe it at all. Well now, everything is over. After being reversed summoning, his body lost control and was controlled by a clone of White Zetsu who had been parasitic in his body at some point. Now, apart from his own mind, he is like a corpse of a walking dead. More importantly, now 277 Nagato doesn't know what to do with his former good friends Konan and Yahiko. So, he can only be incompetent and furious here, suffocated. After the other Rinnegan recovers under the influence of Izanagi, we can revive Uchiha Madara-sama. Looking at Nagato who was in pain, Black Zetsu said without emotion, as long as Uchiha Madara-sama can be resurrected, after taking control of Rinnegan, the strength will instantly return to its peak, reaching the level of 6 paths, and at that time, it should be able to suppress Luo Lei easily. That's right. Advertisement White Zetsu nodded and responded, there is nothing wrong with a temporary failure, we will definitely have the last laugh. 55. Dottage. Listening to Black Zetsu and White Zetsu. The corners of Uchiha Obito's mouth, who was wearing a swirling mask, were slightly raised, revealing a shocking color that still lingers in his heart. These days, he has learned skills such as yin-yang escape, six paths technique and 1000 BHFF, fountain Sharingan. He became the recognized god of the ninja world, and even the old Madara was crushed and divided. Shock. Extremely shocking. Therefore, for Black Zetsu and White Zetsu to resurrect Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Obito agrees with both hands. On the one hand, he does not want to be a substitute for Uchiha Madara. On the other hand, in the ninja world, perhaps only six paths Madara can destroy Luo Lei, general repression. And most importantly, Uchiha Obito was very dissatisfied and angry with Luo Lei's practice of sealing the three tails in Nohara Ren's body. Ren and Kakashi, I'll let you know what it's really like to do whatever you want. Thinking of this, a look of determination flashed across Uchiha Obito's eyes. He has no regrets about his choice. As long as he grows wretchedly and hugs Uchiha Madara's thigh, he will one day go to the pinnacle of the ninja world step by step and dominate the entire ninja world. By that time, isn't Lin just grabbing it? Anyway, he won't let Luo Lei play with Lin at will, and he will try his best to save Lin and get her out of the sea of misery. There is no doubt that the current Uchiha Obito is still in a state of wishful thinking and unrequited love. He doesn't know much about the specific situation. At the same time, Rain Shinobi Village in the Land of Rain. In an office in the middle tower, advertisement Luo Lei, who was unaware of what happened in the ninja world, appeared on the top of the tower in a flash after educating Conan, the new leader of Rain Shinobi Village. Ding! Congrats to host, who crushed and dismembered the old Madara. The system specially rewarded 2% of the experience. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have completely entered the era of Konoha ancestors that belong to you. The system specially rewards 1% of the experience. Ding! I hope the host will continue to work hard, follow his heart, not be bound, and do whatever he wants. Cool. Hearing the prompt in his head, Luo Lei couldn't help clenching his fists, showing a ray of excitement. 3% of the experience has been credited, and he is one step closer to the template upgrade. Thinking of this, Luo Lei felt the transforming body, but he couldn't help but open the attribute panel that only he could see. He has to take a good look at how much the attributes will change this time. Host. Luo Lei. Age, 17 years old. Strength, 13,950. One punch 5,685 tons. Constitution, 29,090, 10 points for ordinary people. P.S. Kneeling and begging for rewards, collections, flowers and evaluations, Mungshin, kneeling and begging all readers. Heat rays, 66,660 to 69,999 degrees Celsius. The number of times to extract the template, 0. Speed, 7,334. Open black lens bracket 7,029 to 7,156 meters, S close black lens bracket, 12,285. Ability. Hitaki knife technique open black lens bracket Grandmaster close black lens bracket. Body flicker technique open black lens bracket Grandmaster close black lens bracket. Shadow clone technique open black lens bracket Grandmaster close black lens bracket. Body replacement technique open black lens bracket Grandmaster close black lens bracket. Water style open black lens bracket Grandmaster close black lens bracket. Lightning style open black lens bracket Grandmaster close black lens bracket. Multiple shadow clone technique open black lens bracket Grandmaster close black lens bracket. The Motherland template in the peak state. Unlocked fusion 88.8%. Note. When the unlocked fusion reaches 95%, the system will reward a template extraction opportunity, and the host can use this time to extract the template. Opportunity to choose the Motherland template to upgrade the peak state. Chakra attributes. Fire, wind, thunder, earth, water, yin, yang. Chapter 149 The Ambition of the Six Paths Motherland. This, quickly glanced at his attribute panel, Luo Lei showed a very sluggish expression. No way, the body has changed so much, only just unlocked the peak Motherland template that fused with 3%, but it made his physical attributes almost doubled several times, now his strength is already very strong, and the result is still crazy double. He couldn't even imagine when he completely unlocks the peak Motherland template, how strong will his strength be. Not to mention, the peak Motherland template can also be upgraded to the potential of the Silver Super. Think about it, Luo Lei is full of anticipation and excitement. There is nothing to say, the strong can do whatever they want, even if he is already strong, he must continue to work hard to become stronger, and strive to reach the level of killing the ninja of the Six Paths level, which is like killing a chicken. Sudden, just as Luo Lei was contemplating. In the next instant, a terrifying and majestic force poured into his body with ease, and began to frantically transform his body, causing every cell in the body to transform crazily. And along with the transformation of the cells in the whole body, the 7 attributes of Chanla in the body are also growing wildly, vaguely as if to break through a limit. Why does it feel a little bit worse? I don't know how long it took. Luo Lei gradually recovered and muttered to himself. Something is wrong, there seems to be something in the body, so that the 7 attribute Chadula can be merged and transformed into a 6 paths level. All along, because of the reason for unlocking the Fusion Peak Motherland template. Luo Lei doesn't take chakra and ninjutsu very seriously, and rarely uses ninjutsu. But, with the continuous transformation and enhancement of the body, Luo Lei was subtly fed back, making chakra also grow wildly, and before he knew it, he had already reached the peak of Super Shadow. Now after reaching the peak of Super Shadow, the 7 attributes of chakra began to gradually merge, wanting to form a bloodstock and enter the next level. Advertisement has been frustrated, there is no trend of fusion of the 7 types of channeler, which makes Luo Lei uncomfortable. As for the reason, of course, he has already reached such a step. He will not dislike the ability to push himself too much. Instead, he wants to see how strong the 6 paths and the motherland will be. After all, at the 6 paths level, the life form of the ninja will also undergo transformation. Not only can they use yin-yang escape, various 6 paths techniques, but also some abilities of blood and snares. If it is under the blessing of the terrifying ability of the motherland, it is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2, but 1 + 1 = 3. 6 paths motherlander, I'm afraid I won't be able to FKO Tsutsuki Kagaya all at once. What else is there anyway? Suspended above the spire, Luo Lei frowned and fell into contemplation. Something must have been overlooked by him. Crackle 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 crackle. At this time, a deafening thunder sounded from the sky covered with dark clouds, and at a glance, it was known that it was going to rain again. I seem to know. 39 Luo Lei, who was woken up by the thunder, seemed to have thought of something. A ray of light flashed in his eyes. Natural energy, that's right, he still lacks natural energy to neutralize the 7 attribute channeler. As soon as he thought of the key point, Luo Lei's mind moved, and he began to absorb the natural energy permeating the air with all his strength. In an instant, with Luo Lei as the center, the natural energy within a radius of several kilometers seemed to be pulled, and they all swarmed at an extremely fast speed, forming a huge natural energy tornado that shot straight into the sky, madly pouring into Luo Lei's body. Shock. Extremely shocking. The sudden change made the originally peaceful rain shinobi village. Advertisement once again, it was shaken. Countless rain shinobi and the ninjas of Akatsuki's mercenary organization, while terrified, all turned their eyes to the tornado formed by natural energy, and their eyes were full of horror. But, after seeing Lord Luo Lei at the center of the natural energy tornado, countless rain shinobi and the ninjas of Akatsuki's mercenary organization all showed relief, and they couldn't help sighing secretly in their hearts. As expected of Mr. Luo Lei, the movement caused by simple training can shake the sky, too. Strong. For flowers. Lord Luo Lei, it's a pervert. On another high tower, Hanzo of the Salamander, who has been semi-retired, senses the natural energy that is so rich and ultimate, and shows a dumbfounded expression. As expected of the god of the ninja world, in the camp of Akatsuki's mercenary organization, Yahiko stepped out of the room and looked up at the sky and sighed, and then went back to work. At this stage, with Conan's ascendance, Akatsuki's mercenary organization also joined with Rain Shinobi Village. The whole country of Rain has finally achieved a hard-won peace. All aspects of things are waiting to be done, and he must devote himself to it. 1 minute, 10 minutes, 30 minutes as time goes by. The tornado formed by natural energy finally dissipated gradually after an hour. Perhaps due to the influence of the tornado, all the dark clouds that were flashing and thundering in the midair had disappeared, revealing the clear sky once again, and wisps of warm sunlight fell on Rain Shinobi Village. Call. Seeing this scene, countless ninjas organized by Rain Shinobi and Akatsuki's mercenaries finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it did not continue, otherwise, the whole Rain Shinobi Village will not try to restore peace. How is this possible? So much natural energy has no response at all. At this time, he ignored the changes in Rain Shinobi Village. Luo Lei, who was suspended above the spire, sensed the changes in his body, but frowned involuntarily. He absorbed so much natural energy, and his body was like a drop in the bucket. There is no reaction inside. Could it be that I am too strong and need more and purer natural energy? If this is the case, I may go to the 3 holy places. After a while, Luo Lei couldn't help showing the smile of a native of the motherland. A flash of eagerness flashed in his crimson eyes, and muttered to himself. A native of the 6-path sage mode, thinking about it makes people feel looking forward to it. 9. Chapter 150 Yi Kang. You can't imagine Luo Lei's happiness. Rain Country. Inside the office of the new Rain Shinobi Village Chief. Call. After processing the last document in his hand, Conan couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief, then slowly got up and turned to look at Luo Lei, who was standing by the window, lost in thought. Lord Luo Lei, the land of rain is finally on the right track. Conan walked behind Luo Lei and said in a grateful tone, the strong have the right to speak. If it weren't for Lord Luo Lei, perhaps the country of rain would fall into endless wars. How could peace be achieved so easily? It's okay. 5 Luo Lei didn't turn around, shook his head in disapproval, and said very calmly, these are just small things. A ray of determination flashed across Conan's beautiful eyes, and his silver teeth clenched tightly and said, this may be a small matter for Lord Luo Lei, but for me it is no less than Nirvana rebirth. 35. 277. Said here, Conan also said in a very firm tone, I will try my best to govern the country of rain and let the country of rain achieve permanent peace, and I will never let you down. 39 Luo Lei shrugged indifferently, nodded and said, then you can do your best, I believe in you. All right, to be honest, in fact, he is not very interested in the land of rain. However, seeing Conan in such high spirits, he didn't bother to say much, lest it dampen her enthusiasm. Boom. Sudden, just then, there was a knock on the door. Please come in. The voice did not fall. A Jonin from Rain Shinobi Anbu pushed open the door, knelt down on one knee, took out an intelligence scroll, and told him very respectfully, Lord Luo Lei, Conan leader, Sanagakure has sent an urgent piece of information. Hearing this sentence, Conan, who was still a little sentimental at first, changed his expression, and a trace of majesty appeared on his beautiful young cheeks. He stretched out his hand to take the information scroll and said indifferently, "Go on." That range shinobi Anbu's Jonin bowed his head and exited the office. Soon. Conan glanced at the situation scroll in his hand, and said with a little surprise, "Lord Luo Lei, this seems to be written for you by 4th Kage Luo Sha, asking you to visit Sanagakure, and to give one tael to you. You are a welcome gift." "Yes." Luo Lei frowned, then turned his head and took the information scroll handed over by Conan. Advertisement, so that's the case, then I'll go to Sanagakure first, 35. After a brief glance, Luo Lei threw the intelligence scroll to Conan and said, "The situation in the Rain Country has stabilized. If there is anything that cannot be resolved, you can directly ask Konoha Village for help." "Lord Luo Lei, are you leaving?" A look of reluctance appeared on Conan's pretty face. Luo Lei nodded calmly. Originally, he planned to go to the 3 Holy Lands, learn immortality, absorb a little natural energy, and let the 7 attribute Chatula achieve the final transformation and become the 6 Paths ancestor. Now, since Sanagakure's Luo Sha kindly invited him, of course he was going to have a good time. When I think of Yi Kang, do not, wrong, it was the thought of one-tail Shukaku that made him feel itchy. As for why Luo Sha invited him, Luo Lei almost knew after a little thought. Isn't it to solve the predicament faced by Sanagakure? As long as the price is enough, it is trivial. Conan hesitated, then sat down in his office chair. She's going to do a good job. To this, Luo Lei understood in seconds. Sanagakure, Fungying office building in the central area. After sending the invitation scroll to Rain Shinobi Village, 4th Kage Luosha was caught in a nervous and long wait. He didn't know if Luo Lei, the god of the ninja world, would come to Sanagakure. If he did, everything would be easy to say. All the predicaments Sanagakure faced would be solved. Then it proves from the side that Luo Lei doesn't have a good impression of Sanagakure, and he only plays with Yi Kang. Hopefully come. 4th Kage Luo Sha sighed and muttered to himself, Sanagakure's life and death depend on the god of ninja, Luo Lei. Alas. 99 See this scene. San Shinobi's executives, headed by Baki, all showed helpless and aggrieved expressions under the changing expressions. If it is really a loser, they have no right to speak. Their Sanagakure San Shinobi team was almost wiped out by Luo Lei in the 3rd battle, and even Chio and Ebizo, 2 veteran powerhouses, died. The results of it? Now I have to turn around and beg Luo Lei for help. Sanagakure, one of the 5 ninja villages, it's really hard. Rest assured, advertisement at this time, Yi Kang, who had always been taciturn, gritted his teeth and said indifferently, Luo Lei, he will definitely come. Certainly, Yi Kang didn't say a word. That is the happiness of Luo Lei, the most perverted god of the ninja world, that others can't feel, only she can feel it. So, Luo Lei will definitely come to Sanagakure. 4th Kage Luo Sha was relieved when he heard the words, and he couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. Since the Lord Yi Kang said so, it should be stable. But, just when Luo Sha wanted to say something, woohoo hoo-hoo. The beast has finally come out again. Sanagakure is waiting for the village to be wiped out. Boom. Accompanied by a wave of terrifying tailed beast chakra fluctuations. To the east of Sanagakure, a deafening roar sounded, making the entire Sanagakure shake a few times. Not good. One tail has broken the seal. Damn, how did one tail break the seal again? The next moment, accompanied by unbelievable voices, the faces of the Sanagakure executives in the office suddenly turned ugly. Since Jinchuriki Fenfu died of old age, recently. One tail, which has recovered its freedom, has exploded 5.5 a few times. The most dangerous time, Sanagakure was destroyed by a quarter, and now it has broken through the seal again. Let's go. 39 The voice did not fall. P.S. Kneeling and begging for rewards, collections, flowers and evaluations. Mungshin, kneeling and begging all readers. Laugh. If it was a time when the army was strong, San Shinobi would have been easy to suppress a one-tail, but Sanagakure's decades of savings have been wiped out in the 3rd battle, and now it is somewhat difficult to deal with a one-tail. 4th Kage Luo Sha's body disappeared into the office. Go. Let's go to suppress one tail together. The rest of Baki, Yi Kang and the others also flew out of the office without any hesitation. The next moment, 4th Kage Luo Sha hurriedly got up and ordered with a heavy face, I can't let one tail destroy Sanagakure. Chapter 151 One Tail. Destroy Sanagakure at this time. East of Sanagakure. Wow, ha ha ha, this uncle has come out again. Sanagakure's ninja, who dares to seal this uncle, will kill me. 99 Accompanied by violent roars, I saw a raccoon dog with a spellprint pattern all over its body screaming up to the sky, and its huge palms slammed the ground. The powerful force caused the ground to crack in an instant, and the entire Sanagakure shook for several times. 99. Evacuate, civilians, Genin, Chunin are all evacuated, 35. Accompanied by panicked voices, countless civilians in Sanagakure and some Genin, Chunin all showed their horrified backs and evacuated in panic in all directions. For a time, Sanagakure is incomparably chaotic, at the same time. Swish, swish, a piercing cracking sound resounded. 4th Kage Luo Sha, Yi Kang, and Baki all arrived at the scene. In addition, more than 30 Sand Shinobi also arrived at the scene. Among these more than 30 Sand Shinobi, only 8 Jonin and the rest 28th of all are elite Chunin. That's right, 17. This is the suppression of one tail. Sanagakure, one of the 5 major ninja villages, can use the largest force. In addition to Luo Sha, Yi Kang, and Baki, there are only 11 people who have the strength of Jonin and Jonin. Have to say, the third battle really hit Sanagakure badly, and he returned to before liberation. Roar. You are finally here. Seeing Luo Sha and the others, One Tail, who was already very irritable, thought of the pictures of himself being suppressed a few times before, and became even more irritable. A terrifying tailed beast chakra wave erupted once. One Tail Shukaku must take revenge. Advertisement. Wind-style practice empty bombs. Almost without any hesitation, the One Tail Show Crane started attacking directly as the tailed beast chakra surged. A large number of tailed beasts chakra gathered with one mouth, and suddenly spit out a huge incomparable wind towards the central area of Sanagakure. Properties of chakra balls. See this scene. Luo Sha, Yi Kang, Baki and others changed their expressions slightly. They never imagined that One Tail had learned to be smart. Instead of attacking them, in front of them, he directly unleashed his already powerful big move on Sanagakure. Everyone, be careful. Judging from the high-density tailed beast chakra gathered by training empty bombs, it should be able to explode the power of S-rank ninjutsu. The next moment, Luo Sha's pupils shrank slightly, his hands quickly formed seals, and he said urgently, "No matter what, we can't let it fall on Sanagakure, otherwise the consequences will be very serious." Magnet-style gold dust spear. Laugh. A cracking sound rang out. A drill bit concentrated into gold dust bombarded One Tail's empty bomb. We attack together. Seeing that 4th Cage had already made his move, Yi Kang said coldly without any hesitation. It was intercepted by Vice Admiral in midair. 35. It is good. Everyone attacked and intercepted together. Let's do it together. Wind-style grade breakthrough. Wind-style blade of wind. Wind-style wind-cutting technique. Before he finished speaking, the rest of the Sand Shinobi performed their own ninjutsu while the chakra was surging, and bombarded the gigantic chakra ball with the wind attribute. Boom. In an instant, more than 30 miscellaneous ninjutsu flew out, and the spears mixed with gold dust slammed into the empty bombs. Immediately in midair, a roaring sound that shook the sky and the earth broke out, sweeping out energy shockwaves, causing cracks in the air. Perhaps the shockwave was too powerful, and some buildings in Sanagakure started directly. It collapsed and rolled up a cloud of dust. It didn't fall directly into the central area of Sanagakure. Fortunately it exploded in midair, otherwise Sanagakure would definitely be overwhelmed by such terrifying power. 35. Advertisement facing the dust in the sky. More than 30 Sand Shinobi were in shock. All of them breathed a sigh of relief, especially when they saw that the air had been blasted with cracks, and even the scalp was numb for a while. They can't even imagine the scene where the wind attribute chakra ball falls in the central area of Sanagakure. Absolutely devastating. Fine, resisted. Woo ha ha ha. You blocked one. Can you block dozens of empty bombs? Ahead, seeing that his attack was blocked, One Tail Shuhei, who was in a rage, was not angry at all. Instead, a pair of small eyes showed an expression that he had expected, and issued a violent expression. Big laugh. What's the meaning? Could it be that One Tail is going to spit out dozens of empty bombs? Listening to One Tail's words, Chakra, who felt that One Tail was getting more and more violent, seemed to have thought of something. Baki and Sand Shinobi, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, all showed horror on their faces. Even Luo Sha and Yi Kang's foreheads appeared. A wisp of cold sweat. Wind-style practice bomb. Wind-style practice bomb. 35 inches wind-style practice bomb. The next moment, the 277-pound tailed beast Chakra burst out again frantically on the body of One Tail Shuhei. Immediately after, under the stunned gazes of Luo Sha and others, One Tail Shuhei opened his mouth, and while the tailed beast Chakra continued to gather, he spit out dozens of gigantic chakra balls with the wind attribute in a row towards Sand Shinobi. Everywhere in the village stormed away. Damn, how do you stop this? Does One Tail really want to destroy Sanagakure? Looking at the practice bullets that One Tail keeps spitting out. All the Sand Shinobi at the scene were unbelievable, and there was some despair in their hearts. Even Luo Sha, who was about to use alluvial gold, was incomparably shocked. He could resist a few, but dozens of empty bombs, he was really powerless. Silently, a figure seemed to flicker, appearing above Sanagakure out of thin air. Sudden, so much, how to stop it, just at this time. P.S. Kneeling and begging for rewards, collections, flowers and evaluations, Mungshin, kneeling and begging all readers. It's over. Yi Kang, who was about to cast Scorch Style, put down his hands helplessly and watched as dozens of practice bullets fell to different places in Sanagakure. Looks like you Sanagakure are in trouble. Chapter 152 The Gap Between Heaven and Earth, The Choice of One Tail. God of Ninja, Luo Lei. Seeing the sudden appearance of this figure, Yi Kang took the lead in reacting, rubbed his eyes, and let out a cry of exclamation after confirming that it was correct. What? God of Ninja World. Luo Lei is here. It seems that it is really the God of the Ninja World, Luo Lei. In the next instant, Yi Kang's words were like a thunderclap on the ground, shaking all Sand Shinobi at the scene. without hesitation, they all turned their disbelief at Luo Lei in midair. Come yet? Fourth case cage Luo Sha also showed surprise. Obviously, I didn't expect that at such a critical moment, Luo Lei, the god of the ninja world, actually arrived? Is this Sanagakure? It's just that Luo Lei can really block all the training empty bombs spit out by one tail? Forget it, let me help you. In midair, Luo Lei glanced at the dozens of empty bombs that one tail spat out, showing a very relaxed expression. He also didn't expect that when he just arrived at Sanagakure, he encountered one tail that was going to destroy Sanagakure. Then, after sensing the number of ninjas in Sanagakure, Luo Lei was relieved. It seems that Sanagakure was beaten so badly by him in the third battle that even one tail could not be suppressed. Swish. Next moment, a cracking sound rang out. Even Sand Shinobi didn't react when he saw Luo Lei's body disappeared. Then, in less than a 10,000th of a second, dozens of empty bombs seemed to be caught by something. People were gathered hundreds of meters above Sanagakure. At last, Luo Lei's body was exposed from the high-speed movement. In front of everyone's eyes, dozens of terrifying empty bombs were stabbed one by Luo Lei. Boom. Boom. A deafening roar sounded, and a terrifying energy shockwave erupted, causing the air to burst and the space to tremble slightly. After a few vibrations, it was not affected too much. And Luo Lei, who was at the center of the explosion, did not move from the beginning to the end, and forcibly endured dozens of energy waves from the explosion of empty bombs. Quiet. Advertisement Sanagakure is a piece of silence. Sand Shinobi's expression on the scene was unbearably sluggish, and his eyes were full of extreme shock and disbelief. Even Luo Sha, Yi Kang, Baki and the others fell to humming in their minds, and a turbulent wave was set off in their hearts, and they could not calm down at all. Joke, but they knew how powerful the empty bullets that one tail spit out, and with the blessing of the tailed beast chakra, it was already comparable to S-rank ninjutsu. The results of it? Luo Lei gathered all the training air bombs together, just like poking a balloon, bursting the training air bombs one by one. Too violent, too shocking, so I'm so afraid it's not a miracle, right? Actually, they also know that Luo Lei is very strong. Is the recognized, unquestionable, ninja god beyond Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. But they didn't expect that after seeing it with their own eyes, they couldn't help but feel the scalp tingling for a while, and they were completely conquered by Luo Lei. How is this possible? At this time, the one who was most confused and speechless was One Tail. Watching the dozens of empty bombs it spit out were easily poked and exploded, some of it couldn't react. Is it that the power of its training air ammo is too weak? For a time, One Tail couldn't help but doubt himself. Roar, of course, One Tail deserves to be One Tail. He quickly adjusted his mind, stared at Luo Lei with incomparably violent eyes, and roared. Are you looking for death? Hear the roar of One Tail. Luo Lei's mouth has a slight curvature, and his eyes are flickering with red eyes. Since One Tail is so crazy, he can only reluctantly let One Tail Shuhei experience the care from his ancestors. One Tail is going to be out of luck. Looking at Luo Lei's expression, Yi Kang seemed to recall something terrifying. Her legs trembled slightly. For some reason, she was very pervert and wanted to experience the fear of being dominated by Luo Lei. Laugh. Advertisement without any sign. Luo Lei's body disappeared from One Tail's field of vision. How fast? One Tail was stunned for a moment, and was about to mobilize the tailed beast chakra, but found that his body, as if he had sensed some danger, actually started to give a frantic warning, as if he was about to encounter something terrifying. Boom. The next moment, One Tail hasn't responded yet. He found that his body was directly pierced by a terrifying force, and a huge hole appeared in his chest. How is that possible? Is this the feeling of pain? Feeling that the body formed by the tailed beast chakra was blasted out of the hole, One Tail showed a panicked expression, because, where the hole was pierced, the source chakra seemed to be blasted and disappeared, so that it had no chance to recover quickly. In an instant, One Tail was a little scared. It's the first time I've met someone who can blow up its source tailed beast chakra. Even Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama in the Sengoku period couldn't do it. If you bombard it a few more times, it may be destroyed without a trace. Killed by the force of resistance. Wait a minute, I surrender. Surrender. In a trance, One Tail seemed to sense a crisis, and before he hesitated, he began trembling and begging for mercy. It's not fools and idiots, just one blow. It understands that the gap between itself and Luo Lei is the gap between heaven and earth. Promise is good, and in the face of absolute strength, if it continues to resist, it may really be killed. Luo Lei's body appeared in the air, shaking his fist, showing a helpless expression. FK. He's still not happy. One Tail has already chosen to surrender. Is this still a tailed beast that is so violent that he doesn't recognize his 6 relatives? Is this surrender? 9. In the face of the timid One Tail, Sand Shinobi at the scene dropped his jaw in shock, with an incredible expression on his cheeks. From Luo Lei's appearance to One Tail's obedient surrender, it took less than tens of seconds. Just now, the mighty One Tail was frightened and surrendered. What is the concept? Too pervert, too shocking. Chapter 153 The Obedient Yi Kang, Luo Sha's Beg. One Tail turmoil. Under the strong suppression of Luo Lei, the god of ninja world, it subsided in less than a few minutes. Many civilians who were evacuating in a panic, Genin and Chunin hadn't evacuated far before they found out that the rampant One Tail had been taken care of, and were lying on the ground shivering. This This should be the shortest duration of the one-tail runaway, right? God of the ninja world, Luo Lei to help us Sunagakure? Great, One-Tail was frightened and surrendered. Doesn't that mean that it will not be rampant from now on? Soon, after reacting, the civilians scattered all over Sunagakure, Genin and Shunin were trembling with fear, and they all made a sound of excitement and joy, looking at Luo Lei suspended in the air, as if looking at God, generally. No way, during this period of time, One-Tail often ran rampant in Sand Shinobi, making them miserable. Now One-Tail is being suppressed by force. Just thinking about it makes people excited and happy. Ended. A few seconds later, 4th Case Luo Sha recovered. Looking at the shivering One-Tail, he couldn't help showing an expression of sigh. Luo Lei's strength is more powerful and pervert than in the Battle of Kikuyama. Even if he is as strong as One-Tail, he is like an ant, and he is suppressed neatly and neatly. No wonder even the old Madara was crushed and divided. It's not that the strength of the old Madara is not good, but that the opponent 293 is growing too fast, making the old Madara powerless. The crisis of One-Tail's runaway has been lifted. Baki and other Sand Shinobi also reacted, and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with a look of surprise, and he was relieved. Several of the Sand Shinobi seemed to be shocked, and their legs fell to the ground as soon as they were soft. At this time, they didn't know what to say, because, to them, Luo Lei was like an insurmountable mountain, and they could only look up and worship. Sure enough, it's still exactly the same as when we first met, domineering, unscrupulous, and if you have the strength, you can do whatever you want. At this time, Yi Kang's expression and heart were the most complicated. Seeing Luo Lei, who suppressed One-Tail as lightly as a god descended from the earth, she didn't know how to face him. At that time, she was severely injured physically and mentally, and even if she thinks about it now, she can't help shaking her body. One-Tail, you wait outside Sunagakure. In midair, Luo Lei didn't care so much, and simply ordered One-Tail Shuhei. Who? Year. One-Tail pulled his head, roared in despair, and immediately flew away from Sunagakure with a jump. Advertisement for Shuhei, it has never been so powerless and suffocating as it is now. As for taking the opportunity to sneak away to escape, just forget it. It is violent, and likes to destroy, but it is not a brain problem, it is a fool. It is very clear that once he dares to run, the man named Luo Lei will definitely kill it, not because of its tailed beast identity and mercy. Get it done. Seeing One-Tail's respectful appearance, Luo Lei stretched his waist, looked down at Luo Sha and the others, and said, you guys clean up the mess, Yi Kang and I are going to catch up. What? 99 Yi Kang, who was in a state of confusion at first, froze, opened his mouth to say something, but found that his body had been hugged by Luo Lei and disappeared in place. Yeah. There's a play. Seeing Yi Kang and Luo Lei leaving, 4th Case Luo Sha's eyes flashed with joy, and happily ordered, quick, clean up the scene. Joke, as long as the god of ninja, Luo Lei is not playing around. The value of Yi Kang will increase, and the predicament Sunagakure is facing will have a chance to be broken. Yes. Baki and the others didn't even dare to say more, and they started to clean up the mess in a flash. After 5 hours, cool, Luo Lei walked out of Yi Kang's house happily, and the taste and feeling were still familiar. This trip to Sunagakure was totally worth it. It's time to talk to Rosa. Laugh. Next moment. A cracking sound rang out. Luo Lei's body disappeared in the original place, BHFF. Really a pervert. After Luo Lei left, Yi Kang in the room showed an extremely complicated expression. He recalled some scenes in his mind, and a flash of excitement flashed in his eyes inadvertently. Advertisement. I don't know what happened. She seems to have fallen in love with Luo Lei, the domineering god of the ninja world. The other side, in less than 10 seconds, Luo Lei has already appeared in 4th Case Luo Sha's office, and sat in the main seat powerfully. I'm going to bring Yi Kang and One-Tail back to Konoha Village. Without any nonsense, Luo Lei glanced at Luo Sha calmly and went straight to the topic. I formed a superhero group in Konoha Village, and I think Yi Kang is eligible to join. Can. After hearing this, standing in front of 4th Case Luo Sha almost did not hesitate, nodded and said, Lord Luo Lei, Yi Kang and One-Tail can be given to you, but, can you say something nice for us Sunagakure? Having said that, a bitter expression flashed across Luo Sha's cheeks, and he begged. Now the top management of Konoha is very strong and demanding that we sign some unequal treaties. In our Sunagakure situation, it is really powerless. FF. You reply directly to Sarutobi Hiruzen and say you have paid me, 35. Just when Luo Sha was about to say something, Luo Lei waved his hand indifferently and said confidently. I believe that with 3rd Hokage's character, there should be no objection. 5. Is it really possible? Luo Sha hesitated for a while, and then said slowly, the top management of Konoha is very tough on the outside world, I'm worried. Don't worry, my words are the rules. The corners of Luo Lei's mouth twitched slightly, and he said in a low voice, the top executives of Konoha are very smart, they are all qualified politicians, they know what to do to maximize their benefits. P.S. Kneeling and begging for rewards, collections, flowers and evaluations, Mungshin, kneeling and begging all readers. Luo Sha's eyes lit up, and he clenched his fists happily. Luo Lei has never paid much attention to it, especially as his strength becomes more and more powerful, he just wants to be a Konoha ancestor who can do whatever he wants. Understood, Lord Luo Lei. Otherwise, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Utatane Koharu, Shimura Danzo would all have to die for Laozi. For the Konoha Village high-rise, all right, there is nothing to say. With the words of Lord Luo Lei, the predicament Sanagakure faced can be solved, and his heart can finally relax. If there is anything uncomfortable in the Konoha high-rise headed by Sarutobi Hiruzen, then let Laozi hold back, and he has to hold back. Chapter 154 Sarutobi. It's time to show off the spirit of shinobi. Konoha Village, Hokage building in the central area. What on earth is Luo Lei trying to do? I can't do it with my own promises, and I can't attack the outside world? It's really deceiving people too much. He saw that third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen ripped apart an intelligence document in his hand in 3 or 5 strokes, and his old face was full of anger and suffocation. He never thought that Luo Lei had just been in the country of rain. After a female ninja named Konan assisted in the upper position, she went to Sanagakure to do things again. Now 4th Casegage Luo Sha has sent the file. The meaning of the expression is very simple. Sanagakure has obtained the promise of Luo Lei, the god of ninja world, not to sign those unequal contracts. This makes Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart feel as uncomfortable as eating shit. For Luo Lei, did he compromise and compromise, endure, and still endure when he can't bear it? The results of it? His compromises and concessions. But it became Luo Lei's unscrupulous bargaining chip. Well now, he can only agree to Sanagakure. It is too difficult, it is really too difficult to be Hokage. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaffe, Utatane Koharu sighed, and was too lazy to say anything. At this stage, Luo Lei, the god of ninja world, is at the height of her power, and she is invincible. As a Konoha elder group, she can endure if she can lie flat, she will lie down if she can. With Mitokado Homura's lessons learned, she doesn't want to care so much. Sarutobi, bear with it and let it pass. Shimura Danzo was silent for a while, and then said a little embarrassedly, Sanagakure used a beauty trick and sent a one-tail, which can be regarded as a big hemorrhage. If I'm not wrong, that Yekura should also join the Konoha superhero group as one-tailed Jinchuriki. When it comes to this, Shimura Danzo's tone was clearly envious, jealous. Advertisement sure enough, he has the strength and can do whatever he wants. This Luo Lei can do whatever he wants. There is never a reason for doing things. For female ninjas, he is also open to anyone who comes. In fact, sometimes, he also thinks, if he has the terrifying power of Luo Lei, what will happen? The final result, he may have done something even more unscrupulous than Luo Lei. First of all, he would suppress the old Sarutobi Hiruzen, take the seat of Hokage himself, and then lead Konoha Village to unify the ninja world and do whatever he wants. The Konoha superheroes. Hearing these words, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was already angry, picked up the pipe on the table and smashed it on the ground, took a deep breath, and said coldly, Luo Lei's actions have become more and more reckless and unbridled. Daring has exceeded my limit. So, I will no longer compromise and endure, it's time to show my courage as a shinobi. Quiet. A dead silence. Hearing this sentence, Utatane Koharu and Shimura Danzo were both stunned, with suspicious expressions on their cheeks, and after looking at each other, they could see the worried look in their eyes. Isn't Sarutobi driven crazy by Luo Lei? Shinobu's audacity, isn't it unbearable? Do you still need to endure it? How do you see Sarutobi's meaning? It means to go to war with Luo Lei. This can't be done. With Luo Lei's current strength, plus 2 tails Jinchuriki by Wooden Golem, 3 tails Jinchuriki Nohara Lin, and 9 tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Kushina, Konoha Village is absolutely unstoppable. More importantly, at this stage, Luo Lei's general trend has become. In Konoha Village, they are like gods, and their power has vaguely surpassed first Hokage Senju Hashirama. Once they really turn their faces, many Konoha shinobi and major blood follower boundary families will not directly stand at Luo Lei on the other side. Sarutobi, don't be impulsive. The next moment, Utatane Koharu hurriedly said, impulsion is the devil, it's just a Sanagakure, nothing more, we can also hit Iwagakure and Cloud Shinobi Village hard. Yes. Shimura Danzo also added, we must maintain the peace and stability of Konoha Village, and we must endure as long as we can, and don't be impulsive. 99. Seeing Utatane Koharu and Shimura Danzo wince, Sarutobi Hiruzen opened the drawer, took out a brand new pipe, and snorted coldly, don't say more, I have to take out the third Hokage. Courage. Everything is ready now, I only owe the east wind. To tell you the truth, first Hokage Senju Hashirama and second Hokage Senju Tobarama are going to be resurrected by the Great Toad Sage in pure world reincarnation, so I, Shinobu, are full of confidence. Advertisement. After saying this, Sarutobi Hiruzen gritted his teeth and said confidently, as long as the first generation and second generation can suppress Luo Lei, I can restore the glory of the Will of Fire. Ask for flowers, Sarutobi, what did you say? First Hokage Senju Hashirama and second Hokage Senju Tobarama are going to be destroyed by Great Toad Sage in pure world reincarnation? If that's the case, our Konoha Village predicament will definitely be over. If first Hokage Senju Hashirama and second Hokage Senju Tobarama join forces, they should be able to check and balance Luo Lei, right? Upon hearing this, Utatane Koharu and Shimura Danzo stood up excitedly, staring at Sarutobi Hiruzen with suspicious eyes. Obviously, neither of them thought that Sarutobi Hiruzen actually prepared such a whole card. No wonder Sarutobi is so confident, it was originally given to him by first Hokage Senju Hashirama and second Hokage Senju Tobarama. If there is no miscalculation, the first generation and second generation should have been resurrected by impure world reincarnation. 35. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a sip of his pipe and took a sip. A flash of excitement flashed in his eyes, and said solemnly, "When they return to Konoha Village, it will be the beginning of our counterattack." 35. That's right. Utatane Koharu changed his face from lying flat and said coldly, "With the strength of first Hokage and second Hokage, Luo Lei can definitely be checked and balanced." As expected of you, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Shimura Danzo gave Sarutobi Hiruzen a thumbs up. In terms of insidiousness, he is still not as good as Sarutobi Hiruzen, an old coin. When facing Luo Lei, he is obedient, but he is attacking hard from behind. Correct. Suddenly, Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a puff of white smoke, as if thinking of something, and said, "Put everything on Mitokado Homura, let him die and still service and make the last bit of contribution to Konoha Village. We know how to do it." 35 Utatane Koharu and Shimura Danzo looked at each other and smiled, showing embarrassed expressions. As long as the first generation and second generation eyes are resurrected, the advantage will be in their Konoha top level. Chapter 155 Hashirama. Madara, not dead yet. Mount Myoboku. In the deepest monastery, accompanied by a terrifying chakra wave, the great toad sage did not have any seals, just moved the toad claws a few times, and impure world reincarnation was completed by him. Scoff. Scoff. A space fluctuation is generated. 2 coffins were summoned from a black hole. One of the coffins is marked first, and the other is marked second. Apparently one is first Hokage Senju Hashirama, and the other is second Hokage Senju Tobarama. Here we go. The legendary first Hokage Senju Hashirama and second Hokage Senju Tobarama are about to appear. Seeing this scene, both Jiraiya and Namikaze Minato showed excited expressions, staring at the 2 coffins without blinking, afraid of missing any details. "Open," Great Toad Sage said in a deep voice. Bang, bang. The coffin lids of the 2 coffins were opened in unison and fell to the ground. Inside the coffins, there were 2 corpses with cracks on their bodies, exuding a strong sense of death. Suddenly, one of the corpses opened their dazed eyes, apparently not responding yet. "Brother, we seem to be resurrected." Another corpse walked out of the coffin and said with some doubts, "It seems to be resurrected by the summoning S-level forbidden technique impure world reincarnation developed by me. Tobarama, UB ***************. D. The next moment, Senju Hashirama came back to his senses and couldn't help but said angrily, "I told you not to develop these boring ninjutsu. Now it's alright, we have been resurrected. In case we are resurrected, if people's hearts are not right, they will be finished." Wait a minute, there's something wrong with the situation. Advertisement. Senju Tobarama frowned and said, "Brother, our body doesn't seem to be out of control." "It seems so." Senju Hashirama moved his body, felt a little bit, ignored Jiraiya, Namikaze Minato. Sharp eyes suddenly looked at the great toad sage sitting on the throne, and said solemnly, "If we guessed correctly, we should it was by the great toad sage impure world reincarnation of Mount Myoboku." "Great toad sage, why did you resurrect us?" Senju Tobarama crossed his arms and said with some doubts, "It stands to reason that you would not participate in the disputes in the ninja world. 95. We, Mount Myoboku, have always remained neutral about what happened in the ninja world. This time we took a passive shot. It was entirely your Konoha village that had a big problem and asked us to take the initiative." Great Toad Sage opened his eyes and said slowly, "For the specific situation, you should ask Jiraiya and Namikaze Minato from Konoha Village." "What? Is something wrong with Konoha Village?" The voice did not fall. Senju Tobarama's expression changed suddenly, his heart sank, and a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from his body, and he turned his eyes to Jiraiya and Namikaze Minato in the temple. "Master First Hokage, Master Second Hokage, I am Jiraiya, a disciple of Mr. Sarutobi." Facing the eyes of first generation and second generation, Jiraiya suppressed the throbbing in his heart and said respectfully, "First Hokage-sama, Second Hokage-sama, I am Namikaze Minato, a disciple of Sensei Jiraiya." Namikaze Minato's cheeks were filled with excitement, and in a tone full of admiration, he followed up with a statement. "It turned out to be the disciple of the monkey?" First Hokage Senju Hashirama raised his brows slowly and said with a serious look, "What big problem did Konoha Village have encountered, and you actually brought me and Tobarama impure world reincarnation back to life?" Jiraiya hesitated for a moment, then said slowly, "Luo Lei, the unscrupulous god of ninja who dominates the entire ninja world, appeared in Konoha Village, which made teacher Sarutobi feel a lot of pressure, so we monkeys are really rubbish." Before the words were finished, Senju Tobarama interrupted Jiraiya coldly, saying, "Isn't it a good thing that the god of ninja has appeared in Konoha Village?" 99. Wrong. In the next instant, Senju Tobarama felt that something was wrong, and suddenly came back to his senses and said in an unbelievable tone, "You mean that there is a god of ninja world comparable to the big brother in Konoha Village?" "That's right." Advertisement. Jiraiya hesitated for a while before adding, "His appearance has changed the pattern of the ninja world and the situation of Konoha Village, and now the entire ninja world has entered his era." "So fierce?" 5. Senju Tobarama showed a rare look of astonishment. "Tell me about it specifically." Senju Hashirama didn't pay much attention to it, but said with great interest, "It stands to reason that such characters appear in Konoha Village. The monkeys should be very happy. Why did we come out in pure world reincarnation? Minato. Hearing this, Jiraiya gestured towards Namikaze Minato. Master First Hokage, you will understand after reading the detailed information about Luo Lei. Namikaze Minato understood it in seconds, and took out a data scroll that had already been prepared. Do. Interesting. Senju Hashirama took the data scroll and looked at it 10 lines at a time. Just started, Senju Hashirama's expression did not change. The next moment, Senju Hashirama couldn't help laughing loudly and said, Madara, you actually pretended to be dead, it's in vain that I was still sad for you and shed tears for you. But, after seeing Luo Lei's reckless reversal of black and white, forcing Danzo, killing Genbu and Anbu's ninja, his brows furrowed 5.5. 1 second, ha ha ha, Madara was hanged and beaten again? 35. 3 seconds. Madara was still alive, controlling 3rd Mizukage and fighting Luo Lei, only to be crushed. From the Kikuyama battlefield to the grassland battlefield, what Luo Lei did made Senju Hashirama's brows wrinkle and wrinkle, until after seeing what happened in the Wave Kingdom battlefield, Senju Hashirama was stunned. Chapter 156 Let Luo Lei know what the Will of Fire is. Nani, Uchiha Madara is still alive. Hearing his elder brother's laughter, Senju Tobirama showed a very surprised expression. What? Isn't Chibo Madara dead long ago, or did he have the body buried? How could he still not be dead? Totally impossible? For a time, Senju Tobirama fell into a state of confusion. The Battle of the Country of Waves won, and the Battle of the Country of Grass also won. The 3rd Raikage was trampled to death with 3 legs, and the regiment destroyed more than 8,000 rock shinobi. Returned to Konoha Village and killed Mitokado Homura, suppressed 9 tails, formed a superhero group, and finally, went to the Land of Rain to find Uchiha Madara's body, suppressed Uchiha Madara with thunder, and his body was divided. Now. So far the ninja world has completely entered the era of Luo Lei, the god of ninja world. 66. After knowing that Uchiha Madara is still alive, Senju Hashirama's expression also became serious, and the more he looked back, the more frightened he became. In the end, when he saw Uchiha Madara's body being dismembered, he had a vaguely strange feeling in his heart. He was able to hide on the first day of the first year, but not on the 15th day. After Uchiha Madara suspended his death, he survived for so many years, but died at the hands of Luo Lei. There is also the fact that Madara said the forbidden technique Izanagi in the right eye in advance, deceived everyone and deceived everyone. It's just that he is hiding behind the scenes in the ninja world. What is he trying to do? Good friends forever. In a trance, Senju Hashirama has a strong interest in the reasons for Uchiha Madara's suspended animation, and also has a great interest in Luo Lei, the god of ninja in this era. It turns out that, in the face of Luo Lei, who is unscrupulous and can do whatever he wants, Monkey feels a lot of pressure. He can only endure and endure, compromise, and secretly in pure world reincarnation resurrects us. I don't know how long it took. Senju Hashirama gradually regained his senses, and said with a sense of sigh. What Luo Lei did, especially the ninjas who killed Konoha Village at will, framed arbitrarily, reversed black and white, and did whatever he wanted when he had the strength, it is indeed very important. Excessive, not in line with Konoha Village's will of fire. Brother, let me take a look. Hearing these words, Senju Tobirama felt itchy for a while, and without waiting for Senju Hashirama's consent, he reached out and took the data scroll and quickly looked at it. Looking at the information on the scroll, advertisement. Senju Tobirama was silent at first, then a look of disbelief flashed on his cheeks. Just kidding, how could this Luo Lei be so strong, and if he has strength, he will act recklessly. No wonder the monkeys want impure world reincarnation them. It turned out that Luo Lei's behavior, even killing his own people, has affected the will of fire in Konoha Village, and also affected the normal order of Konoha Village. However, Senju Tobirama and Senju Hashirama do not know. There is still some information on the data scroll, which was automatically optimized by Jiraiya, Sarutobi Hiruzen and others, such as, Mitokado Homura betrayed Luo Lei, Senju clan was destroyed, etc. There is no record. This Luo Lei is really too much, and doesn't look like a Konoha shinobi at all. 9. After a while, Senju Tobirama clenched the information scroll in his hand and said solemnly, I want to see how strong Luo Lei is, and what is it like to defeat an old Madara. I and my eldest brother from Impure World Reincarnation are both at their peak. After saying this, Senju Tobirama also took a deep breath, looked at Jiraiya, and said, Luo Lei hasn't returned to Konoha Village yet? 35. Master Second Hokage, Luo Lei has gone to the Land of Rain and hasn't come back yet. Jiraiya is like a dog's leg, lowered his head and said slowly, I should wait a few days and I will go back to Konoha Village, Luo. Okay. Senju Tobirama's eyes turned cold, and he said coldly, let's go back to Konoha Village and wait for him. I want to see how unscrupulous he is, how daring he is, and if he has the ability, he will take me and my eldest brother. Impure World Reincarnation's Body Crush. Great Toad Sage, thank you. Senju Hashirama did not hesitate, and said solemnly at the Great Toad Sage, when the Konoha Village matter is resolved, I will release my Impure World Reincarnation and return me to the Pure Land. No. 35. Hearing this sentence, Great Toad Sage narrowed his eyes slightly and said in a cautious tone, the god of Ninja World. Luo Lei's strength is very strong, it is a completely different cultivation system, you must be careful, because even I don't know how strong he is. Understood. Senju Hashirama didn't care and nodded solemnly. How strong can a big brother be strong? Senju Toburama shrugged indifferently and said disapprovingly. You must know that in the state of impure world reincarnation, there is an endless supply of chakra and energy. This time back, we will teach Luo Lei what is the true will of fire and obey the rules of Konoha Village. Advertisement. Namikaze Minato took out a flying thunder god kunai and said, First Hokage-sama, second Hokage-sama, let's go. You learned the voice of flying thunder god? Senju Toburama's eyes lit up and said, Minato, it looks like your talent is not bad. Namikaze Minato smiled shyly and said, compared to first Hokage and second Hokage, I am still far behind, and I still need to continue to work hard and grow. To see Namikaze Minato who is not arrogant or impetuous. Senju Toburama nodded with satisfaction. Compared with the so-called god of ninja world, Luo Lei, Namikaze Minato is undoubtedly more in line with their tastes, especially the devotion to the will of fire, which makes Senju Hashirama and Senju Toburama feel relieved. €7. The next moment, with a burst of space fluctuations. Namikaze Minato grabbed first Hokage and second Hokage respectively, and disappeared into the temple with a puff. Great Toad Sage, I'm gone too. Puff, a cloud of smoke. Jiraiya followed and left. Hope for good news. After everyone left, Great Toad Sage slowly closed his eyes. Somehow, after impure world reincarnation Senju Hashirama and Senju Toburama, it has a vague foreboding in its heart. If it hadn't been able to foresee the future in its sleep, it would have wanted to take a good look at Mount Myoboku's future. Chapter 157 Filial Piety Konoha Village, Hokage Building in the central area. After learning that the Great Toad Sage resurrected first Hokage and second Hokage in impure world reincarnation, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Utatane Koharu, Shimura Danzo, who are the high-level executives of Konoha Village, have some sleepless nights. They worry about the failure of the Great Toad Sage impure world reincarnation, and also worry about Luo Lei's sudden return to Konoha Village. That uneasy feeling, let Sarutobi Hiruzen, Utatane Koharu, Shimura Danzo stay in the Hokage office these days, waiting for Namikaze Minato to return with first Hokage and second Hokage to save the troubled Konoha Village. It's been 3 days, why haven't you come back? Shimura Danzo picked up the teacup and took a sip of hot tea, reluctantly refreshed himself, and said, there is no problem. The Great Toad Sage shot, there shouldn't be any problems. After hearing this, Utatane Koharu shook his head wearily and said, maybe he is on his way back. We have to have confidence in the Great Toad Sage. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff on the pipe and said slowly, as long as the first generation and second generation return, we will be able to fight back. Utatane Koharu and Shimura Danzo couldn't help but clench their fists. Whoosh! Sudden, just at this time, along with a spatial fluctuation. 3 figures appeared in Hokage's office, came back. Bang! Bang! The next moment, Shimura Danzo, Utatane Koharu, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly stood up from their chairs with a flash of eyes, and looked at first Hokage Senju Hashirama and second Hokage Senju Toburama who were in pure world reincarnation with excitement. Cried, looking at those 2 very familiar figures. For a time, Shimura Danzo, Utatane Koharu, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but have some moisture in their eyes. Since the rise of Luo Lei, they have endured for a day and a day, they have been suffocated and compromised, and now they have finally endured it. As long as there are first generation and second generation, the sky of Konoha Village will never collapse. Luo Lei, it's time to end the days of reckless behavior. I didn't expect to optimize my flying thunder god technique so much. At this time, Senju Toburama glanced at Namikaze Minato with approving eyes and said, Minato, your talent is very strong, and it will become a great thing in time. Advertisement, second Hokage-sama, I will continue to work hard. Namikaze Minato, who was praised, showed an excited expression, and said with his head held high, I will definitely not disappoint you and first Hokage-sama. Where the leaves are flying, the fire will never stop. I will work hard to cultivate and become a Konoha. The building blocks of the village, it is good. Second Hokage Senju Toburama said with great satisfaction, you already have the basic qualities to be a Hokage, and Konoha Village has such talents as you, it is really a blessing for Konoha Village. When it comes to this, Senju Toburama turned his eyes to Sarutobi Hiruzen and chuckled, monkey, am I right? Yes. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was in a daze, nodded hurriedly and said, second Hokage-sama, you were right, we have already included Namikaze Minato in the 4th Hokage's list, just waiting for a suitable time to be officially announced. 5. Well done. Senju Toburama nodded and said calmly, you should cultivate a rare talent like Namikaze Minato. 9. Finally arrived at home, beside him, Senju Hashirama opened his arms comfortably, showing a look of enjoyment. Dead for so many years, returning to the familiar Konoha Village once again, the joy of returning home is really indescribable. Although because of impure world reincarnation, he couldn't breathe the air of Konoha Village, but the smell of home invisibly made Senju Hashirama intoxicated and unable to extricate himself. Seems to be too intoxicated. An extremely terrifying chakra wave emanated from Senju Hashirama's body, spreading towards the entire Konoha Village at a lightning-fast speed. When returning to Konoha Village after so many years, he wanted to feel at home. The change. This How should this be done? It's not a matter of seconds. Seeing Senju Hashirama's actions, the expressions of Utatane Koharu, Shimura Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly change, and strands of cold sweat appeared on their foreheads involuntarily. Even Namikaze Minato, who was praising Senju Toburama, also became unnatural. Now Konoha Village. The Senju family is almost gone except for one Tsunade. How can this be explained? This is the breath of the Uchiha family, this is the breath of the Nara family, this is the breath of the Nine Tails, this is the breath of the Hyuga family, this is the breath of the Irway, this is the breath of the Three Tails. Senju Hashirama is constantly aware of Konoha Village. Since he has already read the data scroll, he is not surprised that there are 2 tails and 3 tails in Konoha Village. Advertisement. Something's wrong. Why is the Senju clan's breath gone? In vain. Senju Hashirama, who was perceiving Konoha Village, frowned, as if he had realized something, and then he felt it carefully, especially the clan of the Senju clan, which was the object of his perception. However, no matter how Senju Hashirama perceives it, the Senju clan's clan doesn't have any aura, as if they were already dead. Monkey. What the hell is going on? After a few seconds, Senju Hashirama said coldly, where have the Senju clan gone? Brother, what did you say? Senju Toburama was stunned after hearing this sentence, and then said extremely incredulously, 66. Could it be that you haven't sensed the aura of the Senju clan? That's right. Senju Hashirama stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen extremely coldly, and said solemnly. In the entire Konoha village, apart from the smell of Tsunade, there is no smell of the Senju clan. If I'm not mistaken, the Senju clan has disappeared from Konoha village. Damn. Senju Toburama was furious and roared. Monkey, didn't I promise before I died? The Senju clan will gradually fade out of Konoha village's vision and spread to the major clans, and will not pose a threat to you. As a result, when you arrive, have you brought me a genocide? Anger. Senju Toburama is really angry. As second Hokage, his political savvy is much better than Senju Hashirama. Of course, he knows that after the Senju family has 2 Hokage, the power in Konoha village will reach a peak. This is very detrimental to the rule of the 3rd Hokage. Therefore, before his death, in order to reassure the senior Konoha leaders led by Sarutobi Hiruzen, he took the initiative to promise that the Senju family would not threaten them, and would withdraw from politics and gradually spread to the major Konoha families. It's good now, Qian, promised good. The Hand family disappeared immediately. This made second Hokage Senju Toburama feel like eating shit inside. The 3rd Hokage that he personally appointed is really a filial piety, and the filial piety has become strong, and the Senju family has lost their filial piety. In an instant, whether it is Senju Hashirama or Senju Toburama, the feeling inside is very uncomfortable. Say something bad. Sarutobi Hiruzen grew up under the strict education and careful care of the 2 of them since childhood, so Senju Hashirama and Senju Toburama have always been very at ease and identified with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Now the reality is the opposite of what they imagined. Sarutobi Hiruzen seems to have changed, and even they are somewhat unfamiliar. However, what Senju Hashirama and Senju Toburama did not know was that Sarutobi Hiruzen was their apprentice before, and now Sarutobi Hiruzen is 3rd Hokage, who has grown into a qualified statesman. It's quite logical for the Senju family to disappear. Chapter 158 The Return of First Generation, Shaking Konoha Village. Facing the sudden attack of 1st Hokage and 2nd Hokage. Cold sweat appeared on Sarutobi Hiruzen's forehead, and he opened his mouth, trying to say something, but found that he couldn't say anything. After all, the Senju clan has disappeared, even if Mitokado Homura moved his hands secretly, but, as the 3rd Hokage of Konoha Village, he chose to turn a blind eye. No matter what, this is unreasonable. Sure enough, 1st generation and 2nd generation are still angry. Utatane Koharu lowered her head and didn't even dare to breathe. It was because 1st Hokage and 2nd Hokage put too much pressure on her, so Sarutobi should bear it alone. Sarutobi, I see how you explain it. Shimura Danzo has no expression on the surface, but his heart is full of joy. He actually suggested a long time ago, do something to the Uchiha clan, not to the Senju clan. Sarutobi didn't listen at all, and acquiesced to what Mitokado Homura did, and now it's alright. 1st Hokage and 2nd Hokage in pure world reincarnation are resurrected, and the reckoning will be done, to see what you do. Why, are you embarrassed to say it? 35 Senju Toburama glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen, Utatane Koharu, Shimura Danzo, and said with a sneer. You are the top-level Konoha 293 that I personally promoted. You are so cruel, even the Senju clan has been wiped out, I am convinced. When it comes to this, Senju Toburama couldn't help laughing angrily, and scolded. Are you worthy of my training? Or do you think that after I die, you can do whatever you want? Minato, tell me. Seeing that Sarutobi and the others did not speak, Senju Hashirama shook his head and said with an ugly face. The Senju clan was destroyed, what happened, and who moved the hand? It was done by Mitokado Homura of the Elders. Namikaze Minato hesitated for a moment, then said with a very positive tone. This Mitokado Homura is still the culprit who betrayed Luo Lei, and it was this betrayal that led to a transformation of Luo Lei, a complete rise, and a change in the 3. The battle also changed Konoha Village, 99. Ha ha, hearing this sentence, Senju Toburama showed a look of disdain. He is not as simple as Namikaze Minato, and if Mitokado Homura dares to do this, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Utatane Koharu must acquiesce. BHFF. If Mitokado Homura had not been killed by Luo Lei, he would have wanted Mitokado Homura to confront him. Monkey, do you have anything to say? Advertisement? Senju Hashirama took a deep breath and said with a deep feeling, sure enough, people change, and the original Sarutobi has disappeared. 99. I'm all for the peace and development of Konoha Village. Sarutobi Hiruzen gritted his teeth before explaining. As third Hokage, many things, even if they are wrong and impersonal, must be done, otherwise it will be detrimental to Konoha. 39. What did you say? Snapped, with a slap in the face. Senju Tobirama didn't give Sarutobi Hiruzen any face, he took a few steps forward and slapped him, scolding. After destroying the Senju clan, do you still want to destroy the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan? Don't you know what makes Konoha Village strong? Without the Senju family, there would be no Konoha Village today. Clap, clap, it seems to be more and more uncomfortable. Senju Tobirama slaps Sarutobi Hiruzen hard again. To put it in a bad way, Sarutobi Hiruzen's careful thinking, he guessed at once, his own strength is not enough, he can't suppress everything, so he will weaken the power of the major families in order to achieve the purpose of ruling Konoha Village. It's just kind of funny. I'm not in my position, I don't want to be in government. Feeling that his cheeks were swollen, Sarutobi Hiruzen said with no intention of fighting back. First generation, second generation, I am third Hokage, what I did all for the sake of Konoha Village. 5. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen's tough mouth, Senju Tobirama raised his right palm and tried to slap him again. Stubborn, talking nonsense in front of his face. How did he not find out that Sarutobi Hiruzen was such a person before? He was full of lies, and he kept saying that it was for Konoha Village, but in fact it was not for the position of third Hokage. As second Hokage, he had already seen through everything. Enough. But, advertisement just at this time. Senju Hashirama sighed, waved his hand, and said helplessly. Tobirama, that's it, we are dead, the Senju clan has disappeared, and Mitokado Homura is dead without proof. No matter how much we pursue it, it will be of no use, this. Maybe it is the fate of the Senju clan. Brother. Senju Tobirama's raised palm stopped, and said in surprise, should we just forget it? Everything is for Konoha Village. Senju Hashirama nodded solemnly and said helplessly. A lot of things, since they have already happened, let him go, the monkey is third Hokage, he has his own ideas, even with us it's his choice to go the other way. Damn. 35 Senju Tobirama put down his palm angrily. He knew very well that his eldest brother's old problem had been committed again. As long as the Konoha village was good, even if the Senju clan was wiped out, he would be able to see it. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and breathed a sigh of relief deep in his heart. In fact, he had been betting that first Hokage would forgive him for Konoha village, and now, he bet right. First Hokage is still as selfless and open-minded as ever. As for second Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't even bother to explain. Because second Hokage is also a very good politician, some of his little eyes cannot play second Hokage, it is better to focus on the purpose of first generation from the beginning. Okay, this is the end of the matter. The next moment, Senju Hashirama took a deep breath and said firmly, it's time to let Konoha village know that Tobirama and I are back. Boom. P.S. Kneeling and begging for rewards, collections, flowers and evaluations, Mungshin, kneeling and begging all readers. Swish. Senju Hashirama's body flew out and landed on a square right in front of the Hokage building, shouting. Me? First Hokage Senju Hashirama, please come to the square quickly. 95. Konoha village exploded in an instant, the next moment. After the initial silence, a sudden sound filled the entire Konoha village. A cracking sound rang out, chapter 159 Nine Tails. Hashirama, times have changed. Boom. A sudden sound filled the entire Konoha village. After the initial silence, Konoha village exploded in an instant. Countless civilians and ninjas who heard this sentence showed extremely horrified expressions, as if they could not believe what they heard. Especially the ninjas of families such as the Hyuga clan, the Uchiha clan, the Nara clan, etc., are even more confused, with a look of surprise on their cheeks. What are you kidding? First Hokage Senju Hashirama asked everyone to gather at the square? Did you make a mistake? Isn't first Hokage dead a long time ago? FK. Not like Uchiha Madara, it's all suspended animation. If so, if you think about it, it will make your scalp go numb. Certainly, think so. All the ninjas of Konoha village, the ninjas of the major blood follower limited families, including Orochimaru, Tsunade, Kakashi and others, all flew towards the square after showing doubts on their faces. They came to see, who is the owner of this voice? Also, is first Hokage Senju Hashirama still alive? At this time, the residents of the Konoha superhero group, Kushina, the two from Wooden Golem, and Nohara Lin both heard Senju Hashirama's voice and quickly gathered together. What happened? First Hokage, how is Senju Hashirama still alive? Could it be that someone was resurrected? Or is there a conspiracy at the top of Konoha? After the initial shock, Kushina, the two from Wooden Golem, and Nohara Lin looked at each other, and each could see the surprise and wonder in their eyes. In this special time, first Hokage Senju Hashirama suddenly appeared. No matter how you think about it, there is a big problem. If it's fake, it's fine. If it's real, Luo Lei hasn't returned to Konoha village, and things will be a little more serious. Kushina, First Hokage Senju Hashirama should be resurrected. Advertisement with a wave of tailed beast chakra fluctuations. A miniature version of Nine Tails appeared in front of Kushina and said in a heavy tone, "I will never forget it even if I die. This is definitely Senju Hashirama's chakra breath." Seems to have thought of something. Nine Tails couldn't help shivering. During the Sengoku period, it was crushed by Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara in turns, which is a sad history of blood and tears. What? After hearing this, Uzumaki Kushina covered his mouth and let out an exclamation, obviously surprised. Is it really the legendary god of the ninja world, First Hokage? Nohara Lin's expression became solemn, and she said, "What should we do now? Are we going to the square?" It seems that the senior officials of Konoha resurrected First Hokage. 39-second tail was clenched by wooden golem's silver teeth, and said, "Lord Luo Lei has not come back, we must withstand the pressure." That's right. Uzumaki Kushina clenched his fists and said, let's go to the square too." It is good. Go. 5 Nohara Rin and the 2 wooden golem didn't hesitate, they nodded resolutely in agreement. As the woman of Lord Luo Lei, they are not afraid of things, as long as First Hokage Senju Hashirama dares to do something, with the character of Lord Luo Lei, who will report every flaw, Konoha Village will definitely be wiped out at one time. Ha ha ha, Ben-tailed beast is going to show off. Nine Tails came back to his senses and laughed loudly. I want to tell Hashirama that times have changed, and now it belongs to Lord Luo Lei's time. Alright. Senju Hashirama is very scary, but Lord Luo Lei's strength is definitely more terrifying than Senju Hashirama. It Nine Tails, of course you know what to choose. This time, let Senju Hashirama experience the feeling of being dominated by Lord Luo Lei. 10 minutes later, on the plaza directly in front of the Hokage building. Numerous densely packed ninjas and commoners have gathered here, as well as high-level families such as the Uchiha clan, the Hyuga clan, the Nara clan, and so on. Horrified expression. 4. On that high platform, First Hokage Senju Hashirama and Second Hokage Senju Tobirama are standing there. Quiet, no one said, but it made the scene quiet for a while. Ah, exactly like Hokage Rock, really First Hokage and Second Hokage. Sudden, advertisement a scream rang out, it directly broke the silent scene. And this is like a fuse, which detonated the entire Konoha village in an instant. Are First Hokage Senju Hashirama-sama and Second Hokage Senju Tobirama-sama resurrected? 35. How is that possible? What is the situation? Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers. I'm not dreaming. The legendary First Hokage Senju Hashirama-sama and Second Hokage Senju Tobirama-sama are actually standing there? 99. In the next instant, one after another uproar resounded, and the entire Konoha village was plunged into boiling. No way, no one thought. It was a big surprise that First Hokage Senju Hashirama and Second Hokage Senju Tobirama actually lived. After all, is this First Hokage and Second Hokage? Impure World Reincarnation, the optimized Impure World Reincarnation, 99. Orochimaru stared at the first generation and Second Hokage, with a pair of snake eyes flashing with a suspicious look, and muttered to himself. It seems to have an aura of fairy magic, could it be that the toad of Mount Myoboku shot? During this time, he is also secretly researching Impure World Reincarnation. The result was good. Konoha executives took the lead in bringing out First Hokage and Second Hokage Impure World Reincarnation. There have been some crashes like this. Have both grandfather and second grandfather been resurrected by Impure World Reincarnation? Not far away, Tsunade, who had just arrived from the casino, was stunned for a while. Looking at First Hokage and Second Hokage, she suddenly thought of her first childhood. This time I saw the scenes of first generation and second generation. It's a pity. Everything is like Kyoka Suigetsu, it has vanished, and even the Senju clan has disappeared. Judging from the bodies of first generation and second generation, it seems that Impure World Reincarnation was resurrected. The high-level Konoha is shining his sword, just at this time. Uzumaki Kushina, Nohara Rin, and her wooden golem dashed to the only remaining open space in front of the square, and then, under the watchful eyes of the public, directly entered a state of complete tail beast transformation. Even if it's a fool, they know that the matter has developed to this point. It must be that the senior officials of Konoha can't stand Mr. Luo Lei, so they used Impure World Reincarnation to produce First Hokage Senju Hashirama and Second Hokage Senju Tobirama. This is going to be earth-shaking. Rhythm. But, P.S. Kneeling and begging for rewards, collections, flowers and evaluations. Mungshin, kneeling and begging, all readers and bosses, dead. Nara Shikahisa, Yamanaka Kaiichi and the others carefully wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads. With the fluctuations of the 3 terrifying tailed beast chakra. Hashirama, times have changed, even if you are resurrected, nothing will change. Chapter 160 Senju Hashirama, what are you? Boom. In the next instant, an orange fox with 9 tails, a cat demon covered with blue chakra flames, and a turtle with 3 tails covered in thorns appeared on the square, and 3 strands erupted. The terrifying tailed beast, chakra. Ah, such a mighty tailed beast, chakra, Konoha. The Konoha superhero group is here. Uzumaki Kushina, Rin Nohara, what exactly do the 2 of you wooden golem want to do? They actually entered a state of complete tailbeast transformation. You must know that first generation and second Hokage are their own people? Looking at the three giant-tailed beasts that suddenly appeared in the square, many civilians and Konoha shinobi people showed puzzled expressions. Obviously, I don't know why Uzumaki Kushina and Nohara Lin of the Konoha superhero group will enter a state of complete tailbeastization from Wooden Golem. After all, first Hokage and second Hokage are since 293. Certainly, these commoners and Konoha shinobi are simple-minded and unthinkable. The ninjas of families such as the Uchiha clan, the Hyuga clan, the Nara clan, etc., seem to realize something, and they all showed horrified expressions. The Konoha executives are showing their swords invisibly, and the Konoha superheroes are also showing their swords. The only difference may be that the leader of the Konoha superheroes, the new god of ninjas, Lord Luo Lei, does not seem to have returned from the country of rain. It's a big deal. The head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fuchan, changed his expression slightly, and muttered to himself, "If Lord Luo Lei can't come back, Uzumaki Kushina, Nohara Rin, the two from Wooden Golem may be suppressed by first Hokage." 99. It doesn't feel right to the atmosphere. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes flickered with a ray of light, and he whispered, "Father, what should we do?" "No matter what happens, we Uchiha clan stand with the Konoha superhero group." 99. Uchiha Fuchan glanced at second Hokage, who was in pure world reincarnation, and sneered. "Our Uchiha family has always been suppressed. This time I want to show them, the Uchiha family is still bloody." "It is good." Uchiha Fugaku nodded solemnly. "You know each other." Hearing the conversation between Uchiha Fuchan and Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Mikoto showed a very satisfied smile. She didn't know if Uchiha Fuchan said it to her on purpose, but at least the attitude is manifested. As for the patriarchs of the Hyuga clan, the Nara clan, the Yamanaka clan, etc., they were all caught in a dilemma. Now the situation is very clear. First Hokage and second Hokage must be in the position of third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the Konoha superhero group must be in the position of Mr. Luo Lei. Both sides are not fuel-efficient lamps. This choice is really too difficult. Kushina, do you want to rebel? Advertisement as predicted. See Uzumaki Kushina entering full tailbeastization, Nohara Rin, 2 by Wooden Golem. First Hokage Senju Hashirama, second Hokage Senju Tobirama hadn't spoken yet, but Utatane Koharu of the Konoha Elders, who had already decided to lie down, couldn't help it and took the lead in scolding. "This is Konoha Village. You guys, you must abide by the rules of Konoha Village, and quickly withdraw from the tailbeast." "What are the rules at Konoha Village?" The 2 Wooden Golem, who had entered the complete tailbeast transformation, said without any face. "Lord Luo Lei's words are the rules, and we will only abide by the rules set by Mr. Luo Lei." Hearing this, Utatane Koharu frowned and said angrily, "You don't have Konoha Village yet? Do you still have first Hokage Lord, second generation Lord Hokage Lord, third Hokage Lord? Is it time for you to go wild? When it comes to this?" Utatane Koharu also said that iron cannot become steel. "You have lived up to the high expectations of our Konoha executives, which is really disappointing." 35. "You. Get out of the way." Nohara Rin, who entered the completely tailed beast transformation, hesitated for a while before saying slowly, "If you don't get out of the way, don't blame me for being rude." 39. The voice did not fall. A terrifying tailed beast chakra swept out from the completely tailed beast Rin Nohara. Good. 35. Looking at Nohara Rin, who was transformed into 3 tails, Utatane Koharu trembled a few times and said coldly, "I didn't expect that you would dare to talk to me like this, Nohara Rin. I remember you." After a harsh sentence, Utatane Koharu took a few steps back with a gloomy face. "I thought that first Hokage and second Hokage would take the lead. Uzumaki Kushina, Nohara Rin, the 2 from Wooden Golem would give her a little face." Now it seems that she thought too much, not only did not give face, but also showed her unscrupulousness to the fullest. Even a little Nohara Lin dared to yell at her. "Lin, is this still you?" Looking at the scene in the field, Kakashi's eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. Is this the one he knew who was gentle and kind, always with a sweet smile? Lin? How could he be like this now? He dared to point at Lord Utatane Koharu of the Konoha Elders and scold him. At the same time, with Rin Nohara, the 2 led by Wooden Golem and Utatane Koharu's gunpowdering conversation. The atmosphere of the scene also became a bit tense. Even those civilians and Konoha shinobi who were not good at their brains, they all reacted with hindsight, and their expressions became fluctuating. Advertisement: they are not fools and idiots. There seems to be a big contradiction between the high-level Konoha and Konoha superheroes. In particular, Uzumaki Kushina, Nohara Rin, and the 2 from Wooden Golem of the Konoha Super Image Group seem to have completely ignored first Hokage Senju Hashirama-sama and second Hokage Senju Tobirama-sama from beginning to end. This is so wrong. You brought it on yourself. Seeing Utatane Koharu taking the initiative to provoke a conflict, Sarutobi Hiruzen has no change on the surface, but his heart is full of joy, and he is so arrogant and unscrupulous in front of first Hokage, not taking Konoha Village in his eyes, not purely looking for death. To know, for the peace and stability of Konoha Village. First Hokage can do anything. Even Uchiha Madara, who was also a legendary ninja, was suppressed by first Hokage. I touched first Hokage-sama's inverse scale, and there is a good show to watch. Shimura Danzo smiled darkly, and wisely stopped talking. Brother, let me come. At this time, second Hokage Senju Tobirama, who had been watching from the sidelines, shook his head and said, "It seems that the Konoha superheroes, like Luo Lei, are defiant and do whatever they want, and they don't put us at all in the eyes." "Let me come." 35 First Hokage Senju Hashirama said with a serious face, "Whoever dares to do something in Konoha Village is my enemy." 99. Swish. A sound of breaking the air sounded. 5.5 Senju Hashirama stood in front of Uzumaki Kushina, Nohara Rin, and the two of them, who were completely tailed beasts, and said, "9 tails, or way, 3 tails, you are too strong, you must be suppressed." 0.35. Hum. The voice did not fall. A terrifying chakra that belongs only to Senju Hashirama swept out. Fear. Absolute horror. Senju Hashirama doesn't make a move. As soon as he shot, he suppressed the entire Konoha village with the majestic chakra breath. Invisibly, countless people at the scene were trembling, and their hearts continued to express their feelings. Could this be the invisible pressure from First Hokage? However, just when Senju Hashirama wanted to slap his hands, what did he call him? A very violent voice sounded. "Senju Hashirama, what are you?" Chapter 161 What are you looking at? Laozi killed you. "Senju Hashirama, what are you?" An extremely violent voice rang out, like a roar, resounding over the entire Konoha village. The shocking Konoha village, countless civilians and ninjas, their heads hummed, and they went blank. How is this possible? Why didn't I sense his breath? After hearing this, Senju Hashirama frowned and seemed to be unaffected. He was the first to react, and he couldn't help but raise his head to look at the sky. And following the actions of Senju Hashirama, second Hokage Senju Tobirama, third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Utatane Koharu, Namikaze Minato, Orochimaru, Jiraiya Tsunade and others all looked up to the sky at almost the same time. Then, everyone's expressions changed, turned out to be. I don't know when, Luo Lei's body was already suspended in midair, showing a smile like a motherlander, looking down at the entire square with a light cloud and wind. Quiet. Although Luo Lei did not speak anymore, the invisible pressure made the entire square silent for a while. Boom. Facing Luo Lei, who suddenly appeared, Utatane Koharu, who was still arrogant just now, had cold sweat on his forehead, his eyes filled with fear, his body softened, and he fell directly to the ground. Something's wrong. Could it be that he came back a long time ago? Sarutobi Hiruzen showed a look of disbelief, and muttered to himself, "Just waiting for our senior Konoha to show off our swords, otherwise why would the time be just right?" Calm down. Be calm. With first Hokage and second Hokage here, everything will be fine. It's time to let Luo Lei know who Konoha is in charge of the house, and who is the rule. 5. But, seems to have thought of something, Sarutobi Hiruzen forcibly stabilized his trembling heart. Now he no longer has to endure, no more compromises and concessions. He wants to hold the thighs of first generation and second generation, and restore his heroic posture and haki as a ninja. Dare to say what first Hokage is, as expected of you, Luo Lei. Shimura Danzo reached out and rubbed his somewhat stiff cheeks, sighing silently in his heart. He knew very well that at this point, almost everyone had their cards revealed, and whoever won the final victory would dominate Konoha Village. Lord Luo Lei is finally back. Haha. Our task is considered a successful completion, and it is time for Lord Luo Lei to perform. 35. Advertisement. With Lord Luo Lei here, first Hokage Senju Hashirama still wants to pretend. I'm afraid I'm thinking too much. 55. At this time, the most excited and happy are Uzumaki Kushina, Nohara Rin. The two from Wooden Golem, they took the initiative to stand up to first Hokage Senju Hashirama, saying that it is impossible not to be nervous and afraid. But, they represent Lord Luo Lei and the Konoha superheroes. It's a big question of face and dignity, must stand up. Now Lord Luo Lei is back, they could finally watch first Hokage get hanged. Hashirama, as I said, your time has passed. After letting out a sigh of relief, Nine Tails couldn't help but let out a smug voice. You are too strong, you must be severely suppressed, fan. Humph. 35 Senju Hashirama let out a cold cry, ignoring the sarcastic Nine Tails, and continued to look up at Luo Lei in midair. Very strong. This is Senju Hashirama's first feeling. Even if Luo Lei didn't have any breath, it made Senju Hashirama feel a lot of pressure, which he didn't even feel in Uchiha Madara. At the same time, after the initial shock, many civilians and ninjas at the scene finally reacted and looked at Senju Hashirama and Luo Lei, who were in a confrontation in the arena with trembling fear. Just be silent. Faction battle. Who will have the last laugh? Orochimaru glanced at Luo Lei in midair and muttered to himself, it has taken more than 2 years to grow to this point, Luo Lei, I am convinced. 99. First Hokage, you must suppress Luo Lei, so that there is hope for our Konoha village. Jiraiya suppressed the throbbing in her heart and didn't even dare to blink. Even if you know that the Senju family has been exterminated, don't you have any reaction? Tsunade's expression changed, and he couldn't help showing a decadent expression. After all, it was a wrong payment, perhaps in the eyes of first Hokage, that is, her grandfather. Konoha village is always the first, and even if the Senju family is destroyed, it will not cause any waves. The big thing is bad, Konoha's surname will be changed. The patriarchs of the Uchiha family, the Hyuga family, the Nara family, the Yamanaka family, etc., looked at Luo Lei in midair, their hearts tightened, and they sighed involuntarily. In the past, Konoha village was dominated by Hokage, but now it seems that there will be a change. The first generation, second generation, and third generation are all on the opposite side of Luo Lei. Once they lose, it means that Hokage loses. The will is lost. Koharu, stand up for me. At this time, Senju Tobirama glanced gloomily at Utatane Koharu, who was paralyzed on the ground in fright, and said solemnly, "We're here to stand up for you. What are you afraid of? Do you still look like an elder?" When it comes to this, Senju Tobirama's tone is obviously that there is some hate that iron is not steel. What kind of things did he choose as his successor? Facing Luo Lei, he endured and endured, even if he couldn't bear it, he only made a promise to ultimate. Now, he and his eldest brother have been resurrected by impure world reincarnation, terrified and paralyzed to the ground. Advertisement, what? After hearing this, Utatane Koharu reacted in hindsight, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and hurriedly stood up. Yup. What is she afraid of? With first Hokage and second Hokage around, she should be confident. In the past, I had to choose to lie down, but now I have a choice, and I have the confidence. I want to be a good person, no, to be an elder Konoha who no longer compromises. Thinking of this, Utatane Koharu gathered up his courage and looked towards Luo Lei in midair. What are you looking at? Laugh, with a cold voice. A crimson hot sight 293 burst out from Luo Lei's eyes without any sign. What? Utatane Koharu was stunned. She glanced at Luo Lei, but before she could react, a hot gaze hit her. She seemed to be unable to believe it, and she even blinked. First Hokage-sama, second Hokage-sama, save me. The next moment, Utatane Koharu's pupils shrank sharply, and he screamed in panic. Luo Lei, are you courting death? The anger on Senju Hashirama's cheeks flashed away, and there was not even a knot. Chakra surging all over his body, and a giant wooden golem appeared out of nowhere, blocking Utatane Koharu's face. Boom. A crisp collision sounded, puff. Wooden golem didn't even hold on for 1,000th of a second before being pierced by the heat vision, and bombarded Utatane Koharu's head fiercely. This is the sound of the head being blasted, maybe to death. P.S. Kneeling and begging for rewards, collections, flowers and evaluations, Mungshin, kneeling and begging all readers. If you can't stand it, don't say anything big, I really can't rest my eyes. Just like Mitokado Homura, the head of Utatane Koharu of the Konoha Elders was bombarded alive, and the red and white things were scattered all over the place. Why is this Luo Lei playing cards so unreasonably? Also, aren't the first generation and second generation aimed at her? Dog Days first generation and second generation are very harmful and fool her. Utatane Koharu didn't even think about it. How could she be killed so easily if she didn't lie down after a hard time? Chapter 162 Senju Hashirama. I will let you know what the Will of Fire is. Died. Utatane Koharu of the Elders just died. From Luo Lei shooting heat rays, to Senju Hashirama making wooden golem, to Utatane Koharu's headshot, it only took less than a second. Many people, including second Hokage Senju Tobirama, didn't react, and saw that Utatane Koharu was dead and could not die anymore, leaving only the pungent bloody smell in the air. Silence. The whole square fell into silence again. No way, no one thought. After Luo Lei appeared, he did not agree with each other. Still in front of first Hokage Senju Hashirama and second Hokage Senju Tobirama, he pierced through the seemingly awesome wooden golem, which is completely a pair of people who did not take first generation and second generation in his eyes. Look. Shock. Many civilians in Konoha shinobi at the scene were shocked and their expressions were frozen. Jiraiya was stunned, Orochimaru was stunned, Tsunade was stunned, Namikaze Minato was dumbfounded, and the patriarchs of families such as Uchiha, Hyuga, Nara, etc., had their eyes falling out. What? Could Luo Lei not even give first Hokage and second Hokage face? Unscrupulously killed elder Utatane Koharu. What is this? Simply in full view, punch first Hokage Senju Hashirama and second generation Hokage Senju Tobirama in the face mercilessly? The fact is also true, looking at the dead Utatane Koharu, both first Hokage Senju Hashirama and the second generation Hokage Senju Tobirama's faces are extremely ugly, and they have vaguely gritted their teeth. As well-known powerhouses in the ninja world, have they ever been looked down upon by others? Have they been ignored? Have they ever been slapped in the face? Now someone has done it, even though he has long known that Luo Lei does things recklessly, does whatever he wants, and doesn't put anyone in his eyes, but when he really saw it, even Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama couldn't hold back their hearts of anger. Especially Senju Tobirama, who had just made a promise to Utatane Koharu, was slapped in the face the next second, and he was furious no matter what. Among them, the most calm and indifferent are Uzumaki Kushina, Nohara Rin, and the two from Wooden Golem. Just kidding, this Utatane Koharu just danced so fiercely, and showed the villain's triumphant appearance to the fullest, only if Mr. Luo Lei didn't kill him not normal anymore. Kill now, it's totally reasonable, it's perfectly normal. As for giving first Hokage and second Hokage face, no kidding, what are they? Advertisement alright. Maybe Uzumaki Kushina, Nohara Rin, the two from Wooden Golem didn't notice, and they have been with Luo Lei for a long time, and they have gradually become ancestral. Utatane Koharu, you brought it on yourself. In midair, the corners of Luo Lei's mouth twitched slightly, revealing a cold smile. Originally, after leaving Sanagakure, he wanted to visit the three holy places, but, with one-tailed Jinchuriki Yekura following him, it was really inconvenient, so he planned to send Yukari back to Konoha Village, along with Kushina, Nohara Rin, the two play together by Wooden Golem and Mikoto. So, he changed his route and took Yi Kang back to Konoha Village slowly. But he didn't expect that it would be better to come back sooner rather than later. Before he even got close to Konoha Village, he sensed two extremely terrifying auras. Looking through his eyes outside Konoha Village, it turned out to be the first Hokage Senju Hashirama of Impure World Reincarnation, and second Hokage Senju Tobarama. For a moment, Luo Lei became happy. The high-level Konoha who has always been obedient to him will actually show his sword. I really did not expect it. Have nothing to say, even in the face of first Hokage and second-generation Hokage, as the ancestor of Konoha, he can't admit it, and he will be done. There is also Mount Myoboku, who produced first Hokage and second Hokage from Impure World Reincarnation. Sorry, Laozi remembers you. Don't let me take a chance, otherwise, even if it is the legendary Great Toad Sage, Laozi will be F*********** in one go. Puff. Sudden, after a few minutes, the wooden golem that was pierced by the hot side turned into a white smoke, which gradually made many people at the scene come back to their senses. Ah. Elder Utatane Koharu is dead. 35. This. What's going on here? Why doesn't Lord Luo Lei give first Hokage and second Hokage face? It's over, Konoha Village is about to fall into civil unrest. The next moment, accompanied by a series of terrified voices, the civilians and ninjas at the scene could not keep their calm expressions. Their hearts were violently rolling and shaking, and even their whole body was soaked with sweat, and they were already paralyzed with fear. Sat on the ground. Because, any fool knows, with the hands of Luo Lei, the atmosphere of tension at the beginning will certainly not be able to ease. There must be a battle between the former ninja god, Senju Hashirama, and the current ninja god, Luo Lei. What? Shimura Danzo, who realized it later, seemed to be frightened, and with a flick of his body, he hid behind Senju Tobarama. Advertisement, really fearless. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened. A look of horror and disbelief appeared on his cheeks, followed by a flash of body, also standing at Senju Tobarama behind. He really didn't expect that Luo Lei would dare to do it when both the first generation and second generation projects were in place. Too arrogant, too reckless, too daring. Get out of here you two. Seeing the actions of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, Senju Tobarama, who was already in a fit of anger, scolded him speechlessly. You are also high-level Konoha, what are you afraid of? Stand up for me. After hearing this, Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled contemptuously, and stood on the left and right sides of Senju Tobarama, respectively, without speaking. After all, Utatane Koharu was fooled to death, they wouldn't be so stupid, they'd better be safe next to second Hokage. In the face of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, who cannot support the wall with mud, Senju Tobarama snorted coldly and said, it was just a small accident, I didn't expect Luo Lei to start doing it. Having said this, Senju Tobarama took a deep breath and said coldly, my elder brother and I will not allow such an uncontrolled person to appear in Konoha Village, he is more dangerous than the Uchiha family, no, even more dangerous than Uchiha Madara. In fact, after the resurrection of Impure World Reincarnation, whether it is Senju Tobarama or Senju Hashirama, more things are worse than less things. If you can use virtue to convince people to awaken Luo Lei's wolf fire, then everyone will be happy, and Konoha Village will not, will go to war. Now it seems that it can't be done. Luo Lei is more unscrupulous than they imagined, and he is a lunatic and pervert. Then you can only convince people. Big brother, the next moment, Senju Tobarama glanced at Senju Hashirama and said, Luo Lei's existence is more harmful to Konoha Village than Uchiha Madara, so. Not finished, Senju Hashirama, who had a cold look, understood it in seconds, looked up at Luo Lei, suppressed his anger, and said, why? You are also a ninja in Konoha Village, don't you have any sense of home? Unscrupulous, what do you want to do? Don't you feel ashamed to do whatever? Where the leaves are flying, the fire is still alive, and you can actually be a good Hokage. Paused a little, just as he suppressed his good friend Uchiha Madara in the Valley of the End, any factor that is not conducive to the peaceful and stable development of Konoha Village, even if it is his good friend, will kill his relatives righteously. Luo Lei raised his brows and said sarcastically, what is the will of fire? I only believe in fists, which is the last word. If you have the strength, you can do whatever you want, and do whatever you want. But, no matter what, Luo Lei's actions are not in line with the will of fire. For the future of Konoha Village, as first Hokage, he must be fully fired. Oh people, to be honest, Senju Hashirama was also taken aback by Luo Lei's move just now, and he was pierced through as strong as wooden golem. Luo Lei's strength should not be underestimated. P.S. Kneeling and begging for rewards, collections, flowers and evaluations, Mungshin, kneeling and begging all readers. A gleam of disappointment flashed in Senju Hashirama's eyes, he shook his head and said indifferently, this is not suitable for play, let's go to fight outside Konoha Village. I will let you know, what is the will of fire? Konoha Village will never tolerate people like you. 99. Senju Hashirama sighed uncontrollably, clenched his fists, and said with a little regret, what you have done has touched my limit. Chapter 163 Stand in line, Uchiha's choice, Konoha Village will never tolerate people like you. 99. Boom. After this sentence, Senju Hashirama's eyes showed a manic fighting intent, and a terrifying aura burst out from his body, pressing down on Luo Lei in midair. There is nothing to say, and the Tao is different. As a legendary ninja, one of the founders of Konoha also has his own arrogance and pride. The results of it? This Luo Lei didn't give him any face, and looked like Laozi was #1 in the world and could do whatever he wanted. Whether it is bearable or unbearable, he was about to show his power and severely suppressed Luo Lei to let him know what it means to be outsiders. Ha ha, feeling the pressure of the aura on Senju Hashirama's body, Luo Lei said calmly. Senju Hashirama, your aura has no effect on me, so don't bother. After this sentence, a violent ultimate momentum erupted from Luo Lei's body, directly forming a monstrous airwave that shot straight into the sky, causing the clouds over Konoha to be defeated. Immediately after, under the watchful eyes of all, Luo Lei's mighty might and Senju Hashirama's mighty might collide violently. Boom! A deafening roar resounded, and the powerful momentum 293 shockwave caused cracks in the air. However, after holding on for 5 seconds, Senju Hashirama's imposing aura was crushed like a destructive force, and the aftermath shook in all directions, causing the entire Konoha village to tremble slightly. What? Advertisement, first Hokage-sama's ninja god's aura was defeated. How is that possible? It seems that Lord Luo Lei's aura is much stronger than that of Lord Senju Hashirama. Seeing this scene, many civilians and ninjas had cold sweats on their foreheads, barely staying awake, to destroy the world in general. More importantly, first Hokage Senju Hashirama's momentum lost, or the kind of defeat that was crushed. Did you lose? Senju Tobarama's eyes were also full of shock, and he muttered to himself. Big brother's aura seems to have no resistance at all. How did this Luo Lei cultivate? Even his aura is so terrifying, as if he wants to heaven and earth surrender. FK. Shimura Danzo wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and a bad intuition came out of his heart. Is something bad? 99 Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart tightened, and he felt a little less confident. The majestic momentum that first Hokage erupted was actually crushed. My good guy, it started to fall into the downwind before it even started to fight. As for Tsunade, Jiraiya, Namikaze Minato, Orochimaru, and the patriarchs of the major blood successor-bound clans, they were also secretly shocked, and there were strands of shock in their eyes. You guy. Senju Hashirama looked up at Luo Lei. His face finally became extremely serious and dignified, and it was only at this moment that he truly regarded Luo Lei as a rival to the peak Uchiha Madara. Just kidding, even if he was resurrected from impure world reincarnation, he could still show his peak strength, but his momentum was crushed first. Your aura is too weak. In midair, Luo Lei's mouth curled up, looking down at the entire square with a flat gaze, and said calmly. The matter has developed to such a step, I want to solve all the problems at once. 99. So, those who support me please stand behind me, those who support first Hokage please stand behind him. 10 minutes, the countdown begins. Having said that, Luo Lei stood on the ground with a flick of his body, and added in a cold tone, the countdown is over, if there is no choice, I will acquiesce him to stand in first Hokage, and the consequences will be at your own risk. The voice did not fall, the whole plaza boiled up completely. No one would have imagined that when such a battle was about to begin, Lord Luo Lei would force everyone to stand in line. This, BHFF, is the rhythm of eradicating dissidents thoroughly? Advertisement moreover, on one side is first Hokage Senju Hashirama, second Hokage Senju Tobarama. On the other side is Luo Lei, who dominated the 3 wars and created his own era. It's really hard to choose. Walk, Lord Luo Lei standing in line. Ha ha ha, I also want to see how many people support Lord Luo Lei. Uzumaki Kushina, Nohara Rin, and Wooden Golem, who had already withdrawn from the complete tail beast transformation, almost did not hesitate, and stood behind Luo Lei in a flash. Damn, what is he trying to do? Second Hokage Senju Tobarama came back to his senses after a few seconds, his face was extremely gloomy, and he said coldly. Could it be that he wants to kill all those who stand in the will of fire? Second Hokage-sama, don't worry. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath and said confidently. With Lord First Hokage here, not many people would choose to line up with Luo Lei. That's right, it just so happens that we can also take a look at those people who have different opinions. Shimura Danzo added in a low voice. It is good. Senju Tobarama clenched his fists, nodded coldly, and said, I'd like to see if anyone dares to be unfaithful to Konoha Village and the Will of Fire, 99. You choose. Senju Hashirama also seemed to have the same thoughts, and he was no longer in a hurry, and said solemnly. You can choose whatever you want, even if it's on the side of Luo Lei. I won't do anything to you, I just want to see. Now is the Konoha Village still the same Konoha Village I know? 99. Quiet. The scene is dead silent, after saying this. He has been waiting for this day for too many years. Second Hokage of the Dog Days, doesn't he like to suppress the Uchiha clan? Sorry, Laozi is going to slap you in the face now. Oh, yes, the Senju clan has disappeared, it's too pitiful. 9. After an unknown amount of time, Uchiha Fuchan, the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, We, the Uchiha clan, stand in line with Lord Luo Lei. From now on, only Lord Luo Lei will follow. 35. Both civilians and Konoha shinobi fell into silence. Uchiha Fuchan also glanced at Senju Tobarama with playful eyes and said, Second Hokage, don't you like to suppress our Uchiha clan? Now I want to tell you that our Uchiha clan will not play with you anymore. P.S. Kneeling and begging for rewards, collections, flowers and evaluations, Mungshin, kneeling and begging all readers. Lord First Hokage, this is what you said, 55 Uchiha Fuden said with an extremely relieved and disdainful expression. Chapter 164 Stupid First Generation and Second Generation. Seeing Uchiha gloating in abundance, if it weren't for the impure world reincarnation's body, Senju Tobirama would be so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Sure enough, the Uchiha clan were born with rebellious bones, but they didn't find a chance and were suppressed all the time. Now it seems that Luo Lei has given them the courage, and the Uchiha clan will immediately rebel. But, at the thought of the Senju clan being wiped out, Senju Tobirama also took a look at Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, these two things that can't support the wall with mud. So much success is more than failure, and now many people are afraid that they are not watching the jokes between him and his elder brother. Facing Senju Tobirama's gaze, Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen's expressions were a little stiff. They pretended to be calm and stood there. In their hearts, they scolded the 18th generation of Uchiha Futan's ancestors. If you want to stand in line with Luo Lei, stand in line. Luo Lei, what do you mean when it comes to the Senju clan being wiped out? Didn't you mean to live with us? Swish, swish, accompanied by the sound of breaking air. A ninja named Uchiha clan stood behind Uzumaki Kushina and others with excited expressions. So cool, this feeling of slapping the face of the high-level Konoha is really cool. The proud Uchiha clan, who have been squeezed and suppressed by the senior officials of Konoha, finally don't have to play with them anymore. If they didn't dare to speak up, they would have made a loud noise. And with the collective formation of the Uchiha clan, the rest of the major blood-follower boundary families and Konoha's ninjas, the civilians, were all indecisive and fluctuating for a while. Everyone knows that, this time standing in line may affect your life. As for First Hokage, Luo Lei, who is standing in line, will not be too good. Everyone can listen to it and be happy. It is not good now. Who can guarantee that he will not be wearing small shoes in the future? I'm sorry, Mr. Sarutobi. Suddenly, Orochimaru, who hadn't spoken much, licked his lips and said, Luo Lei-kun and I are like-minded, so I won't join you. Orochimaru, you dare? Hearing this sentence, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but exclaimed. Obviously he didn't expect that the second person to speak was his apprentice. Isn't that hitting him in the face? Ha ha, Orochimaru smiled disdainfully, and when he was about to stand in line, Jiraiya's body flashed in front of him. Orochimaru, how can you do this? Jiraiya said with a puzzled face, don't you have confidence in First Hokage and Second Hokage? Jiraiya, just take care of yourself. Advertisement. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and said meaningfully, to tell you the truth, standing in line with Lord Luo Lei is the best choice, 99. Swish. After saying this, Orochimaru stood behind Luo Lei in a flash. Damn. Jiraiya gritted his teeth and stood behind First Hokage in a flash. He firmly believed that his choice was correct. Dottage. Tsunade took a deep look at First Hokage and Second Hokage, and without thinking about it, just behind Luo Lei, he found an empty spot to look at. Sorry, after knowing the truth about the annihilation of the Senju clan, she has no good feelings for the senior officials of Konoha. Since it is a standing team, it must be Luo Lei, who is extremely interested in the team, huh? She has already thought about it. After this incident, she will find a way to join the Konoha superhero group to play. If Orochimaru's team slaps Sarutobi Hiruzen in the face, then Tsunade's team slaps Sarutobi Hiruzen hard, and even First Hokage and Second Generation Hokage were slapped in the face. Why? Jiraiya shook his head in despair. Orochimaru and Tsunade both chose Luo Lei. How could this be? See this scene. First Hokage and Second Hokage could only sigh to themselves. Tsunade, one day you will understand my good intentions. In fact, Konoha Village is our real home. The Senju family is gone. We still have Konoha Village, and we have the will of fire. Senju Hashirama said silently in his heart, a sentence. He is very clear, Tsunade is definitely on their opinion. But, no way, he is First Hokage and must be responsible for Konoha Village in the first place. At the same time, seeing that Sannin Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya are all standing in line, the remaining blood follower and boundary families also began to act. After all, time waits for no one, and even if the choice is difficult, they must make a choice that is beneficial to their respective families. That's right, you read that right, is to make choices that are beneficial to their respective families. Advertisement therefore, the head of the Hyuga clan hesitated for a moment. Only then did I glance at First Hokage, Second Hokage, Third Hokage with very apologetic eyes, and hurriedly led the ninjas of the Hyuga clan to stand in an open space behind Luo Lei. These years, ask for flowers. The suppression and restrictions imposed on the major clans by the senior management of Konoha are vividly visible. In the past, the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan were at the forefront. Therefore, the patriarch of the Hyuga clan did not dare to bet on whether the senior officials of Konoha would do anything to the Hyuga clan in the future, and it was the most sensible choice to choose to stand in line with Lord Luo Lei. More importantly, Impure World Reincarnation's First Hokage may not win Lord Luo Lei. And with the character shown by Lord Luo Lei, once they stand in First Hokage, the Hyuga clan will probably be exterminated. And this is like a Morphuse, Nara Shikuji of the Nara clan, Yamanaka Kaiichi of the Yamanaka clan, and Akamichi Dingza of the Akamichi clan looked at each other, then lowered their heads and said nothing, leading the ninjas of their respective clans to stand behind Luo Lei. They have a deep understanding of Luo Lei's character and ability to do whatever he wants. Moreover, the era of first Hokage has long since passed, and now belongs to the era of Lord Luo Lei. Even fools know how to choose. Immediately after that, there were some large and small families. Seeing that the Uchiha family, the Hyuga family, and the Nara family all made choices, after hesitating for a few seconds, they also chose to follow the crowd. I believe everyone's vision, plus understanding after all the deeds of Mr. Luo Lei, they all stood in line with Mr. Luo Lei. Obviously, they are also less optimistic about the Konoha executives led by Sarutobi Hiruzen. To the power of 9, seeing each family standing in line with Luo Lei, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face has become paler, and his heart is filled with panic. Shimura Danzo lowered his head and wisely stopped talking, because he had already felt the killing intent of first Hokage and second Hokage, as if it was aimed at him and Sarutobi Hiruzen. He was actually backstabbed by so many families, especially Naraluju, who also chose Luo Lei. The fact is that, he did not expect, P.S. Kneeling and begging for rewards, collections, flowers and evaluations, Mungshin, kneeling and begging, all readers and bosses, dead. But, after seeing one family standing behind Luo Lei, there was only one Sarutobi clan left, and the Shimura clan did not stand in line. The expressions of the two gradually changed, and they were completely dumbfounded. At the beginning, first Hokage Senju Hashirama and second Hokage Senju Tobarama's faces were normal. Is this still the Konoha village they imagined? Why is there a feeling of betrayal? Chapter 165 Laozi is the ancestor of Konoha. They knew that the high-rise Konoha mud, led by Sarutobi Hiruzen, could not support the wall. Did not expect, in Konoha village, it is so unpopular among the major families. Needless to say, the Uchiha family has been at odds with the will of fire since Uchiha Madara defected to Konoha village, and it is reasonable to stand in line with Luo Lei. But, the Hyuga family, the Nara family, the Akamichi family, the Yamanaka family, the Aburame family, the Inuzuka family, etc., all stood in line with Luo Lei, so there was something abnormal. Not to mention, Impure World Reincarnation resurrected as first Hokage and second Hokage? As a result, these families still did not give them any face, which can only show how unpopular the four dogs Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Utatane Koharu, Mitokado Homura are in Konoha village. If Utatane Koharu and Mitokado Homura were not dead, Senju Hashirama Senju Tobarama would have beaten and scolded Konoha's high-level F4. A good Konoha village, you have made it into this ghostly state. That kind of invisible feeling of betrayal and separation makes first Hokage Senju Hashirama and second-generation Hokage Senju Tobarama feel as uncomfortable as eating shit. Good. Seeing that most of the clans have wisely chosen to stand in line with him, Luo Lei smiled with satisfaction. This is what he wanted. First Hokage Senju Hashirama, second-generation Hokage Senju Tobarama, third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, don't you think that the will of fire is awesome? You also say that young people are the hope of the future, and the older generation should trust them in guarding the 293. What you actually do, maybe only you yourself know, especially third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, this dog thing, just put the will of fire upside down. Now, as the ancestors of Konoha, I just want to tell you plainly that the will of fire is garbage. Laozi can do whatever he wants, and you dare to show your swords, and you will be finished if I can't get you. Certainly, these stand in line with his family. There must be some who are not wholehearted and have their own careful thoughts, but because of his power and cruel and ruthless methods, they have to stand with him. To this, Luo Lei doesn't care. He only looks at the results, not the process. As long as you stand with me, you are your own person and will enjoy the purest love from the ancestors of Konoha. How to do? What shall we do now? Seeing that the rest of the families have chosen to line up with Luo Lei. The only remaining ninjas from the Sarutobi clan and the Shimura clan were as anxious as ants on a hot pan, but in fact, they should stand in line with first Hokage-sama without any hesitation. But, with the lessons learned from the Mito family and their understanding of Luo Lei's behavior, they really can't afford to gamble if they make a mistake. Didn't you see that even Utatane Koharu was killed by Luo Lei, and the family is still standing in line with Luo Lei? Only eternal interests, no eternal enemies. Luo Lei is killing Uchiha Madara and defeating first Hokage's momentum after that. It has already become a trend. Therefore, both the Sarutobi family and the Shimura family are caught in a dilemma. What are you waiting for? Seeing the hesitant ninjas of the Sarutobi clan, Sarutobi Hiruzen was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Don't stand in line, first Hokage-sama, don't you even trust first Hokage-sama and second Hokage-sama? Sarutobi, eggs can't be put in one basket, I hope you understand." 99. Hearing this, the chief elder of the Sarutobi clan, with an unsteady expression on his face, said solemnly, "If you choose first Hokage, then our Sarutobi clan will choose to stand in line with Lord Luo Lei. In this way, no matter what the outcome is, our Sarutobi family will never lose." Quick. After saying this, the chief elder of the Sarutobi clan led a group of ninjas from the Sarutobi clan to stand behind Luo Lei in no particular order. Anyway, the current situation is very complicated. Just follow the mainstream brainless team Luo Lei and you're done. If Lord Luo Lei wins and the team succeeds, nothing will happen to the Sarutobi family. If Lord Luo Lei loses and the team fails, it is impossible for the senior officials of Konoha to sanction all the families of Lord Luo Lei. Everyone can report to the group to warm up, and nothing will happen. Sarutobi Hiruzen showed an expression of anger and despair, and his heart was greatly affected. Even if other families backstabbed him, even his own Sarutobi family chose to backstab him. Did he fail like that as a third Hokage? For a time, Sarutobi Hiruzen's body trembled violently, and he fell into self-doubt. Advertisement, peeved. Seems to be hit hard. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help spitting out a large mouthful of blood, and his face became even paler. Lord Third Hokage, old man, are you alright? Seeing this, Namikaze Minato and Jiraiya hurried forward, supported Sarutobi Hiruzen, and said something worried. I'm fine. Sarutobi Hiruzen wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth and said calmly, from now on, I will make a clean break with the Sarutobi family. Sarutobi, you really failed. Shimura Danzo sighed involuntarily. In the beginning, if I were Hokage, maybe Konoha Village would be a different scene. 99. Danzo, I hope you can understand that our Shimura clan also chose to line up with Lord Luo Lei. Unfortunately, without waiting for Shimura Danzo to react, the Shimura clan also began to act. Under the leadership of the chief elder of the Shimura clan, they stood behind Luo Lei one after another. Ahe. In an instant, Shimura Danzo's face froze, and a few strands of disbelief flashed in his eyes. Wasn't he kind to the Shimura clan in normal times? Why at the critical moment, just like a white-eyed wolf, go to stand in line with Luo Lei? No, I'm going to condemn the Shimura clan, swish. A cracking sound rang out. Before first Hokage and second Hokage could react, Shimura Danzo flew behind Luo Lei, where the Shimura clan stood. You all wait for me, and when it's over, I'll take care of you. The next moment, Shimura Danzo said to first Hokage and second Hokage from the air without blushing after he was extremely angry and said a cruel word to the ninjas of the Shimura clan. I won't be here for a while, until the battle is over. After that, I will teach the Shimura clan a hard lesson. The sudden show flashed the wastes of countless people. Especially looking at Shimura Danzo's unchanging face and shameless appearance, many people's expressions have changed. I have seen shameless, and I have never seen such shameless as Shimura Danzo. If you want to stand in line, Mr. Luo Lei will say it directly, and try to make some bells and whistles. Shimura Danzo. Senju Tobirama was about to go crazy, and shouted angrily, you wait for me. Angry, extremely angry. Other families, Luo Lei, Senju Tobirama can understand, but Shimura Danzo, whom he likes so much, actually surrenders to the enemy in public. This is no longer a slap in the face, but a denial of everything he has done in power, denying the will of fire of Konoha Village. Danzo, you. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was originally spitting blood, couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with disbelief. At the crucial moment, even Shimura Danzo, the sixth child, actually dropped his chain and went to the enemy in public. Good, very good, excellent. At this time, first Hokage Senju Hashirama, who had never spoken, laughed loudly, suppressed the anger in his heart, and said solemnly, no family is willing to stand behind me. It seems that as the god of ninjas, I am too dead. Early, many people have forgotten my horror. After saying this, Senju Hashirama also increased his tone, clenched his fists, and said, don't worry, I won't blame you. After all, everyone has the right to choose. 35. Okay, there are still 3 minutes, it's time for you to stand. 99. Luo Lei glanced at Senju Hashirama, who was incompetent and furious, then turned to look at some of the remaining civilians in Konoha Shinobi, and said, speed up, I want to see your choice. I stand in line with Lord Luo Lei. I'm in line for first Hokage. I still choose to stand in line with Lord Luo Lei. Sorry, Mr. Luo Lei, I want to choose first Hokage. First Hokage is sorry, I chose to stand in line with Lord Luo Lei. It seems that first Hokage's harsh words played a role. Advertisement soon. After initial hesitation, about 1/5 of the commoners in Konoha Shinobi gritted their teeth and chose to line up with first Hokage, and the remaining 4/5 chose to line up with Lord Luo Lei. Besides, the Rude all choose the team Luo Lei. Unexpectedly, Anbu also chose Luo Lei for more than half of the team. So far, most of the people in Konoha Village are finished. In terms of quantity and quality, Luo Lei is a complete victory over first Hokage Senju Hashirama. Fortunately, I didn't get a shaved head. Senju Tobirama breathed a sigh of relief. Nothing to say, they haven't left each other yet, and Konoha Village is still alive. The 1/5 of civilians in Konoha Shinobi are our base. A look of pain flashed in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. He knew very well that many of the Konoha Shinobi in the 1/5 had never been on the battlefield of the 3 battles, so they sided with them. And the Konoha Shinobi players who went to the battlefield of the Third World War were all chosen to line up with Luo Lei. As for Jiraiya and Namikaze Minato, who were supporting Sarutobi Hiruzen, after looking at each other, they didn't know what to say. In such a huge Konoha village, no family is willing to stand in the line of first Hokage, loyal to the will of fire, loyal to Hokage. There are only so few commoners in Konoha Shinobi. I have to say that third Hokage-sama really seems to have some failures in what he does, which is unpopular. Don't worry, I won't let you down. Seeing that 1/5 of the commoners in Konoha Shinobi were willing to believe in themselves and the will of fire, Senju Hashirama's incompetent and furious heart finally showed a ray of relief and said aloud. Pity, just at this time, Luo Lei, who has always been light and windy, has a strange crimson light flashing in his eyes. Have nothing to say, since he chose to stand in the will of fire and stand in first Hokage, that is his enemy. As the ancestor of Konoha, he will not be merciful to the enemy. Laozi is the ancestor of Konoha? 35 laugh, next second. An Anbu ninja standing in first Hokage was bombarded alive by the red-hot sight. And, this is just the beginning, what, 5.5. Bang. 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 A series of screams sounded, and many Konoha shinobi runners in the first Hokage line were bombarded by a hot line of sight, one after another, before they could react. 11. Seeing that his own people were killed, Senju Hashirama was going crazy, the whole body of Chaton was pouring out, and he wanted to stop Luo Lei, and even brought Senju Toburama, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Jiraiya, Namikaze Minato into a fighting state. However, Luo Lei's speed is too fast, they couldn't even catch Luo Lei's attack trajectory. Can only watch the people who stand in line with first Hokage be killed one after another. No, it's too fast, wood-style wooden golem jutsu. Senju Hashirama's expression changed again and again, and he summoned 10 incomparably gigantic wooden golems with a slap of both hands, surrounding those who stood in line with him in the center, trying to block Luo Lei's attack. Crack, 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 a broken sound resounded. Those wooden golems didn't hold on for even a thousandth of a second, and there were small holes pierced by heat vision. For a time, the wooden golem crumbled and the sound of blood rushing around could be heard incessantly, causing a strong smell of blood and burning in the air. A minute later, almost all of the people standing in the first Hokage line were wiped out, and the dead couldn't die any longer. Chapter 166 Senju Toburama, do you want to dance too? Quiet. The whole Konoha village fell into a dead silence. No way, after everyone stood in line, no one would have thought that Luo Lei would start eradicating dissidents as soon as he disagreed. All civilians and ninjas who stood in line with first Hokage were attacked indiscriminately, and those who died could no longer die. First Hokage Senju Hashirama wanted to stop, but couldn't do anything, the speed gap was too big, wooden golem couldn't defend, and could only watch it all happen. Terrible. Thanks to our cleverness, we chose to stand in line, Lord Luo Lei. If you don't agree with one word, you will act recklessly and give first Hokage and second Hokage no face at all. Lord Luo Lei is really too irritable. Lord Luo Lei, you are simply such a terrifying existence. Soon, after reacting, all the major families who stood in line with Luo Lei, or Konoha civilians, and the ninjas were trembling with fear, all 17 made an uproar. Ninjas such as the Sarutobi clan and Shimura clan looked at each other involuntarily, and they could see the happy look in their eyes. Fortunately, they chose to stand in line with Lord Luo Lei. Otherwise, now the Sarutobi clan and Shimura clan have probably been wiped out. This, Golem. Golem. Shimura Danzo swallowed his saliva carefully, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and said in his heart that he was witty and clever. At the critical moment, he chose to stand in line with Luo Lei. As for face, can that be eaten as a meal? What's more, Shimura Danzo can bend and stretch, and now he is only standing in line with Luo Lei. When Lord Luo Lei is defeated by first Hokage, he will confess to Senju Toburama that he just wants to be an undercover spy. Of course, if Luo Lei wins first Hokage, then he is the real Luo Lei. No matter what, Shimura Danzo will not lose. Choose the right one. Fortunately, we didn't rashly choose to line up with first Hokage. Advertisement: the patriarchs of the Hyuga family, the Nara family, the Yamanaka family, the Inuzuka family, etc., were relieved and grateful for their wise decision. No matter what, there was nothing wrong with choosing to stand in the line of Lord Luo Lei. Lord Luo Lei is awesome. The ninjas of the Uchiha clan, headed by Uchiha Fuden, all showed excited smiles. Seeing first Hokage, second generation Hokage, and third Hokage shriveled, they felt as if they had avenged their father for killing their father, which was extremely refreshing. The other side, looking at the dead Konoha shinobi and civilians. First Hokage Senju Hashirama, second generation Hokage Senju Toburama, third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, Namikaze Minato, Jiraiya all have dull eyes, as if they haven't reacted yet. What is this to die for? Luo Lei killed so many people so neatly, so unscrupulous, did he do whatever he wanted? Especially Senju Hashirama and Senju Toburama, even though they knew that Luo Lei was an unscrupulous lunatic and monster, they did not hesitate to attack the commoners and ninjas of Konoha Village. It was beyond their tolerance, they dared not imagine Luo Lei what exactly happened. It became what it is now. This is a pervert who can do whatever he wants without any scruples. In an instant, first Hokage Senju Hashirama and second Hokage Senju Toburama clenched their fists violently, and their hearts were filled with anger that could not be calmed down at all. But, just at this time, swish, a cracking sound rang out. Luo Lei's body appeared in an open space in front of Senju Hashirama, showing a smile like a native of the motherland, and said calmly, "First Hokage, now there is no one to support you in Konoha Village." Luo Lei, hearing this sentence, Senju Hashirama seemed to have reacted, and ultimate roared with anger. "Kill so many Konoha shinobi and civilians, I will kill you. Konoha Village will not tolerate the existence of dangerous people like you." 9. When it comes to this, the chatla on Senju Hashirama's body was roaring unabashedly, and first Hokage was going to explode completely. "Brother, I can't bear it anymore, this Luo Lei is a lunatic, a complete lunatic. Senju Toburama's expression turned cold. He couldn't bear it any longer. He threw dozens of flying thunder god kunai at Luo Lei. His body was broken. Flash disappeared. Wait a minute, Toburama. 95 Senju Hashirama's expression changed suddenly, and he wanted to stop it, but found that it was too late. Swish. When Senju Toburama appeared again, he had already appeared on the ground behind Luo Lei where there was a flying thunder god kunai, holding a shuriken covered with chakra flowing, stabbing towards Luo Lei's back vest at a very fast speed go, 1-to-1 hit kill. Advertisement alright. As soon as second Hokage was released, it showed its speed under the blessing of flying thunder god to ultimate, and it took less than a second to attack Luo Lei. Go to hell. Senju Toburama's eyes flashed with crazy killing intent. For Luo Lei, the destroyer of the will of fire, the stealer of Konoha Village, he would not be merciful. Clang. The next moment, a crisp voice sounded. The shuriken covered by the flow of chakra in Senju Toburama's hand stabbed Luo Lei's back ruthlessly. There was no bloody 293 scene in his imagination. Instead, it seemed to be stabbed on some reinforced iron bone, but his clothes were pierced, and did not pierce the skin. More specifically, it seems that the skin is not even pierced a little bit. Senju Toburama was a little confused and stunned. What's the situation? How could Luo Lei's body's defense be so strong? His full blow was mixed with chakra flow, and he didn't even pierce the skin? Is this a joke? You are really too strong, but, just at this time. Luo Lei turned his head slowly and made an incomparably playful voice. Luo Lei said something expressionless after grabbing Senju Toburama's neck. Senju Toburama's eyes and pupils shrank for a while, and Luo Lei grabbed his neck before he left. Do you want to dance too? T7. P.S. Kneeling and begging for rewards, collections, flowers and evaluations. Mungshin, kneeling and begging all readers. So fast. With an ear-piercing sound of breaking through the air, Luo Lei's speed was even faster, and he stretched out his right hand. Swish. Senju Toburama was taken aback and wanted to leave with the flying thunder god technique. Chapter 167 Shocking Generals. Senju Hashirama. Come to a battle of the gods. Do you want to dance too? Luo Lei said something expressionless after grabbing Senju Toburama's neck. You. Hearing these familiar words, Senju Toburama's eyes flashed with horror, and he opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but found that his neck was strangled, and he couldn't speak at all. He did not expect that Luo Lei would be so powerful that he was caught before he could even use the flying thunder god. You know, even his big brother can't do it. This is completely impossible, right? Result. Luo Lei did it. For a while, Senju Toburama realized Luo Lei's strength. Maybe it was much stronger than he imagined. If you don't speak, then I will treat you as the default. Laozi just wants to be an ordinary Konoha ancestor. Why is it so difficult? 35. What are you guys? After Impure World Reincarnation was resurrected, you thought you could be the savior and save Konoha Village? To tell you the truth, times have changed, and you are dead, so go back to the Pure Land for Laozi. When it comes to the last sentence, Luo Lei's cheeks showed an extremely crazy cold color without concealment. The first Hokage and second Hokage, who think they are awesome, want to revive the glory of the Will of Fire as soon as they return to Konoha Village. What else did Konoha Village allow him to be so awesome? What are they? First Hokage Senju Hashirama and second Hokage Senju Toburama are just two trash and megalomaniacs who think they have contributed a lot to Konoha Village. Boom. The next moment, Luo Lei grinned and clenched Senju Toburama's neck, squeezing his neck directly, turning it into countless dust. And this is just the beginning. Without any warning, Luo Lei grabbed Senju Toburama's head and slammed it on the ground. Boom. A deafening roar resounded. Because of the Impure World Reincarnation, Senju Toburama's head didn't rush with red and white things, but turned into countless pieces in an instant, causing a huge deep pit to appear on the ground, and the powerful force even made Konoha Village even shake a few times. It's useless. Our Impure World Reincarnation body is immortal. However, even if the head is smashed and the neck is crushed, Senju Toburama didn't panic at all, and countless dust gradually gathered, and gradually restored his original body on the ground. Yes. Advertisement. The corners of Luo Lei's mouth twitched slightly, and he said softly, even if you have an immortal body, you are just a piece of trash. Boom. After saying this, Senju Toburama's newly recovered head was smashed by Luo Lei again. Laugh. After a few seconds, another hot sight. Senju Toburama's head and body exploded again. Bang. 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 A sound of explosion resounded. In less than a minute, Senju Toburama himself didn't know how many times his body had been blown up. He didn't take it seriously at first. Anyway, Impure World Reincarnation's body was immortal and was not virtual. But, as his body continued to recover, he inexplicably felt a little panic. Because, with the continuous recovery of his body, his soul seems to be weakening a little bit. At the beginning, he hadn't reacted yet, but after being resurrected dozens or hundreds of times, his body recovered, but a feeling of weakness appeared in his soul, as if he continued to fight, he would die completely. I can't even go to the Pure Land, in an instant. Senju Toburama was a little scared all of a sudden. That's right, he's scared. It's not scary to die. Anyway, he can go to the Pure Land, and he can be released by Impure World Reincarnation if he has nothing to do. Let's take a look at the changes in the ninja world. If there is no soul, then didn't he completely disappear from the ninja world and the Pure Land? Brother, save me. Aware of the urgency of the matter, Senju Tobarama screamed in urgency while his body was being blown up. What? 99 Senju Hashirama, who was still waiting for an opportunity, showed a look of doubt. He didn't do anything, just wanted to see how Luo Lei's physical strength was, but he didn't expect Senju Tobarama, who has an immortal body, to take the lead and couldn't hold on anymore. This was especially painful. Impure World Reincarnation's body is immortal, according to the Great Toad Sage, except for some special methods. As long as Luo Lei did not reach the 6 paths level Master Yin-Yang escape, Impure World Reincarnation's body is almost inextricable. Why can't Senju Tobarama hold on now? Just get your hands on it here, Konoha Village could be ruined. Alright. Advertisement even seeing Senju Tobarama being hanged and beaten. Senju Hashirama is still very confident in his own strength. Once he used some tricks, he was worried that he would be unable to hold back and destroy Konoha Village. Luo Lei can act recklessly without being constrained by morality. He couldn't destroy Konoha Village with his own hands. Big brother. Boom. Another urgent cry for help. Senju Tobarama's newly recovered body was blown up by Luo Lei's heat ray again. While watching second Hokage being continuously bombarded. A lot of Konoha shinobi and civilians standing in Luo Lei's line had some stiff expressions. Orochimaru, Uchiha Fuchan, Uchiha Fugaku, Narashikuji and others were almost frozen there, and a cold sweat gradually overflowed from their foreheads. So violent, so powerful. Even Hokage Senju Tobarama, the second generation of Impure World Reincarnation, have Impure World Reincarnation's undead body. They don't have any use for eggs, and they don't even have the strength to fight back. Just like stepping on ants, they can only be crushed and beaten constantly. Burst. This. Sarutobi Hiruzen showed a stunned expression. He still saw second Hokage-sama being pressed to the ground for the first time without any strength to fight back, and he was beaten frantically. Second Hokage is so miserable. It's torture to feel like your body isn't dead. Namikaze Minato and Jiraiya looked at each other. They could see the bitterness in their eyes. It was too difficult. It was really too difficult. That Luo Lei was really too pervert. Luo Lei, let's go outside the Konoha village and have a real battle of the gods. But, just at this time, first Hokage Senju Hashirama took a deep breath and said solemnly, I'll let you know what the real ninja god is. Senju Hashirama clenched his fist indifferently and flew out first. After hearing this, he just wanted to confirm an idea, that is, whether the original power of the motherland has any effect on the body of Impure World Reincarnation. I didn't expect that it really has some effects, but it only affects the soul. The chicken will be the law and the people? A cracking sound rang out. For example, others do not perceive it, but he perceives it. Although this Senju Tobarama is not dead, his soul has declined a lot. P.S. Kneeling and begging for rewards, collections, flowers and evaluations, Mungshin, kneeling and begging all readers. Swish. The corners of Luo Lei's mouth were slightly raised, and he was too lazy to step on Senju Tobarama. Chapter 168 Full Fire, Sage Art True Several Thousand Hands. Call. Seeing that Luo Lei didn't move, Senju Tobarama, who had just recovered his body, breathed a sigh of relief with lingering fears. He resisted the feeling of weakness in his soul, and was so shivering that he didn't dare to say anything more. Convinced, for this Luo Lei, he is completely without any confidence and pride, and his dignity is broken. To put it bluntly, if it weren't for the immortal body of Impure World Reincarnation, he was afraid that he would not be mercilessly killed by Luo Lei. The Flying Thunder God technique, which he is proud of, is a big joke in front of Luo Lei, worthless. As for water style, I'm afraid it won't break Luo Lei's defense. Because, Luo Lei is really tough, so even Senju Tobarama couldn't figure out why Luo Lei appeared in the ninja world, a pervert like Luo Lei, with an inexplicable body, an incomprehensible speed, and an incomprehensible strength, which directly created such a monster who can do whatever he wants. More importantly, Luo Lei did not use chakra and ninjutsu from the beginning to the end, which made Senju Tobarama feel a huge sense of loss and powerlessness. When, as second Hokage, is he so unbearable to be looked down upon? Trash. Luo Lei glanced at Senju Tobarama sarcastically and said in a low voice, I will let you know what the real god of ninja is. From now on, Laozi will be the ancestor of Konoha Village. Alright, for today's Luo Lei, the crispy skin of a ninja is to be killed instantly by being used. The supersonic speed of more than 20 times is combined with super strength, super defense, and super perception. He can definitely overturn even a 6 paths level ninja at one time, not to mention ninjas under these 6 paths. Still want to make a seal? Thinking about eating shit? The Senju gate in front of him is only dipped in the light of Impure World Reincarnation, which cannot change the fact that he is a crispy ninja. As for first Hokage Senju Hashirama, without Ashura's energy, under the blessing of Sage Body, it can only be regarded as a slightly stronger crispy ninja, surely. It can't change the ending of being blasted at one time? He now it is the unsolved ancestors. Swish. A cracking sound rang out. Luo Lei followed with a flick of his body. He wanted to defeat Senju Hashirama's proud sage art wood style and let him know what real cruelty is. Now the era of 293 has changed, and the sky of Konoha Village has also changed. Let's go to the Pure Land to revive the glory of the so-called Wolf Fire. Second Hokage-sama, are you alright? The moment Luo Lei left, Namikaze Minato, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Jiraiya suppressed the throbbing in their hearts, flew over, and carefully lifted Senju Tobarama with worried expressions on their faces. The soul has been severely damaged, and I can no longer exert the strength of Jonin. Senju Tobirama was lifted up tremblingly, and said in a trembling voice. This Luo Lei's strength is stronger than he imagined. Yamato pervert. Certainly, Senju Tobirama has not said a word. After seeing Luo Lei's terrifying and incomparable strength, he is no longer so confident and blind towards his eldest brother. He only hopes that his eldest brother can keep the last bit of dignity and bottom line of the will of fire. What? Hearing these words, Sarutobi Hiruzen let out an exclamation and said incredulously. Second Hokage-sama, you can't even show the strength of Jonin? Senju Tobirama made a decadent voice and said bitterly. I have been abolished by Luo Lei, and the wounds in my soul do not know how long it will take to recover. Is that so? Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes flickered, and there was a vague sense of ominousness in his heart. Isn't it right? This time, Liangjin won't put himself in it, right? Also, second Hokage is too bad. Those who were hanged and beaten didn't even have a chance to fight back. Now even Jonin's strength can't be exerted, and it's completely abolished. Let's go. Senju Tobirama didn't notice Sarutobi Hiruzen's careful thoughts, and said, help me to the outside of Konoha Village. I want to see the battle between the eldest brother and Luo Lei. Yes. The expressions of Jiraiya and Namikaze Minato were slightly condensed, and their bodies flew out in a flash. Advertisement. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, and followed closely behind. The arrow had to be shot on the string, he had no way out, and he had to use his sword to the end. Ha ha ha. Uzumaki Kushina's pretty face was full of excitement, BHFF, and he said excitedly. Let's see how Lord Luo Lei hangs first Hokage, 99. Okay. Let's go. The voice did not fall. Nohara Rin, the two from Wooden Golem, Uchiha Mikoto followed with a look of joy. All the ninjas of the Uchiha clan obeyed. Let's cheer for Lord Luo Lei and witness the shattering of the myth of first Hokage. Uchiha Futian laughed loudly and flew out without hesitation. Thinking that the once awesome second Hokage Senju Tobirama is also today, Uchiha Futian felt a sense of relief. It was really the repayment of the heavenly Tao wheel that should be unhappy. And this seems to be a fuse. Swish, swish, swish. Next moment, a sound of breaking through the air rang out. Except for the ninjas of the Uchiha clan, the ninjas of the Hyuga clan, the ninjas of the Nara clan, the ninjas of the Yamanaka clan, etc., as well as some Konoha shinobi people and civilians who were standing in Luo Lei, all rushed out of the Konoha village. Everyone knows that the battle of the gods between first Hokage Senju Hashirama and Lord Luo Lei will determine the fate of Konoha village and the future direction of the ninja world. This battle will definitely shake the ninja world, and it will be passed down through the ages. Grandfather and second grandfather, you are all dead. Why should you participate in this muddy water in Konoha village? 35. A look of helplessness flashed across Tsunade's pretty face, and he murmured to himself. Now the fame of my life is about to be destroyed, and even the last face of the Senju family has been lost. It's really getting more and more interesting. Orochimaru stuck out his tongue, licked his lips, and said, Tsunade, let's go together. Well, let's go. Tsunade nodded expressionlessly, and with a flick of his body, he left with Orochimaru. I'll take a look too, after almost everyone has left. Shimura Danzo gritted his teeth, clenched his fist and followed with his roots. No matter who wins or loses, he won't lose. The only thing that makes him curious is, what will happen to Sarutobi Hiruzen if Lord First Hokage loses? Hokage will definitely fail. Luo Lei will give this position of Hokage. Who? Thinking of this, Shimura Danzo felt a little uncomfortable and aggrieved, and he has been thinking about this position of Hokage for a long time. After a few minutes, on a large plain not far from Konoha village. When the ninjas from Konoha village arrived, they saw that first Hokage Senju Hashirama and Konoha's ancestor Luo Lei had begun to confront each other. No one has finished speaking, but it made the atmosphere of the whole plain extremely solemn and cold, full of chills. The real decisive battle is about to begin. See this scene. After the initial shock, many Konoha village ninjas showed a look of sighing. First Hokage Senju Hashirama, the god of ninjas during the Sengoku period. Luo Lei, he is the god of ninja of this era, you can say it this way. The presence of both had a profound impact on Konoha village. Now because of different ideas and pursuits, as well as disputes over the ownership of Konoha village, it is still unbelievable to have a dialogue between the strong. At the same time, I haven't been this excited for a long time since I died. In the arena, perhaps feeling that the time was almost up, Senju Hashirama took a deep breath and said coldly, I hope you can fully fire, let me see how strong you are, after all. The words are not finished yet. Advertisement. Senju Hashirama didn't know what was going on, but felt an inexplicable danger, as if Luo Lei was about to explode at any moment. However, as the legendary god of the ninja world, Senju Hashirama didn't pay much attention to it. Instead, a manic and incomparable fighting intent emerged in his eyes. Nobody, not even Uchiha Madara, could make him frightened and terrified, and the fight was over. Boom. Just when Senju Hashirama was about to say something, he found that his body seemed to be hit by something moving at a high speed, and his body instantly turned into countless dust. Senju Hashirama, who had only one head left, was stunned. The countless Konoha shinobi spectators and civilians on the scene also widened their eyes and froze there. What's the situation? First Hokage Senju Hashirama was blasted by Lord Luo Lei without any resistance. When the scalp was even more numb, they didn't realize how Mr. Luo Lei's body was moving. Only a very few people could vaguely see that Luo Lei's body seemed to be illusory for less than 1,000th of a second. Time. Good. Good speed, it seems to be faster than just now. Feeling that his body was recovering, Senju Hashirama's face became a little stiff. He was slapped by Luo Lei again, and his front foot said that Luo Lei was fully fired, but his body was unable to resist, was blasted. If it weren't for him being the body of Impure World Reincarnation, he would have lost in the first round. Senju Hashirama, you are really weak. 35 at this time, Luo Lei folded his arms across his chest and said indifferently, if you are at this level, you should go back to the Pure Land by yourself, and don't waste everyone's time. Luo Lei, you are less complacent. Drink. 99 after hearing this. Senju Hashirama didn't bother to say anything nonsense, so he gave a cold drink in anger and went straight to full fire. As the god of ninjas, he also has his own dignity and arrogance, but he was insulted, despised, looked down upon, and slapped in the face by Luo Lei one after another. Then let's see what Sage Art Wood style is. A terrifying chandla spread out, and in full view, black stripes appeared around the corners of Senju Hashirama's eyes. His forehead resembled a black bullseye, and the periphery of his pupils turned yellow. This is the face of Sage Mode. Sage Art Wood style true several thousand hands. After entering Sage Mode, Senju Hashirama's celestial magic, chandla, is earth-shattering, with a slap of both hands. Boom. A deafening roar resounded. I saw a huge Guanyin statue with countless huge arms appearing on the plain. The powerful deterrent force even made the air start to tremble slightly, rolling up a majestic shockwave. First Hokage is coming for real. This Guanyin statue is so big, I feel like I can grab the tailed beast and play with it with one hand. The legendary Sage Art Wood style has finally appeared. 35. At the moment when true several thousand hands appeared, the Konoha shinobi people and commoners who were still in a sluggish state finally recovered and let out a series of uproars in fright. No way, it's really that first Hokage is a super big move when he makes a shot, showing his ability to press the bottom of the box. Is this the legendary Sage Art Wood style? Jiraiya swallowed cautiously. He felt that his Sage Mode was nothing compared to first Hokage's Sage Mode, and was completely incomparable. P.S. Kneeling and begging for rewards, collections, flowers and evaluations. Mungshin, kneeling and begging all readers. Come on. Big brother is going to run wild. A gleam of hope appeared in Senju Tobarama's eyes, his fists clenched tightly, and he muttered to himself. Success or failure depends on this one move. I hope to succeed. There is still a chance. We still have a chance. Sarutobi Hiruzen is constantly cheering himself up. He really can't afford to lose. So strong. Is this the true strength of first Hokage? In the field, after casting true several thousand hands, Senju Hashirama's body also stood on the head of true several thousand hands, looking down at Luo Lei, and scolded fiercely. Sage Art become a Buddha on the top. Looking from a distance, the huge Avalokiteshvara statue with countless giant arms is really too big, and the momentum of the explosion is extremely violent. Those giant arms can make people's scalp tingle for a while, and they can't help themselves. Namikaze Minato stared at the huge Avalokiteshvara in stunned eyes, with a cold sweat on his forehead, and said, Sage Art Wood style, which is so terrifying, should have a chance to win against Luo Lei. Chapter 169 Senju Tobarama, Sarutobi Hiruzen. We have to kneel to watch the battle. Sage Art Buddha on the top, boom. The voice did not fall. A terrifying celestial magic, chandla, swept out from Senju Hashirama's body. Immediately afterwards, the giant Guanyin statue without any movement suddenly twisted, and countless huge arms clenched their fists at the same time, but like a violent storm, they bombarded Luo Lei overwhelmingly. Crack, crack, crack. This is the sound of air bursting. Perhaps there were too many fists and too much power, causing the entire battlefield to tremble slightly. However, as the target of the attack, Luo Lei's body is small compared to the huge body of true several thousand hands. Therefore, Sage Art Buddha on the top is like an anti-aircraft cannon to fight mosquitoes. Even more amazing is that, in the face of such a devastating attack, Luo Lei stood motionless on the ground, did not fight back, and did not have any intention of evading, as if he had already accepted his fate. Why don't you run away? A rare gleam of joy appeared on Senju Hashirama's cheeks, and he was afraid that Luo Lei would use his speed to evade the attack of true several thousand hands. Speed to dodge, then he can only be hanged and beaten, without the power to fight back. Well now, Luo Lei didn't dodge, so don't blame him for being rude. Ha ha, on the ground, looking at the countless giant fists that were bombarding him, Luo Lei's mouth curled up, his eyes were extremely indifferent, and he just stood there calmly. Boom. 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 In the next instant, the endless giant fists like a gust of wind and rain slammed into the place where Luo Lei was, and a shockwave of energy that was terrifying to ultimate broke out, and a deafening roar resounded, making the entire battlefield feel faintly, trembling. Clap. Clap. Perhaps the bombardment of the giant fists was too powerful. Centering on the place where Luo Lei was bombarded, the earth began to sag continuously, as if Mars hit the earth. In an instant, countless cracks appeared on the ground in a radius of tens of kilometers. Back, back, in the face of such a devastating scene. Without hesitation, the Konoha shinobi and civilians who were watching the battle began to retreat in horror. Only a handful of ninjas with slightly stronger strength were still standing there, looking at the center of the battlefield. They didn't even dare to blink, for fear of missing something wonderful. Advertisement 1 second, 10 seconds, 30 seconds. It seems to be to completely suppress Luo Lei. Senju Hashirama fully opened fire, urging true several thousand hands, bombarded the top Buddha for 3 minutes, and bombarded the place where Luo Lei was, a pothole with a diameter of several kilometers, and then gradually stopped. Quiet. A dead silence, looking at the center of the dusty battlefield. Countless Konoha civilians and ninjas watching the battle were dumbfounded, their minds buzzed, and they went blank. No way, it is really terrifying to transform into a Buddha on the top, and it seems that he is going to destroy the sky and destroy the earth and explode everything. Can it be successful? Seeing this scene, Senju Tobarama's heart tightened, his eyes fixed on the center of the battlefield, where the dust in the sky was gradually dissipating. At this time, more than Senju Tobarama, people such as Sarutobi Hiruzen, Namikaze Minato, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Tsunade Narashikuji, etc., all focused on the huge pothole in the center of the battlefield, obviously wanting to know Luo Lei, who had endured true several thousand hands, how exactly. Lord Luo Lei is very strong. The only people who were not worried at the scene were Uzumaki Kushina, Nohara Rin, Wooden Golem and Uchiha Mikoto. Even if first Hokage Senju Hashirama had already used his trump card, they were not worried at all. Luo Lei's toughness, they all know. No matter how strong first Hokage is, it can only be F*** ed once. The fact is also true, maybe it's a little boring to wait. Swish. A cracking sound rang out, Luo Lei's body flew out of the dust-covered pit and was suspended in midair. Look around, there are no wounds on the whole body, and there is no injury at all. Huh, Lord Luo Lei seems to be completely fine. How is this possible? Advertisement, I resisted with my body, first Hokage-sama's head turning Buddha. Are you kidding me? Why is there no injury at all? How strong is Luo Lei's body defense? Ask for flowers the next moment, looking at Luo Lei who showed no signs of injury, countless Konoha shinobi spectators and civilians who were watching the battle, all gasped and showed a ghostly look. They thought of many possibilities, but they didn't think that Lord Luo Lei resisted a move to turn into a Buddha? Is this a miracle? Sarutobi Hiruzen's body trembled, only to feel the darkness in front of him, and he fell to his knees on the ground. Ruined, it's all over. Luo Lei stood there and let first Hokage fight without any injuries. If he fought back, first Hokage would probably be beaten. Big Brother. Big Brother's top Buddha was actually blocked by someone's body? Boom. Next to him, Senju Tobarama wanted to vomit blood in anger, kneeling on the ground as soon as his legs softened, a look of uncertainty on his cheeks, and he was not as frightened as he was today. The incomprehensible sage art Buddha on the top was actually blocked by the body? This FK also hits a hammer? Second Hokage, third Hokage. Seeing this, Jiraiya and Namikaze Minato, who were still in a trance state, hurried back to their senses and wanted to help Senju Tobarama and Sarutobi Hiruzen. No, I want to watch the battle on my knees. Senju Tobarama showed a look of despair and said bitterly, I want to see how strong Luo Lei is. I'll kneel down too, he really has some regrets. P.S. Kneeling and begging for rewards, collections, flowers and evaluations, Mungshin, kneeling and begging, all readers and bosses, dead. Jiraiya and Namikaze Minato looked stunned, then lowered their heads and stopped talking. If I had known Luo Lei's strength would be so terrifying, he still showed a sword with a hammer? Even if he was a puppet Hokage, wouldn't it be fragrant? Once he slipped into an eternal hatred, now everything is over. Regretted, because, not only Senju Tobarama and Sarutobi Hiruzen knelt down, but many Konoha shinobi spectators and civilians in the distance couldn't help kneeling to watch the battle, as if only in this way could suppress the stormy waves in their hearts. Sarutobi Hiruzen showed a sullen expression. Chapter 170 Shinsu has no hands, Senju Hashirama's despair. Impossible. Why is this? 99. I don't believe, what's wrong with Luo Lei's body? It's not the body of six paths, why is the defense so perverted? Compared with Sarutobi Hiruzen, Senju Tobarama was so shocked that he was kneeling and watching the battle. At this time, Senju Hashirama, who was standing on the head of true several thousand hands, was already a little bit broken and timid, and the face of the immortal face was full of extreme disbelief, color. For the power of the Buddha on the top, he knows. Almost every fist can destroy mountains and meteorites. To put it bluntly, in the Battle of the Valley of the End, he used this technique to destroy Madara's armor and Susanoo armor, and the huge destructive power created, 293, the Valley of the End. The results of it, even the armor and Susanoo armor can explode into a Buddha, but even Luo Lei's body can't be broken. This huge contrast, let Senju Hashirama not accept and do not want to accept. At this time, Luo Lei, who was suspended in midair, said in a flat tone, Senju Hashirama, is this your top Buddha? Hearing these disdainful words, Senju Hashirama glanced at Luo Lei, his whole body was trembling with anger, he opened his mouth, he wanted to say something, but nothing came out. In fact, if the body is not from impure world reincarnation. Senju Hashirama wanted to vomit blood, but, for that matter, his heart was still very aggrieved and uncomfortable. It was the first time in the ninja world that he was so despised and dismissed for so many years. This Luo Lei was purely killing people. Forget it, it's my turn to do it, But, just at this time, Luo Lei stretched lightly and said, I hope you can hold on for 20 seconds, 55. Danger. Extremely dangerous. Advertisement after this sentence, as the god of ninjas, Senju Hashirama, his keen intuition was giving a crazy warning, as if he was being stared at by some wild beast. Do not stop looking down on people. I don't believe that I can't even hold on for 20 seconds. Sage art turns up Buddha on the top. Senju Hashirama's heart was screaming frantically, and without waiting for Luo Lei to make a move, he slapped his hands, and the terrifying immortal magic chatula swept out, and then he controlled true several thousand hands and launched an attack on Luo Lei. He intends to strike first. Swish, swish, a sound of breaking through the air rang out. Countless huge arms began to wave the huge wooden fists in their hands again, blasting towards Luo Lei in midair with overwhelming momentum. Are you still coming? Luo Lei shook his head and muttered to himself, is it great to have more fists? Let me blow up all your thousands of giant arms first, and then blow up your impure world reincarnation body. Swish. A cracking sound rang out. Luo Lei's fist clenched and faced the countless huge wooden fists of true several thousand hands, and charged forward. Bang. Bang. In the next instant, the sound of the huge wooden fists being smashed sounded, and a terrifying shockwave broke out, spreading out in all directions, making the air tremble, and even the ground trembled. Look around, I saw Luo Lei's speed was too fast, his body had disappeared, and he could only see the huge wooden fists constantly bursting. Therefore, in this situation, countless Konoha shinobi spectators and civilians at the scene saw a scene that they will never forget in their entire lives. In less than 8 seconds, the clenched fists of the thousands of giant arms of true several thousand hands were violently blasted one by Luo Lei. The scene was extremely shocking and terrifying. Laugh. In vain. Just at this time, a crimson hot sight burst out, and it slammed fiercely on the more than 20 giants of true several thousand hands. Advertisement boom. 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 More than 20 consecutive roars resounded. This is the sound of more than 20 giants hitting the ground. And this is just the beginning. Under countless gazes, hot gazes burst out, constantly cutting the thousands of huge arms of true several thousand hands. In less than 8 seconds, the thousands of huge arms of true several thousand hands were cut off by the heat vision. From a distance, true several thousand hands is like one arm, and the countless Konoha shinobi people who see it are numb. Grow it all up for me. Watching his true several thousand hands become Shinsu handless. Senju Hashirama's eyes are splitting, and he can only suppress the throbbing in his heart. Shienju Chanla poured into true several thousand hands like he didn't want money. He wanted true several thousand hands to put thousands of the giant arm is restored. Pity, everything is meaningless. Boom, a crackling sound rang out. Senju Hashirama didn't even react. His hot eyes greeted him, and a hole appeared in his chest. Immediately afterwards, without waiting for the hole to recover, Luo Lei flew past at a speed of more than 20 times supersonic speed, causing the body below his head to disappear and turn into endless dust. At the same time, Puff lost the supply of the celestial art, Chanla. Shinsu's huge body without hands turned into a puff of white smoke and disappeared. Losing. Although his body was recovering continuously, but Senju Hashirama knew very well that he had lost, and he had lost completely. Facing Luo Lei, who was completely clueless, he couldn't hold on for even 20 seconds, really. Even the last bit of dignity was lost. No wonder Madara loses. It's not that his strength has become weaker as he gets older, but the opponent's strength is too strong and too pervert. How can the ninja world have such a strong monster-level combat power 5.5? Boom, that is, at this time, P.S. Kneeling and begging for rewards, collections, flowers and evaluations, Mungshin, kneeling and begging all readers. This is the sound of Senju Hashirama's head falling to the ground. Only then did Senju Hashirama understand that during the Sengoku period, other ninjas felt hopeless in the face of him, the god of ninjas. The gap between the sky and the earth made people have no heart to resist, except powerlessness, that is powerlessness. Chapter 171 The last madness of Sarutobi. Heroes in the ravines of the battlefield calmed down, especially with the disappearance of Shinsu handless and Senju Hashirama's body being blasted at once. The entire scene fell into a silent silence. In the face of this unforgettable scene in front of him, countless Konoha shinobi and civilians watching the battle looked horrified and completely numb. No way. From true several thousand hands being cut off from all the giant arms, to Senju Hashirama being blasted at once, it only took less than 20 seconds. When everyone reacted, they saw first Hokage with only one head left, fell to the ground. Although countless dusts are constantly gathering to restore first Hokage's body. But, all fools know that first Hokage's defeat was the kind of fiasco that was ruthlessly crushed from beginning to end and could not fight back. Therefore, in this situation, the expressions of countless people fell into sluggishness. Among them, the major families of Luo Lei, Konoha shinobi, and commoners were all fine. After trembling with fear, there was a burst of excitement and joy. Sure enough, their choice was correct. The era of first Hokage Senju Hashirama has long passed. Lord Luo Lei finally had the last laugh. As for those who did not stand in line with Luo Lei, Senju Tobarama is desperate. 17 Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was full of regret. Jiraiya and Namikaze Minato's eyes lost the light of the will of fire, and they were all saddened. It was the fact that Lord First Hokage was hanged and beaten, so they couldn't accept it at all, and they didn't want to accept it at all. which made the buzzing sound in their minds constantly, and it suddenly became blank. 1 second, 10 seconds, 30 seconds, as time goes by. It was not until first Hokage Senju Hashirama, who had recovered his body, stood up from the ground that Senju Tobirama, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Jiraiya, and Namikaze Minato came back to their senses as if they had just woken up from a dream. Do not, first Hokage is not defeated yet, and Pure World Reincarnation's body is immortal. Senju Hashirama can still fight Luo Lei for a few rounds. Thinking of this, Senju Tobirama, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Jiraiya, Namikaze Minato turned their hopeful eyes to first Hokage Senju Hashirama. Pity let them down. After Senju Hashirama stood up, it seemed that he didn't want to continue, and he quit Sage Mode voluntarily. Swish. A cracking sound rang out. Advertisement first Hokage Senju Hashirama stood in front of Senju Tobirama. Tobirama, let's go. The next moment, Senju Hashirama shook his head and said with a complex expression. The era that belongs to me has passed, and the current ninja world really belongs to the era of Luo Lei. 5. Brother. Senju Tobirama was taken aback and said incredulously. Have you given up? Konoha Village was built with all our hard work. What else can I do if I don't give up? Senju Hashirama showed a bitter expression and said sullenly. Fist is the last word. Luo Lei's strength is too strong. From now on, Konoha Village will belong to him. When it comes to this, Senju Hashirama also added a very unpleasant sentence. To tell you the truth, even if I was at my peak, I would be crushed by Luo Lei, and if I continue to beat me, it will only add to the laughing stock. Senju Tobirama opened his mouth. In the end, nothing was said. He knew very well that the pride and self-confidence in his elder brother's heart had been shattered by Luo Lei, and he no longer had the courage to continue fighting. What? No, first Hokage, we can't lose, really can't afford to lose. Once we are defeated, the will of fire may disappear from Konoha Village, and from now on, Konoha Village will change beyond recognition. At this time, hearing that Senju Hashirama was about to voluntarily admit defeat and return to the Pure Land, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was already in a state of regret, shuddered and became unhappy, and let out a few roars with a frenzied expression. He blocked everything, even his own glory and the position of Hokage are blocked. The results of it, now first Hokage and second Hokage are going to slap their asterisk and leave? What is this? In the end, it turned out that the clown became himself. He became the loser, the one who betrayed and separated from each other. Sarutobi Hiruzen was furious, clenched his fist, and glared at first Hokage and second Hokage directly, quite a bit like, if you don't give me an explanation, you will turn against you. Sarutobi. Facing Sarutobi Hiruzen, whose cheeks were already twisted, first Hokage, Senju Hashirama smiled helplessly, and rarely did he get angry, as if thinking of something. Instead he reached out and patted his shoulder, sighing. The one I know Sarutobi Hiruzen is an honest, magnanimous, compassionate, and positive ninja, not a greed-minded ninja who will do anything to maintain his Hokage status, and has evolved the will of fire into his own brainwashing program to rule Konoha Village. 99. You have changed. We don't blame you. The Senju clan is destroyed. We don't blame you. After all, you are the third Hokage. Now that we have gone, the future road still depends on you. With Luo Lei, the true god of ninjas, the future of Konoha Village is none of my business. Puff. The voice did not fall. First Hokage Senju Hashirama lifted the impure world reincarnation by himself according to the method taught by the Great Toad Sage. With a burst of dust flying, Senju Hashirama's soul returned to the Pure Land. In fact, after the soul came out of the body, Senju Hashirama looked at Luo Lei again, and his eyes were full of anger, depression, shock, envy and so on. Advertisement in the end, it all turned into a calm. Since he lost, from now on, Konoha Village will be Luo Lei's. See this scene. Senju Tobirama let out a heavy sigh, but it was all in vain. On the surface, his eldest brother is very free and easy, but he is definitely unwilling in his heart, but the opponent is too pervert, which makes the eldest brother become desperate and powerless, so he took the initiative to lift impure world reincarnation and retain the last bit of dignity. No idea, even if I feel unwilling in my heart, but I can't win if I fight, and I can only return to the Pure Land. Sarutobi, I'm leaving too. After 99 pondered for a few seconds, Senju Tobirama said with a bitter expression. You are a qualified ruler, but not a qualified third Hokage. Konoha Village has become what it is today. You have not credit, but also hard work. It is really indispensable. Puff. After this sentence, Senju Tobirama also helplessly lifted the impure world reincarnation, and his soul returned to the Pure Land. For him, this impure world reincarnation was a bad experience, and when he thought that Konoha Village had changed hands, there was still a faint heartache in his heart. Ha ha ha. No. I'm not wrong, absolutely not. God is going to kill my Konoha Village. After Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama left, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt very uncomfortable, laughed a few times, and looked crazy. Unbelievable, after hearing both first generation and second generation say they did something wrong. Sarutobi Hiruzen has a look of disbelief. He is the famous third Hokage. What he does is for Konoha Village. There is nothing wrong. Even if it is wrong, it is someone else's fault. Thinking of this, third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Minato, who didn't even dare to say a word, and said, You take Jiraiya back to Mount Myoboku immediately. Remember, once I die, let the Great Toad Sage Impure World Reincarnation resurrect me. Namikaze Minato showed a very confused expression. There is no need to endure it any longer. Hininshong wants to burst out completely, blooming the last afterglow. The voice did not fall. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't explain that much. Instead he laughed wildly and said, Luo Lei, let me show you how terrifying Shinobu, who has the title of Professor of Ninjutsu, 35. P.S. Kneeling and begging for rewards, collections, flowers and evaluations. Mungshin, kneeling and begging all readers. Sarutobi Hiruzen flew towards Luo Lei. What? Swish. Ha ha ha. Chapter 172 Kill Sarutobi Hiruzen Swish. The voice did not fall. Sarutobi Hiruzen flew towards Luo Lei. There is no need to endure it any longer. Hininshong wants to burst out completely, blooming the last afterglow. HMPH, first Hokage and second Hokage, I will prove you wrong. Even if I cancel the impure world reincarnation myself, I will not cover me. It seems that you have given up on me. After deciding to die resolutely, he is flying by. Sarutobi Hiruzen snorted coldly, a frenzy flashed in his eyes. Actually, Sarutobi Hiruzen also thought about letting Namikaze Minato take himself with Flying Thunder God technique. But, as Shinobu's keen sixth sense, he could clearly perceive that Luo Lei's eyes were always paying attention to him, but in the face of Luo Lei's terrifying speed, he was not sure that Namikaze Minato would be able to leave him smoothly. Walk yourself. Out of desperation, Sarutobi Hiruzen can only choose to fight Luo Lei, try to resist for a few seconds, cover Namikaze Minato and Jiraiya to leave. Anyway, after death, he can be resurrected by impure world reincarnation. He won't be as unwilling as first Hokage and second Hokage. When he is defeated, he will retreat and return to the Pure Land like a bereaved dog. Even if he dies, he will not give up. After impure world reincarnation is resurrected, he will continue to fight against Luo Lei and get back everything he has lost. See this scene. Luo Lei, who has been following Sarutobi Hiruzen all the time, has a dull look on his cheeks. He thought that Sarutobi Hiruzen would let Namikaze Minato take him away, but he didn't expect that Sarutobi Hiruzen was unexpectedly bright, and he was not afraid of death to cover Namikaze Minato and Jiraiya, which made him even have no desire to do it. Let's go. Let's go. I'll FK Mount Myoboku in a few days. The corners of Luo Lei's mouth twitched slightly, and he murmured in a cold tone, Great Toad Sage dares to resurrect first Hokage and second Hokage in impure world reincarnation, then I'm sorry, Mount Myoboku is a big deal. 39. At the same time, Ms. Sarutobi, looking at the tragic back of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Jiraiya looked startled, opened her mouth, tried to block, but found that it was too late. Whoosh! Namikaze Minato gritted his teeth. A touch of emotion flashed in his eyes. Almost without any hesitation, he simply launched Flying Thunder God neatly, pulled Mr. Jiraiya and disappeared. Alright. Even first Hokage and second Hokage said that Sarutobi Hiruzen was wrong. Namikaze Minato still chose to believe in Sarutobi Hiruzen, especially seeing Lord Third Hokage giving his life to cover him and Mr. Jiraiya. Namikaze Minato felt a sense of inexplicable in his heart. Maybe this is the real Will of Fire. It seems that both first Hokage and second Hokage have misunderstood Mr. Sarutobi. From the disappearance of first Hokage Senju Hashirama and second Hokage Senju Tobirama, to Sarutobi Hiruzen rushing towards Luo Lei furiously, to Namikaze Minato and Jiraiya using Flying Thunder God technique to leave. Advertisement. It all happened in an instant. The countless Konoha shinobi spectators and civilians at the scene did not respond. What's the situation? First Hokage and second Hokage were relieved from being beaten. Impure world reincarnation returned to the Pure Land. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen rushed towards Lord Luo Lei. Is this the rhythm of hitting a stone with a pebble? Sarutobi-sensei, why bother? See this scene. There was a rare sadness in Orochimaru's snake eyes. The current Sarutobi teacher, like a desperate sinner, shows a path of death. He doesn't know what to say. As for his plea to Lord Luo Lei, stop joking. Orochimaru is very aware of Luo Lei's character. This time third Hokage has touched his limit and will die. Didn't you see that Mr. Sarutobi didn't even run away or beg for mercy? Obviously, he also knew his doomed ending. Why would I have known today why it was in the first place? Tsunade couldn't help but closed her eyes. She didn't want to see the next bloody scene. Sarutobi, you are still the best, and you will die and live. 35. Not far away, a look of admiration appeared on Shimura Danzo's dark cheeks. He was completely convinced of Sarutobi. Even at this time, he was still making arrangements. Even if he died, Namikaze had to let him Minato and Jiraiya resurrect him in pure world reincarnation. Is there really any chance of turning a defeat into a victory? Today's Luo Lei can even crush first Hokage. Even if Sarutobi Hiruzen can resurrect in pure world reincarnation, what's the use? He can only be defeated once again. Third Hokage-sama is going all the way. 35. Sir Sarutobi Hiruzen, we will always remember what you did, and from now on, we are the faithful servants of Lord Luo Lei. Lord Third Hokage, I will burn incense on your grave. Seeing this, many civilians in Konoha shinobi were full of sighs. What's more, even Third Hokage had not been killed, and they all started to observe a moment of silence for Sarutobi Hiruzen. Obviously, they did not think Third Hokage could give Luo Lei. The adults pose a little threat. Listen to these words. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen really wanted to vomit blood. FK. Is there a mistake? Is there no one who is optimistic about him? He is known as the strongest Hokage in history. Grandmaster Konoha all ninjutsu, enjoys the title of professor of ninjutsu, and cultivated the famous Sannin in the Mega Ninja world? It looks like he hasn't done it for so many years, and no one is optimistic about him anymore. I have to prove myself. Swish, that is at this time. Advertisement Sarutobi Hiruzen's body fell on a broken rock in the center of the battlefield. Looking at Luo Lei, who had not spoken more than 10 years away, his expression was extremely complicated. Knowing that Luo Lei's harm would be so great, he shouldn't have compromised, backed down in order to take into account the overall situation of the three wars. Well now, raising tigers is a problem. After all, he was betrayed and separated from his family, and his reputation was ruined, and he paid a bloody price. Luo Lei, you won. A few seconds later, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath, suppressed the fear in his heart, and said firmly, however, no matter what, I will not admit defeat. Yes. Luo Lei shrugged indifferently, and said softly, don't worry, I'll let you die happily. Ha ha ha. I'll let you know what a real shinobu is right now. Hearing this sentence, third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen laughed out loud, his whole body chakra violently surging, his hands quickly formed seals, and he said, how strong you are, die with me, 35. Li Sixiang sealing technique, boom. A crisp voice sounded. Before the seal of Sarutobi Hiruzen was finished, a blood hole appeared on his chest. You are too weak and too slow. Luo Lei slowly shook his hand and said in a low voice, welcome to the Impure World reincarnation, welcome to Konoha Village to trouble me, 99. You, puff. Sarutobi Hiruzen pointed at Luo Lei and wanted to say something, but he spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground with a tremor. Failed to prove, didn't hold on for a second, he is defeated. It was so utterly defeated. Facing the current Luo Lei, he didn't even have a chance to make a seal, he was killed in one go. Do you regret it? Surely regret, it's a pity. There is no regret medicine in the ninja world. So, even if he knew he was going to die, Sarutobi Hiruzen had to bite the bullet. Minato, I hope you can give me some strength. Soon, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who fell to the ground, gradually lost his pupils and muttered to himself. I am the strongest Hokage in history, how can I lose? I will work hard comeback. Chapter 173 Luo Lei's ambition, Great Toad Sage's hole. Died. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was killed by one blow, just lay on the ground with no end in sight, and his body gradually lost its vitality. The entire battlefield, all fell silent, with the lessons learned from first Hokage and second Hokage. Although it has long been known that the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen is beating the pebble with the egg beyond its own power. But, after seeing Lord Luo Lei relying on his speed and effortlessly leaving a blood hole in third Hokage's chest with just one punch, everyone was still a little shocked and trembling. What else can I say? In the end, third Hokage still failed to prove his strength as shinobu, and was instantly killed by Lord Luo Lei. Third Hokage-sama is dead, sudden, just at this time. A shout resounded, quickly breaking the silence of the scene, and this was like a fuse, quickly igniting the entire scene. Lord Luo Lei won and got the last laugh. From now on, the Konoha Village will be left to Master Luo Lei. Master Luo Lei is not Hokage, but he is better than Hokage. I hope that Master Luo Lei can lead us to make Konoha Village bigger and stronger, and reach a higher level. Lord Luo Lei. Lord Luo Lei, Lord Luo Lei, the next moment. Accompanied by a series of shouts, countless Konoha shinobi spectators and civilians couldn't help showing their joy and excitement. At the end, they raised their arms in unison and shouted the name of Luo Lei. When these voices came together, it shook the sky and went straight to the sky, and the few white clouds that were finally gathered in the sky were rushed again, exploded. No way, at such a moment, even a fool knows that the days when Konoha Village belonged to third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen are over. The current Konoha Village has completely entered the era of Lord Luo Lei, so that families such as the Hyuga family, the Nara family, the Yamanaka family, the Inuzuka family and so on all waved their flags and shouted at the same time. Yeah, perfect, Lord Luo Lei is amazing. Ha ha ha, Sarutobi Hiruzen also has today? He was instantly killed by Lord Luo Lei. Hearing the deafening cheers, Uzumaki Kushina, Nohara Rin, the two from Wooden Golem, and Yi Kang, who was brought to Konoha Village by Luo Lei, all looked happy and stared at Luo Lei with admiration. As expected of their men, they are powerful, and once they returned to Konoha Village, they defeated the swordsman action of the high-level Konoha Village. Perfect. Uchiha Fuchan clenched his fists, suppressed his trembling heart with joy, and said, from today onwards, our Uchiha family will no longer have to be afraid of being suppressed and targeted by Konoha's high-level officials. Lord Luo Lei, really it's bullshit. Teacher Sarutobi, it's good to go all the way. 35 Orochimaru shook his head and left the scene in a flash. This time, the battle between Master Luo Lei and first Hokage and second Hokage made him feel deeply. It is time to go back to do some research that he has not tried before, and he also needs to optimize Impure World reincarnation. As expected of a man I like. Tsunade's eyes fell on Luo Lei, and he sighed, Konoha Village has finally changed its dynasty. From now on, I'll be a man with my tail between my legs. Shimura Danzo's expression fluctuated, finally showing a sullen expression. Not much to say, after Mitokado Homura, Utatane Koharu, Sarutobi Hiruzen died in no particular order, he was the one who took it all. Done. Listen to these voices, advertisement Luo Lei stretched, showing a helpless expression. He actually doesn't want to do it, he just wants to be an ordinary Konoha ancestor, but Sarutobi Hiruzen can't help but want to show his sword. Then I'm sorry, as the ancestor of Konoha Village, he can only solve Sarutobi Hiruzen neatly. I'm still thinking about Impure World reincarnation, I won't be so lucky next time. Thinking that Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to make a comeback through Impure World reincarnation, Luo Lei couldn't help showing the smile of his ancestors. Impure World reincarnation's immortal body, to be more precise, Impure World reincarnation has some bugs in this ninjutsu, but he will find a way to be promoted to Six Paths ancestors, and then Impure World reincarnation's body will be in him. It will be like a piece of paper in front of you, not worth mentioning. More importantly, the original strength of the motherland is harmful to the soul, and he has to study it carefully. Right. 35 The next moment, as if thinking of something, Luo Lei looked up at the sky, and muttered to himself with a little anticipation and excitement. It's time to take a moment to have a full-blown crescent moon, hoping to gain some experience, so that the unlocking and fusion of the Peak Motherland template exceeds 95%, and upgrade the template of the Peak Motherland to make yourself stronger. Fight to flush Otsutsuki Kagaya all at once, at the same time. Inside the temple in the depths of Mount Myoboku. Great Toad Sage, Immortal Fukasaku, Immortal Jima are all waiting here anxiously. This time Impure World Reincarnation resurrected first Hokage Senju Hashirama and second Hokage Senju Tobarama, both of them wondering if the Konoha Village executives had contained Luo Lei and broke the deadlock at Konoha Village. Lord Toad Maru, can't you make a prediction? Perhaps it was because some hairs were hot, and Immortal Jima said something anxiously. Yes. Immortal Fukasaku also responded urgently. Great Toad Sage slowly opened his eyes, and said with lingering fear, the future of the ninja world has been completely chaotic. If I want to predict the future in my sleep, it may not be as simple as vomiting blood, but will be directly counterattacked, and die. Is it that serious? Immortal Shenzo and Immortal Jima suddenly exclaimed. Yes. The Great Toad Sage sighed and said with some anxiety, to tell you the truth, after helping Konoha Village Impure World Reincarnation to release first Hokage and second Hokage, I have always had an ominous premonition, as if our Mount Myoboku will happen. What a catastrophic thing in general. 99. No way? We're going to have a disaster at Mount Myoboku, aren't we kidding? After hearing this, Immortal Fukasaku and Immortal Jima couldn't help but look at each other and smile. They didn't take the words of Great Toad Sage to heart at all. In their opinion, Mount Myoboku, one of the three holy places, is very safe, and nothing catastrophic will happen. It must be that the Great Toad Sage was too tired during this time and had hallucinations. After a few seconds, as if sensing something, the Great Toad Sage made an unbelievable voice. First Hokage and second Hokage seem to have lifted Impure World Reincarnation themselves. What? Could it be that the Konoha Village matter has been resolved? Whoosh! Immortal Shensaku and Immortal Jima just finished speaking. Two figures appeared next to a specially made flying thunder god Kanai in the monastery. Are you back? See Namikaze Minato and Jiraiya. Immortal Fukasaku, Immortal Jima, and Great Toad Sage all looked at the two with doubtful eyes. Minato, Jiraiya. What's going on? Immortal Fukasaku asked curiously. First Hokage and second Hokage voluntarily cancelled Impure World Reincarnation. What happened? Could it be that the Konoha Village matter has been resolved? Advertisement. Immortal Jima's eyes moved slightly and added. Otherwise, first Hokage and second Hokage would not be able to easily contact Impure World Reincarnation with the immortal body and infinite chakra after resurrection. Failed. Jiraiya's expression was a little sad, and she said with great pain, Master First Hokage, second Hokage was crushed by Luo Lei, third Hokage should have died in order to cover us. Luo Lei's strength is really too strong. Namikaze Minato gritted his teeth and said bitterly. Even the first Hokage and second Hokage of Impure World Reincarnation are not his opponents, and they were defeated like a wreck. 99. Even Lord Third Hokage. Having said that, Namikaze Minato was clearly crying a little. What? How is this possible? Immortal Fukasaku and Immortal Jima both made a horrified and unbelievable voice after they looked suspicious. They thought of many possibilities, but they didn't think first Hokage and second Hokage would be crushed by Luo Lei. You know, this is the famous Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama? They were all crushed. How strong is Luo Lei? For a time. Immortal Shenzo and Immortal Jima were overwhelmed in their hearts and could not calm down at all. Great Toad Sage was stunned for a moment, with an incredible look flashing in his eyes, and then he showed an extremely bitter expression. In the end, it still took a bad move and underestimated Luo Lei's strength. Even if he didn't reach the Six Paths level, he could crush first Hokage and second Hokage of Impure World Reincarnation, which was a bit scary. If you reach the Six Paths level, plus your own terrible ability, the strength will definitely be even more terrible. Thinking of this, Great Toad Sage has some scalp tingling. Great Toad Sage, Teacher Sarutobi specially instructed me to Impure World Reincarnation him if he died. After a while, Jiraiya adjusted his mentality, took a deep breath, and said sadly, Teacher Sarutobi said that he has not lost yet, and he has to get back everything he has lost before he can go to the Pure Land in peace. Understood. Great Toad Sage suppressed the throbbing in his heart and said a little tiredly, You all step back, I want to take a good rest and take a look at some recent events. Yes. Immortal Fukasaku, Immortal Jima, Jiraiya, Namikaze Minato did not hesitate, bowed their heads and all withdrew. There is a big crisis in Mount Myoboku, after Jiraiya and others left. There was a trace of unease on the cheek of the Great Toad Sage. It is very clear that the catastrophic incident on Mount Myoboku that it feels must have something to do with this Luo Lei. Knowing that this Luo Lei is so pervert, it should not be impure world reincarnation first Hokage and second Hokage, rashly participating in the muddy waters of Konoha Village. Alright now, stealing chickens can't lose the rice. It must have annoyed Luo Lei, the lawless Luo Lei who does whatever he wants and does whatever he wants. Sage of Six Paths, aren't you showing up yet? Great Toad Sage's eyes kept flickering, and he said, if you don't show up, once Mount Myoboku encounters a crisis, then I can only contact you passively. After all, you owe me a big favor. At the time of Kagaya, it used the talisman to save Otsutsuki Homura, who was controlled by Otsutsuki Kagaya and killed by Sage of Six Paths. So, with such a super trump card, although the Great Toad Sage was a little nervous, he was not very worried or afraid. Luo Lei is very strong? Is Sage of Six Paths strong? Moreover, its own strength is not weak. Chapter 174. The Ninja World Shakes, the Unmatched Luo Lei. At the same time, what happened at Konoha Village? It also spread through the entire ninja world at a speed that could not be hidden from the ears. Boom. The entire ninja world exploded in an instant, setting off a turbulent wave that could not be calmed down at all. No way, no one thought, just captured Hanzo of the Salamander in Rain Shinobi Village, the god of ninja, Luo Lei who killed the old Madara Minus. After returning to Konoha Village, with the momentum of thunder, the high level of Konoha Village's long-prepared sword action was mercilessly suppressed, repression. Defeated first Hokage Senju Hashirama and second Hokage Senju Tobirama by impure world reincarnation, also killed Utatane Koharu and third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen of the Elders, even Jiraiya, one of the Sannin, and Yellow Flash, Namikaze Minato became S-Class betrayal. Just started, see this message, many people in the ninja world couldn't believe it and thought that there was a problem with the intelligence. How could such a thing happen in Konoha Village? But, after confirming it again and again, the countless ninjas and civilians in the ninja world couldn't help but gasp in horror, and their hearts couldn't calm down for a long time. Shocking. It's really shocking. The god of ninja world, Luo Lei does not do anything, but it is amazing when he does it. Even the first Hokage Senju Hashirama and the second generation Hokage Senju Tobirama who were resurrected by impure world reincarnation, and the living third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, were all killed. One-time crush. Attacking the outside world, the Hokage at Konoha Village is also ruthless, which is horrible. More importantly, Luo Lei also achieved the feat of a string of 3 against Hokage, even if first Hokage Senju Hashirama, who once dominated an era, was crushed. Doesn't that mean that even Konoha Village has completely entered the era of Luo Lei, the god of ninja world? No. More precisely, the entire ninja world has entered the era of Luo Lei. Therefore, in this situation, many civilians and ninjas in the ninja world with a little bit of brains, after barely suppressing the throbbing in their hearts, can't help but say, from now on, the unrivaled god of ninja world, Luo Lei, will be completely surpassed Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama to become the undisputed #1 in the ninja world. For a time, Luo Lei's power reached a peak in the ninja world, vaguely surpassing Sage of Six Paths, who had been dead for many years. Sanagakure, Fungiying building in the central area. FK, third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen shot himself in the foot. Advertisement, even the legendary and powerful first Hokage Senju Hashirama and second Hokage Senju Tobirama are not the opponents of Lord Luo Lei. My choice is not wrong. 4th Cascade Luo Sha looked at the latest intelligence document in his hand, and while shocked, he was relieved. Fortunately, he knew the current affairs and had already given Yi Kang and One Tail to Lord Luo Lei in advance. Otherwise, it would have been either Sarutobi Hiruzen's end or his end, and he would have been killed in a snap. No, I have to send a congratulatory message to Lord Luo Lei immediately. The next moment, as if thinking of something, Luo Sha's eyes moved and he muttered to himself in a slightly firm tone. From now on, Sanagakure must hug Lord Luo Lei's thigh tightly. There is nothing to say. Facing Luo Lei, such a terrifying and powerful ninja, it is really fragrant and there is nothing wrong with it. This is not only good for Sanagakure, but also good for his wind shadow. Why not do it? At the same time, Iwagakure, Tsuchikage building in the central area. This, third Tsuchikage Onogi put down the information scroll in his hand in despair. He no longer had any self-confidence on his cheeks, and some were only depressed and lost. He did not expect, even the first Hokage and second Hokage resurrected by impure world reincarnation were easily crushed by Luo Lei. Originally, after the old Madara was crushed, he was a little frightened and couldn't believe it. Now, even the first Hokage of impure world reincarnation, who is as famous as Uchiha Madara, was also crushed. No matter how he thought about it, it made Onogi suffocated and powerless for a while. Hey, Sarutobi Hiruzen, I didn't expect you to have today. Oyemu shook his head sullenly, and let out a sigh of grief. I spent my whole life calculating for the position of Hokage, but all my efforts fell short. After all, I was blinded by wild geese eyes. It's okay, I've given up struggling. Not long after. Third Tsuchikage Onogi seemed to have thought of something, showing a bitter smile. It is impossible to win the fight. From today, Iwagakure, one of the 5 major ninja villages, also chooses to lie down. In a few days, he will go to Konoha Village in person to see if he can establish a closer cooperative relationship with Konoha Village. Cloud Shinobi Village, after some days of penance. 4th Raikage Yaoi feels that he has something to do. He firmly believes that as long as he can practice hard, he will catch up with Luo Lei and defeat Luo Lei one day. Pity, after learning what happened at Konoha Village. 4th Raikage Yaoi, who still had some self-confidence, collapsed on the chair as if struck by lightning, with a look of despair on her cheeks. After all, he is too young and confident, his strength has improved a little, the result is good. Luo Lei has been able to crush 1st Hokage Senju Hashirama and 2nd Hokage Senju Tobarama of Impure World Reincarnation, and kill 3rd Hokage Sarutobi in seconds. Hiruzen, even Jiraiya and Namikaze Minato have become bereaved dogs? For flowers, what is this? Advertisement people are more popular than dead people. This, is it a dimensionality reduction attack at all? Then, facing the gap between the sky and the earth, 4th Raikage Yaoi, who was not discouraged at first, felt an unprecedented sense of despair. It wasn't because he didn't practice hard, but because his opponent was too pervert and his strength was so terrifying that he was really powerless. Alas. 39 Facing the 4th Raikage Yaoi, who had lost his energy and fighting spirit, Killer Bee, Darui and others in the office also looked at each other, and each could see the helplessness in their eyes. Color. The god of Ninja World. Luo Lei has grown to the point where Cloud Shinobi Village can no longer shake it. The only option is to maintain the status quo and try not to conflict with Konoha Village. Forget it, send a congratulatory message to Konoha Village. I don't know how long it took. 4th Raikage Yaoi Kai took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and said with a wry smile. It's time to admit my cowardice completely. It's not that I don't want to avenge my father, but I really can't do anything. For the future of Cloud Shinobi Village, I have no choice. Call. After hearing this, Killer Bee, Darui and others all breathed a sigh of relief invariably. Fortunately, Lord 4th Raikage was not swept away by anger. Facing Luo Lei, who was already the number one in the ninja world, it was the best choice to admit counsel and completely surrender. As for revenge, let's wait and see when we get a chance. Kirigakure, also one of the 5 great ninja villages. After knowing everything, the civilians and ninjas of Kirigakure jumped up again with joy and excitement, and couldn't help shouting that Mr. Luo Lei was awesome. What else can I say? 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen makes small moves and kills it in seconds. This kind of behavior is worthy of the man of 4th Mizukage Terumi Mei. He is so overbearing and decisive. Ah, no way, I'm going to Konoha Village to play and send 1,000 miles away. Thinking of this, in the afternoon, Terumi Mei, dressed as a Mizukage imperial robe, left Kirigakure with a team of mist ninjas in the name of Envoy Konoha Village. No way, your man is so arrogant. Terumi Mei's body couldn't help feeling a little. She's definitely going to Konoha Village to celebrate. Go away, P.S. Kneeling and begging for rewards, collections, flowers and evaluations, Mungshin, kneeling and begging, all readers and bosses, dead. In the Mizukage office, Terumi Mei, who was the Mizukage royal robe, looked at his man's amazing record, especially when he saw that even the legendary 1st Hokage was defeated at one time. He couldn't help screaming one after another. Voice. Chapter 175 Time is running out. Resurrecting Uchiha Madara. Ninja World. In a mysterious canyon, Black Zetsu, Uchiha Obito standing expressionlessly on a huge rock. Not far from them is Nagato, who has been controlled by White Zetsu's clone, and an open coffin. As for the coffin, there is a combination of White Zetsu clone, Uchiha Madara's cells, and Senju Hashirama's cells, young corpse. That's right, this is a new body they prepared for the resurrection of Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara's previous body was too old and was dismembered again, so he had to use the White Zetsu clone and Uchiha Madara's cells, Senju Hashirama's cells, to form a new body. It should be almost there. Looking at Nagato, who had given up his resistance, Black Zetsu said indifferently. As long as Madara-sama can be resurrected, our plan can begin, and we can also not be afraid. 293, Luo Lei. 35 Uchiha Obito hesitated, but nodded. If he had a choice, of course he didn't want Uchiha Madara to be resurrected so soon, but in the face of Luo Lei, who was in full swing and mighty, he was helpless and could only hope for Uchiha Madara. The big thing is bad. A big thing happened in Konoha Village. Impure World Reincarnation's 1st Hokage Senju Hashirama and 2nd Hokage Senju Tobarama were defeated by Luo Lei's instant kill, and even the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen died. Laugh. Sudden, just at this time, with an unbelievable voice. White Zetsu jumped out of the ground and added in a panic. The current Konoha Village has completely changed, and even Jiraiya and Namikaze Minato, one of the Sanins, have become S-class rebels, and it is said that they escaped to Mount Myoboku. 5. What did you say? How is this possible? Hearing these words, Black Zetsu and Uchiha Obito, who wanted to say something, both turned their eyes to White Zetsu, and couldn't help but let out an exclamation. Special, what's going on? How could such a big thing happen to Konoha Village? 3rd Hokage couldn't bear it? Hung up? Advertisement for a moment. Both Black Zetsu and Uchiha Obito's cheeks were flickering with suspicious expressions, especially Black Zetsu, who had been focusing on resurrecting Uchiha Madara these days, not paying attention to the ninja world at all. Alright now, Luo Lei, who finished his work at Rain Shinobi Village, went back to Konoha Village to work again. Wait a minute, The next moment, as if realizing something, Uchiha Obito hurriedly said, White Zetsu, such a big thing happened in Konoha Village, is there anything wrong with Kakashi and Nohara Rin? 9. No. White Zetsu shook his head, glanced at Uchiha Obito, and said subconsciously, if I guessed correctly, Nohara Rin seems to have officially become Luo Lei's woman. When I heard the previous sentence, Uchiha Obito couldn't help showing a look of relief. As long as Kakashi and Nohara Rin were okay, everything was easy to say, and he was relieved. Result: as soon as the last sentence came out, the cheeks under Uchiha Obito's mask froze all of a sudden, and he couldn't help clenching his fists. Damn Luo Lei, he still forced Nohara Rin, unforgivable, really unforgivable, he must redouble his efforts to get Yi Yuanlin out of Luo Lei's clutches as soon as possible. White Zetsu, can you tell me specifically what happened at Konoha Village? Ignoring Uchiha Obito, Black Zetsu felt a little uneasy in his heart, and said in a heavy tone. It is good, it's like this, the high-level Konoha seems to have turned to Mount Myoboku, one of the 3 holy places, to let the great Toad Sage. As White Zetsu recounted what happened in Konoha Village from beginning to end, Black Zetsu didn't change much on the surface, but a turbulent wave was set off in his heart, and he couldn't calm down at all. It never occurred to him, even the damn old toad from Mount Myoboku is involved, doesn't that mean his 2 eldest brothers might be involved too? Thinking of this, Black Zetsu felt the time was a little tight. Great Toad Sage and Otsutsuki Homura, Otsutsuki Hagoromo were close partners in the time of their mother, Otsutsuki Kagaya. If it wasn't for the Great Toad Sage who gave Otsutsuki Hagoromo the talisman and resurrected Otsutsuki Homura, his mother would not have been sealed by 2 stupid older brothers. Advertisement: now Great Toad Sage is taking the initiative, which is not normal no matter how you look at it. Is this too strong? At this time, Uchiha Obito was also relieved, and his cheeks under the spiral mask were also flickering with a look of horror, apparently also shocked by what happened in Konoha Village. Ha ha ha, 99. Okay, that's really good. The stronger Luo Lei is, the harder it is for your calculations to succeed, just wait for failure. 35. You will be like me, becoming a stepping stone for others. No, you will be even more miserable than me. But, just as Uchiha Obito and Black Zetsu fell silent, Nagato, who had never made any movement, seemed to have suddenly taken control of his body and burst into laughter in a frenzied manner. Cool, it's really cool, Black Zetsu, Uchiha Obito, etc. The more deflated and frightened, the happier and more excited he became. Think of Laozi as a tool person, a stepping stone, and want to calculate the whole ninja world. Your wishful thinking is wrong. Luo Lei of Konoha Village is specially here to clean up your group of scumbags. Conan, Yahiko, we will definitely meet. 39. When he thought that Yahiko was doing things under Luo Lei's hands, Conan had become Luo Lei's woman, and the country of Rain had achieved peace, Nagato's last worry disappeared. Alright, perhaps Nagato would never have thought that now Conan's ending is the best. In the original work, he was just like a retarded man. He was evaded by Uzumaki Naruto's mouth for a while, gave up Uchiha Obito's original 5.5 plan, and revived the woman's benevolence with the outlandish Rinne Tensai technique. The people who died finally asked Uzumaki Naruto to take care of Rain Shinobi Village and Conan. The results of it? Uzumaki Naruto turned his head and forgot his instructions. Even Conan died tragically at the hands of Uchiha Obito, and no one in the Konoha village knew. 35. Seeing that Nagato was out of control, White Zetsu snorted coldly and controlled his avatar to regain control of his body. The plan has been completely disrupted, and there is not much time left for us. Black Zetsu took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, prepare to control Nagato to perform the outsider Rinne Tensai technique to resurrect Madara-sama. Chapter 176. Black Zetsu. What's the deal? $7. After hearing this, without any hesitation, White Zetsu took control of Nagato and prepared to resurrect Uchiha Madara. Is it over? Feeling that his body was completely out of control, Nagato was not afraid at all, but somewhat relieved. He had had enough of this life now. As long as Yahiko and Conan lived well, that would be enough. As for the Rinnegan that was pinched by Luo Lei, it has long been restored by the forbidden technique Izanagi that was set up in Rinnegan in advance. The next moment, with a terrifying chakra wave, Nagato's hands were sealed, and the 2 Rinnegans erupted with amazing pupil power fluctuations, causing the air to tremble slightly. Outlaw Rinne Tensai technique. Boom. The voice did not fall. Nagato's sage body chakra and Rinnegan's pupils began to surge wildly, and a green light burst into the sky. As the green light 17 becomes more and more dazzling, the chakra fluctuations on Nagato began to gradually weaken, and even his vitality was decreasing sharply at a terrifying speed. Finally, after a few seconds, that green light seemed to open the door to the Pure Land, and from it summoned the soul of Uchiha Madara, and introduced it into the body that had been prepared in advance. Boom. At the moment Uchiha Madara's soul entered the body, Nagato's body fell heavily to the ground, a relief expression appeared on his cheeks, and he could finally go to the Pure Land. Ha ha, a look of disdain appeared on Black Zetsu's cheeks when he saw Nagato, who had no breath of life. Waste is a waste. Advertisement. Do you think you'll be freed by death? No, I'll still take you out of Impure World reincarnation and continue to play the residual heat as our toolman until I rescue my mother. Certainly, think so. Black Zetsu, White Zetsu, and Uchiha Obito all turned their attention to the corpse in the coffin. Now that the outsider Rinne Tensai technique has been performed, Uchiha Madara just opened his eyes and resurrected. Finally resurrected. At this time, in the coffin, Uchiha Madara suddenly opened his eyes, revealing a pair of ordinary Sharingans, and immediately sensed his brand new body, and nodded with great satisfaction. Sure enough, this body is much better than his old and dead body. It feels like it can fully exert the strength of its peak period. If Senju Hashirama's cells are added, it should be even more powerful than its peak period. After a few seconds, Uchiha Madara stood up from the coffin and stretched happily. Immediately, without even looking at Black Zetsu, White Zetsu, and Uchiha Obito, they calmly walked over to Nagato, who was already dead, reached out to deduct Nagato's Rinnegan, and slowly installed it for himself. The moment Uchiha Madara put Rinnegan on himself, a curve appeared at the corner of Uchiha Madara's mouth. Without any warning, a terrifying aura burst out from his body, and his jet black hair began to gradually turn white. The armor began to crack and fall off, and the terrifying power of 6 paths permeated out, forming a 6 paths royal god robe with hooks. And this is just the beginning. After the 6 paths royal robe appeared, 9 black spheres appeared behind Uchiha Madara, and a truth-seeking ball scepter appeared in his hand. Needless to say, Uchiha Madara has entered the legendary 6 paths mode. Okay. So powerful. Looking at the godlike Uchiha Madara, White Zetsu and Uchiha Obito all showed stunned expressions. Obviously, they did not expect that the newly resurrected Uchiha Madara would be so terrifying, and entered the 6 paths mode without a word. Especially Uchiha Obito, the cheeks under the mask were a burst of envy and jealousy. If he can reach the 6 paths mode that can only be opened in the legendary Sage of 6 Paths, wouldn't it be easy for Lin to break away from Luo Lei's clutches? Alright now, still have to endure the humiliation and hug Uchiha Madara's thigh. Why, don't you have anything to say? Feeling the power in himself, Uchiha Madara turned his eyes and looked at White Zetsu and Black Zetsu, resisting the anger in his heart, and said indifferently, "Between you, who is the mastermind behind the scenes, stand up for yourself." 9. After saying this, Uchiha Madara's tone was obviously cold and murderous. Advertisement. He will never forget what Luo Lei said to him, what the steel left by Sage of 6 Paths in Nanga Shrine was tampered with, and why Luo Lei asked him to be careful with his dutiful son. Who is this dutiful son? Now he is finally resurrected now. I also took back my Rinnegan, the master of the most peak power, and finally I can check it to the end and figure out the ins and outs of everything. Only by clarifying these things can he deal with Luo Lei wholeheartedly. What? Lord Madara, what are you talking about? The voice did not fall. Both White Zetsu and Black Zetsu were stunned for a moment, showing dazed expressions, showing very innocent and puzzled expressions. Actually, Black Zetsu's heart was panicking. FK. This Uchiha Madara behaved very strangely after being resurrected. Now it seems that there is definitely a problem. What Black Zetsu didn't understand is that he doesn't even know where the problem is. To beat, what if Uchiha Madara is doing shit? Black Zetsu cheered for himself inwardly. How? Looking at the very innocent White Zetsu and Black Zetsu, Uchiha Madara showed a look of disdain and said angrily, "I have always been the only one Uchiha Madara has used others, and no one can use me. Don't take the initiative to stand up." 35. Don't I know about Nanga Shrine? And you, a dutiful son, what are you trying to do with me? If you don't give me a satisfactory answer, Project Tasuki no Mi doesn't matter. If just guessing, so now, Black Zetsu is a complete hammer, and an 18 magnitude earthquake hits his heart instantly? What's the situation? Not right, absolutely wrong. How could Uchiha Madara, who has been kept in the dark, know so much? It was agreed that at the last minute, I said my heartfelt words to Uchiha Madara, now do I have to say it in advance? In an instant, Black Zetsu's mind became blank, and he was completely dumbfounded. After so many years in the ninja world, this was the first time he encountered such an unexpected thing. Chapter 177. It's a showdown. I'm the boss behind the scenes. Never did. He has worked so hard for so many years. He believes that it is foolproof, interlocking, and watertight. Once successful, the mother will be able to recoon the world of ninja. The result is good. This Uchiha Madara, who has been kept in the dark for a long time, seems to be enlightened after his resurrection, but he actually began to question it. He also knew that the stone tablet left by the Sage of 6 Paths in Nanga Shrine had been tampered with, and he knew more about him. A filial son. A series of mishaps. Black Zetsu couldn't come back to his senses at all, and he couldn't help but want to cry. Over the years, in order to revive his mother Otsutsuki Kagaya, he suffered a lot, fearing to be discovered by Otsutsuki Homura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo. He was hiding in Tibet, and he did not dare to appear in the ninja world with dignity. The result is good, however, the reality gave him a heavy blow. First, Luo Lei's birth disrupted all his plans, and now Uchiha Madara began to doubt him again? Too difficult, he just wanted to save his mother. Why is it so difficult? In the face of the aggressive Uchiha Madara, Black Zetsu's heart was screaming wildly, full of suffocation and resentment, as if it would explode at any time. However, Black Zetsu is indeed Black Zetsu. Ninja is much deeper and more sophisticated than Sarutobi Hiruzen. Finally, still suppressing the emotions inside, just like White Zetsu, he stood there with a panicked expression. Have nothing to say, he still wanted to take a good bet that Uchiha Madara had no bullets in his guns, or was still trying to intimidate them. At this moment, seeing this scene, Uchiha Obito was the most confused and unbelievable. I thought that after Uchiha Madara's resurrection, everyone would fight with the enemy and confront Luo Lei of Konoha Village with thunder. The result was good. Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu, White Zetsu took the lead in infighting. For a time, Uchiha Obito was speechless and aching. How, don't you admit it yet? Advertisement. Could it be that both of you are the black hand behind the scenes? Seeing the panicked expressions of White Zetsu and Black Zetsu, Uchiha Madara smiled coldly and added in a cold tone. You are all made by me, don't force me to use the last resort. After saying this, the power of the 6 paths on Uchiha Madara surged violently. To resist the outside world, you must first be safe inside. After being brutally murdered by Luo Lei, the moment Uchiha Madara was resurrected, he was overcome with pain and recalled his ill-fated life. I figured out a lot of things in an instant, especially after the Battle of End Valley. Everything went so smoothly and weirdly, as if there was an invisible big hand behind him, pushing him to perform Project Tasuki no Mi. Terrified, the newly resurrected Uchiha Madara broke out in cold sweat and felt panic in his heart. He didn't want to be a stepping stone for others. Therefore, after his resurrection, his first reaction was to get back his Rinnegan and enter the 6 paths mode, so that he could counter the boss hidden behind the scenes. Thinking of this, as soon as Uchiha Madara's mind moved, he activated a special power of 6 paths, and wanted to kill both the Black Zetsu and White Zetsu he made. Anyway, I can recreate a White Zetsu and a Black Zetsu when I die. I would rather kill 10,000 by mistake than let one go. He really can't tolerate the black behind the scenes hiding beside him, wanting use of him, and treat him like a fool and idiots. Not good. At the moment when Uchiha Madara activated the power of 6 paths, Black Zetsu's expression was startled, and finally there was some panic. He hadn't thought that Uchiha Madara's gun really had bullets in it, and it would be real if he didn't agree with him. If he wanted to kill him in White Zetsu, it would be a bit of an asterisk hole. Whether it was White Zetsu or himself, it wasn't. Made by Uchiha Madara. White Zetsu, a human who was immersed in infinite Tsukuyomi in ancient times, was brought out by him and accidentally made Uchiha Madara think he made it. Needless to say, he is the third son of Otsutsuki Kagaya. And for a long time, he has created an illusion for Uchiha Madara that White Zetsu and he are both created by Uchiha Madara himself. Now that the illusion is about to be broken, Black Zetsu's heart is extremely uneasy. Because, he really didn't want a showdown with Uchiha Madara. Give me death. Uchiha Madara didn't care so much and scolded him sharply. Quiet. Advertisement. After this sentence, the place was silent. Neither White Zetsu nor Black Zetsu responded. Die. You all die for me. Unbelieving Uchiha Madara once again stimulated the power of the special 6 paths that created White Zetsu and Black Zetsu. It's a pity. No matter how much he urged, it didn't work. Black Zetsu and White Zetsu didn't show any signs of disappearing and dying, so they just stood there alive. 6. Damn it. Sure enough, you used me. It's really hidden. If it weren't for Luo Lei's reminder, even if it was resurrection, I would be a tool in your hands. Accompanied by roars of furious rage, Uchiha Madara was completely mad, and the majestic pupil power burst out in Rinnegan, looking at Black Zetsu and White Zetsu as if looking at dead people. Especially when he thought that he had been toyed with like a clown all these years, Uchiha Madara's inner killing intent couldn't help but want to burst out. See this scene, White Zetsu really wanted to cry, and it is still unclear what happened. Also, isn't it made by Madara-sama by accident? Why can't even Madara-sama kill it? A series of changes made White Zetsu's heart tremble for a while. Uchiha Madara, it was finally discovered by you. But, just at this time, after hesitating, Black Zetsu took a deep breath, as if he had made a decision, took a step forward, and said, yes, I have a showdown, and I am the boss behind the scenes. What? How is that possible? People, Nani, Black Zetsu is actually behind the scenes. After hearing this, both White Zetsu and Uchiha Obito showed extremely horrified expressions, looking at Black Zetsu like a ghost, especially Uchiha Obito. The only remaining Sharingan was about to fall out in shock. This black guy is actually the mastermind behind the scenes, laying out the entire ninja world, and even the legendary Uchiha Madara was played by him. Did you make a mistake? Chapter 178 Madara. Put it there to play a family ethics drama? Looking at the appearance of Black Zetsu, Uchiha Obito came up with another thought. Is there no one in the ninja world? Even a character like Black Zetsu can control everything behind the scenes, is there any reason? If I were Uchiha Obito, I would definitely do better than him. 99. Certainly, think so. Uchiha Obito, however, was very wise and did not show it, standing silently where he was, wanting to wait and see. Because, with the showdown of Black Zetsu, so, obviously, the battle between Black Zetsu and Uchiha Madara may be about to break out. The fact is also true. Uchiha Madara's expression became colder and colder after entering the 6 paths mode after the Black Zetsu showdown, and the pair of Rinnegans were full of undisguised killing intent. As a legendary ninja, Uchiha Madara also has her own pride and dignity. Even though he lost to Senju Hashirama and Luo Lei successively, he didn't complain much. Less skilled, what he lost was convincing, only thinking about getting stronger and defeating Senju Hashirama and Luo Lei to get back on the field. But now, someone told him that what he did was just the traps and traps of others, and even a strong man couldn't bear it, let alone a ninja with strong self-esteem like Uchiha Madara. Okay, really good. 35 Uchiha Madara took a deep breath and said with a cold face. Black Zetsu, did you tamper with the stone tablet left by Immortal Six Paths 293 at Nanga Shrine? Project Tasuki no Mi is actually your plan, isn't it? 35. That's right. Now that the showdown has been decided, Black Zetsu has no quibble and said calmly. I am inconvenient in the ninja world and urgently need an agent, so I chose you. Otherwise, do you think you can get to where you are today? When it comes to this, Black Zetsu also said proudly, without my secret help, you would have died in the Battle of the End Valley, and the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan would never have been transformed into Rinnegan. You can have today's strength, and everything is thanks to me. Advertisement, ha ha ha. Uchiha Madara made a violent voice, and said with an angry laugh, Black Zetsu, you really belong, now I will let you know what cruelty is, and if you dare to use Laozi, you will pay a price like blood. Swish. A cracking sound rang out, Uchiha Madara's body appeared in front of Black Zetsu. Snapped, a crisp voice, tolerate, Black Zetsu's body didn't move. Snapped, another slap, be patient. Black Zetsu still has no intention of fighting back, BHFF. He is willing to endure all this in order to save his mother. Good, very good. Uchiha Madara grabbed his right hand and a truth-seeking ball appeared in his hand. Facing the truth-seeking ball in the hands of Uchiha Madara, Black Zetsu couldn't bear it any longer and hurriedly said, Uchiha Madara, now we can only win by cooperation, otherwise, you alone will not be able to fight Luo Lei and Sage of Six Paths. 35. When you were not resurrected, first Hokage Senju Hashirama and second Hokage Senju Tobirama had already been crushed by Luo Lei. It is said that Senju Hashirama could not hold on to Luo Lei's hands even if he used the top Buddha, 10 seconds. What did you say? Uchiha Madara, who was planning to do it, was stunned. He glanced at Black Zetsu in surprise and then at White Zetsu, and said, even first Hokage Senju Hashirama was released by Impure World Reincarnation? Yes. 35 White Zetsu didn't even dare to breathe, and said cautiously, the Great Toad Sage of Mount Myoboku has used the optimized Impure World Reincarnation to resurrect first Hokage and second Hokage. It is said that they can exert their strength at their peak and want to suppress them. When I went to Luo Lei, I didn't expect it to be self-defeating. First Hokage and second Hokage were crushed. Third Hokage was also killed. Jiraiya and Namikaze Minato became a rebel. And now Konoha Village has completely belonged to Luo Lei. A look of surprise flashes in Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan. He did not expect, even the hot mom of Hashi at the peak was crushed by Luo Lei. Advertisement. If this is the case, even if you reach the Six Paths level, there seems to be some insecurity. After all, he is very clear about the strength of Hashi Hot Mom, and he couldn't hold on for 20 seconds after using the top Buddha, which proves that Luo Lei's strength has increased terribly. And also, Black Zetsu says he can't fight Sage of Six Paths. What does it mean? Isn't Sage of Six Paths dead long ago? Now it seems that the ninja world must have his unknown secrets. Thinking of this, Uchiha Madara glanced at Black Zetsu violently, and said solemnly, I want to know who you are and who you want to save. 39. Didn't you ask me to bring a dutiful son? Black Zetsu shrugged indifferently, and said neatly, I have been dormant for so many years, just to save my mother Otsutsuki who was sealed by the eldest brother, Sage of Six Paths and the second brother Otsutsuki Homura. Kagaya, yes, Sage of Six Paths' real name is Otsutsuki Hagoromo. Big brother, Sage of Six Paths Otsutsuki Hagoromo, mother Otsutsuki Kagaya, Black Zetsu, there is also Otsutsuki Homura? The amount of information seems to be a bit big. Uchiha Madara frowned and fell into contemplation involuntarily. Black Zetsu is to save his mother Otsutsuki Kagaya, and Otsutsuki Kagaya was sealed by his two eldest sons, and now the third son is lurking in the ninja world, trying to save his mother. How does this plot look like a family feud between the Otsutsuki clan? These people, they were all mixed up in this family strife. In an instant, Uchiha Madara is a little speechless. The Otsutsuki clan, I'm afraid they are all lunatics? The two eldest sons sealed the mother, and the younger son wanted to save the mother, and put it there to play a family ethics drama. Co-authoring the family disputes of your Otsutsuki clan, you want to pull the entire ninja world to play with you. Also, Black Zetsu is worthy of being a dutiful son, and he was able to turn Indra and Ashura into enmity under the eyes of Sage of Six Paths. By the way, I forgot to tell you, you and Senju Hashirama were both possessed by the energies of Indra and Ashura, the sons of Sage of Six Paths. At the beginning, I calculated Indra and Ashura, so, you and Senju Hashirama fell in love and killed each other. Aspect reasons. Seeing Uchiha Madara in deep thought, Black Zetsu's eyes moved, and he quickly said while the iron was hot. This canyon is blocked by my special ability, and neither Otsutsuki Hagoromo nor Otsutsuki Homura can perceive it, so we can only win together if we cooperate. If they turn against each other and become enemies, that will only make the loved ones feel the pain. 39. Uchiha Madara, now I can tell you clearly, Otsutsuki Homura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo are not dead. At their level, they are almost immortal beings. How can they die? The scene is dead silent. P.S. Kneeling and begging for rewards, collections, flowers and evaluations. Mungshin, kneeling and begging all readers. Listening to Black Zetsu's words, not only Uchiha Madara was speechless, but even Uchiha Obito was dumbfounded. Quiet. What an old sixth. Chapter 179 4th Hokage, Uzumaki Kushina. What an old sixth. If he can't win the big brother sage of 6 paths Otsutsuki Hagoromo, he will go to the big brother's sons Indra and Ashura, so that Indra and Ashura will not rest in peace even if they die, and even Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara have been greatly affected. It is this sentence, let Uchiha Madara unravel a doubt that has been hidden in his heart for many years. That is how he and Senju Hashirama fell in love and killed each other. It turned out that it was not only the two of them, but also the fate of Indra and Ashura. Suffering. Thinking of this, even Uchiha Madara, who entered the 6 paths mode, was a little tired. More importantly, he is as strong as Senju Hashirama. There must also be the influence of Indra and Ashura. Therefore, even if Senju Hashirama was released by impure world reincarnation, it seemed that he was able to exert his power at his peak, but in fact it should be a little short. I have no way. Black Zetsu shook his head and said bitterly. I originally wanted to wait for the plan to succeed, and then I'll tell you, now that the plan has been disrupted, I'll tell you in advance, I'm not unusual in the ninja world, I just want to save my mother Otsutsuki Teru minus night. FFF. When he said this, Black Zetsu also took a look at Uchiha Madara, intensified his tone, and said meaningfully. We have no conflict of interest, you want to realize your ideals and aspirations, I want to save my mother, everyone all have the same goal, which is to resurrect the 10 tails. 5. You're not interested in the ninja world. Uchiha Madara glanced at Black Zetsu with suspicious eyes, and said, don't you want to be like your big brother, sage of 6 paths, to unify the ninja world and create a new era? No. Not interested at all. Black Zetsu shook his head neatly and said in a firm tone, I just want to rescue my mother, I don't care about anything else. Certainly, Black Zetsu still didn't say a word, that's why he doesn't care. Not for Mother Otsutsuki Kagaya doesn't care. Anyway, as long as the Mother Otsutsuki Kagaya can be rescued, what bullshit Uchiha Madara, Luo Lei, Otsutsuki Homura, Otsutsuki Hagoromo are all waiting to kneel and sing conquest. Advertisement. It's just a pity that he wanted to say a heartfelt word to Uchiha Madara, for fear that it would not be so easy to be caught. Where did your mother seal it? Seeing Black Zetsu being so filial, Uchiha Madara asked curiously, can't I save your mother, Otsutsuki Kagaya, even in 6 paths mode? In the moon. 35 inches. Black Zetsu pointed to the moon in midair, and said with a sigh of relief. At the beginning, Otsutsuki Homura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo took advantage of their mother's unpreparedness and used 6 paths planetary devastation to seal my mother, Geto, in the initial space. Statue is actually the body of 10 tails. You are not strong enough, unless the 10 tails are resurrected, there is no chance to break the 6 paths planetary devastation used jointly by Otsutsuki Homura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo. Moon. Before he finished speaking, Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Obito, and even White Zetsu looked at the moon in midair. Obviously didn't think of it, Black Zetsu's beloved mother Otsutsuki Kagaya was actually sealed there. This also reflects how vicious and murderous Otsutsuki Homura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo are from the side. We not only seek to usurp the throne, but also seal you on the moon. Look at the ninja world every day, but can't touch it. Alas. 39. Black Zetsu showed a helpless expression again and sighed. Uchiha Madara, we can cooperate, as long as we can rescue my mother, I will give you a satisfactory answer. Are Otsutsuki Homura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo really not dead? After hearing this, Uchiha Madara still said something unbelievable. After so many years, if they hadn't died, they wouldn't have been able to help show their faces, right? Also, Luo Lei, such an outlier in the ninja world, are they just watching? Definitely not dead. Black Zetsu's eyes moved, and he said decisively, the strength of Otsutsuki Homura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo is second only to the mother Otsutsuki Kagaya, they're impossible to die. It's just that I don't know why they didn't show up to clean up Luo Lei and let Luo Lei let the ninja world do whatever they want. However, it's time to show up. The next moment, as if thinking of something, Black Zetsu added, the great Toad Sage of Mount Myoboku participated in the action against Luo Lei, with the character of Luo Lei doing whatever he wanted, Mount Myoboku is doomed, and at a critical juncture, Otsutsuki Hagoromo will be summoned. Uchiha Madara said with some headache. Is it related to the Great Toad Sage again? It's very simple. Black Zetsu's tone was cold, and he explained through gritted teeth. Back then, the Great Toad Sage took out the treasure of the Toad Kingdom, the talisman of the immortal, and let Otsutsuki Hagoromo use it to save Otsutsuki Homura, who was controlled by his mother and killed by himself. After this sentence, before Uchiha Madara said anything, Uchiha Obito couldn't help but said, you Otsutsuki clan are really messed up. Advertisement, ha ha. The corners of Black Zetsu's mouth twitched slightly, and he smiled silently inwardly. Is this a mess? I haven't said about the Otsutsuki family? If the people of the Otsutsuki family find the earth, it will be the real destruction and darkness. Okay, I'll work with you for now. At this time, Uchiha Madara pondered for a moment, and said, after the resurrection of 10 tails, we are parting ways. You save your mother, and I will cast my infinite Tsukuyomi. Alright. Originally Uchiha Madara wanted to make a clean break with Black Zetsu. But, after thinking about it, Black Zetsu is still worth using. Besides, facing Luo Lei with his current strength, he has some confidence, but facing Otsutsuki Homura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo, he really has no certainty of winning. So, it is the best choice to cooperate with the big dutiful son Black Zetsu. As for being sold by Black Zetsu and helping him count the money, maybe it was possible when I didn't know it before, but now he will also keep his back. Bai Xinyan? Who is afraid of whom? Rest assured. Black Zetsu nodded without a smile, really at that time, but you can't help it. Woo! 35 Seeing that Uchiha Madara and White Zetsu reached a settlement, both White Zetsu and Uchiha Obito could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. So, now let's consider whether to deal with Luo Lei first, or resurrect Ten Tails first. Years. AJ. At the same time, when Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu reached a settlement. However, there is a news from Konoha Village that Nine Tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Kushina will become the new 4th Hokage of Konoha Village. As soon as the news came out, the ninja world, which was already shaking, shook violently again. Chapter 180 Luo Lei. Let me tell you a story as soon as the news came out. The ninja world, which was already shaking, shook violently again. No one thought, Konoha Village moves so fast. 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen has not passed the first 7 yet, the bones are not cold, the new 4th Hokage is about to take office, and the identity is so special, it is actually the orphan of the country of the vortex that has been destroyed, Uzumaki Kushina. It's so incredible. However, the specific identity of Uzumaki Kushina was soon discovered, the god of the ninja world, the woman of Luo Lei. In an instant, countless civilians and ninjas in the ninja world showed a sudden realization. No wonder Uzumaki Kushina can climb to the top of Konoha Village and become a Hokage with one person under 10,000 people. There was someone behind it. 293, time. There are many civilians and ninjas in the ninja world. It's all a burst of envy and hatred for Uzumaki Kushina. From a tailed beast weapon to the high-weight 4th Hokage, Kushina's status can be said to have achieved an earth-shaking transformation. Konoha Village, after announcing Kushina as 4th Hokage. Almost no one objected, whether it was the commoners and ninjas of Konoha Village, as well as the major families, they all agreed with their hands. Besides, after Uzumaki Kushina came to power, the older generation of the major families has also completed the handover of power and officially announced that they will step back behind the scenes. Among them, there are still some episodes in the Uchiha family, that is, Uchiha Mikoto does not want to be the patriarch, and wants to join the Konoha superhero group, but Uchiha Fuchian and Uchiha Fugaku just pushed her to be the patriarch of the Uchiha family position. Advertisement in the words of Uchiha Fuden and Uchiha Fugoka, if Uchiha Mikoto is not the patriarch, it is the loss of the Uchiha family. In the end, Uchiha Mikoto reluctantly took the position of the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, while Uchiha Fuden and Uchiha Fugaku both became the elders of the Uchiha clan. Now, Hokage building in the central area, inside a large conference room on the top floor. God of Ninja World Luo Lei, 4th Hokage Uzumaki Kushina, Danzo of the Roots, Tsunade and Orochimaru of one of the Sannin, Captain of Anbuazuki Yugon, Patriarch of Hyuga clan Hyuga Hiyashi, Patriarch of Uchiha clan Uchiha Mikoto, and Nara Shikahisa, Yamanaka Kaiichi and others are having a meeting. It's almost there. After looking around for a while, Uzumaki Kushina suppressed the excitement and joy in his heart, and said very seriously, the meeting officially begins. 55. Alright. In fact, up to now, Uzumaki Kushina felt like she was dreaming. After solving 3rd Hokage, after sanctioning her that night, Lord Luo Lei asked casually, no Hokage, she nodded in agreement. Next, she naturally became 4th Hokage, Konoha Village without any objection. Master 4th Hokage, I don't know what's the matter with calling us here. Hearing this, Orochimaru licked his lips and said wickedly, if there is no big thing, I will go back and study some interesting things. For Kushina to ascend the seat of Hokage, Orochimaru has no opinion, even if Luo Lei promised to help him sit on the Hokage seat, it doesn't matter. Because, now I found something more interesting and meaningful to do, that is to do some scientific research. Especially after he had an in-depth exchange with Mr. Luo Lei yesterday, he benefited a lot, as if he had found his purpose in life at once. The genetic modification technology, mecha technology, cloning technology, cell transplantation technology, etc. in Luo Lei's population made him extremely excited, and he could not wait to return to his laboratory for research immediately. He was too shallow before, now I finally found the true meaning of life. Advertisement, I don't have anything to do. 35 Uzumaki Kushina, who wears the Hokage imperial robe, turned his eyes and looked at Luo Lei, who was sitting on the main seat, and said, it is Lord Luo Lei who has something to say. Swish. Swish. The voice did not fall, everyone in the conference room looked at Luo Lei with puzzled eyes. Actually, it's not a big deal, I just want to tell you some secrets of the ninja world. Luo Lei took a sip of hot tea from his teacup, and said plainly, the current ninja world seems to be calm, but in fact it is a surging tide, and murderous intent is everywhere. 9. Tell you the truth, our real enemy has not yet appeared. Speaking of this, Luo Lei's mouth slightly curved, and he said meaningfully, the legendary ninja Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama are actually just a pawn of the mastermind behind the scenes. Don't look at me killing the old Madara, maybe now the old Madara has been resurrected by the mastermind behind the scenes and is hiding in the dark waiting for an opportunity. Quiet. A dead silence. After these words, the entire conference room fell into silence, and the eyes of Tsunade, Orochimaru, Nara Shihisa, Yamanaka Kaiichi and others were filled with disbelief. What? There are still people behind the scenes in the ninja world. Also using the legendary ninja Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama as pawns, this FK is too unbelievable. Seeing this scene, Luo Lei didn't bother to sell anything and said neatly, thousands of years ago, Otsutsuki Kagaya and Otsutsuki of the Otsutsuki family came to the earth together. Even Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama were toyed with by the mastermind behind the scenes. Doesn't 5.5 mean that the mastermind behind the scenes is very powerful and has lived for so many years without dying? The words of Lord Luo Lei were really shocking, almost subverting their inherent cognition. Lord Luo Lei, no. Impossible. After being silent for more than 10 seconds, Nara Shikuhisa, Hyuga Hiyashi, Yamanaka Kaiichi and others suppressed the horror in their hearts, and could not help but let out a series of exclamations. Could it be that in addition to the 5 major ninja villages, there are hidden forces that can plan the entire ninja world? No way. Forget it. Let me tell you a story. 6HK Chapter 181 The shocked Konoha high-level officials want to unify the world of ninja. Soon, when Luo Lei briefly talked about the family conflicts and disputes of the Otsutsuki family, the entire conference room fell into silence. Almost everyone had a look of surprise and disbelief on their cheeks. Obviously did not expect that there are so many secrets in the ninja world, especially Uchiha Mikoto, Uzumaki Kushina, Hyuga Hiyashi, and other people who have the limit of blood, and they are even more enlightened. It turns out that the boundaries of blood and succession given to them are not innate. Whether it is the sage body, Sharingan or white eyes, they seem to be inherited from the Otsutsuki clan. What's more, they also knew about the family conflicts between Otsutsuki Kagaya, Otsutsuki Homura, Otsutsuki Hagoromo, and Black Zetsu, and also knew that the boss behind the scenes, it turned out to be Black Zetsu, the third son of Otsutsuki Kagaya. In order to save her mother, it has been laid out in the ninja world for thousands of years, and even the sons of Sage of Six Paths, Indra and Ashura, have been designed. Chakra did not exist from the beginning. All the chakras on ninjas in the ninja world are derived from the divine tree, that is, 10 tails. Shocking. Extremely shocking. If it wasn't for Mr. Luo 17 Lei to say something bad, they wouldn't believe it, they would only think it was nonsense. Now since Lord Luo Lei has said so, it means that these secrets in the ninja world are true. Otsutsuki Homura, Otsutsuki Hagoromo are definitely not dead, and Black Zetsu is still secretly waiting for an opportunity. 1 second, 20 seconds, 3 minutes, as time goes by. In the end, after about 5 minutes, everyone in the conference room gradually recovered. Oh, I really didn't expect it. 35 Shimura Danzo's old face was full of shocked expressions, his heart was filled with bitterness and helplessness, and he let out a sigh. Actually, after Luo Lei announced that Uzumaki Kushina will be the 4th Hokage. Advertisement he knew, I have absolutely no chance to meddle in the position of Hokage. The only thing he didn't understand was why Luo Lei did not settle accounts and liquidated him. Now it seems that he is overthinking it. Maybe Luo Lei didn't take him seriously from the beginning to the end. Others' goal is the Sea of Stars, and he has already set his sights on the G Sage of Six Paths. What about him? It will only be short-sighted staring at the Konoha Village. There really is no comparison. Sarutobi, you are Konoha bathing in the sun, and I am the root buried deep in the ground. We fought for a lifetime, but it turned out to be a big joke in the end. It seemed that he thought of something, and Shimura Danzo finally felt relieved. Maybe he can see Konoha Village going a very different path. The ninja world is getting more and more interesting. Orochimaru grinned, licked his lips, and couldn't help muttering to himself. If we can get a corpse of the Otsutsuki clan, the research will be of great significance. 35. Isn't it more exciting than gambling? Tsunade's eyes shone with a ray of light, and she couldn't help clenching her fists. She was very interested in the goddess of Mao, Otsutsuki Kagaya. I didn't expect that there is such a twisted and bizarre secret in the ninja world. Yeah, if it weren't for Lord Luo Lei, maybe we would have been kept in the dark, and even a chess piece, we wouldn't even know who the chess player is. Black Zetsu wants to save the mother Otsutsuki Kagaya, Sage of Six Paths and Otsutsuki Homura should stop, so what should we do in Konoha Village? 9 tails, 1 tail, 2 tails, 3 tails are all in our Konoha Village. In order to resurrect 10 tails, we're definitely going to meet Black Zetsu. And there is the reincarnation of Indra and Ashura, Chakra, after Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara died, and they haven't shown up yet. Is there a problem? Not long after, everyone in the conference room began to discuss. People such as Nara Shikahisa, Yamanaka Kaiichi, Hyuga Hiyashi and others expressed their own opinions with great interest. Even Tsunade threw herself into it with great interest. Obviously, she still had some interest in the Otsutsuki clan. She thought that after the end of the 3 wars, the ninja world had achieved peace, but she did not expect that the real crisis had just surfaced, out of the water. And an even scarier Otsutsuki clan. Advertisement. Lord Luo Lei, what are you talking about? You know our strength. We can't help you if you are busy, you can only do small things. After discussing for a while, Naraluju, Hyuga Hiyashi and others still look at Luo Lei. No way, facing the terrifying Otsutsuki clan, their strength is really not enough. They're too weak to be cannon fodder, and it is necessary for Mr. Luo Lei to come forward, and everyone has a bottom line. It's very simple. Facing everyone's eyes, Luo Lei's eyes flashed a ray of crimson light, and he said calmly, we just need to wait and see how things change. Someone will definitely come to us. After all, 9 tails, 1 tail, 2 tails, 3 tails are all in our Konoha village. As long as someone comes looking for trouble, I will solve the trouble at one time. Alright. Tell these secrets of the ninja world. Luo Lei is not on a whim, but to give everyone a vaccination in advance. Because of his birth, the original plot has been completely disrupted. Before Uchiha Madara died, he also revealed some clues that the Black 310 was definitely behind the scenes. If there is no miscalculation, Uchiha Madara the Uranus *X, or will not turn against Black Zetsu, the two will continue to cooperate with each other. Next, may go straight to the Fourth Ninja World War. The future saviors Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke may only be born after the Fourth Ninja World War. As for the chakra energy of Indra and Ashura, stay where it is cool, there is no use for eggs. Got it, Lord Luo Lei. Hearing this sentence, Hyuga Hiyashi, Nara Shikuhisa, Yamanaka Kaiichi and others suddenly felt stable. There is nothing more reassuring than what Mr. Luo Lei said. Whoever makes trouble will do it. Think about it, they were all looking forward to it. Are the Otsutsuki clan really cool? In front of Lord Luo Lei, I am afraid that it is not enough to see. As long as you dare to come, you will be done. Kushina. Seeing that everyone was almost digested, Luo Lei gestured at Kushina. It is good. Kushina understood in seconds, took a deep breath, and said very solemnly. Then, let's discuss the development of Konoha Village and how to unify the ninja world. Chapter 183 Hokage Rock Crescent, Moon Sky Chong. What? Unify the ninja world? If everyone just heard the secret of the Otsutsuki clan, everyone was just shocked inside, then now they're shocked and horrified. Certainly, the horror was followed by a burst of ecstasy and anticipation. Just kidding. Unifying the ninja world is something that the legendary sage of 6 paths did. Even first Hokage Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara couldn't do it. Now that Lord 4th Hokage is going to start planning to unify the ninja world, just thinking about it makes one's blood boil. After all, this is something that can affect the ninja world for a lifetime. If they can be fortunate enough to participate in it, they can definitely live on forever. Shimura Danzo is the most excited, being a Hammer Hokage? Wouldn't it be better to take part in the great cause of unifying the ninja world than being a Hokage fragrant? Isn't it his lifelong pursuit to make Konoha Village stand in the entire ninja world? FK, Master 4th Hokage, are you telling the truth? You want to unify the entire ninja world? If we can really unify the ninja world, our Uchiha clan is willing to do our best, and we will never let you down. 35. Our Hyuga family is the same. It's the same with the Shimura clan. And our Nara clan, Yamanaka clan, Akamichi clan. In the next moment, maybe they were too excited, and people such as Uchiha Mikoto, Hyuga Hiyashi, Shimura Danzo, Nara Shikaku and others stood up directly, and they all stood up in excitement. Have nothing to say, with Lord Luo Lei as 4th Hokage's supercard. They were confident that Konoha Village would definitely be able to unify the entire ninja world. Needless to say, the 5 major ninja villages were all defeated by Lord Luo Lei, and the Otsutsuki clan would definitely be defeated by Lord Luo Lei. It may be a matter of time before Konoha Village unifies the ninja world. Thinking of this, Hyuga Hiyashi, Shimura Danzo, Nara Shikuhisa and others couldn't hold back the excited expressions on their cheeks. That means there is no opinion. Seeing this scene, Uzumaki Kushina raised his brows and said subconsciously. If there is no opinion, the resolution to unify the ninja world will be passed, and then our Konoha Village will enter a state of super combat readiness again. Advertisement. No problem. Shimura Danzo clenched his fist and spoke first. Master 4th Hokage, don't worry. The Shimura family and the Roots will be on call at any time. 99. Agree. No problem, we can't wait. Hyuga Hiyashi, Nara Shikahisa, Yamanaka Kaiichi and others also made their voices heard, with a kind of meaning that they were about to go back to assemble the troops to prepare for war. It is good. Kushina nodded with satisfaction and said, then let's discuss some specific details. Dajaj. Listening to everyone's discussion, Luo Lei stretched his waist and showed a unique smile of the motherland. Just bored, come and play with the unification of the ninja world. Besides, he knew very well that as he became stronger, he would meet Black Zetsu, Otsutsuki Homura, Otsutsuki Hagoromo sooner or later. Especially Otsutsuki Hagoromo, also known as Sage of 6 Paths, with the growth of strength, he can vaguely perceive his chakra breath, and several times he felt a dangerous breath approaching. It should be this Sage of 6 Paths. In that case, sorry, Laozi can do whatever he wants. From now on, the ninja world is not your Otsutsuki clan, but the ancestors of Laozi Konoha. You Otsutsuki clan, the dragon is coiled and the tiger is lying down. If you behave well, I will reluctantly be the man behind Otsutsuki Kagaya and stab her in the back. There is also the great toad sage of Mount Myoboku, which should be in the same trench as the sage of 6 paths, which is even more sorry. The new hatred and the old hatred are counted together. Finally, when the meeting lasted more than 3 hours. The meeting was interrupted because of the arrival of 4th Mizukage Terumi Mei. Immediately afterwards, Luo Lei carried Uzumaki Kushina, Azuki Yuyan, Uchiha Mikoto, and Nohara Rin, both of whom were accompanied by Wooden Golem and Yekura, to greet 4th Mizukage Terumi Mei. Soon, it was midnight. The moonlight sprinkled all over the place, making the Konoha village a silvery glow. Swish. A very slight cracking sound resounded. Advertisement. Luo Lei's body appeared on the Hokage rock in first Hokage Senju Hashirama, looking at the moon in the midair with interest. A red light flashed in his eyes. No way. After Terumi Mei came, he was happy. One was wearing the Mizukage Imperial robe and the other was the Hokage Imperial robe. After a candlelit night, he walked out of the house slowly. As for why you came to Konoha Hokage Rock, of course, it is to complete the final transformation of the peak motherland template. Now he is almost invincible in the ninja world, and there is nothing to stop him. It is time for a crescent moon to do whatever he wants. Ding! Congratulations to the host, for crushing first Hokage Senju Hashirama and second Hokage Senju Tobarama. The system specially rewarded 2% of the experience. Ding! Congratulations to the host, for killing the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. The system specially rewarded 1% of the experience. 66. Ding! I hope the host will continue to work hard, follow his heart, not be bound, and do whatever he wants. However, just when Luo Lei was already making preparations, several clear prompting sounds sounded, making Luo Lei stunned for a moment. What's the matter? Is there a mistake? He suppressed first Hokage, second Hokage, and killed third Hokage for days before the alarm sounded? Could it be that he was standing on first Hokage's Hokage rock to trigger it? Is acceptable. Next moment, after regaining his senses, Luo Lei couldn't help but let out a light smile. It really means to open whatever you say. This system rewards 3% of the experience, and it is one step closer to the template upgrade. System. I want to take a look at my attribute panel. Almost without hesitation, Luo Lei opened the attribute panel that only he could see. Host. Luo Lei. Age, 18 years old. Constitution, 39,090, 10 points for ordinary people. Strength, 23,950, 1 punch 9,695 tons. The number of times to extract the template, 0, heat raise, 96,000 to 99,990 degrees Celsius. P.S. Kneeling and begging for rewards, collections, flowers and evaluations. Mungshin, kneeling and begging all readers. Spirit, 22,285 young. Chakra attributes, fire, wind, thunder, good, earth, water, yin, yang. Speed, 9,334. Open black lens bracket 9,129 to 9,256 meters. S close black lens bracket ability. Hitaki knife technique open black lens bracket grandmaster close black lens bracket. Body flicker technique open black lens bracket grandmaster close black lens bracket. Shadow clone technique open black lens bracket grandmaster close black lens bracket. Body replacement technique open black lens bracket grandmaster close black lens bracket. Water style open black lens bracket grandmaster close black lens bracket. Lightning style open black lens bracket grandmaster close black lens bracket. Multiple shadow clone technique open black lens bracket grandmaster close black lens bracket. The motherland template in the peak state, unlocked and merged 92.8%. Note. When the unlocked fusion reaches 95%, the system will reward a template extraction opportunity, and the host can use this time to extract the template. Opportunity to choose the motherland template to upgrade the peak state. Chapter 184. The Great Silver Chaos, Ancestors. It has only been unlocked and merged by 3%, and the attributes have skyrocketed several times. He glanced at his attribute panel. Even Luo Lei, who had already prepared for it, couldn't help but let out an exclamation. No way, did not practice much, his ability and strength increased several times. At the same time, he also unlocked and merged the peak state of the motherland template to 92.8%, only 2.2% of the experience. He can choose to upgrade the peak state of the motherland template. Uchiha Madara, now that you resurrected and enter the 6 paths level, there is no chance of winning. As long as you dare to come, even if I have not broken through to the 6 paths level, I can get you at one time. 99. In the next moment, sensing a terrifying energy pouring into his body, constantly transforming and strengthening his body, Luo Lei couldn't help closing his eyes. There is nothing more comfortable than being stronger. Moreover, if he guessed correctly, even if Uchiha Madara entered the 6 paths mode with the help of Rinnegan, it is only a primary form, far from becoming the 6 paths mode of 10 Tails Jinchuriki, and it is not as strong as the 6 paths mode of Sage Transformation. With his ability, isn't it easy to deal with Uchiha Madara? Finally, after 10 minutes 310, a ray of light flashed in Luo Lei's eyes, and he stretched out very comfortably. There was nothing to say. After his strength became stronger, it was time to do the right thing. As long as he can get 2.2% of the experience in this unscrupulous crescent moon, he will not lose, and his strength will increase by an astonishing amount. At that time, the Otsutsuki family will not be a concern. Thinking of this, Luo Lei showed a motherlander smile, stretched out his hands, looked up at the moon in midair. Laozi could do whatever you wanted, and the Otsutsuki family were all waiting for me to sing Conquest. Now, it starts with your Otsutsuki Kagaya, 1 second. Half an hour 3 hours As time went by, without any warning, several terrifying energy waves shot straight into the sky, attacking the moon at a lightning-quick speed. Advertisement clap. Clap. This is the sound of air bursting. Maybe the movement was too loud, and it also disturbed Konoha Anbu and the ninja at the root. No, it's too loud. Luo Lei didn't expect that he would be so strong, so he couldn't help frowning. Swish. Next moment, accompanied by a cracking sound. Luo Lei's body disappeared on the Hokage rock in first Hokage. After a few seconds, 6 Anbu ninjas and 3 root ninjas appeared near Hokage rock. The faces under the catface mask were filled with incredible expressions. Who was it that was actually doing things at Konoha Hokage rock? Aren't you afraid that Mr. Luo Lei will send Kamui? Certainly, think so. The 6 Anbu ninjas and the 3 root ninjas quickly checked the scene, but found no clues. No, there seemed to be a faint smell in the air. Let's go. 39, someone should be playing a prank here. With Lord Luo Lei in Konoha Village, absolutely no one dares to come to our Konoha Village to do things. Not long after, I really didn't find any clues. The 6 Anbu ninjas and the 3 roots shook their heads and left Hokage rock with a puzzled look. At the same moment, Luo Lei's body appeared on a huge rock outside Konoha Village, with a look of anticipation and excitement on his cheeks. Everything was ready but the east wind, he was waiting for the system prompt. After all, the crescent moon has already done it. The system is always impossible, there is no indication, right? Ding. Congratulations to the host. Congratulations, BHFF, to the host, for completing the most famous scene of the motherland. The system specially rewarded 2% of the experience. Ding. Congrats host, congratulations host. The shockwave of the ability that the crescent moon burst into the sky shocked Otsutsuki Kagaya, Otsutsuki Homura, Otsutsuki Hagoromo, Black Zetsu. The system specially rewarded 2% of the experience. Advertisement, ding. I hope the host will continue to work hard, follow his heart, not be bound, and do whatever he wants. This time, Luo Lei didn't keep waiting. Just 1 minute later, the crisp prompt sound of the system sounded in Luo Lei's mind. Luo Lei clenched his fist excitedly. Here, he can finally upgrade the template of the peak motherland. From now on, he is no longer a castrated version of Superman. It's a real Superman, or a great silver Superman, a native of the motherland. Ding. Congratulations host, congratulations host. The peak state of the motherland template unlock is 96.8%. The system specially rewards a chance to draw a template. Ding. Please choose the host, whether to use this template lottery opportunity to draw new templates, or to upgrade the peak motherland template. The system does not extract new templates, but upgrades the peak motherland template for me. Hear the system beep. Luo Lei suppressed the excitement in his heart and gave a neat order. Ding. The template of the peak motherland is being upgraded, upgrading. Ding. Congratulations to host, the template of the peak motherland has been upgraded, and after the upgrade, it will have the potential of Silver Super, and there is no weakness that Superman is afraid of Krypton Gold. Perfect. The sound of the system just fell. Luo Lei couldn't help but waved his fist. Starting today, he is a native of the motherland with great silver. After a few seconds, a terrifying force poured into Luo Lei's body again, transforming his body at a speed visible to the naked eye. Luo Lei, who was already very strong, began to transform at an astonishing speed, and the 130 trillion cells in his body were constantly undergoing earth-shaking changes. At this time, if anyone can observe what's going on inside Luo Lei's body, it will be found that Luo Lei's lifeform has undergone a jaw-dropping change based on the physique of the motherland. Chapter 185 shocked Otsutsuki Kagaya finally, after half an hour. The soaring breath in Luo Lei's body gradually subsided. It seems to be getting stronger again. Sensing the transformation of his body, Luo Lei couldn't help but stretch out his hands, clenched his fists, and muttered to himself. As expected, it's really a great silver medal, just unlocked and merged a little, so I left the motherland. The realm of human ability, 99. More importantly, compared with just now, he felt that he was a few grades stronger, and it was no longer the same. And this horrific ascension let Luo Lei be amazed for a while. What else can I say? It's not that the people of the motherland are too weak, but that Bayan Dachao is too strong, and he is a little frightened when he is strong. System, I want to take a look at my attribute panel. 33. Not long after, Luo Lei's mind moved, and he opened the attribute panel that only he could see with a little longing. Host. Luo Lei. Age, 18 years old. Chakra attributes. Fire, wind, thunder, earth, water, yin, yang. Ability. Hitaki knife technique open black lens bracket grandmaster close black lens bracket. Body flicker technique open black lens bracket grandmaster close black lens bracket. Shadow clone technique open black lens bracket grandmaster close black lens bracket. Body replacement technique open black lens bracket grandmaster close black lens bracket. Water style open black lens bracket grandmaster close black lens bracket. Lightning style open black lens bracket grandmaster close black lens bracket. Multiple shadow clone technique open black lens bracket grandmaster close black lens bracket. Peak silver super potential motherlander template. Unlock fusion 6%, flight, super hearing, super healing, thermal vision, super defense, super brain, super breath, super sneeze, super hypnosis, super strength, super speed, super ventriloquism, perspective eye, microscopic eye, telephoto eye, energy absorption winking face. Constitution. 79,090, 10 points for ordinary people. Number. 42,285. Strength. 43,950. One punch 39,695 tons. Speed. 19,334. Open black lens bracket 19,129 to 19,256 meters. S close black lens bracket heat rays. 206,000 to 299,990 degrees Celsius. The number of times to extract the template, 0, this. Looking at his luxurious attribute panel, the expression on Luo Lei's cheeks suddenly froze, and a storm surged in his heart, and he couldn't calm down at all. It's really an extraordinary pervert. It's several times more pervert than the attributes of the peak motherland. More importantly, only 6% has been unlocked by fusion. If this continues to be integrated, how terrifying would it be? Advertisement. But when I think of Bayin Dachao's super breath, not only can it freeze opponents, but it can also create hurricanes, change the weather, and even blow out stars. Even a sneeze is powerful enough to destroy the entire solar system. He was relieved. Joke, Bayin Dachao does not pervert. Is it still called Bayin Dachao? Sage of Six Paths, I feel your chakra. Suddenly, Luo Lei seemed to sense something, and looked up at the sky subconsciously. If he didn't perceive anything wrong, it seemed that someone was watching him just now, but he came and ran quickly, and he disappeared after looking at him. It seems to be in another space. Luo Lei frowned and said, looks like Sage of Six Paths can't hold back anymore. Six Paths. Just trash. The next moment, the corners of Luo Lei's mouth twitched slightly, and he said softly, now I'm ready, just wait for you to show your swords. Otsutsuki Hagoromo, Otsutsuki Homura, Black Zetsu are all waiting to call me dad. All right, now that Sage of Six Paths is gone, I dare not show my face. Then you'll find a way to force Otsutsuki Homura and Sage of Six Paths to show up, and Otsutsuki Kagaya, he's done, no one will do it. Next, go to Six Paths first. 35 Perhaps the physical ability has become stronger again, and the product of the even mixing of mental energy and physical energy. Chakra has undergone another transformation, and Luo Lei has an intuition that there may not be as many chakras in 10 tails. Therefore, Luo Lei plans to enter Six Paths to play, Six Paths Bayin Dachao. It should be very strong. At the same time, in the interior of the moon, in a sealed space. Advertisement with a terrifying energy fluctuation, the sealed space trembled a few times, but, with the power of Six Paths planetary devastation spilling out, the trembling space quickly recovered. Ask for flowers, damn, what the hell is going on? A icy cry of anger resounded. Otsutsuki Kaguya's body appeared in the dark space, and he looked suspicious. What's so special? The feeling of being peeped just now made her feel like she was in the situation, as if she was being blasphemed, which made her whole person feel bad all of a sudden. How many years? It's been so many years, and she hasn't felt this way again. Especially the feeling of being desecrated, made Otsutsuki Kagaya very uncomfortable and aggrieved. As the incarnation of the God Tree, the god of creation of the ninja world, the ancestor of chakra, the goddess of Mao, with the two eye skills of white eyes and reincarnation Sharingan, she has never been treated like this. 0. Who is it? Otsutsuki Kagaya roared in a low voice and said extremely coldly, whoever it is, as long as I can get out, I will kill you first. Black Zetsu is also a trash sun. It has been laid out for thousands of years, and there is no egg or progress. There is no response to the matter that made him investigate, and if I knew earlier, I would have created a few more sons. Otsutsuki Homura, Otsutsuki Hagoromo, you two brothers, remember to me that if the old lady can create you, then there will be a way to kill you. After I come out, it will be the end of your two unfilial sons. A cold drink sounded. Otsutsuki Kagaya looked at this pitch-black sealed space, and his inner anger was not at all. At first, she was a little merciful, and was sealed by the unfilial sons Otsutsuki Homura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo, using Six Paths planetary devastation. If she was given another choice, she would not be merciful, even if it was her own son, she would kill if she deserved it. She Otsutsuki Kagaya does things, why should she explain to others? Chapter 186 Stupid Son. Forbearance a little longer, I still have to pin my hope of going out on the son of Black Zetsu. After half a sound, maybe it was a vent, Otsutsuki Kagaya gradually calmed down the anger in his heart. Now that she can't get out, her anger is just incompetent and furious. It's better to wait, she doesn't believe that she will stay in the sealed space of Six Paths planetary devastation for thousands of years. If she really has to stay for thousands of years, she doesn't have to count on her Black Zetsu son. Because, when the time comes, the people of Otsutsuki's main family must have found the earth, and she will be released naturally. Just facing the people of Otsutsuki's main family, without becoming 10 tails Jinchuriki, she really has no certainty of victory. As for Otsutsuki Homura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo, they should not be opponents of Otsutsuki's main family. 310. But, just at this time, with a slight energy fluctuation. I saw the sealed space fluctuate slightly, and then a pitch-black thing immersed in it. HMPH. You are finally here? Sensing the slight change in the space, Otsutsuki Kagaya snorted coldly and scolded. If you don't come again, I think you are already dead outside. Mother, the current ninja world is too complicated, and I can't help it. Hearing this sentence, Black Zetsu looked a little serious and said cautiously, my clone should only be able to stay here for a few minutes. I will tell you about what happened in the ninja world during this time. 5. It is good. Otsutsuki Kagaya frowned, knowing that time was running out, and said solemnly, then go faster. All right. Black Zetsu as she created, between them. There is a special contact method, only this special contact method will not be used unless it is a last resort. Now that Black Zetsu is suddenly used, and at the risk of being discovered by Otsutsuki Homura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo, the clone has invaded, and something big must happen in the ninja world. Advertisement. I don't know what happened. Otsutsuki Kagaya thought about the person who could desecrate her through 6 paths planetary devastation. Could it be related to him? If so, things are a little more complicated. Yes, mother. Black Zetsu didn't dare to hesitate at all, and hurriedly said, originally, all the plans were under my control, but a variable appeared in the ninja world. Luo Lei, known as the ancestor of Konoha Anbu, was born. From the Battle of Kikyoyama, as if to seize the time, Black Zetsu made a long story short, and spent just over a minute explaining Luo Lei's various deeds. Quiet. The entire sealed space is a dead silence. Listening to Black Zetsu's words, Otsutsuki Kagaya fell into a shock of extreme horror, and his expression changed for a while. Sure enough, it was almost as she expected. The sense of peeping she always had was given to her by Luo Lei, who is known as the ancestor of Konoha Anbu. Terrified, thinking of the feeling of being desecrated through the seal, Otsutsuki Kagaya was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. FK. What exactly does this Luo Lei want to do? Does she even let her live for thousands of years? She is simply not human. If Luo Lei didn't have Rinnegan, she would have thought that he was from Otsutsuki's family, but Otsutsuki Kagaya was unbelievable for a while. Without the boundaries of the blood of the Otsutsuki clan, it is completely impossible to be so strong. So I feel like I was being blasphemed just now. Is this Luo Lei's ghost? Soon, Otsutsuki Kagaya seemed to think of something and said something through gritted teeth. Yes. Black Zetsu nodded shyly. No way, he didn't even think that Luo Lei would actually swell to such an extent that he could do whatever he wanted to the ultimate, and he actually faced his mother who was sealed in the moon. That kind of terrifying battle, even ninjas above 6 paths could feel it. There is no response from Otsutsuki Homura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo? Advertisement. After a few seconds, Otsutsuki Kagaya regained his senses, changed the subject actively, and said solemnly, with Luo Lei's strength and ability, it should have attracted the attention of those 2 unfilial sons, right? Black Zetsu also said something incredible. Luo Lei's actions have threatened the order of the ninja world, but my 2 stupid brothers just didn't do anything. But when he said this, Black Zetsu changed his words and said solemnly, the great Toad Sage of Mount Myoboku has resurrected first Hokage and second Hokage, and with Luo Lei's character of revenge for flaws, he should take action on Mount Myoboku. My 2 stupid older brothers will definitely show up. Is that so? 55 Otsutsuki Kagaya was silent for a while, then said slowly, your plan will start soon. I'm worried that there will be changes. Laugh. Just when Black Zetsu's clone wanted to say something, 6 paths planetary devastation seal suddenly emerged with the power of 6 paths, shattering Black Zetsu's clone. Otsutsuki Homura, Otsutsuki Hagoromo, you are really stupid, and you are raising tigers. I want to see what you will do. After the Black Zetsu clone disappeared, Otsutsuki Kagaya suddenly laughed and laughed very happily. She didn't even think in the ninja world there will be such a variable as Luo Lei. Well now, all plans and arrangements have been disrupted. She believes that her 2 stupid sons must still have a headache how to deal with Luo Lei. As for Black Zetsu's defeated clone, Otsutsuki Kagaya didn't care much about 5.5. She was very aware of the ability and strength of Sage of 6 Paths. She should have discovered the existence of Black Zetsu long ago, but did not show it. The meaning expressed is also very simple. He is very confident in himself, confident that he can control everything and win the final victory. It's good now, don't control everyone. The appearance of a man known as Konoha Anbu's ancestors disrupted everything. It's really getting more and more interesting. After an unknown amount of time, Otsutsuki Kagaya smiled, and his body sank into the darkness again. That's right, she wants to feel the feeling of being desecrated. Chapter 187 Sage of 6 Paths. Ninja World. Inside a strange alien space, central region. A figure in the 6 Paths imperial robe is sitting in the air. Looking around, this figure has 2 horns on his head, brown hair, and holds a black 6 Paths tin stick in his right hand, and there are 9 truth-seeking balls floating behind him. That's right. This person is the eldest son of Otsutsuki Kagaya, who inherited Kaguya's Rinnegan, the founder of the Nin sect. The ancestors of the Uchiha family, the Senju family, and the Uzumaki family, Otsutsuki Hagoromo, known by the world as Sage of 6 Paths. I do not know how long it has been. A faint sigh rang out in the space, and Sage of 6 Paths opened his Rinnegan with a complicated expression. The ninja world has changed, especially after Luo Lei was born. Even he could not grasp it. Mother, it looks like your chance has come. The next moment, as if thinking of something, a look of helplessness flashed through the Rinnegan of Sage of 6 Paths, and he muttered to himself, my stupid third brother, who thinks he is cheating on the world and is doing things in the ninja world, but he doesn't know everything. All are under my control. Even if 10 Tails is resurrected, I can seal you 17 times again. After saying this, there was also a look of disdain on Sage of 6 Paths' cheeks. All right. As Otsutsuki Kagaya thought, in fact, Sage of 6 Paths has long discovered that Black Zetsu is doing things in the dark like a clown, but he did not show it. Instead, he wanted to use Black Zetsu to speed up the development and growth of the ninja world. But, in all counts, however, Luo Lei of Konoha Village was born out of nowhere. not only disrupted Black Zetsu's plans, but also disrupted a series of deployments in Sage of Six Paths. Especially as Luo Lei's strength became stronger and stronger, and he adopted another cultivation system that was completely different from chakra. The invisible pressure made Sage of Six Paths feel a little bit on the edge. Sudden, just at this time, advertisement with a peculiar spatial fluctuation. I saw a man who looked very similar to Sage of Six Paths, with white eyes, came over, looked a little horrified, and said in an unbelievable tone, "Big brother, Luo Lei's strength seems to be getting stronger again." "What did you say?" Hearing this sentence, Sage of Six Paths frowned and said subconsciously, "Didn't Luo Lei explode against the moon at the Hokage rock in Senju Hashirama? How did his strength become stronger again?" "I don't know either." 35 Otsutsuki Homura shook his head and added with a look of surprise, "Brother, after you left, I observed Luo Lei up close in the different dimension, but found that his breath seemed to have undergone an earth-shaking change, as if it had changed. Became an extremely advanced life form." 5. Sage of Six Paths showed a puzzled expression, and glanced at Otsutsuki Homura with some suspicion. Actually, after sensing the power of Luo Lei in the sky at the Hokage rock crescent moon. Apart from being speechless, he is speechless. This Luo Lei is really too unscrupulous, and does he have any sense of shame? Ordinary ninjas can't perceive it, but they at the Six Paths level can perceive it at once. Black Zetsu's clone sneaked into the sealed space of Six Paths planetary devastation. He put his mind on his mother Otsutsuki Kagaya. He is afraid that seeing some crazy actions of Luo Lei again, he can't help but start a full-scale war with Luo Lei. FK, facing the moon, thanks to Luo Lei's idea. Don't you know that his mother, Otsutsuki Kagaya, was sealed in the moon? What's even more weird is that when he didn't pay attention to Luo Lei even realized an evolution of life. If I hadn't run fast, Luo Lei might have killed them all. At this time, Otsutsuki Homura didn't care so much and said surprisingly, "I only observed in the dark for less than a second, and I was discovered. If I ran a step slower, I might die there." When it comes to this, Otsutsuki Homura also subconsciously wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He will never forget the feeling after being discovered by Luo Lei, as if he was facing his mother Otsutsuki Kagaya alone. Every cell in his body was trembling frantically, sending him a dangerous signal. So, he hardly hesitated. They didn't stay for a second, so they hurriedly fled, afraid of being caught up by Luo Lei. What? This time, it was Sage of Six Paths' turn to be surprised. He knew Otsutsuki Homura's strength, and even Homura had a dangerous intuition, which meant that Luo Lei's strength was indeed an amazing transformation. Advertisement, brother, we seem to be really raising tigers. Guru. Otsutsuki Homura swallowed his saliva cautiously, and said with trembling fear, "Luo Lei is getting stronger every moment. Even if he has not reached the Six Paths level, he should not be underestimated, and Luo Lei's personality is to do whatever he wants. We don't mess with him, he will definitely FK us." Damn, who knew he would be so pervert and grow so fast? Not to mention, even Sage of Six Paths could not keep a calm expression, stood up, waved the Six Paths tin stick in his hand, and scolded angrily. "Ninja world is under my control from beginning to end. Our stupid mother still wants to come out through Black Zetsu. It's crazy. If you want to make it perish, you must first make it crazy. I have already laid a net, and I have chosen the child of destiny to deal with our stupid mother. As long as our stupid mother is sealed again, she will know what is true despair and helplessness, and will know that I Sage of Six Paths is the real lord of ninja world. The results of it? This Luo Lei disrupted all my arrangements. The chakra energy bodies of Indra and Ashura have not been reincarnated yet. It is thanks to him." Click. Seems to be angry to Ultimate, Sage of Six Paths, who was already a little rude, squeezed the Six Paths tin stick in his hand with a violent grip of his right hand. At the same time, with the wrath of Sage of Six Paths. Rumbling. This peculiar alien space began to emit a deafening roar, and there were countless space cracks visible to the naked eye, which seemed to collapse at any time. See this scene. He knew how ruthless his elder brother, Sage of Six Paths was. Sealing his mother Otsutsuki Kagaya was just a trivial matter. Sage of Six Paths is getting colder and more indifferent. Even his two sons, Ashura and Indra, have calculated and let Black Zetsu instigate secretly, just to make Indra and Ashura hate each other. Even if chakra reincarnates in death, they will be entangled with each other and will never die. In a word, Otsutsuki Homura showed a heart-palpitating expression and wisely chose not to speak. Since becoming the lord of the ninja world, it seems that the entire ninja world, including the mother Otsutsuki Kagaya, Indra, Ashura, Black Zetsu, the major ninja villages in the ninja world, commoners, ninjas, and himself, are the playthings in the hands of the elder brother Sage of Six Paths. And even if my mother can come out of Six Paths planetary devastation, she will only be sealed again, even more desperate. Chapter 188 The Son of Destiny, Namikaze Minato just started. Otsutsuki Homura didn't notice it either, but, after the clansmen on the moon misinterpreted the meaning of the ancestors, in the calculation of Sage of Six Paths, and a large-scale civil strife broke out. He knew everything had changed. Big brother Sage of Six Paths is no longer the affectionate, meaningful and high-spirited big brother that he used to be. Actually, he also wanted to stand up to stop the civil unrest that broke out among the Otsutsuki clan on the moon. However, he was stopped by the big brother, Sage of Six Paths, and he said that the ninja world has its own rules, and even civil strife cannot interfere. Therefore, in this situation, Otsutsuki Homura could only watch the Otsutsuki clan on the moon being slaughtered, leaving only Otsutsuki and Otsutsuki in the branch house. You can only take one step at a time. Otsutsuki Homura had a painful expression in his heart, and then he seemed to have thought of something, and shook his head helplessly, and didn't think about it anymore. His strength is not as strong as that of his big brother Otsutsuki Hagoromo. Due to the reason he was resurrected by the talisman of the immortal, he was also left with a spell on his body. Those who are merciful, even if he is the younger brother of Sage of Six Paths, are useless. 1 second, 3 minutes, half an hour finally, after an hour, Sage of Six Paths recovered from the madness of the gaffe, and Rinnegan flashed with undisguised murderous intent. Angry, he is really angry, that Luo Lei, no matter how strong he is, must die. Do whatever you want in the ninja world, break the rules unscrupulously. Do you really think he, Sage of Six Paths, does not exist? He is the master of the ninja world. At first, he was careless, only let Luo Lei grow to this point. Now, he is serious and ready to fight, hoping that Luo Lei can hide and resist for a few rounds. Advertisement. As for the plan and layout, Sage of Six Paths doesn't want to worry about it anymore, whether it's Luo Lei or Black Zetsu, it's all done. Stupid mother Otsutsuki Kagaya, never think about it. Homura, you go to the Great Toad Sage and get it ready. The next moment, as if a decision had been made, Sage of Six Paths took a deep breath and commanded in a deep voice. With Luo Lei's character, he will definitely go to Mount Myoboku. A battle is essential. 99. Yes. Otsutsuki Homura was stunned for a moment, and then he wondered, brother, are we going to take action? Do not. Hearing this sentence, Sage of Six Paths simply shook his head neatly and said, I will secretly take action and give Namikaze Minato the power of the sun, and teach him Six Paths Sage mode, in conjunction with the Great Toad. Sage against Luo Lei. Understood. As expected of a big brother, 35 Otsutsuki Homura understood at once, showing a sudden realization. Originally, they wanted Great Toad Sage and Namikaze Minato to take the lead, to test Luo Lei's strength. Everyone would be happy if they win, and if they lose, they won't lose. However, when he thought that the Great Toad Sage had helped them, Otsutsuki Homura could only mourn for the Great Toad Sage in his heart. When he met the Sage of Six Paths, which was a sentimental one, you were unlucky. By the way, let's say that Namikaze Minato is the child of destiny who can save the ninja world from danger. The corners of Sage of Six Paths' mouth were slightly raised, and he said in a low voice. Only in this way can they be full of confidence and have the courage to fight against the odds. 7. Otsutsuki Homura nodded. Okay. Sage of Six Paths waved his hand and said in a low voice. You go to Mount Myoboku quickly. If the Great Toad Sage has any scruples, you are going to Ryuchi Cave and Shibone Forest, and let the three holy places work together. Just say it's my order. 99. Call. After this sentence, Otsutsuki Homura couldn't help but gasped. Are the three immortals of the three holy places going to join forces? With the addition of Namikaze Minato, who has accepted the inheritance of the elder brother, this is the rhythm of Luo Lei. As for the White Snake immortal of Ryuchi Cave and the Katsuyu immortal of Shibone Forest disobedient? Even if it is not that they will die faster, he believes that Katsuyu and White Snake will make the right choice. After all, they definitely don't want Ryuchi Cave and Shibone Forest to disappear into the ninja world. Then I'll go first, with a wave of space fluctuations. Otsutsuki Homura's body disappeared in this other space. Advertisement. HMPH, no matter what, I will have the last laugh. After Otsutsuki Homura left, Otsutsuki Hagoromo snorted coldly, revealing an extremely proud look. Is he the Lord of Ninja World, Sage of Six Paths? Will not lose, can't lose, whether it is the mother Otsutsuki Kagaya, or the born, Luo Lei, they will only be defeated by his men. The other side, Ninja World, still in that mysterious gorge. Damn, was it discovered by the stupid big brother? Feeling that my clone was shattered by the power of Six Paths that erupted from Six Paths' planetary devastation. Black Zetsu's face was very ugly. He was kicked out before he finished talking to his mother. That feeling was really uncomfortable. More importantly, some of him can't hold Sage of Six Paths. Whether he really does not know whether he is lurking in the ninja world, or he knows but pretends not to know. If it is the former, there is nothing, and the latter, there will be some trouble. Could there be an accident? Uchiha Madara frowned and asked in a low voice. 35 Black Zetsu took a deep breath, adjusted his mentality, and said, Sage of Six Paths should have discovered that I have infiltrated the sealed space of Six Paths' planetary devastation. 5. Good, is it? Black Zetsu's eyes moved and he said, since my stupid big brother didn't show up, it means that he is also having a headache about Luo Lei. P.S. Kneeling and begging for rewards, collections, flowers and evaluations, Mungshin, kneeling and begging all readers. After hearing this, the only way is to become 10 Tails Jinchuriki. At that time you can enter the full Six Paths mode and suppress Sage of Six Paths and Luo Lei, which may not be a problem. Don't worry, young. After the communication with Black Zetsu over the past few days, he clearly knew that the Six Paths mode that he reached by using Rinnegan was only the lowest level, not to mention defeating Sage of Six Paths. I am afraid not even Otsutsuki Homura and Great Toad Sage can't beat it. Uchiha Madara could not help but let out a sigh of relief. Uchiha Madara's expression suddenly became serious. Chapter 189 Uchiha Madara hands-on, Raging Raikage. Certainly, it will not be easy to become 10 tails Jinchuriki. Especially when 9 tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Kushina, 1 tail Jinchuriki Yakura, 2 tails Jinchuriki 2 by Wooden Golem, 3 tails Jinchuriki Nohara Rin are all in Konoha Village, facing Luo Lei as a roadblock, then even more difficult. Black Zetsu, what did your mother say? A few seconds later, Uchiha Madara said curiously. The situation in the ninja world is very complicated now. If we don't take action, we may be very passive. After all, even if I can barely enter 6 pads mode, I may not be Luo Lei's opponent. Alright. Originally Uchiha Madara was very confident. Even if he reluctantly entered the 6 pads mode with the help of Rinnegan, wouldn't he be able to deal with Luo Lei, who has not even reached the 6 pads level? Result, after sensing the wave of terrifying energy bursting out of Konoha Village. He knew clearly that he was definitely not Luo Lei's opponent. After all, he was able to do such a thing to Otsutsuki Kagaya, who was sealed on the moon, and even broke out something that made him at the 6 pads level tremble. Breath, he thinks he can't do it. People are 310 more mad than people, that Luo Lei can do whatever he wants, and he has no scruples at all. It's just a little scary. Mother asked us to speed up and proceed as originally planned. Black Zetsu said solemnly without any hesitation. Both Luo Lei and Sage of 6 pads are our enemies, so 10 tails must be resurrected. When it comes to Luo Lei, Black Zetsu also has some gnashing of teeth. This Luo Lei, through the seal of 6 pads planetary devastation, can make his mother feel the feeling of being desecrated. It is simply damned to the ultimate. He really doesn't want to have another dad. He believes that the stupid older brothers Otsutsuki Homura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo must have the same idea. Maybe they have already started planning to deal with Luo Lei. As long as they are planning to deal with Luo Lei, he can hurry up and resurrect 10 tails. As long as 10 tails can be resurrected, then the plan is more than half completed. Okay. Uchiha Madara thought about it for a while before saying neatly, I will collect the remaining 8 tails, 7 tails, 6 tails, 5 tails, 4 tails as quickly as possible. I will also impure world reincarnation of some dead human pillars, BHFF. A coldness flashed in Black Zetsu's eyes, and he said, in addition, I will use impure world reincarnation to resurrect some of the strong corpses that I have collected in various ninja villages over the years. Since it's a big battle, then the firepower is full. When it comes to this, advertisement Black Zetsu's tone was obviously a bit of a last stand. Things have developed to the present, he and his mother Otsutsuki Kagaya have no way to retreat, and can only use some of the means that have been prepared in advance to deal with the earth-shattering general battle that is about to break out. It is good. Uchiha Madara also knew the seriousness of the matter, and said solemnly, then we will divide our troops in 2 ways. Wait a minute. Listening to the conversation between Black Zetsu and Uchiha Madara, it seemed that he had no use for himself, and Uchiha Obito, who had not spoken all the time, suddenly said anxiously, what am I going to do? You, Black Zetsu and Uchiha Madara looked at each other like. To be honest, the former Uchiha Obito still has some useful value, but, with the resurrection of Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Obito seems to have no useful value. Have it? Black Zetsu thought for a while before saying softly, once Uchiha Madara makes a move, the ninja world will definitely shake violently. You seize the opportunity to capture 7 tails and 6 tails back. 47. I heard that I have something to do. Uchiha Obito nodded with a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that if Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu didn't play with him, it would fall short, and now he can continue to dormant, 10 tails Jinchuriki? Can. Black Zetsu nodded, glanced at Uchiha Madara, and said, you can act first. 35. Understood. Uchiha Madara stretched slowly and said, it's been a long time since I started in the ninja world. I hope Cloud Shinobi Village also thinks about dancing. Laugh. After saying this, Uchiha Madara's body disappeared into the canyon. You also get ready. Black Zetsu didn't even look at Uchiha Obito, his body disappeared into the ground. Do you despise me? Advertisement. After Black Zetsu and Uchiha Madara both left, the look under Uchiha Obito Uzumaki's mask was changing, and there was already some distortions. Tolerate, he would have to endure a little longer. As long as he can become 10 tails Jinchuriki, then he can do whatever he wants, even Kilin is an easy thing. Thinking of this, Uchiha Obito thought again that Nohara Lin was still under Luo Lei's clutches. His heart hurt again. Cloud Shinobi Village, after being hit by Luo Lei one after another. The spirit and fighting spirit of the entire Cloud Shinobi Village has plummeted, especially the Cloud Shinobi of the martial arts faction is even more sluggish. Obviously Luo Lei has completely defeated their spirit. At this time, in the Raikage building in the central area. Damn. Boom. With the sound of the table being smashed. Fourth Hokage, Yayoi Ai's cheeks showed an expression of anger to ultimate. Konoha Village no longer wants to be the first ninja village in the ninja world. In other words, P.S. Kneeling and begging for rewards, collections, flowers and evaluations, Mungshin, kneeling and begging all readers. Instead, it is necessary to annex the 4 major ninja villages, and then annex some large and small ninja worlds, in order to achieve the goal of unifying the ninja world. Sanagakure and Kirigakure, now only Cloud Shinobi Village and Iwagakure remain silent. Just like licking a dog, they simply agreed. 4th Cascade Luo Sha and 4th Mizukage Terumi Mei have gone to Konoha Village to celebrate. He did not expect that the first thing after 4th Hokage Uzumaki Kushina took office was to let Cloud Shinobi Village, Iwagakure, Sanagakure, and Kirigakure join Konoha Village unconditionally. In Chapter 190 Yaoi, Cloud Shinobi Village is a joke. Now only Cloud Shinobi Village and Iwagakure remain silent. This made 4th Raikage's heart, and visibly fell into an unprecedented entanglement and hesitation. After the Third World War, Cloud Shinobi Village has compromised and made concessions to Konoha Village many times due to the situation. Now what? Konoha Village has taken another step forward. To let Cloud Shinobi Village join Konoha Village unconditionally makes 4th Raikage Uiui really don't want to endure it any longer. See this scene. Mabui sighed uncontrollably. As 4th Raikage's secret technique, she doesn't know what to do anymore. The general trend of Konoha Village has become a reality, and Luo Lei, the god of ninja world, has surpassed Sage of Six Paths vaguely and become the first person in the ninja world. Facing such an opponent, Cloud Shinobi Village is really too difficult. Brother, why don't we do the opposite? Suddenly, Killer B, who has been hanging around for a long time, showed a rare serious expression and said coldly. I can't bear it anymore. No need to bear it anymore. We Cloud Shinobi Village must not join Konoha Village unconditionally. That's right. Darui clenched his fist and said resolutely. The big deal is to fight against Konoha Village. Even if we die, we Cloud Shinobi Village will stand to die and fight our Cloud Shinobi Village's unyielding will and arrogance. $7. 4th Raikage Uiui took a deep breath and said with gritted teeth. Since Konoha Village does not give us Cloud Shinobi Village a way to live, then we don't have to worry so much about Cloud Shinobi Village, even if Cloud Shinobi Village as being the group is destroyed at all costs. AJ. We Cloud Shinobi Village will never be slaves, we will never give in. Killer B and Darui also showed extremely firm expressions. There is nothing to say, Cloud Shinobi Village will never be able to compromise and join Konoha Village. In the ninja world, there are only Cloud Shinobi who died in battle, and there is no Cloud Shinobi who humiliated the village. But, just when 4th Raikage and others wanted to say, without any sign, a terrifying chakra wave spread out from the sky above Cloud Shinobi Village, sweeping the entire Cloud Shinobi Village with an unstoppable force. T7. Swish. Swish. In the next instant, with 4 consecutive sounds of breaking through the air, 4th Raikage, Yaoi, Killer B, Darui and Linen's complexions suddenly changed, and their bodies flew out in a flash. At the same time, the whole Cloud Shinobi Village is also boiling. After sensing that powerful chakra fluctuation, hundreds of thousands of Cloud Shinobi flew out, raised their heads, and looked at the air in confusion. Then, after seeing the figure in the midair wearing a black tight-fitting combat uniform with red layered armor on the outside, many Cloud Shinobi had puzzled expressions on their cheeks. FK. Who is that guy in the air? How come they have never seen each other before and dare to run wild over their Cloud Shinobi Village? Don't they want to mix? Wait a minute, that looks like Rinnegan? Isn't this? 4th Raikage Yaoi, who just flew out, frowned. However, when he saw the Rinnegan owned by the figure suspended in midair, he seemed to have thought of something, buzzing in his mind, and his mind went blank. Advertisement, that's right, he had guessed who it was. If I guess correctly, it should be the old Madara who was killed by Luo Lei. In other words, legendary Uchiha Madara resurrected? I see a lot of people don't know me. 35 in midair, Uchiha Madara looked down at the entire Cloud Shinobi Village and said indifferently, my name, Uchiha Madara. Quiet. After this sentence, the whole Cloud Shinobi Village is a dead silence. The expressions on many Cloud Shinobi's cheeks froze in an instant, and there were terrified eyes flashing in his eyes. 1 second, 10 seconds, 20 seconds later. Clang. Clang. This is the sound of the kunai in Cloud Shinobi's hands being unsteady and falling to the ground. Some Cloud Shinobi, while their hearts were trembling, fell to the ground as soon as their legs became weak, and strands of cold sweat overflowed from their foreheads. They were obviously frightened by the words Uchiha Madara. What? Isn't Uchiha Madara already killed by Luo Lei? 35. What is the situation? What will Uchiha Madara come to our Cloud Shinobi Village to do after his resurrection? At this time, not only some Cloud Shinobi, but also the top executives of Cloud Shinobi Village such as Killer B, Darui, Mabui, etc. reacted. Their cheeks were filled with extremely unbelievable expressions, and they involuntarily made an uproar. Uchiha Madara, what are you doing at our Cloud Shinobi Village? After being sluggish for a few seconds, 4th Raikage Uiui took the lead to react and roared. Shouldn't you go to Konoha Village to seek revenge for Luo Lei, the god of ninja world? Ha ha. Uchiha Madara glanced at 4th Raikage indifferently, and said in a low voice. You don't use the law of the chicken, I will definitely retaliate, but, now I have more important things to do. After saying this, Uchiha Madara turned his eyes to Killer B and said, will you follow me, or will you follow me after I destroy Cloud Shinobi Village? Boom. After this sentence, in Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan, violent fluctuations of pupil power appeared, as if a disagreement was about to erupt. What? After hearing this, Killer B froze in place as if struck by lightning. Uchiha Madara's target was actually him, no, more precisely the 8 tails inside him. Damn, I won't let you get away with it. 35 After a few seconds, Killer B didn't respond. 4th Raikage Yaoi couldn't bear it anymore, and the chakra surging all over his body entered lightning-style chakra mode. Anger. A Luo Lei, a Uchiha Madara, it seems that they all regard Cloud Shinobi Village as a soft persimmon that they can handle at will. If it doesn't come, there is a threat, which makes 4th Raikage Yaoi a little crazy. Cloud Shinobi Village is not a public toilet, it has its own blood and spirit. Advertisement, really? Uchiha Madara shook his head indifferently, and shook his right hand. With the crazy surge of the power of 6 paths, a terrifying truth-seeking ball appeared in his hand. Ask for flowers. This is, at the moment when the truth-seeking ball appeared. 8 Tails in Killer Bee's body, who had already wanted to fight back, trembled, and suddenly lost the courage to fight. It did not expect, Uchiha Madara has reached the 6 paths level. Is this a fart? There is absolutely no chance of winning. Just thinking that he was going to be captured and absorbed by Ghetto statue, 8 Tails was still a little unwilling. If he knew it was the case, it should go to Konoha Village. Even if Killer Bee didn't want to, he had to go. It's good now, everything is over. 8 Tails, lend me chakra? Sensing that 8 Tails didn't move, Killer Bee, who had planned to enter the complete Tailbeast transformation, was a little confused, and said very anxiously, quick, even if I die, I won't go with Uchiha Madara. 5. Bye, admit defeat. 8 Tails' feeble voice came out. Faced with Uchiha Madara at the 6 paths level, we have no chance of winning, we are stubbornly resisting, and we will only lose even worse. 0. No, I'll never admit defeat, Killer Bee said stubbornly. Do you want Cloud Shinobi Village to be destroyed and completely disappear from the ninja world? 8 Tails said helplessly. Uchiha Madara will not be merciful in doing things, we should accept our fate. Killer Bee clenched his fist aggrievedly, opened his mouth, wanted to say something, but said nothing. Yes, does he have the heart to watch Cloud Shinobi Village fall apart because of him? Must be unbearable, maybe this is the sadness of the weak. Wait a minute. In the next instant, Killer Bee took a deep breath and showed a bitter smile, saying, Uchiha Madara, you don't have to do anything, I'll take the initiative to follow you. Let's go. 99 Uchiha Madara did not have any tone fluctuations, and said a word with great pride. Bye, you. Seeing that Killer Bee was about to sacrifice himself, 4th Raikage Yaoi, who had already entered a state of battle, trembled a little. He never thought that at a critical moment, Killer Bee took the lead in admitting counsel. If you are not afraid of death, what are you doing? He doesn't understand, and he doesn't understand. Brother, I suddenly realized that we never had to choose. Killer Bee smiled wryly and shrugged his shoulders, and said with a sullen face, it's better to die than to live, as long as there is hope in life, we should bear with it. Bar. Swish. Killer Bee left Cloud Shinobi Village with Uchiha Madara in a flash. Looking at the back of Killer Bee's departure, 4th Raikage, Yaoi Yangtian howled and let out an extremely painful roar, and knelt on the ground in an extremely painful manner. P.S. Kneeling and begging for rewards, collections, flowers and evaluations, Mungshin, kneeling and begging, all readers and bosses, dead. After saying this, do not, why did their Cloud Shinobi Village have such a hard life? Why? Threatened by Luo Lei, threatened by Uchiha Madara, he can do nothing but watch Killer Bee follow Uchiha Madara? When he was a 4th Raikage, it was a joke. Chapter 191. The Ninja World Shakes, Luo Lei's Confidence. Seeing 4th Raikage kneeling on the ground and wailing in pain. In the entire Cloud Shinobi Village, countless Cloud Shinobi and civilians lowered their heads involuntarily, showing helpless and dejected expressions, and even some numbness and sluggishness in their eyes. Facing Luo Lei, Cloud Shinobi Village relied on the sacrifice of 2 by wooden golem, resigned. In the face of Uchiha Madara, Cloud Shinobi Village still has no choice but to sacrifice himself with the help of Killer Bee-sama to turn the corner. This deep sense of powerlessness made most Cloud Shinobi fall into despair. It's not that they are not strong enough, but the situation in the ninja world has changed. Even Uchiha Madara is resurrected. No matter how you think about it, your scalp is numb. Alas. 35 The executives of Cloud Shinobi Village, including Darui, Azabui, sighed, and after looking at each other, they could see the slump in their eyes. What else can I say? Cloud Shinobi Village has gotten to the point where they're today, and they are all responsible. Now Killer Bee sacrificed himself to save, 310, saved Cloud Shinobi Village, and solved the threat of Uchiha Madara. But they still have to face the coercion and temptation of Konoha Village. What should they do? Killer Bee, I won't let you down, 35 but, just at this time. A look of pain flashed in the eyes of 4th Raikage Yaoi, who was kneeling on the ground, and muttered to himself. There is only hope if you are alive, then I will lead Cloud Shinobi Village to join Konoha Village with humiliation. Alright. After seeing Uchiha Madara resurrected, 4th Raikage Yaoi knew that there must be some unknown changes in the ninja world, and it became a dark tide. In such a big background, Cloud Shinobi Village wants to seek a chance of survival and win in chaos, so it can only choose to join the Konoha Village camp and find a way to wait for the opportunity. Bye, I will find a way to save you. After an unknown time, 4th Raikage Yaoi stood up from the ground, clenched his fists, took a deep breath, and commanded in a deep voice, Sackcloth, prepare, and I'll set off for a walk with me later. Go to Konoha Village. Abaj. Sackcloth exclaimed in surprise. Obviously I didn't expect that 4th Raikage Lord Yaoi's attitude would change so much before and after. Is this the rhythm of agreeing with Cloud Shinobi Village to join Konoha Village? Yes. The next moment, after Mabui reacted, he hurriedly nodded. Darui, after I left Cloud Shinobi Village, you will be in charge of the overall situation. Fourth Raikage Uiai turned to look at Darui again, and said coldly, revived Uchiha Madara and captured it. The news of Eight Tails Jinchuriki spread, and I want the entire ninja world to be in complete chaos. Advertisement, Darui said with a solemn expression. Okay, that's it. 35 Fourth Raikage Uiai didn't want to say anything more, and went back to Raikage's office to pack up in a flash. That afternoon, the news that the legendary ninja Uchiha Madara was resurrected with the strength of the 6 paths level and kidnapped the 8 Tails Jinchuriki killer bee spread throughout the entire ninja world with lightning speed. In an instant, the ninja world, which had just calmed down, once again set off a stormy sea. After hearing the news, many civilians and ninjas in the ninja world involuntarily showed a look of horror and disbelief. If they remember correctly, a few months ago, the old Madara was crushed and dismembered by Luo Lei, the god of ninja world. Now Uchiha Madara is resurrected, still has the strength of 6 paths? This is the rhythm of going to the end with Luo Lei, the god of ninja world? Why did you kidnap 8 Tails Jinchuriki killer bee? Many civilians and ninjas in the ninja world showed puzzled expressions, and then, as if thinking of something, there is only one thought left in his mind, that is, the world of ninja is going to be turned upside down again. That's right, it's about to be turned upside down. Joke, we are not fools and idiots, of course. I know that Uchiha Madara has returned from resurrection and has the strength of the 6 paths level, so he must take revenge on Luo Lei, the god of ninja. The only thing to watch now is when Uchiha Madara will go to Konoha Village to do things. However, disappointing countless people, after Cloud Shinobi Village captured 8 Tails Jinchuriki killer bee. Uchiha Madara was not idle, but went to the land of the earth and took the 4 tails 5 tails that had just been reincarnated. In the face of Uchiha Madara, 3rd Tsuchikage Onogi was shivering with fright. He didn't even dare to breathe, and he hardly resisted. He just watched Uchiha Madara take 4 tails and 5 tails away. It is said that, after Uchiha Madara left, 3rd Tsuchikage Onogi seemed to be in a hurry and vomited several mouthfuls of blood. After the news of Iwagakure came out, the ninja world was shaken again, making many civilians and ninjas a little confused. It's really a series of behaviors by Uchiha Madara to collect tailed beasts. Everyone can't figure out what Uchiha Madara wants to do. What medicine is sold in the gourd? Advertisement, Konoha Village, Hokage building in the central area. Master 4th Hokage, Cloud Shinobi Village and Iwagakure have agreed to join Konoha Village. I saw an Anbu ninja wearing an animal mask bowing his head and kneeling on one knee, reporting to Uzumaki Kushina. Now that the 4th Raikage has set off, the 3rd Tsuchikage should also set off in the next few days to our Konoha Village. Come. After hearing this, a smile appeared on Uzumaki Kushina's pretty face. Originally, both Cloud Shinobi Village and Iwagakure were hard bones. After Kirigakure and Sanagakure first agreed to join Konoha Village, 4th Raikage Yuzuki and 3rd Tsuchikage Onogi didn't react at all, and it seemed that they were going to fight back. The results of it? At the critical moment Uchiha Madara came with a divine assist. Directly prompted 4th Raikage Yuzuki and 3rd Tsuchikage Onogi to figure it out. It is really Tensuke Konoha Village. You go down. After a few seconds, Uzumaki Kushina gave a light command. Yes. The Anbu ninja got up and slowly backed out. Yeah. After the Anbu ninja left, the majesty that belonged to Hokage on Uzumaki Kushina's pretty face disappeared instantly, and he turned his eyes to Luo Lei, who was drinking tea leisurely there. He couldn't help but waved his fist, excited, said, Lord Luo Lei, Sanagakure, Iwagakure, Cloud Shinobi Village, Kirigakure have all agreed to join our Konoha Village. Well, you can. Although only 6% of the fusion has been unlocked, even the most critical biological force field has not yet been unlocked. It's just that Uchiha Madara has been resurrected. I wonder if 5.5 will have any effect on our Konoha Village. Uzumaki Kushina's eyes flashed with worry and subconsciously said, it is said that the current Uchiha Madara already has 6 paths level strength, including 8 tails, 4 tails, and 5 tails. The corners of Luo Lei's mouth were slightly raised, and he said confidently, as long as Uchiha Madara dares to come, I will FK him again and again. Don't worry, it's alright. But, to deal with the 6 paths level ninjas, no matter what the layout of Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu, Otsutsuki Homura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo have any conspiracies, in the face of absolute power, there is no egg. Joke, now he is the ancestor of Konoha Village with great potential of silver. Luo Lei took a cup of tea, took a sip of hot tea, and said something very calm. Chapter 192 Let them know what cruelty is, correct. The next moment, as if thinking of something, Luo Lei asked curiously, is there any news from Uchiha Obito? Hearing this sentence, Uzumaki Kushina thought for a moment, and then said solemnly, since he disappeared in the battlefield of no country, Uchiha Obito seems to have evaporated from the world, and has never appeared. He is not dead, right? Should be alive. Years. Luo Lei raised his brows and said thoughtfully, now he still has some value to use, Black Zetsu and Uchiha Madara will not attack him. Alright. Now the plot has been completely disrupted by Luo Lei. So that even Uchiha Madara was resurrected in advance, and Uchiha Obito, who was Uchiha Madara's substitute, would be in a very embarrassing position, but he would not be killed. After all, Uchiha Obito still has a few brushes. It's just, Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu both have 800 minds, I don't know if Uchiha Obito can beat them. 17 That's it. Uzumaki Kushina's pretty face flashed a hint of understanding, and no longer questioned anything. In her eyes, Lord Luo Lei is like a god. He said that if Uchiha Obito is not dead, then he must not be dead. Boom. But, just at this time, with a knock on the door. An Anbu ninja hurriedly pushed the door and made an urgent voice, Lord Luo Lei, Lord 4th Hokage, there is urgent information. Say. Uzumaki Kushina changed his face in seconds, frowned, and commanded in a slightly dignified tone. The latest information has just arrived. A mysterious masked man attacked Taki Ninja Village in Kirigakure, and looted 7 tails Jinchuriki and 6 tails Jinchuriki. The Anbu ninja took a deep breath and said in an unbelievable tone, it is said that the masked man is extremely powerful, and neither 7 tails Jinchuriki nor 6 tails Jinchuriki can fight back. Advertisement, what? Boom, seems too surprised. Uzumaki Kushina abruptly stood up from the chair, showing a puzzled expression. Masked man? Where did this come from? Even 7 tails Jinchuriki and 6 tails Jinchuriki can be easily taken away, which proves that the strength has at least reached the Super Cage level. Is there such a number 1 person in the ninja world? Okay, let's go. At this time, Luo Lei's mouth was slightly raised, and he said softly, you don't need to investigate this matter. I already know who the masked man is. Yes, it is. The Anbu ninja was stunned for a moment, then nodded his head after realizing it, and backed out. Have nothing to say, Lord Luo Lei is indeed the god of the ninja world. They don't even need to investigate, they already know the identity of the masked man. Lord Luo Lei, who is the masked man? After the Anbu ninja left, Uzumaki Kushina made a confused voice. She wanted to ask Anbu to investigate, but she didn't expect Luo Lei to know. Didn't we just talk about it? Luo Lei glanced at Kushina and said coldly, who else is it except Uchiha Obito? The masked man is Uchiha Obito. Kushina couldn't help widening his eyes, and said incredulously. Is he so strong now? He was able to plunder 7 tails Jinchuriki and 6 tails Jinchuriki effortlessly. Mangekyo Sharingan is amazing. Luo Lei took a sip of hot tea from the teacup, and sighed. You can ask 9 tails, if the tailed beasts face the Mangekyo Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, they are almost unable to fight back. Ah. If so, doesn't Uchiha Madara already have 8 tails, 6 tails, 7 tails, 5 tails, 4 tails? Uzumaki Kushina frowned, a dignified look flashed across his pretty face, and said, in order to resurrect 10 tails, they won't suddenly attack our Konoha village, right? Don't worry, I won't. Luo Lei shook his head and said disdainfully. With the cautious nature of Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu, they shouldn't rashly attack Konoha village until they have no absolute confidence in dealing with me. There's no 9 tails, 1 tail, 2 tails, 3 tails, Uzumaki Kushina said a little puzzled, how do they want to resurrect 10 tails? Advertisement, it should be the bug of impure world reincarnation. Luo Lei's cheek showed a unique smile of the motherland, and said indifferently. I will wait for Black Zetsu and Uchiha Madara to resurrect 10 tails and defeat them again. Let them know what cruelty and despair are. Oh. Uzumaki Kushina showed a sudden realization, and said subconsciously, then what should we do next in Konoha village? After unifying the 5 major ninja villages, do we have to enter a state of combat readiness? In the next battle, even Chaoing is cannon fodder, so there is no need for Konoha village to enter a state of combat readiness. Luo Lei nodded and said calmly, you just need to deal with Konoha village's unification of the ninja world. When it comes to this, Luo Lei also said proudly, I can handle them all by myself. 99 Before he finished speaking, Uzumaki Kushina, who had no doubts in his heart, breathed a sigh of relief and nodded confidently. She just likes the way Lord Luo Lei is in control of everything. Let her feel at ease, she just needs to do her job well. Let's go, while we still have time, let's go and play with Terumi Mei, 310 Nohara Rin and others, 99. After a few seconds, Luo Lei stretched and gestured at Uzumaki Kushina. All right, he has already planned, tomorrow I will go to Mount Myoboku, one of the 3 holy places, to play. As the ancestor of Konoha, he has always crushed others. Since this great toad sage dares to resurrect 1st Hokage and 2nd Hokage by impure world reincarnation, he must pay a price like blood, and he has to absorb a lot of natural energy, let the body enter the 6 paths level, although, for him with the silver super potential, the motherland template, the power of 6 paths is still a little bit unsightly. But, who would despise himself for becoming stronger? Anyway, according to his estimation, with his current physical condition, once he can enter the 6 paths level, chakra will definitely be able to match or even surpass 10 tails Jinchuriki, and his strength will be able to crush 10 tails Jinchuriki. Uzumaki Kushina understood it in seconds, and her pretty face instantly became extremely red. Swish. A cracking sound rang out. Uzumaki Kushina, dressed as the Hokage imperial robe, was hugged by Luo Lei and disappeared into the office. Chapter 193 First Generation, Second Generation, Third Generation Shock. Mount Myoboku, in the deepest monastery, along with a terrifying chakra wave, Great Toad Sage simply moved his toad claws and cast impure world reincarnation again. Scoff. With the generation of spatial fluctuations. 3 coffins were summoned from a black hole. The coffin in the middle is marked with Shu. The coffin on the left is marked with 2, and the coffin on the right is marked with 3. Apparently first Hokage Senju Hashirama, second Hokage Senju Tobirama, were brought out by Impure World reincarnation, and even third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was resurrected. Old man, looking at the coffin marked 3. Jiraiya's eyes moved, a flash of excitement flashed on his cheeks, and he could finally see his dear teacher Sarutobi again. It was really not easy. Third Hokage-sama. Namikaze Minato also clenched his fists. He will never forget the scene where third Hokage-sama sacrificed himself to cover his retreat. The will of fire will never be extinguished. As long as he is alive, he will not give up on Konoha Village. Give up the will of fire. Open. 99. Looking at the 3 coffins, Great Toad Sage shook his head and said something silently. There was no turning back when he opened the bow, and now Mount Myoboku has already boarded the pirate ship, so he could only bite the bullet and fight Luo Lei to the end, so he promised Namikaze Minato and Jiraiya again, and then sent first Hokage, second Hokage, third Hokage Impure World reincarnation is resurrected. Certainly, more importantly, Sage of Six Paths also transmits voice to it through the air. Let it not be afraid of Luo Lei. He and Otsutsuki Homura have already started to move and set up. Not only will the White Snake Sage and Katsuyu Sage come to Mount Myoboku to assist it, but also pass on Namikaze Minato through the air. This is undoubtedly a reassurance for the Great Toad Sage. Sage of Six Paths has to participate. There is nothing to say. Luo Lei will definitely lose. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive crisp voices sounded. The coffin lids of the 3 coffins were opened one after another and fell to the ground. Damn, why was it resurrected by Impure World reincarnation? 9. Next moment, with a frantic voice, first Hokage Senju Hashirama opened his eyes, his cheeks exuding a strong sense of death were very ugly. FK. Advertisement. I'm just so p*********d off. Is it really when he has no temper? Or when he is a public toilet, like Impure World reincarnation, just Impure World reincarnation? Big brother, we are resurrected from the Great Toad Sage Impure World reincarnation. Second Hokage Senju Tobirama glanced around, then his eyes fell on Namikaze Minato and Jiraiya, and he said helplessly, my origin has been injured by Luo Lei. What did you Impure World reincarnation do to resurrect me? Ha ha ha. Compared with the first generation and second generation goals, we are helpless. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help laughing out loud after opening his eyes. Sure enough, his sacrifice was worthwhile, and Jiraiya and Namikaze Minato didn't let him down. Impure World reincarnation really resurrected him. Next, he had to find a way to go back to Konoha Village and get back everything he had lost. Shut up, 35, monkey, do you have masochistic tendencies? As soon as they heard Sarutobi Hiruzen's laughter, Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama became displeased and glared at Sarutobi Hiruzen. FK, if they lose, they lose. They lose, and they are convinced. After all, Luo Lei's strength is strong enough to pervert. But, Sarutobi Hiruzen to good, also let Namikaze Minato and Jiraiya Impure World reincarnation resurrect them. Is it really disgusting enough? Anyway, facing Luo Lei, both Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama have psychological shadows. Even if they stay in the Pure Land, they don't want to be dealt with by Impure World reincarnation again. Lord First Hokage, Lord Second Hokage, we are the ones who arbitrarily advocated to bring you back to life. Seeing Third Hokage being trained, Namikaze Minato did not hesitate, took a few steps forward, and explained respectfully. The Great Toad Sage has been instructed by Sage of Six Paths and will deal with Luo Lei himself. That's right. Jiraiya also followed, and hurriedly responded. Sage of Six Paths also said that Namikaze Minato is the legendary child of destiny and will take on the important task of saving the ninja world. FK. 9. After hearing this, Senju Tobirama glanced at Namikaze Minato and couldn't help but let out an exclamation. Even first Hokage Senju Hashirama clearly showed a surprised expression. Did you make a mistake? Namikaze Minato is actually the child of destiny? Doesn't that mean they still have a chance to retake Konoha Village? Besides, with Sage of Six Paths in hand, it's really hard to lose. Suddenly, as if he sensed something was wrong, Senju Hashirama gestured with his palm, and asked back in hindsight, if I remember correctly, hasn't Sage of Six Paths been dead for some unknown number of years? Lord First Hokage, you underestimate Sage of Six Paths. Advertisement. Jiraiya held her head high and said confidently, as the legendary Sage of Six Paths, the founder of the ninja sect, he has already reached the realm of immortality and immortality. How could he die? It's just that Sage of Six Paths didn't want his existence to affect the normal operation of the ninja world, so he never showed up. When he said this, Jiraiya's tone changed and he added in a tone full of admiration. Now the existence of Luo Lei has disrupted the normal order of the ninja world, so, in order to maintain the peace and justice of the ninja world, Sage of Six Paths, I was forced to show up because of reluctance. 5. The light of the right path finally shines on our Konoha Village. Namikaze Minato also said enthusiastically, as long as there is Sage of Six Paths, we can definitely defeat Luo Lei, retake Konoha Village, and make Konoha Village bathed in the will of fire again. 99. Correct, it seems that the more he talks, the more vigorous he is. Jiraiya gritted his teeth, and said with great interest. This time, not only the Great Toad Sage will attack, but the White Snake Immortal, Katsuyu Immortal will also attack. and the Namikaze Minato of Destiny Child will definitely be able to attack. Suppress and even defeat Luo Lei, revive the glory of the Will of Fire, and bring peace to the ninja world. 99. Lord 1st Hokage, Lord 2nd Hokage, Lord 3rd Hokage, you don't know, the situation in the ninja world has changed again, and it's very uneasy. Namikaze Minato seemed to have thought of something and said solemnly, Konoha Village wants to unify the ninja world, because of Luo Lei's power. Tsunagakure, Iwagakure, Cloud Shinobi Village, and Kirigakure have decided to join Konoha Village. Unify the entire ninja world. How is that possible? Tsunagakure, Iwagakure, Cloud Shinobi Village, Kirigakure have decided to join Konoha Village. Could it be that Luo Lei wants to be the second sage of 6 paths? The voice did not fall. Senju Hashirama, Senju Toburama, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't take it any longer. A look of surprise flashed on his cheeks, and his heart was surging, and he couldn't calm down at all. They never thought, after getting the Konoha village, Luo Lei would be so unscrupulous and daring, and he was all trying to unify the entire ninja world. No wonder Sage of 6 Paths would appear, so Luo Lei was digging the roots of Sage of 6 Paths? There is also Tsunagakure, Iwagakure, Cloud Shinobi Village. Kirigakure has decided to join the Leaf Village. That means that Konoha Village has ruled most of the ninja world. Terrified, this Luo Lei's wolf ambition is simply terrifying to ultimate. Uchiha Madara has also come back to life and has taken 8 tails, 7 tails, 6 tails, 5 tails, 4 tails. Jiraiya looked cold and gritted his teeth. According to the Great Toad Sage, it is to resurrect 10 tails, cast infinite Tsukuyomi, and make people all over the world fall into illusion. And 10 tails is the origin of chakra and the monster that will bring the ninja world to the end. Its true form is the divine tree that gave birth to the fruit of chakra. 35. 99 in an instant, Senju Hashirama, Senju Toburama, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expressions changed and fell into silence. They didn't even think so many things happened in the ninja world. After the old Madara was killed, he was resurrected, and the 10 tails, who looked awesome, had to be resurrected, which undoubtedly caused Senju Hashirama, Senju Toburama, and Sarutobi Hiruzen to numb their scalps for a while. Chapter 194 The Three Great Immortals Gather Mount Myoboku. Is this true? Seemingly too frightened, first Hokage Senju Hashirama took a deep breath and said in an unbelievable tone, Uchiha Madara has faked death for so many years, and she has been deliberately hiding in the dark. In fact, to resurrect 10 tails and cast infinite Tsukuyomi to make the entire ninja world everyone is caught in illusion? Absolutely true, Lord First Hokage. Namikaze Minato nodded solemnly and said in a heavy tone, now the entire ninja world is in chaos. Whether it's Luo Lei from Konoha Village or Uchiha Madara who has Rinnegan after his resurrection, they're not fuel-efficient lamps. Jiraiya sighed and added, now we have nothing to do to bring you back to life. Got it. Senju Hashirama's eyes flashed a sullen look and said bitterly, the world of ninja has changed so much, it turns out that compared with Uchiha Madara, I have always been a loser. Alright. That is, at this time, only then did Senju Hashirama know what his best friend Uchiha Madara wanted to do after his suspended animation. It turned out to be to resurrect 10 tails, become 10 tails Jinchuriki, and cast infinite Tsukuyomi 310 to prove that what he did was right, and at the same time he wanted to slap him in the face. What makes Senju Hashirama even more uncomfortable and want to cry is that compared to Uchiha Madara and Luo Lei, he seems to be the most clown-like and the least promising one. The same as the god of the ninja world, the gap is really a bit big. Next to it, second Hokage Senju Toburama took a deep breath involuntarily after he had calmed down. At this stage, the situation in the ninja world is too complicated. Luo Lei, Uchiha Madara, Sage of 6 Paths 3 forces in secret rivalry. They are undoubtedly in line with Sage of 6 Paths, plus Great Toad Sage, White Snake Immortal, Katsuyu Immortal, and Destiny Child. Namikaze Minato, it stands to reason that their odds are the greatest. Only, I don't know what happened. Advertisement Senju Toburama always had an ominous premonition in his heart. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly came back to his senses, gritted his teeth and said coldly, neither Luo Lei nor Uchiha Madara seems to be a good thing. No wonder Sage of 6 Paths will take action and act for the heavens. Now our odds of winning are undoubtedly the greatest. When he said this, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that he was okay again, clenched his fist, and said confidently, as long as we can defeat Luo Lei, then we can take back Konoha Village, let the Will of Fire be scattered in Konoha Village again, and recast the glory of the Will of Fire. Great Toad Sage, Sage of 6 Paths really planned to attack Luo Lei? Ignoring the confident Sarutobi Hiruzen, Senju Hashirama still seemed a little incredulous. He turned his eyes and looked at the Great Toad Sage, who had never spoken, and asked a solemn question. Well, it's true. Great Toad Sage nodded expressionlessly and said calmly, the development of the ninja world has been out of the control of Sage of 6 Paths, so Sage of 6 Paths is ready to clear the genin world and return the ninja world to the normal development track. Understood. Senju Hashirama shrugged and didn't bother to think about it anymore. Instead, he adjusted his mind and said with great interest, then I'll take a good look at how you suppressed Luo Lei and cleaned up Uchiha Madara. None of them are fuel-efficient lamps. Great Toad Sage was speechless for a while, and then said slowly, at the critical moment, you still need to make a move. Can Senju Hashirama smiled casually and said indifferently, I've already died once in Impure World reincarnation. BHFF, and I don't care if I die again. It's just that with my strength, I'm definitely not the opponent of Luo Lei and Uchiha Madara. Great Toad Sage, what about me? At this time, seeing that first Hokage was about to be shot, Sarutobi Hiruzen showed a look of eagerness to try and said impatiently, Actually, I can also shoot at a critical moment. You? Great Toad Sage glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen, frowned and said, You are too weak, just watch the play. If it wasn't for the request of Jiraiya and Namikaze Minato, I wouldn't want to revive you in Pure World reincarnation. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression froze all of a sudden. He opened his mouth, he wanted to say something, but he couldn't say anything. FK. Advertisement as third Hokage, some people actually say that he is too weak to take action. If not, this is the Great Toad Sage, and he wants to explode. Tolerate. Laozi is a ninja, the big deal is to wait and see what happens, and wait for an opportunity. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen stopped talking, and focused on Namikaze Minato and Jiraiya. He can't control other people, but Namikaze Minato and Jiraiya, he can influence, especially when he thinks of Namikaze Minato's identity as the child of destiny. He shows a gratified smile. Sudden, just at this time, with two slight spatial fluctuations. I saw the White Snake Immortal and the Katsuyu Immortal appear in the temple. Are you here? Senju Hashirama, Senju Toburama, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Jiraiya, Namikaze Minato turned their eyes and looked at the White Snake Sage and Katsuyu Sage who suddenly appeared. It's finally here. The Great Toad Sage didn't change much on the surface, but there was a sigh of relief deep inside. As long as the White Snake Immortal and the Katsuyu Immortal come, it proves that Otsutsuki Homura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo did not fool it. It is really going to be real. Toad Maru, long time no see. A few seconds later, the White Snake Sage transformed into an elderly grandmother wearing a white long gown, and made a hoarse voice, saying, I really didn't expect that Luo Lei's birth will make us the three holy places. I can't be at peace, and the Sage of Six Paths that I provoke can't bear it anymore. Yes, as a small white Katsuyu Sage transformation also made an incredible voice. Our three holy places will join forces one day, or to deal with one person. Chapter 195 The Inheritance of Sage of Six Paths, Luo Lei-kun to Mount Myoboku. No way, mainly because Luo Lei is too strong and pervert. Hearing this sentence, Great Toad Sage showed a very rare expression of helplessness, and said with emotion, The ninja world is in complete chaos now, so we have to take action to maintain the peace and stability of the ninja world. The White Snake Immortal snorted coldly, and said unhappily, Gamaru, I won't hide it from you. If Otsutsuki Homura didn't come to me in person, I wouldn't be too lazy to do it. Me too. Immortal Katsuyu also responded, Our three holy places are independent from the ninja world, and participating in these things in the ninja world, it is easy to not eat the mutton, and also cause a show. Don't worry, our three immortals have joined forces, and we are basically guaranteed. 99. The Great Toad Sage showed a confident face, and wisely said nothing more. If it guessed correctly, Otsutsuki Homura must have coerced and lured the White Snake Immortal and Katsuyu Immortal to make them so resentful. Sure. 99 Immortal White Snake smiled confidently and said coldly, No matter how strong Luo Lei is, he can only be suppressed by us. I still have to be a little more cautious. Compared to the self-confidence of the White Snake Immortal, Katsuyu Immortal is a lot more cautious, saying, Luo Lei's strength is unfathomable, we have to be careful about capsize in the gutter. No matter how strong he is, are we stronger? Immortal White Snake's eyes flashed with coldness, and he said proudly, If we have cultivated for thousands of years, if we can't suppress even an 18-year-old baby, then what qualifications do we have to be called immortals? I'm too lazy to argue with this arrogant white snake with you. Immortal Katsuyu frowned and said solemnly, If Luo Lei was easy to deal with, they would have been suppressed long ago, and Otsutsuki Homura would not come to us. Speaking of this, Immortal Katsuyu also added, Based on the information I have collected, Luo Lei is getting stronger almost every moment. After so many days, I don't know how pervert he has become. 9. What did you say? Okay. You all talk less. Seeing that Immortal Katsuyu and Immortal White Snake were about to quarrel again, Great Toad Sage hurriedly said, Sage of Six Paths should appear soon, let's prepare a little. Humph. Humph. The voice did not fall. Immortal White Snake and Immortal Katsuyu each snorted coldly, then turned their heads and did not speak. Six Paths old man will appear, they have to give him a face. This, advertisement and looking at the Katsuyu Immortals and the White Snake Immortals who almost fought each other as soon as they met. Jiraiya, Namikaze Minato, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Senju Toburama couldn't help but looked at each other, and they could see the speechless colors in their eyes. Did you make a mistake? Why are Katsuyu Immortal and White Snake Immortal just like two children? Could it be that you have lived for too long and your brain has got on? It's so strong. First Hokage Senju Hashirama's expression became solemn inadvertently. Looking at Katsuyu and White Snake, he couldn't help but say something. As a legendary ninja, Senju Hashirama can of course perceive the majestic celestial arts chakra on Katsuyu and White Snake. More importantly, if he's not wrong, Katsuyu Immortal and White Snake Immortal should both be Six Paths level immortals, and Great Toad Sage is the same level. In other words, this time Sage of Six Paths is obviously going to be ruthless. The three immortals joined forces in a destiny child, Namikaze Minato, to suppress Luo Lei. Even if you think about it, Senju Hashirama couldn't help but feel a tingling in his scalp. I just don't know if Luo Lei can withstand so many high-end combat power. Otsutsuki Homura, aren't you coming out yet? At this time, Great Toad Sage seemed to sense something, and said in a meaningful way. You have the aura of a fairy talisman on your body, you can't hide it from me. Ha ha ha. The next moment, accompanied by a loud laugh, the space in the temple fluctuated, and then a man with 2 horns on his head, wearing a white coat, and 6 black hooked jade patterns on his chest appeared in the temple. Coming? Is this the younger brother of Sage of Six Paths, Otsutsuki Homura? 55. What a powerful breath. Seeing the sudden appearance of Otsutsuki Homura, feeling the undisguised Six Paths aura on his body, Jiraiya, Namikaze Minato, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Senju Tobirama couldn't help but exclaimed. Even Senju Hashirama couldn't help but feel the scalp tingling. Because, he actually felt a strong sense of oppression in Otsutsuki Homura, as if Otsutsuki Homura could easily suppress him. Homura, what about your eldest brother Sage of Six Paths? The White Snake Immortal didn't care so much, licked his lips, and said softly, our time is very precious, can we solve it quickly? Advertisement. For flowers, Big Brother has something to do temporarily, so he won't come. Otsutsuki Homura didn't get angry, and said lightly, I'm only here for the Son of Destiny, Namikaze Minato. I think he doesn't want to show up. A ray of unpleasantness flashed across the eyes of the White Snake Immortal, and he muttered inwardly. Dottage. Otsutsuki Homura turned his eyes, looked at Namikaze Minato, and said, as the Son of Destiny of the Ninja World, you have to take on the important task of defeating Luo Lei and saving the Ninja World, are you ready? Ready. After hearing this, a flash of excitement flashed across Namikaze Minato's cheeks, perhaps because he had been suppressed for too long, and a few tears appeared in his eyes. Since the Third World War, he has been suppressed by Luo Lei, his military exploits have been robbed, his wife has been robbed, and even Konoha Village has been robbed, in addition to forbearance. It's good now, as the Destiny Child chosen by Sage of Six Paths, he can finally stand up proudly. He wants to get back everything he lost, whether it's Uzumaki Kushina, the seat of Hokage, etc., he wants them all. It is good. Otsutsuki Homura took a deep breath and said, now, on behalf of Sage of Six Paths, I will teach you the sealing technique Yang Power, Sun, and Six Paths Sage Mode. 99. After saying this, a terrifying Six Paths chakra wave emerged from Otsutsuki Homura's body. However, just as Otsutsuki Homura's breath exploded, rumbling, a deafening roar sounded, as if the space had been blown up, causing the entire Mount Myoboku to shake. Thank you for your explosive momentum, you set my position, and I finally found Mount Myoboku. 99. In the next instant, before Otsutsuki Homura, Great Toad Sage, White Snake Immortal, Katsuyu Immortal, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Jiraiya, Namikaze Minato and others could react, a violent and ultimate voice resounded throughout Mount Myoboku. Chapter 196. Crazy confident Minato quiet, in an instant. The whole Mount Myoboku is a dead silence, especially in the temple, whether it is the White Snake Immortal, Great Toad Sage, Katsuyu Immortal, or Jiraiya, Namikaze Minato, Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama's faces froze. What's the situation? Luo Lei took the initiative to find Mount Myoboku. The exact location of Mount Myoboku was found only by relying on the explosive force of Otsutsuki Homura. For a time, the atmosphere in the temple became a little weird and solemn. Luo Lei actually found Mount Myoboku through my explosive momentum? Otsutsuki Homura's face was also a little ugly, and he couldn't help shouting angrily. Dare to take the initiative to come to Mount Myoboku to seek death, it is really courageous. Can Mount Myoboku still escape after all? 310. After hearing this, Great Toad Sage reacted, took a deep breath, and there was a dignified look in his eyes. It doesn't know how many years it has not done it, and now it's time to show its true strength. Although Luo Lei's strength is very strong, Great Toad Sage is still very confident in his own strength. After all, after living for so many years, even a pig can cultivate to perfection, not to mention that its talents and abilities are top-notch, and its strength has already reached an unfathomable level, so Luo Lei is done. Otsutsuki Homura, hurry up! The next moment, Immortal White Snake reacted and said extremely coldly, since Luo Lei is not invited, then we don't need to be polite, you quickly give the inheritance of Sage of Six Paths to Namikaze Minato. Quick, if he dares to come, we will dare to kill him. Immortal Katsuyu hesitated for a moment, and then said urgently, Mount Myoboku is the home ground of the Great Toad Sage. The power of nature is extremely strong. Once the war begins, we will have an absolute advantage. That's right. Sarutobi Hiruzen also reacted and said with trepidation, Luo Lei came to Mount Myoboku, he must have come to kill us, we must hurry up. After saying this, perhaps because he was too scared, Sarutobi Hiruzen collapsed to the ground uncontrollably as soon as his legs softened. He had no choice but to hear Luo Lei's voice. The fear of madness dominates. Advertisement. The funny thing is, he just thought that he could do it again, but he didn't think it was his wishful thinking. Asterisk. A big war is inevitable. 55. Senju Hashirama Senju Tobirama looked at each other with serious expressions. Luo Lei is not a good person, he just doesn't know if the Great Toad Sage, White Snake Immortal, Katsuyu Immortal, and a child of destiny. Namikaze Minato can suppress Luo Lei. If you can, everyone will be happy. If you can't, I'm afraid that Otsutsuki Homura will be forced to shoot. Thinking of this, Senju Toburama turned to Otsutsuki Homura to see what the younger brother of Sage of Six Paths would do. It is good. Ignoring the eyes of first generation and second generation, Otsutsuki Homura forcibly suppressed his inner anger, turned his eyes to Namikaze Minato, and said, "Prepare to accept the inheritance of Sage of Six Paths." Swish. The next moment, accompanied by a cracking sound, Otsutsuki Homura's body appeared in front of Namikaze Minato in a flash, and with a hold of his right hand, a mass of pure Six Paths power was injected into Namikaze Minato's body. Namikaze Minato was stunned for a moment, but before he could react, he felt that the power of Six Paths poured into his 8 extraordinary meridians, wrapped countless cells, and began to promote his body to occur at a speed visible to the naked eye. Metamorphosis. Immediately afterwards, his consciousness was pulled uncontrollably by a force of Six Paths and entered another space. This is where Namikaze Minato looked at the white space with a puzzled expression. Isn't he accepting the inheritance of Sage of Six Paths? Why would such an evil soul come out of the body and appear in such a place where birds don't shit? Son of Destiny, you are here, but, just at this time. Advertisement with an amiable voice, I saw a person holding a truth-seeking ball tin stick in his hand, wearing a Six Paths robe, with 2 horns, brown hair, and a pair of renegons who seemed to exude terrifying magic appearing in front of Namikaze Minato. You are Sage of Six Paths? Seeing the figure appearing out of thin air, Namikaze Minato was shocked and couldn't help exclaiming. That's right. Sage of Six Paths smiled and nodded, sighing with emotion. The ninja world has been completely chaotic now, and it is out of my control. Only you, the child of destiny, can save the ninja world. Actually, I have never wanted to interfere in the development of the ninja world, but there is no other way. The appearance of Luo Lei has already deviated from the normal development track of the ninja world. Now Luo Lei must be sealed or killed in order to restore the normal development of the ninja world. By the way, I also agree with the will of fire, all right. If the first few sentences are just foreshadowing, then the last sentence, just like the finishing touch, Namikaze Minato, who had been moved to tears, couldn't hold back completely, and a complicated feeling in his heart burst out like a huge wave. Joke, nothing made him more excited and proud than being recognized by Sage of Six Paths. Especially when he heard that Sage of Six Paths also agreed with the will of fire, Namikaze Minato felt that there was light in World 5.5. It turned out that everything he did was right, full of light and hope. In other words, the will of fire is not wrong, so Luo Lei is wrong. Sage of Six Paths, don't worry, I won't let you down. 99. A few seconds later, Namikaze Minato said in a firm tone as if he had taken a tonic. After accepting your inheritance, I will do my best to seal that as to kill Luo Lei, and let the ninja world enter the normal development track. It is good. Sage of Six Paths showed a satisfied expression and chuckled. Child of Destiny, Namikaze Minato, the future of the ninja world depends on you alone. Chapter 197 Killing Fukasaku and Shima. It is good. Sage of Six Paths showed a satisfied expression and chuckled. Child of Destiny, Namikaze Minato, the future of the ninja world depends on you alone. No problem, Namikaze Minato gritted his teeth, stretched out his right hand to wipe his tears, and showed an expression of success or failure. This time, he will do his best. If he couldn't win, even if he died, he would seal Luo Lei. Because this is his ninja way, where the leaves are flying, the fire will continue to grow, and the fire will continue to illuminate the village and make the new leaves sprout. Even if sacrificed, he felt it was very meaningful. Sage of Six Paths smiled with great relief, and then waved the Six Paths tin stick in his hand lightly. Laugh. With a wave of the power of the Six Paths, Namikaze Minato's soul disappeared uncontrollably. The brainwashing is successful, and then we can look at Luo Lei's specific strength. After Namikaze Minato disappeared, Sage of Six Paths couldn't help showing a sarcastic smile and muttered to himself confidently. Everything is in the 17 masters. Alright. For Namikaze Minato's brain damage performance, Sage of Six Paths is very satisfied, and also admires Sarutobi Hiruzen. Brainwashing can wash Namikaze Minato into what it is now, but it still takes a few brushes. If the ninja world is filled with people like Namikaze Minato, how good would that be? Now that everything is ready, he can take a good look at it secretly to see how strong Luo Lei is. Because somewhere, he always had an intuition that Katsuyu Immortal, White Snake Immortal, Great Toad Sage, and Namikaze Minato teamed up, and they might not be Luo Lei's opponents. The other side, at the moment when the soul returns to the body, Namikaze Minato felt that the chakra in his body had been assimilated by the power of the Six Paths. This feeling, advertisement the next moment. Namikaze Minato's body burst out with a terrifying aura wave uncontrollably. Immediately afterwards, under the stunned eyes of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Senju Hashirama, and Senju Toburama, the clothes on Namikaze Minato turned into Six Paths imperial robes, and 9 black spheres appeared behind them. After a few seconds, it seems that the amount is almost the same. Namikaze Minato held his right hand, and the Six Paths tin stick appeared in his hand, and the whole body inadvertently revealed an aura that seemed to be above all things. No doubt, Namikaze Minato entered the Six Paths level effortlessly after accepting the legacy of Sage of Six Paths. What a powerful breath. Senju Hashirama couldn't help but sighed. Namikaze Minato is one step to the sky. Yes. Senju Tobarama said with some envy. Namikaze Minato is worthy of being a child of destiny. After entering the 6 paths level, I feel like a god, such a strong Yamato pervert. As expected of my apprentice, Jiraiya summed it up with great relief. Namikaze Minato has changed too much. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared blankly at Namikaze Minato, who had entered the 6 paths level. On the surface, he was a little stunned, but deep down, he felt a little jealous. Why is Namikaze Minato a child of destiny? As the strongest Hokage in history, he is not a child of destiny, and Sage of 6 Paths is too blind and brainless, right? The only thing that makes Sarutobi Hiruzen feel better is that Namikaze Minato is a faithful believer of the will of fire and will definitely not betray him in the will of fire. Certainly, think so. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not show it, but deliberately showed a fearful expression. Ready to fight. This time, Luo Lei has to go back and forth. 55. We'll start working together in a while to get rid of Luo Lei as quickly as possible. Perceiving the breath of Namikaze Minato, the Katsuyu Immortal, the White Snake Immortal, and the Great Toad Sage all nodded in unison, and they reached a consensus in an instant that they would not talk about martial arts, but together with Namikaze Minato, they would surround themselves with thunder. Beat Luo Lei. Okay, now it's up to you. At this time, Otsutsuki Homura didn't care so much. There was a hint of excitement in his eyes, and he said solemnly, "My eldest brother and I are waiting for your good news. I hope you will not disappoint me." Laugh. After saying this, with a space fluctuation, Otsutsuki Homura disappeared inside the temple. Advertisement. Walk. Great Toad Sage took a deep breath and said, "Go and meet the god of Ninja World, Luo Lei, for a while." 5. Hash. Katsuyu, White Snake, Namikaze Minato, Jiraiya, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobarama flew out of the temple in a mighty manner. At the same time, over Mount Myoboku, Luo Lei ignored what happened in the monastery. Instead, he was suspended there, feeling the almost endless natural energy of Mount Myoboku, showing a very enjoyable expression. So cool. Mount Myoboku in Dog Day is worthy of being a holy place. It turned out that the power of nature in the ninja world was gathered to Mount Myoboku by the Great Toad Sage through some special methods. If you guess right, the Shibone Forest and Ryuchi Cave, which are also one of the 3 holy places, must also gather a lot of natural energy from the ninja world. No wonder there is so little natural energy in the ninja world. It turned out that the Great Toad Sage, Katsuyu Immortal, and White Snake Immortal gathered in their old lair. Therefore, it is easy for them to practice the Immortal 310 mode, while the ninja in the ninja world practice a Sage mode, and they have to turn to the 3 holy places for help. Even if they agree to practice in the 3 holy places, there will be great danger. Well, these natural energies are mine. Thinking of this, a gleam of light flashed in Luo Lei's eyes, originally. He is also worried that the natural energy of Mount Myoboku is not enough. Well now, Katsuyu and White Snake are also involved, so the natural energy of Ryuchi Cave and Shibone Forest can also be reluctantly received. Buy 1 get 2 free. Looking up at Luo Lei in midair, Immortal Fukasaku and Immortal Jima, after hesitating for a moment, finally let out a cold rebuke with a solemn expression. What are you saying? Call. P.S. Kneeling and begging for rewards, collections, flowers and evaluations. Mungshin, kneeling and begging all readers. Luo Lei. What exactly are you trying to do? Luo Lei looked down at Immortal Shenzo and Immortal Jima lightly, and said something in a low voice. Don't you know that your actions have alarmed our toads at Mount Myoboku? The next moment, when Immortal Shenzo and Immortal Jima wanted to say something, Luo Lei simply exhaled and froze in place without any precaution. Chapter 198. Laozi is the ancestor of the ninja world. Quiet. Looking at Immortal Fukasaku and Immortal Shima, who were frozen. Many of the toads that have gathered in Mount Myoboku showed dumbfounded expressions, and some of them obviously didn't believe what they saw, and couldn't help rubbing their eyes. However, no matter how you rub your eyes, Immortal Shenzo and Immortal Jima were frozen, like 2 ice sculptures, just standing there. As for the ice sculptures, Immortal Shenzo and Immortal Jima were also a bit idiots. They never thought that Luo Lei would do it as soon as he said it, and they didn't even have a chance to resist. But, as an elder-level trusted confidant of the Great Toad Sage, Immortal Shenzo and Immortal Jima didn't choose to capture them, but instead they motivated the majestic immortal technique chakra in their bodies, trying to break through the ice sculpture. Ha ha! Luo Lei shook his head disdainfully, and blew a little more. Just kidding, although he has only unlocked 6% of the Silver Super, he is far from the effect of blowing out the Milky Way with just a few gestures, but, dealing with characters like Immortal Fukasaku and Immortal Jima, he is still completely enough. Scoff. Scoff. In the next instant, Immortal Fukasaku and Immortal Jima in the ice sculpture were completely frozen, and their cheeks were filled with unbelievable expressions, because their bodies and the soul of the immortal chakra seemed to be frozen. And seeing this scene, in an instant, some high-level expressions of Mount Myoboku were completely frozen. Among them, Toad Wen is too sluggish, Toad Jian is stupid, Toad Guang and other high-level executives are also stupid. No way, the scene in front of them made them unable to react at all. FK. This Luo Lei simply took 2 breaths and froze Immortal Shensha and Immortal Jima, and didn't even have a chance to fight back, if you were dreaming. More importantly, they know Luo Lei is strong, but I didn't expect that even immortals as strong as Shensaku and immortal Jima would be killed. Advertisement 1 second, 3 seconds, 10 seconds. As time goes by, how is it possible? Immortal Fukasaku and immortal Jima were frozen? How strong is this Luo Lei? How come Shenzo Shenran and Jima Shenran have no chance to fight back? It was not until there were visible cracks on the bodies of immortal Fukasaku and immortal Jima who were frozen in ice, that the countless toads in Mount Myoboku woke up like a dream, and made an uproar. Great Toad Sage, Toad Wentai was in a panic, his eyes were full of horror and disbelief, and he shouted loudly, "Come and save immortal Shensaku and immortal Jima." Great Toad Sage, Luo Lei came to our Mount Myoboku. Quick! Immortal Shensaku and immortal Jima are about to break with the ice sculpture. With the beginning of Toad Bunta, Toad Jien, Toad Hero and other high-level leaders of Mount Myoboku, with almost unbelievable expressions, shouted at the temple deep in Mount Myoboku. "Luo Lei, you dare!" With an angry voice, the great Toad Sage appeared next to Toad Bunta in a flash, looking at the frozen immortals Fukasaku and immortal Shima with very ugly and angry expressions. He really didn't think this Luo Lei would play cards so unreasonably, he didn't wait for them to come out at all, and he attacked Fukasaku and Shima as soon as they disagreed. At the same time, swish, swish, a sound of breaking through the air rang out. I saw first Hokage Senju Hashirama, second Hokage Senju Toburama, third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, by impure world reincarnation. Namikaze Minato, who entered the 6 pads level, and Jiraiya, one of the Sanins, arrived at the scene one after the other and looked at the frozen immortal Fukasaku and immortal Shima with dignified expressions. Reached their level, of course, it can be perceived that Luo Lei did not use any ice escape, nor did he use chakra, but he was able to freeze Shenzo Shenran and Jima Shenran without any power to fight back. It was terrifying. Advertisement, I don't care what ability you use, please let Fukasaku and Shima go. At this time, after feeling it for a while, Great Toad Sage did not rashly rescue immortal Shenzo and immortal Jima, but instead looked at Luo Lei and said solemnly, "Otherwise, the consequences will be at your own risk." That's right. Hearing this sentence, Luo Lei didn't react yet, and third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help shouting angrily, "Luo Lei, this is Mount Myoboku, one of the 3 holy places, you won't be allowed to run wild." After saying this, Sarutobi Hiruzen also showed a cold look, saying, "Namikaze Minato, as the legendary child of destiny, has accepted the inheritance of Sage of 6 paths and reached the 6 paths level, just to suppress you. Luo Lei, you'd better catch yourself." Seeing the showdown of third Hokage, Namikaze Minato took a deep breath, clenched the 6 paths tin stick in his hand, and said solemnly, "You are already surrounded by us, this time you have absolutely no chance of winning." Alright. After reaching the 6 paths level, only Namikaze Minato knew that even with super cage level strength, in front of the 6 paths level, they're like ants. So, his self-confidence reached a peak, if he accepted the inheritance of Sage of 6 paths, plus the White Snake Immortal, Great Toad Sage, Katsuyu Immortal, and first Hokage Senju Hashirama, if he couldn't beat Luo Lei, then he would have to find a piece of tofu to kill him. Ha ha ha. In midair, Luo Lei looked down at Namikaze Minato, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others, couldn't help laughing, and said, "So it was the courage that Sage of 6 paths gave you? Don't you know that Laozi has always didn't you take Sage of 6 paths into your eyes? Good enough? What kind of thing is Sage of 6 paths? You also have a problem with your brain. You were sold by Sage of 6 paths, and you have to count the money. Laozi will now tell you that in the face of absolute strength, even at 6 paths level, you can be crushed and blasted. Laozi is the ancestor of the ninja world, clap, clap." The voice did not fall, 2 harsh cracking sounds resounded. Immediately after, under the gaze of countless eyes, the ice sculptures that had frozen Shenzo Immortals and Jima Immortals shattered abruptly, and the frozen Shenzo Immortals and Jima Immortals were all shattered into pieces, scattered on the ground, and the dead could no longer die. Perhaps immortal Shenzo and immortal Jima never thought that they would die like this without even having a chance to struggle. Chapter 199 Chakra Beyond 10 Tails. Bang. Bang. This is the sound of the body fragments of immortal Fukasaku and immortal Shima falling to the ground together with ice cubes. Quiet. And seeing this shocking scene, once again, the entire Mount Myoboku fell into absolute silence. No way, no one expected, after Great Toad Sage, White Snake Immortal, Katsuyu Immortal, Namikaze Minato and others arrived at the scene. Luo Lei still didn't give them any face, saying that if he killed immortal Shenzo and immortal Jima, he would come out and kill them, and he wouldn't be sloppy at all, and he didn't care about anything. So shocking, it's so reckless. For a time, the whole atmosphere of Mount Myoboku changed. Countless eyes converged on Luo Lei in midair. Damn, he killed immortal Fukasaku and immortal Jima. I can't bear it anymore. This Luo Lei must die. He dared to run wild in our Mount Myoboku, and also killed immortals Fukasaku and immortal Jima. It's simply unbearable. Great Toad Sage, you must kill him to avenge the anger of immortal Fukasaku and immortal Jima. I can't let Luo Lei go, and I can't let go of these 310 vicious murderers. Soon, after the initial shock, many of the toads in Mount Myoboku reacted and made an uproar. People such as Toad Wentai, Toad Jien and others even made a sound of killing intent, and the meaning was very simple, that is, Luo Lei must be killed in order to maintain Mount Myoboku's authority and power. As for forbearance? That is impossible. Advertisement? This Luo Lei came to Mount Myoboku to run wild, just to beat them in the face. It is unbearable and unbearable. For so many years, Mount Myoboku has been enjoying the Holy Land like treatment in the ninja world, and he has never encountered such arrogant people. They can't bear it anymore. I must kill Luo Lei, to wash away the insults Mount Myoboku received. Luo Lei, you are courting death. At this time, the great Toad Sage watched as Fukasaku and Shima died, and an extremely terrifying killing intent erupted. The powerful immortal technique chakra caused the entire Mount Myoboku to tremble slightly. He really didn't, BHFF, think that this Luo Lei would be so ruthless and kill Fukasaku and Shima if they didn't agree. Where is this hitting Mount Myoboku in the face, but completely ignoring Mount Myoboku? Is Luo Lei's way of doing things? Immortal Katsuyu rarely showed a lingering expression, but, as if thinking of something, he silently shook his head. Luo Lei's temper is really too irritable. He can do whatever he wants. Annoyed Sage of Six Paths, it must be dead. Maybe he is arrogant, and he still doesn't know that his catastrophe is imminent. Luo Lei, you are still as unscrupulous as ever. The White Snake Immortal laughed and said coldly, if you take the initiative to bow your head to Sage of Six Paths and admit your mistake, I can help you block Gamawan. Otherwise, the crazy Gagamaru will, but it's terrifying. Luo Lei, how dare you kill Immortal Shenzo and Immortal Jima? Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted loudly after trembling. Don't you know what fear are in your heart? You are facing Katsuyu Immortal, Great Toad Sage, White Snake Immortal, and Destiny. Son, Namikaze Minato. Alas. 35, as expected of Luo Lei, compared with Katsuyu Immortal, Great Toad Sage, and White Snake Immortal's shock, Senju Hashirama Senju Tobarama looked at each other, and they could see the helplessness in their eyes. Since the last Impure World Reincarnation Resurrection and seeing Luo Lei's behavior, they knew that Luo Lei would not give face to anyone. Even if the legendary Sage of Six Paths stood in front of Luo Lei, he would probably suffer a few slaps. From what Luo Lei just said, it also proves this point. So, for such an insufferable character, the Great Toad Sage still threatens Luo Lei foolishly. Didn't you add fuel to the fire and wanted to send Immortal Shensaku and Immortal Jima on the road ahead of schedule? And this Sarutobi Hiruzen, advertisement, can't you be a little quieter? I've died once, and I still dance like this, and I'm not afraid of dying without a burial place. Thinking of this, Senju Hashirama Senju Tobarama showed a headache and helpless expression. How did they choose Sarutobi Hiruzen to be the Hokage of the third generation? Otherwise, there may not be a series of things happening now. Laozi can do whatever he wants. 35 Facing everyone's murderous voices, Luo Lei showed a look of disdain and said in a low voice, today, I came to Mount Myoboku just to tell you, and to tell Otsutsuki Homura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo, Laozi's words. The rules of the entire ninja world. 99. Anyone who doesn't obey will die for Laozi. The voice did not fall. Luo Lei is too lazy to hide anything. The chakra, which is even more majestic than 10 tails in his body, erupted directly. That's right, after breaking through the peak motherland template and unlocking 6% of the silver superstar, his body has transformed once again, making the product of the even mixing of mental energy and physical energy. Chakra skyrocketed several times again. In short, already far more than 10 tails chakra. The outbreak of this chakra, in an instant, the killing intent of the Great Toad Sage, as well as the undisguised aura of the White Snake Immortal, Katsuyu Immortal, Namikaze Minato and others were suppressed at a speed that could not be concealed. Clap. Clap. It seems that chakra is too strong. The air of Mount Myoboku began to crack, and the ground began to tremble. And this is just the beginning, crackling. Just like 10 tails, Mount Myoboku, which has always been like a fairyland, actually began to shake the mountains. Lightning and thunder began, and black clouds formed by countless natural energies began to appear in the sky. Right. The scene was extremely shocking and numb for a while. Chapter 206 Paths. Ancestors, what a mighty chakra. How did this Luo Lei cultivate? How could he have such a powerful chakra? Damn. How can it be more violent and majestic than chakra of 10 tails? 39. Looking at Mount Myoboku, which is like the end of the day, and sensing the undisguised chakra fluctuations on Luo Lei, the White Snake Immortal, Great Toad Sage, and Katsuyu Immortal, who have always been confident, suddenly felt a little messy in their hearts, revealing that they were extremely insufferable. Confident expression. No way, they thought of many possibilities. I just didn't expect that Luo Lei, who has never used ninjutsu and chakra very much, actually has such a powerful chakra? This is another 10. Tail completely. At first, in the Kagaya era, they saw how terrifying Otsutsuki Kagaya as 10 Tails Jinchuriki was, but now, 10 Tails has not been resurrected, and a humanoid 10 Tails appeared in Mount Myoboku. Thinking about Luo Lei's pervertibility, in an instant, the White Snake Immortal, the Great Toad Sage, and the Immortal Katsuyu all had some scalp tingling, and a storm surged in their hearts, and they could not calm down at all. Senju Hashirama glared at his own eyes, and there was an incredible look on his cheeks, and he seemed to have thought of something, and he was again disappointed and helpless. The gap between him and Luo Lei is too big. Even if it is the comparison of Chanla, he and Luo Lei have the gap between heaven and earth. Brother, is this still a human being? Next to him, Senju Tobarama carefully swallowed his saliva after regaining his senses, and muttered to himself. My own strength is very pervert, and I still have such a terrifying chakra. Why don't we go back to the Pure Land? Ninja world, really, it's too dangerous. When it comes to this, Senju Toburama felt that his soul was shaking slightly. I thought that the White Snake Immortal, the Great Toad Sage, the Katsuyu Immortal, and a Child of Destiny, Namikaze Minato, could put some pressure on Luo Lei, but now it seems that he thought too much. Luo Lei doesn't do anything if he doesn't make a move. If he does it, he will destroy the world. Chakra alone seems to be able to crush everything. Why? The expression on 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's face became extremely livid. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something cruel, but he found that he couldn't say anything, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. No doubt the confident 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was frightened again. What a powerful chakra swing. Advertisement. While Namikaze Minato looked shocked, he clenched the Six Paths tin stick in his hand. There is nothing to say, as the Child of Destiny chosen by Sage of Six Paths to save the ninja world, he has no way to retreat. No matter how strong Luo Lei is, no matter how many cards he has, he will fight until the last moment. The will of fire will never be timid. And cowardly, will only go forward. Gollum, such a powerful chakra wave. As for the countless toads in Mount Myoboku, they are already drooling in fear. If it weren't for the legendary Great Toad Sage, perhaps these toads would have started fleeing in embarrassment, but if so, these toads are also very uncomfortable, and their hearts are filled with panic, and even more have fallen to the ground. At the same time, with the continuous madness of the chakra on Luo Lei, the entire Mount Myoboku became shaken, with lightning and thunder, and there were faintly space cracks appearing. As for Luo Lei, who caused everything, he was suspended in midair without any change in his expression. Almost, at this time, Luo Lei didn't even look at Great Toad Sage and others, and muttered to himself. Try to use Mount Myoboku's natural energy to transform the chakra in the body and enter the Six Paths level, 99. Alright, today's Luo Lei is actually not very unusual for the power of Six Paths. But, no matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. With more Six Paths level attack methods, as an ancestor, he will only be more powerful and will definitely not lose money. Just right, he also wanted to see how strong will he be when he achieves the Six Paths level with the indissoluble physique of his ancestors. Boom. The next moment, there are almost no signs. Luo Lei's body erupted with a terrifying suction force that reached the ultimate level, like a dragon absorbing water, arousing the natural energy of the entire Mount Myoboku, surging towards Luo Lei frantically. Ordinary ninja, it is difficult to perceive the surging of natural energy. But the toads of Mount Myoboku, as well as the Great Toad Sage, Katsuyu Immortal, White Snake Immortal, and others, almost instantly sensed that the natural energy of Mount Myoboku was out of control, and rushed towards it at a speed that could not be covered by lightning. Luo Lei. Advertisement katakana middle dot seeking flowers katakana middle dot. Perhaps the natural energy gathered too much, making the air in this area become like a swamp, extremely heavy and depressing. Luo Lei, are you breaking Mount Myoboku's inheritance? Feeling all this, the Great Toad Sage roared angrily. If you can't handle it, don't blame me for being rude. Anger. The Great Toad Sage never thought. This Luo Lei drunkard had no intention of drinking alcohol, but actually started the idea of Mount Myoboku's natural energy, which undoubtedly made Great Toad Sage unbearable. You must know that since the Kagaya era, the Great Toad Sage has used some special means to absorb a lot of natural energy from the ninja world. After thousands of years of accumulation, the natural energy of the ninja world is not much, but the nature of Mount Myoboku, the energy is massive. 0. The result was good. After Luo Lei arrived at Mount Myoboku, he was rude and began to absorb it, and even some of Mount Myoboku's original natural energy was aroused. Who? That's vicious. 35. This is to make Mount Myoboku unstoppable? 35. Immortal Katsuyu and Immortal White Snake sucked in a breath of air, and their hearts suddenly felt uncomfortable. Of course, they can also sense that Mount Myoboku's original natural energy is rushing towards Luo Lei at an extremely fast speed. If it continues to suck, Mount Myoboku will probably be destroyed, right? Humph. Luo Lei snorted coldly and didn't pay much attention to it. When his mind moved, he increased the suction force. Because, after the pure natural energy pours into the body, the chakra in his body is undergoing an earth-shaking transformation. Boom. A crisp voice sounded. Luo Lei's clothes turned into a Six Paths imperial robe in a ray of light, and then, a black sphere appeared behind him, then a second, a third. There is no doubt that Luo Lei entered the Six Paths level with ease, thanks to the natural energy accumulated for thousands of years in Mount Myoboku. Chapter 200. Killing the Great Toad Sage in seconds, shocking the audience. Is this the yin-yang escape truth-seeking ball? 99. Perceiving the change of chakra's energy, Luo Lei held his right hand, and a sphere formed of black material appeared in his hand. With his thoughts, the sphere kept changing shape and finally turned into a scepter. Boom. In an instant, there is no sign, an aura that surpasses all things. From Luo Lei's body, roaring out with a turbulent force, Kun approached the entire Mount Myoboku. Facing such a terrifying imposing pressure, such as the White Snake Immortal, the Great Toad Sage, the Katsuyu Immortal, and the Six Paths level Namikaze Minato, I just felt a sense of oppression and oppression from the soul. Others under the Six Paths, but some suffered. The first to bear the brunt is some of the toads of Mount Myoboku. Before they could respond to 310, They felt that their minds were buzzing, blank, and fell into a coma. The high level, his body trembled slightly, and he also collapsed on the ground, with a frightened look on his cheeks. Not good. First Hokage Senju Hashirama looked surprised, and Impure World Reincarnation's body passively entered Sage mode, forcing himself to stand in place. However, he persevered. Second Hokage, Senju Togurama, third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, Jiraiya did not hold on. Almost the moment Luo Lei reached the six pads level, their souls trembled violently, their bodies were uncontrollable, and their legs fell to their knees. Facing this scene, Luo Lei didn't pay much attention to it, he just silently sensed his physical state. After a few seconds, he showed a very satisfied smile. Because, after he turned the energy of chakra into the power of the six paths. The motherland template of the peak silver super potential has actually increased from 6% to 8%. In other words, he got stronger again and again. Luo Lei, are you really courting death? Seeing that Luo Lei entered the six paths level by absorbing Mount Myoboku's natural energy, Great Toad Sage's mentality was completely broken, because, with Luo Lei's absorption, the natural energy of Mount Myoboku's source had almost disappeared. When he thought of his thousands of years of savings, but made a wedding dress for others, Great Toad Sage was so angry that he couldn't hold it any longer. Advertisement, that's right, he didn't want to endure it any longer. This Luo Lei killed immortal Fukasaku and immortal Jima as soon as he arrived at Mount Myoboku, and now he has simply absorbed the original natural energy of Mount Myoboku and cut off the root of Mount Myoboku. What he has done has completely touched the bottom limit of the Great Toad Sage. Is it tolerable or unbearable? The next moment. A terrifying celestial magic chakra wave emerged from the Great Toad Sage. Immediately afterwards, the white clothes on Great Toad Sage turned into the six paths imperial robe, the doctor's hat on the head was replaced with the six paths imperial hat, and the Buddha beads in his hands became the six paths Buddha beads. So strong. As expected of the Great Toad Sage, the power of chakra and six paths are mutually blessed, and the six paths sage mode is really terrifying. 5. The Great Toad Sage is going to attack Luo Lei. Great Toad Sage, we must take revenge on immortal Fukasaku and immortal Shima, and recapture the original natural energy of our Mount Myoboku. With the outbreak of the Great Toad Sage, Senju Hashirama, Senju Togurama, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Jiraiya, and the still awake Toad Bunta, Toad Jien and other toads that were originally trembling, suddenly became excited. Have nothing to say, they have confidence in the Great Toad Sage. Moreover, since the Great Toad Sage has started, Katsuyu Immortal, White Snake Immortal, Child of Destiny, Namikaze Minato will definitely not sit still, and this Luo Lei will definitely be punished the most severely. However, ideals are full, the reality is very skinny. Great Toad Sage, are you trying to court death? In midair, Luo Lei, who was in a good mood, glanced at the Great Toad Sage that had erupted, his expression turned cold, and said, Laozi absorbs the natural energy of Mount Myoboku, that is to give you face, don't give face shame. To tell you the truth, Laozi never took you seriously. When he said this, Luo Lei's mouth was slightly raised, his eyes flashed with red eyes, and he said meaningfully, I just want to see how strong I am now, I will take you as my own. A test product, kill the chickens to warn the monkeys. Advertisement danger. Extremely dangerous. Before he finished speaking, the keen sixth sense of Great Toad Sage, who had already entered the six paths sage mode, began to give a crazy warning, as if he was being targeted by something terrifying, and he was about to die without a place to die. No, let's do it together. In the next instant, the six paths Great Toad Sage, who sensed the sense of crisis, gritted his teeth, suppressed his heart palpitations, and wanted to use ninjutsu to attack first. No way, now it has no way out, you can only grit your teeth and confront Luo Lei, trying to kill Luo Lei. Boom. Pity. The words are not finished yet, a crimson heat eye was enveloped by the truth-seeking ball energy, which melted half of six paths Great Toad Sage's body in the blink of an eye. Quiet. The scene is dead silent. Looking at the disappearing half of the Great Toad Sage, time and space seemed to freeze. What exactly is this situation? P.S. Kneeling and begging for rewards, collections, flowers and evaluations. Mungshin, kneeling and begging all readers. Incredible. No 5.5 whether it is the White Snake Immortal, Katsuyu Immortal, Namikaze Minato, who have entered a fighting state, or Senju Hashirama, Senju Togurama, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Jiraiya, and Toad Bunta, Toad Ken and other toads who have some hope in their hearts, their eyes are dull. What's the situation? Just as the Great Toad Sage was about to start, Luo Lei's hot gaze melted half of his body. Is there a mistake? You know, this is the Great Toad Sage that entered the six paths sage mode? How can it be so weak? One attack will destroy more than half of it. G so F asterisk 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 G unbelievable. Chapter 201 Desperate Sarutobi Hiruzen. Incredible. So F asterisk 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 G unbelievable. In an instant, the entire Mount Myoboku fell into silence again, especially seeing half of the Great Toad Sage's body melted away. The people present showed extremely unbelievable expressions. No way, no one thought. Luo Lei did not make a move, and even the Great Toad Sage had no chance to fight back. Half of his body was melted alive by the hot sight. It's really terrifying, you know. This is the ancestor of Mount Myoboku, the Great Toad Sage that has survived for thousands of years since the Kagaya era. Strength and ability are unfathomable existences. The results of it just entered the Six Paths Sage mode and was abolished by Luo Lei neatly. In front of Luo Lei's hot gaze, the seemingly immortal Six Paths body was like a piece of paper, and half of his body was melted away. Terrified, there's something terrifying about this. 1 second, 3 seconds, 10 seconds faced with this numbing scene. As time passed, the entire Mount Myoboku fell into absolute silence again. 17 It seems that all the people have not yet recovered from the blow of the Great Toad Sage's half-body being melted away by the heat gaze. Come back to your senses. What? I do not know how long it has been. Toad Wen Tai screamed in fear and trembling. His body slumped to the ground as soon as he was soft, and he only felt that his mind was blank. Ruined, the thousands of years of history of Mount Myoboku have been completely ended. What is even more irritating is that Mount Myoboku seems to have no resistance from beginning to end. Even immortal Fukasaku and immortal Jima, as well as Great Toad Sage, who has lived for thousands of years, have been crushed by others. Foreseeable, advertisement from now on Mount Myoboku is completely abolished. Great Toad Sage, are you all right? Impossible. How could the Great Toad Sage be run over by a human? No. No, none of this is real, it's an illusion. The Great Toad Sage will be fine. Year after the beginning of Gao Wentai, Gao Jian, Gao Ji, Gao First and other high-level executives on Mount Myoboku finally reacted, and they all involuntarily issued a series of extremely horrified exclamations, and even more began to fall into a state of madness. He was obviously hit to the point of breaking down. The Great Toad Sage was actually the White Snake Immortal, who had already entered the battle state, also reacted, and the frightened snake eyes stared out in an instant. Joke, as the White Snake Immortal of Ryuchi Cave, it knows how powerful Toad Maru is. It can be said that Otsutsuki Homura might not have been able to seal his own mother Otsutsuki Kagaya, had it not been for the help of Otsutsuki Hagoromo at the beginning. Strength and ability are beyond doubt, the result was good. After practicing for so many years, he was completely crushed and melted half of his body. No matter what he thought, the White Snake Immortal couldn't believe it. What's this about? Immortal Katsuyu's body trembled a few times, and his heart suddenly felt bad. I thought it, the White Snake Immortal, the Great Toad Sage, and a child of destiny, Namikaze Minato, would definitely win, but I didn't expect that they were here to deliver vegetables to Luo Lei. Before the fight officially started, the Great Toad Sage was dissolved in half. How is this going to go on? For a time, Immortal Katsuyu scolded Otsutsuki Homura hundreds of times in his heart. You are afraid of Luo Lei, let them deliver the food. Sage of Six Paths is really not a shit. Great Toad Sage, that's all. Jiraiya's eyes showed a look of horror and disbelief. The whole person seemed to be drowning, the neck was stuck, and it was difficult to breathe. Ruined, brother, let's prepare to withdraw to the Pure Land. After the initial silence, Senju Hashirama Senju Tobarama showed a long-expected expression. As people who have felt the fear of being dominated by Luo Lei, they are very aware of Luo Lei's horror. Advertisement even with Sage of Six Paths as Great Toad Sage's trump card, they don't think they can suppress Luo Lei. The fact is also true, Luo Lei's strength has skyrocketed once again. Even the legendary Great Toad Sage is not an enemy of unity. Perhaps the Sage of Six Paths will come and will be crushed by Luo Lei with a destructive force. It seems to be getting more and more interesting. The next moment, Senju Hashirama seemed to have thought of something and muttered to himself. If Luo Lei can really defeat Sage of Six Paths, doesn't that mean that Konoha Village will become a well-deserved orthodox in the ninja world? If this is the case, it seems that Konoha Village will not lose in Luo Lei's hands, at least hundreds of times better than Sarutobi Hiruzen's. Thinking of this, Senju Hashirama took another look at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was already trembling a little, with an expression of hating iron. I don't want to, it's nothing. When he thinks of the changes in Konoha Village over the years, he has an urge to kill Sarutobi Hiruzen 310. How could they choose such a thing that can't be supported by mud? Konoha Village is a mess. How is this possible? Boom! At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't feel Senju Hashirama's gaze, but slumped on the ground in despair. All his hopes were shattered when the Great Toad Sage was instantly killed. Turn out to be, all along, it's all he's delusional. Even the legendary Great Toad Sage is no match for Luo Lei. Unless Sage of Six Paths appears, the situation will be irreversible. Desperate, Sarutobi Hiruzen fell into despair. Great Toad Sage, you'll be fine, I'll help you recover. At this time, Namikaze Minato finally reacted, and flew to the side of the Great Toad Sage with hindsight. Laugh. It's a pity that no matter how Namikaze Minato uses the yin and yang technique, the half-body of the Great Toad Sage that was ablated did not respond, and there was no sign of recovery at all. Chapter 202 If surrender is useful, then Laozi is not the ancestor of the ninja world. 2 more fly over to subscribe. How is this possible? Soon, after trying for a few minutes, Namikaze Minato said in disbelief. Could it be that even the yin and yang of Sage of Six Paths can't restore your body? Alright. Yin and yang escape is a secret technique passed down to him by Sage of Six Paths. The results of it? It failed the first time. Is there any mistake? Sage of Six Paths is not fooling him, right? Unprecedented. Deep down Namikaze Minato had some doubts about Sage of Six Paths. Don't waste the power of Six Paths. Sudden, just at this time. With a voice weak to ultimate, half-body did not collapse to the ground. Great Toad Sage showed a bitter expression, helplessly said, We all underestimate Luo Lei. His power is stronger than imagined, even the power of 6 paths can be crushed burst. After saying this, Great Toad Sage also showed a regretful expression. If I knew this was the case, even if it turned against Sage of 6 paths, it would not be the enemy of Luo Lei. Under the blessing of the power of 6 paths, the hot sight just now, the power that exploded in an instant made it impossible to fight back. Not only did it dissolve half of its body, but also a part of the strange energy mixed with the power of the 6 paths entered its body and was raging wildly, which is why Namikaze Minato's yin-yang escape technique didn't work. Great Toad Sage, are you all right? Hear this sentence. Namikaze Minato showed an excited look and said firmly, don't worry, I will avenge you. Great Toad Sage rarely showed any expression, instead he sighed heavily and said, I lost completely. You. The next moment, just as Great Toad Sage was about to say something, Luo Lei's indifferent eyes flashed a ray of crimson, and there was nothing to say. Since you chose to stand in the Sage of 6 paths, then Laozi will kill you. Not yet dead, then Laozi will attack again. Boom. Advertisement. Another cracking sound. The Great Toad Sage was powerless to fight back. In front of everyone's eyes, its 6 paths level head was like a ripe watermelon. It was bombarded alive, red and white things were rushing, and Minato was splashed all over his face. Why? At the moment when his head was blasted, Great Toad Sage's mind flashed such an incredible doubt, he couldn't understand why Luo Lei wanted to kill himself completely. He is the legendary Great Toad Sage, and Sage of 6 paths also got its help to seal his mother Otsutsuki Kagaya. Moreover, once he surrenders, Konoha Village is sure to be even more powerful. In the end, it was a good thing to meet a guy like Luo Lei who played cards unreasonably. He said that if he killed him, he would kill him. There is also Sage of 6 paths. It's really not a good thing. I dare not come forward, but encourage them and Luo Lei to do it. Now it's over, and Mount Myoboku's thousands of years of history are gone. Great Toad Sage. Namikaze Minato wiped the bloodline on his cheeks, cried out in pain, and immediately hugged the remaining corpses of the Great Toad Sage, crying bitterly. No way, haven't fought Luo Lei yet. The Great Toad Sage, who was the leader, is dead, so it's still a hammer. It's better to surrender and kneel, it's not too embarrassing anyway. Dead? The Great Toad Sage is utterly dead. I just don't know if the Great Toad Sage has any means of resurrection. 35. Another uproar rang out, and the top leaders of Mount Myoboku, such as Gao Wentai and Gao Jien, fell into despair, and the last thought in their hearts was ruthlessly extinguished. Therefore, in this situation, the high-level executives of Mount Myoboku, such as Gao Wenta, Gao Jien, etc., have no expressions, and some are only endlessly disappointed and depressed. What should I do now? The White Snake Immortal and the Katsuyu Immortal temporarily dismissed the contradiction between each other and looked at each other, and both could see the hesitation in their respective eyes. The two are not fools and idiots, however, knowing that the development of the matter is beyond their control. Advertisement. Especially after the Great Toad Sage was killed in seconds, they understood that the power controlled by Luo Lei was definitely much better than the power of 6 paths, and the invisible feeling of powerlessness and timidity was in their hearts. Some faltered. Okay, the warm-up is over. 35. In midair, Luo Lei stretched and said in a low voice, now it's time for the real thing. After saying this, Luo Lei turned his gaze to the White Snake Immortal and Katsuyu Immortal who entered the 6 paths mode, his eyes flashing with cold killing intent. Dare to stand in the Sage of 6 paths, that will give Laozi to die. Danger. No. I don't want to die. We were overwhelmed by Sage of 6 paths. Luo Lei is stronger than expected. 35. Perceiving Luo Lei's gaze, Immortal Katsuyu's body trembled a few times, his heart was screaming madly, and his soul was trembling slightly. It was really too much pressure from Luo Lei, making it a little low. Can't stop. Lord Luo Lei, I surrender. I am willing to surrender to Konoha Village. I was also bewitched by Otsutsuki Homura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo. Please give me a chance. Boom. It's not over yet. Luo Lei's body disappeared. Good, in place. T7. Immortal Katsuyu felt that something was wrong the moment Luo Lei disappeared, and wanted to use ninjutsu to escape Mount Myoboku. However, everything is too late. How fast Luo Lei is now, maybe even he himself doesn't know. Before Immortal Katsuyu had time to activate the 6 paths celestial technique chakra, its body was forcibly smashed, and it turned into a mass of mud and sprayed out in all directions. Have I surrendered? Seeing that Luo Lei's body was smashed alive, Immortal Katsuyu, who had only one head left, showed a desperate expression, and had given up resistance in his heart. If surrender works, then Laozi is not the ancestor of the ninja world. Chapter 203. Desperate Minato. If surrender works, then Laozi is not the ancestor of the ninja world. With a sarcastic voice, Luo Lei's body appeared in midair again, and he said calmly, since you have chosen to stand in line, you will have to pay a price, and surrender will have no effect. 99. After hearing this, Sage Katsuyu's already desperate expression became even more desperate. Although it had long known that Luo Lei was an unscrupulous master who played cards completely unreasonably, it did not expect that even if he surrendered, Luo Lei would make a ruthless move, making him unable to survive. Thinking of this, Immortal Katsuyu's heart is full of chagrin and regret. If I had known this was the case, it should not have participated in this operation to encircle and suppress Luo Lei. Otsutsuki Homura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo are really harmful, let them take the lead, and now it's alright, To put themselves in it, it can be said to be stealing chickens do not eat rice. Do not, I can't admit defeat. The next moment, Immortal Katsuyu gritted his teeth, and when his mind moved, he began to urge the 6 paths Immortal Technique chakra, trying to restore his body that had been knocked out. Does 310 still want to resist? Seeing this scene, the corners of Luo Lei's mouth twitched slightly, and he said solemnly, Katsuyu Immortal, you need to pay more attention in your next life. Laugh. The voice did not fall, another crimson hot sight flashed away. It bombarded Immortal Katsuyu's head with lightning speed. Do not, Immortal Katsuyu widened his eyes and let out a terrified cry, I. Boom. A crisp voice sounded, like the great toad sage. Katsuyu's head was bombarded alive, red and white things rushed, and Namikaze Minato, White Snake Immortal, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Senju Hashirama, Jiraiya, Senju Tobarama all over his face. Advertisement quiet. The whole place is dead silent. From Katsuyu Immortal's voice to Luo Lei's neat and tidy killing, it only took less than a second. Even the White Snake Immortal, Namikaze Minato hadn't reacted yet, and saw that Katsuyu Immortal was hit by Luo Lei's body first, and then his head was shot directly by the hot sight, and he couldn't die any longer. And another immortal who has lived for thousands of years died. Immortal Katsuyu is dead, and so is the Great Toad Sage. How strong is this Luo Lei? Sage Katsuyu and the Great Toad Sage have no way of fighting back, it's too terrifying. After half a sound, there was an uproar at the scene only after realizing it. No way, no one would have thought that with the lessons learned from the Great Toad Sage, Immortal Katsuyu was also crushed, and there was no room for him to fight back. 35 at this moment. The frightened eyes of the White Snake Immortal who entered the battle mode were about to pop out, and in addition to trembling inwardly, he was passively transformed into a large white-scaled snake with a length of dozens of meters. No doubt, it was really frightened. It is very clear about the strength of the Katsuyu Sage and the Great Toad Sage. Well now, Immortal Katsuyu and Great Toad Sage were both crushed and killed in seconds. As the White Snake Immortal, it may also be killed in seconds. What's the matter with the hammer? If it wasn't for Luo Lei's speed, it would have wanted to run away, but if it was so, the White Snake Immortal had no courage to resist, and could only look at him with begging eyes. When it comes to Luo Lei, there is no more rebellious look just now. Ruined. Senju Hashirama shook his head, completely lost in thought. Really, the strength of this Luo Lei, more powerful than expected. BHFF, Katsuyu Immortal and Great Toad Sage are both dead, which means that this time Sage of 6 Paths led the siege of Luo Lei and declared a complete failure. As for the remaining White Snake Immortal and Namikaze Minato, it seems that they can't make any big waves. Advertisement, Big Brother, let's go back to the Pure Land. Senju Tobarama showed a helpless expression, and said helplessly, Luo Lei's strength is unstoppable, and perhaps Sage of 6 Paths is unable to revolving heaven by himself. 35. Senju Tobarama nodded and said, we can't get involved in the ninja world, let's go. Puchi Puchi, accompanied by 2 crisp voices, first Hokage Senju Hashirama and second Hokage Senju Tobarama did not hesitate to lift the impure world reincarnation and return the soul to the Pure Land. No way, out of sight is pure, they are afraid to stay on their own. Insensitive to being beaten, without even the last bit of hope, even against the tide, he jumped into Luo Lei's camp and hugged Luo Lei's thigh. As for why it is not called Sarutobi Hiruzen, they are not blind, of course, they know that Sarutobi Hiruzen, a thing that can't support the wall, has been stunned, let him be beaten by society. First Hokage, second Hokage, you. Seeing Senju Hashirama Senju Tobarama who returned to the Pure Land after a disagreement, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was still in a dazed state, opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but found that he couldn't say anything. How high-spirited and confident he was just now, how embarrassed and bitter he is now. I thought that Katsuyu Immortal, Great Toad Sage, White Snake Immortal, and a Child of Destiny, Namikaze Minato, formed 6 Paths F4, they would definitely be able to suppress or even kill Luo Lei, but I didn't expect to be killed if they pretended not to. Having said that, P.S. Kneeling and begging for rewards, collections, flowers and evaluations, Mungshin, kneeling and begging all readers. Sarutobi Hiruzen also clenched his fists hard, cheering Namikaze Minato. A few seconds later, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath, turned his eyes to the Child of Destiny, Namikaze Minato, and said with high hopes, now the development of things is out of our control, everything can only be done. It's up to you, 99. Minato, it's up to you and the White Snake Immortal. However, Namikaze Minato, who was already frightened, showed an expression of powerlessness to ultimate, and a rare look of despair appeared in his eyes. After all, you are Destiny's child, the man who accepted the inheritance of Sage of 6 Paths. Luo Lei killed Immortal Katsuyu and Great Toad Sage neatly, which made Sarutobi Hiruzen still not willing to accept it. Chapter 204 Silly Namikaze Minato. However, Namikaze Minato, who was already frightened, showed an expression of powerlessness to ultimate, and a rare look of despair appeared in his eyes. FK. Third Hokage Sama standing and talking without back pain. Didn't you see that the Great Toad Sage and Katsuyu Immortals who had practiced for thousands of years were killed by Luo Lei? That means that the 6 Paths level ninjas, in front of Luo Lei, are not enough to watch. Even if he is the Child of Destiny, and also accepted the inheritance of Sage of 6 Paths. But, I don't know why, Namikaze Minato still has no confidence. it is because Luo Lei's strength is too strong and crushing, which makes him tremble a little. How? Seeing this scene, Sarutobi hears and said with a panicked expression, Minato, is it possible that you don't even have confidence? Lord Third Hokage, even if I accept the inheritance of Sage of Six Paths, it doesn't seem to be of any use. Hearing this sentence, Namikaze Minato showed a very bitter expression and said weakly, Luo Lei's strength must have surpassed the Six Paths level. Killing a Six Paths level ninja is like killing a dog. I am definitely not his opponent. No. You can definitely win. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen showed a mad look on his face, and said fiercely, you are the son of destiny, you will definitely be able to defeat Luo Lei. Having said that, Sarutobi Hiruzen is clearly incoherent. No way, he was finally resurrected. He thought he could counterattack Konoha Village, defeat Luo Lei, get back everything he lost, and restore his reputation as the strongest Hokage in history. Did not expect, advertisement Luo Lei's strength will be so strong. The fact that the Great Toad Sage and the Katsuyu Sage were not even able to fight back was something that Sarutobi Hiruzen could not accept and did not want to accept. Ms. Sarutobi, originally sitting on the ground, Jiraiya couldn't stand it and stood up tremblingly and said, with Luo Lei's strength, Minato is definitely not an opponent. If you leave the Green Hills without worrying about burning wood, you shouldn't force Minato. Snapped. The words are not finished yet. Sarutobi Hiruzen's inner anger poured out. He waved his hand to Jiraiya without hesitation, and scolded coldly. I'm talking, don't interrupt, you know? Namikaze Minato will definitely win, he is the destined son of Sage of Six Paths. Along with a roaring voice, Sarutobi Hiruzen said coldly, Jiraiya, you have disappointed me too much. Ms. Sarutobi, I let you down? Jiraiya, who was slapped in the face, rubbed her cheeks and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with disbelief, apparently not expecting Third Hokage to slap him. Teacher Sarutobi Hiruzen, you are crazy. The next moment, as if thinking of something, Jiraiya hurriedly looked at Namikaze Minato and said, Minato, the situation is set. You hurry up and find Sage of Six Paths. As long as you are still alive, there is still a chance. Don't listen to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Jiraiya, shut up for me. Sarutobi Hiruzen roared with a livid face and said, what on earth are you trying to do? Do you still have my teacher in your eyes? Minato is the son of destiny, and he will definitely win against Luo Lei. Ha ha ha. Jiraiya spread her hands and laughed miserably, and did not call Mr. Sarutobi Hiruzen, but called him by his first name, Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Times have changed. Even Great Toad Sage and Katsuyu Immortal being killed in seconds, we have no chance. No, we still have a chance. 99 advertisement Sarutobi Hiruzen fell into a state of madness, and said extremely coldly, Jiraiya, if you have no confidence in the will of fire, then get out of your way. Okay, teacher Jiraiya. Just when Jiraiya wanted to say something, Namikaze Minato took a deep breath, his eyes flashed with incomparable determination, as if he had made a decision, and said solemnly, I will not retreat, even if I die, I will fight to the end. 39. All right. Since the rise of Luo Lei, Namikaze Minato felt that he had been suppressed and breathless, especially after Kushina also fell into Luo Lei's arms, he felt that his life was completely gloomy. For flowers. So, after escaping Konoha Village like a lost dog, he dreams of returning to Konoha Village as a king. On the one hand, it is to prove the will of fire, and on the other hand, it is to prove his ability and take Kushina back. He is the man who has the last laugh. Now even if Great Toad Sage and Katsuyu Immortal were killed in seconds, he forced himself not to be afraid. Even if he died, he had to prove himself. Minato. Jiraiya smiled bitterly, and after shaking her head, she collapsed to the ground. He has already done what he should do, but Namikaze Minato is a stubborn one, and he has to fight with Luo Lei. Isn't that just courting death? Well, if you lose, let's die together. There is nothing left to miss. 0. Thinking of this, Jiraiya seemed to have figured it out and became relieved. Minato, your choice is correct. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't care so much, and said excitedly, you are the child of destiny chosen by Sage of Six Paths, and you will definitely explode in desperation and turn things around. Yes, Lord Third Hokage. Namikaze Minato nodded and said in a low tone, this time, I will fire all my energy and try not to disappoint you. Okay. Very good. 35 Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a gratified laugh and nodded with great satisfaction. Sure enough, at a critical moment, his apprentices were unreliable, and it was Namikaze Minato who was completely brainwashed by the will of fire. He has already decided that as long as Namikaze Minato can defeat Luo Lei and retake Konoha Village, then he will abolish the current 4th Hokage Uzumaki Kushina and let Namikaze Minato take the throne. As for himself, even if he is dead, he will shine for Konoha Village with the attitude of impure world reincarnation, spread the will of fire, assist Namikaze Minato behind the scenes, and be a great emperor. Chapter 205 Minato's attack. Certainly, the premise of everything is that Namikaze Minato can defeat Luo Lei. And watching the serious infighting broke out between Sarutobi Hiruzen, Jiraiya, Namikaze Minato. The White Snake Immortal, who was already timid, was extremely speechless in her heart, and her cheeks flashed with unsteady eyes. She could see it clearly. Sarutobi Hiruzen is an idiot, and Jiraiya and Namikaze Minato seem to be unreliable. Especially Namikaze Minato, there seems to be something wrong with this guy's brain. Now anyone with a discerning eye can see that Luo Lei has already achieved a general trend, and he is in a state of crushing the ninjas of the 6 paths level. The result is good. Namikaze Minato still has to fight against Luo Lei to the end. Is there something wrong with his brain? Or was he washed too much by the will of fire, causing his thinking to become abnormal? 310. The White Snake Immortal was taken into the pit. Still have a chance? Lord Namikaze Minato, you must avenge the Big Toad for wanting to avenge you? Yeah, the future of our Mount Myoboku is up to you. Please be sure to defeat the demon, Luo Lei, and Mount Myoboku is a bright world. The next moment, under the unbelievable expression of the White Snake Immortal, the remaining top leaders of Mount Myoboku such as Toad Wentai, Toad Jien, etc., could not clearly see the situation and made a voice full of hope. The meaning of the expression is very simple. They also believe in Destiny's Child, Namikaze Minato, very much. It's over. A ray of despair flashed in the eyes of the White Snake Immortal. It is very clear, so excited by the top of Mount Myoboku. Namikaze Minato will definitely not surrender and admit defeat. Instead, he will be resurrected with blood like a chicken. That's right, Minato, we all believe in you. Hearing these words, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked overjoyed, then he couldn't help clenching his fists, turning his eyes to Luo Lei in midair. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you really haven't changed at all, don't you know what you're doing, like a clown? At this time, Luo Lei crossed his arms, looked down at Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others, and said in a low voice, you will never have a chance to die sooner rather than later. You'd better accept your fate as soon as possible and go back to the Pure Land. Advertisement Sarutobi Hiruzen showed a very aggrieved expression. He wanted to say something cruel, but found a voice resounding in his heart, insinuating him crazily, Shinobu, you are Shinobu, you must endure, even if it is unbearable, you still need to endure. Only in this way can we have the last laugh, we can persevere to the end, and we can live to the end. Finally, third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen still chose to be the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Have nothing to say, he is an aspiring Hokage, unlike first Hokage Senju Hashirama and second Hokage Senju Tobirama, which voluntarily evacuate when they encounter difficulties. Being brave, not being brave and enduring, not being afraid of difficulties, is what he pursues. It's boring. Seeing that Sarutobi Hiruzen still chooses to be a Ninja Turtle, as always. Luo Lei shook his head helplessly, folded his arms around his chest, looked down at Namikaze Minato, and said calmly, if you kneel down and kowtow, I can consider letting you go. Luo Lei, don't get carried away, even if I lose, Sage of 6 Paths will not let you go. 35. Namikaze Minato took a deep breath, suppressed the fear in his heart, and pretended to be calm. One Namikaze Minato died, and there are thousands of Namikaze Minato. I won't let you succeed. 5. Oh, Luo Lei showed an indifferent expression and said, even if there are thousands of Namikaze Minato, what's the use? I will kill them all. When it comes to this, Luo Lei also said with some wickedness, Uzumaki Kushina, really moisturizing, especially wearing the Hokage Imperial robe. 35. Luo Lei. It's okay not to say, as soon as I mentioned Namikaze Minato's inner suffocation, I couldn't hold back. Uzumaki Kushina is his fiancé, isn't he? But Luo Lei took his love with a knife, and caused his fame to be ruined. He fled Konoha Village like a bereaved dog. Tolerate? No, he Namikaze Minato, can't bear it, won't bear it anymore. Minato, calm down. Advertisement seeing this, Immortal White Snake hurriedly said, Luo Lei is obviously playing with you, you must keep your head down and don't fall for his tricks. I can't calm down, with a terrifying wave of 6 Paths power. An extremely violent energy wave emerged from Namikaze Minato's body, stared at Luo Lei with eyes that would eat people, and said word by word, everything I lost, I will take back. 35. Swish. The voice did not fall, a cracking sound resounded. Namikaze Minato appeared behind Luo Lei in a flash, and with a slight hold of his right hand, a truth-seeking ball with terrifying power emerged, slammed into Luo Lei's back, and said coldly, go to hell. 99. However, in the face of Namikaze Minato's vain violence, Luo Lei didn't seem to notice at all, standing still, allowing Namikaze Minato to attack. The next moment, the black truth-seeking ball bombarded Luo Lei fiercely, and at the moment of the explosion, Namikaze Minato used the Flying Thunder God technique to disappear in place. Boom! A deafening roar resounded. Under the eyes of the public, the black truth-seeking ball erupted with an extremely terrifying energy shockwave, causing the air to burst. There are even 5.5 space cracks visible to the naked eye. Whether it's the high-level executives of Mount Myoboku, such as Toad Bunta, Toad Jien, or the White Snake Immortal, Jiraiya, and Sarutobi Hiruzen, some people seem to be in disbelief, and they can't help rubbing their eyes. Shock. Looking at the explosion scene that seems to destroy the world. Could it be that Luo Lei is a paper tiger, gold and jade are lost in the outside world? He seems to be very powerful, but he is actually strong outside and hard at the same time. Namikaze Minato actually attacked Luo Lei? Extremely shocking. Facing the terrifying power of truth-seeking ball, I am afraid that Luo Lei will have to peel off his skin if he does not die. What's the situation? Chapter 206 Perseverance. Minato, nice job. Perceiving the terrifying power generated by the explosion of the truth-seeking ball, Sarutobi Hiruzen's tense heart finally loosened, and he couldn't help but waved his fist excitedly. What else can I say? Namikaze Minato didn't make a shot, but it was earth-shattering as soon as he shot, as if he was going to destroy everything. Even Luo Lei was hit head-on. Is that so? The White Snake Immortal was also a little confused. I thought Luo Lei was a super invincible and invincible king, but I didn't expect it to be a bronze. Easily hit by Namikaze Minato's truth-seeking ball. It's just incredible. Namikaze Minato-sama, it's too awesome. Under this blow, Luo Lei will have to peel off his skin even if he doesn't die? 35. As expected of Destiny's Child, Namikaze Minato is a king when he makes a move. Soon, after the initial silence, there was an uproar at the scene, and the high-level executives of Mount Myoboku, such as Gao Wentai and Gao Jien, were even more excited to cry. Because, with this blow from Namikaze Minato, let them see the dawn and hope of winning. Something's wrong. Luo Lei doesn't dodge, it's too easy. At this time, Namikaze Minato, who used the Flying Thunder God technique to leave the central area of the explosion, was also confused and puzzled. Obviously, he didn't understand. Why is this happening? Luo Lei didn't even try to hide, just so abruptly endured his attack. It's that he's too strong, or as Luo Lei Jinyu succumbed to it. Namikaze Minato has some doubts. Sure enough, 6 pads level attacks are useless to me. But, just at this time, accompanied by a calm voice, Luo Lei flew out from the center of the explosion in a flash, looked at Namikaze Minato not far away, and said in a low voice, "You are really too weak, the attack you just hit is only worthy of tickle." Advertisement quiet. There were originally some happy and excited scenes, but they fell into silence in an instant. All of a sudden, the eyes of countless people in Mount Myoboku stared at Luo Lei in midair in disbelief. Not even the clothes were damaged. What? The White Snake Immortal was the first to react, and screamed in horror. The whole person was incomparably horrified. What's the meaning? Abruptly got hit by Namikaze Minato's 6-pads Senju truth-seeking ball, but there's no sign of injury. Is there a mistake? After all, is this the 6-pads magic truth-seeking ball? How strong is Luo Lei's defense? The White Snake Immortal can no longer imagine. Really, still too young, Luo Lei seems to be playing with them from beginning to end, and doesn't take them seriously. At this time, more than a White Snake Fairy, even the top leaders of Mount Myoboku such as Toad Bunta and Toad Ken, as well as 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, the excited and happy expressions on their cheeks froze, and their eyes stared blankly at Luo Lei, who was intact in midair. The heart is like being poured a spoonful of cold water. The heart is cool and the heart is cool. They thought of many possibilities, but they didn't expect that Luo Lei's defense would be so pervert, that even the 6-pads level attack was like a tickling. Terrified, even an idiot knows that it's not that Namikaze Minato is too strong, but that Luo Lei is too lazy to avoid Namikaze Minato's attack. And the gap between the sky and the earth made Sarutobi Hiruzen and others a burst of despair and helplessness. Certainly, among them Jiraiya, the expression from the beginning to the end has not changed in any way. It seems that this scene has already been expected. It's over. Everything's over. Sarutobi Hiruzen in Pure World Reincarnation's body trembled a few times, as if thinking of something. His legs went limp and he slumped on the ground, his body trembling constantly. He is very clear. Things have developed so far. Advertisement. Even if he thinks Destiny Child, Namikaze Minato can defeat Luo Lei, it's just wishful thinking. The ideal is full, the reality is cruel, he has to accept. Alas. How lonely is invincible. In midair, Luo Lei stretched and said with sigh, "Minato, you are a talented person, but unfortunately, you have gone astray." 55. Ha ha ha, I didn't go astray. After hearing this, Namikaze Minato looked cold, suppressed the fear in his heart, and roared frantically. "Everything is you. If it weren't for you, I would be the hero of the 3 wars, and I would also become the 4th Hokage, and I would marry a beautiful woman and turn the fire will to flourish." When it comes to this, Namikaze Minato also showed a crazy expression and said coldly, "You stole everything from me, and you made me fall to such a level that even if I die, I will not compromise or give in. Where the leaves are flying, the fire will continue to grow. The fire will continue to illuminate the village and allow the new leaves to sprout. Even if I sacrifice today, it is not meaningless, but it will inspire young people to resist you from generation to generation until one day I can defeat you." 310. The voice has not fallen. A terrifying aura emanated from Namikaze Minato's body again. Now that things have developed, he has no way to retreat. Even if he dies, he has to fight for a breath. After all, he is the son of destiny. Actually, deep inside, Namikaze Minato still has some luck. That is, as the child of destiny, he will definitely be blessed by Sage of 6 Paths. If Sage of 6 Paths appears at a critical moment, then he can turn defeat into victory. Minato, as expected, is the most faithful inheritor of the Will of Fire. Listening to Namikaze Minato's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was already in despair, still had a little hope. What if Minato exploded and defeated Luo Lei? The Will of Fire, you have no cure. In midair, Luo Lei was a little angry, and said neatly, "Since you are looking for death, then I will fulfill you and let you go to the Pure Land. The glory of the Will of Fire." What's so special? This Namikaze Minato is really shameless. His brain has been wadded. In this case, then he will kill Namikaze Minato and Sarutobi Hiruzen today. Chapter 207. Kill Minato, kill Sarutobi Special. This Namikaze Minato is really shameless, and the brain has been wadded. If that's the case, then he will kill Namikaze Minato and Sarutobi Hiruzen today. To let them know that the world of ninja has changed, and no matter how hard they try, it's just a stubborn resistance. As for whether Sage of Six Paths will appear at a critical moment, Luo Lei is not worried at all. It is reasonable not to appear. After all, Namikaze Minato, Great Toad Sage, White Snake Immortal, Katsuyu Immortal are just tools in the hands of Sage of Six Paths. They're valuable and can be used. It's worthless, so of course it's thrown away. And if it appears, it is a double happiness, just in time to overturn Sage of Six Paths. Alright. In fact, after upgrading the peak Motherland template to the super potential of silver. For Otsutsuki Homura, Otsutsuki Hagoromo, Otsutsuki Kagaya, and even the Otsutsuki Ice style, Otsutsuki Peach style, Otsutsuki Gold style, etc., which have not yet appeared, he did not pay much attention to it. The Six Paths level is very strong, but, in front of Bayan Dachao, it is still not enough to see. Anyway, he will kill as many as there are, and he will never show mercy. It's completely over. Hearing Luo Lei's ruthless words, the White Snake Immortal showed a look of despair. The whole person was extremely messy, and he scolded Namikaze Minato hundreds of times in his heart. Special, Luo Lei has given you a chance, but you don't know how to cherish it. You also said that wherever the leaves are flying, the fire is endless. You are a fool who has been brainwashed by the will of fire. As long as you can live, there is still a chance. It's good now, everything is over. Luo Lei, I'm not convinced. At this time, Namikaze Minato didn't care so much. The power of the Six Paths in the whole body was surging frantically, and he said resolutely, I will take back everything I lost. How old are you? In the air, Luo Lei's eyes turned cold, and he said, giving something to a shameless dog is really courting death. Swish. The next moment, a cracking sound rang out. Luo Lei's body disappeared in midair. Namikaze Minato's expression changed suddenly, and he wanted to form a seal and use the Flying Thunder God technique to avoid Luo Lei's attack. However, advertisement it's too late. How fast Luo Lei is now, maybe even he doesn't know. Therefore, even though Namikaze Minato had reached the Six Paths level, he couldn't react. The special Flying Thunder God had not been thrown out. Luo Lei appeared in front of him and slapped him. Snapped. A crisp voice sounded. Namikaze Minato's body flew out and hit the ground hundreds of meters away. And this is just the beginning. Clap, clap, clap. The next moment, accompanied by a sound of slapped faces. I saw Namikaze Minato, who entered the Six Paths level, was like a sandbag. Luo Lei slapped him to the ground, with no chance of fighting back. Even though Namikaze Minato used the truth-seeking ball for defense. Nor any egg use, Luo Lei slapped the truth-seeking ball with a slap, and slapped his cheek accurately. Suffocated, very embarrassed, being slapped and slapped. Namikaze Minato felt that his face was about to be smashed, and even the dignity, confidence, and arrogance in his heart were smashed a little bit. So that, by the end Namikaze Minato was not very defensive. He is very clear, Luo Lei didn't just kill him neatly. Just to humiliate him, since that's the case, he will accept his fate. Not accepting his fate is not enough, his strength is not enough, he doesn't even have the chance to resist. This, seeing Namikaze Minato being slapped constantly, the entire Mount Myoboku also fell into a silence, such as White Snake Immortal, Toad Bunta, Toad Jien, Jiraiya, etc., all showed blank and desperate expressions. What else can I say? Didn't you see that even Namikaze Minato of Destiny Child was slapped like crazy? What are you still struggling and resisting? The so-called ancestor of the ninja world, Luo Lei, is a being who can do whatever he wants, and does things unscrupulously and invincibly. They have all given up, they will die if they die. Advertisement if you regret it, there is still a little bit of regret. If you knew it was such a situation, even if you gave them for courage, they would not dare to provoke Luo Lei. Unfortunately, there is no regret medicine in the ninja world. Certainly, the most desperate and unbelievable third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. He finally looked forward to being resurrected by Impure World Reincarnation. He thought he could get back everything he lost, Kunlin Konoha Village. But he didn't expect that he took everything for granted. Facing the Great Toad Sage, White Snake Immortal, Katsuyu Immortal, Child of Destiny, Six Paths F4 composed of Namikaze Minato, Luo Lei completely ignored it and simply crushed it neatly. Everything that happened to Namikaze Minato now, even Sarutobi Hiruzen, who revived Impure World Reincarnation, felt his scalp tingle and couldn't help himself. At the same time, snapped, another crisp voice sounded. Namikaze Minato was fanned hundreds of meters away and smashed into a pothole. At this point, if anyone looked closely, they would find that Namikaze Minato's cheeks were bloodied, and his body had withdrawn from Six Paths mode, lying weakly in the pothole. 66. Why? With only his last breath left, Namikaze Minato showed a bitter expression. Obviously he is the son of destiny, why can't he win Luo Lei? Could it be that Luo Lei is the real child of destiny? Go to hell. Luo Lei was not in the habit of wasting time, the red light in his eyes flashed away, and he slammed at Namikaze Minato. Boom. An explosion sounded. Namikaze Minato's body was bombarded alive by the heat vision, his flesh and blood flew, and he couldn't die any longer. Boom. Before Sarutobi Hiruzen could seal, Impure World Reincarnation's body was bombarded by Luo Lei's hot gaze. Another explosion sounded. P.S. Kneeling and begging for rewards, collections, flowers and evaluations. Mungshin, kneeling and begging all readers. Young pity, scholars can be killed but not humiliated. It's too late for everything together. At the moment of Namikaze Minato's death, Sarutobi Hiruzen began to seal, and wanted to return to the Pure Land by contacting Impure World Reincarnation. Chapter 208 Jiraiya kills Sarutobi Hiruzen. Boom! Another explosion sounded. Before Sarutobi Hiruzen could seal, Impure World Reincarnation's body was bombarded by Luo Lei's hot gaze. But, as the body of Impure World Reincarnation, plus Luo Lei didn't use the power of 6 paths. Even if it was bombed, Sarutobi Hiruzen was not dead, but countless dust started to gather. After about a minute, Sarutobi Hiruzen's body appeared in place again, trembling and kneeling on the ground. The whole person was shocked to the ultimate. How is this possible? My soul has been severely wounded. So what second Hokage Senju Tobirama said is true, Luo Lei's attack can work on the soul. Accompanied by muttering voices, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was kneeling on the ground, was completely desperate and his heart was ashes. He is not a fool and a fool, of course. I know that this unscrupulous Luo Lei is playing with him wantonly. What's more, he didn't have time to seal the seal to exit Impure World Reincarnation State 310, which led him to be like an ant, letting Luo Lei do whatever he wanted. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you must be suffering, right? In midair, Luo Lei's mouth twitched slightly, and he said softly, the body of Impure World Reincarnation is immortal, but Laozi can strike your soul. When it comes to this, Luo Lei also pointedly added, Laozi wants you to never be born again. 9. Alright. After upgrading the peak motherland template to the silver super potential, Luo Lei can basically control the original power of the motherland at will. He just used a little original power to let Sarutobi Hiruzen experience the heavy damage that touches the soul. What? After hearing this, if Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was kneeling on the ground, was struck by lightning, his whole body would suddenly feel bad. If he can't be reborn forever, doesn't that mean that his soul can't return to the Pure Land, and from now on, he will die completely? Advertisement unacceptable. Sarutobi Hiruzen could not accept such a tragic result. No. You can't do that. BHFF, want to go back to the Pure Land. Wrong. I was wrong. Lord Luo Lei, please let me go and let me return to the Pure Land. Lord Luo Lei, you don't remember villains. I used to be obsessed with ghosts. Please walk around me again. Accompanied by the screams of begging for mercy, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was frightened, didn't bother to care about his face and dignity, and in the public eye, he directly began to kowtow to Luo Lei to admit his mistake. No way, he didn't want to lose his soul in the ninja world. As long as he can return to the Pure Land, he may have a chance to reincarnate one day in the future. Once there is no soul, that's the end of it, which Sarutobi Hiruzen can't accept and doesn't want to accept. So, at the last moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen completely gave up the little pride and dignity in his heart and began to kowtow to Luo Lei for mercy. See this scene. A sullen look flashed in the eyes of the White Snake Immortal. Sarutobi Hiruzen's reaction, in its unexpected and reasonable, faced the threat of soul death. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen finally gave up the last glimpse of fantasy. Why doesn't it want to do this, Ms. Sarutobi? Jiraiya showed a sad expression, opened her mouth, wanted to say something, but said nothing. After Namikaze Minato died, his heart was already dead. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen kneeling and begging for mercy, a sneer flashed in his heart. It turned out that third Hokage, the strongest Hokage in history, also had today. It's over, we're all screwed. Forget it, let's give up our resistance. The Great Toad Sage is dead, it's time for us to follow the Great Toad Sage. The high-level leaders of Mount Myoboku, such as Gao Wenta, Gao Jien, etc., also gave up their resistance in dejection after looking at each other. The combination of the three great immortals and the Son of Destiny, Namikaze Minato, was considered to be disintegrating, and they did not have any chance. As expected of you, Sarutobi Hiruzen. In midair, Luo Lei looked down at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was kowtowing and begging for mercy, showing an expression that he had expected, and he had nothing to say in his heart. Advertisement: if third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was stubborn, he would still look up to Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the current state is Sarutobi Hiruzen's character and style of conduct. Shinobu, unbearable, need to endure. As long as one can live, even dignity and face can be given up, and the Tao of forbearance is brought into full play. Jiraiya, you killed Sarutobi Hiruzen. The next moment, Luo Lei seemed to have thought of something and said meaningfully, as long as you kill your own teacher, then I will let you go and let you continue to live with tolerance. Boundary. Impossible. Jiraiya refused without thinking, stood up with her head held high, and said with a broken jar. Shike cannot be humiliated. You can kill me if you have the ability. I will not be afraid. 99. However, Jiraiya, who was not afraid of death, was handsome in less than 3 seconds before being interrupted by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Jiraiya, what nonsense are you talking about? Snapped. A crisp slap sounded. Sarutobi Hiruzen walked in front of Jiraiya with a brisk walk, and said coldly and mercilessly, "You scoundrel, Lord Luo Lei told you to kill me, so what are you doing with so much nonsense?" Teacher Sarutobi, I snapped, it's not over yet. Another very crisp slap slapped Jiraiya's cheek. Do it. Sarutobi Hiruzen said grimly, "Don't force me to kill you, you unfilial person." 66. Being slapped twice in a row, Jiraiya was completely stunned, especially looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen's distorted cheeks. She just felt so unfamiliar, and her heart was cold for a while. When Mr. Sarutobi has become like this, it is good. After a few seconds, Jiraiya nodded with a miserable smile and said, Teacher Sarutobi, I will kill you myself. 99. Chapter 209 Don't kill, integrate the three holy lands. It is good. After a few seconds, Jiraiya nodded with a miserable smile and said, Teacher Sarutobi, I will kill you myself. After saying this, Jiraiya's cheeks showed a painful expression. He thought that his heart would no longer hurt, and he was numb. Now it seems that he is too naive. Luo Lei's actions have made him experience more terrible pain than death. Especially seeing Mr. Sarutobi's dazed appearance, his heart is even more uncomfortable. After all, it was installed by Luo Lei. From beginning to end, the clowns are the ones who want to counterattack Konoha Village. Go ahead, hurry up. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a happy face, My good boy, you must live well. Fire-style big flame bullet. Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen's changing face, Jiraiya resisted the nausea in his heart, chakra surging all over his body. His hands quickly formed seals, and his mouth spit out a chakra refining oil, and at the same time used fire-style ninjutsu to make it combustion. Boom. The next moment, with terrifying flame fluctuations, Sarutobi Hiruzen's body was covered in fire by Impure World Reincarnation. Impure World Reincarnation Solution. Sarutobi Hiruzen sensed the painless flames on his body, carefully glanced at Luo Lei in midair, and found that he didn't have any response, so he made a seal with his hands at a very fast speed, releasing Impure World Reincarnation. Just started, Sarutobi Hiruzen still has some concerns that Luo Lei's words are not good enough. But, when the last seal was finished, Sarutobi Hiruzen breathed a sigh of relief. His soul could return to the Pure Land. If this time failed, the next time might not be the case. That's right, Sarutobi Hiruzen has not given up hope. Advertisement. It's a pity that Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't know that the current Luo Lei didn't take him seriously at all. No matter what kind of unnecessary struggles he made, it was useless. After all, if you've seen a Tyrannosaurus Rex, would you care what an ant thinks? Ha ha. Watching Sarutobi Hiruzen Impure World Reincarnation's body turn into a piece of dust, Luo Lei shook his head lazily, and had no desire to do anything. Anyway, no one can stop him from doing whatever he wants. As long as you dare to stop, you will have to pay a price like blood. Forget it, I'm not alive anymore. After killing third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, a look of determination flashed across Jiraiya's cheeks, and without any warning, he took out a kunai and inserted it into his heart. Even his apprentice, Destiny's child, Namikaze Minato is dead. What's the point of his life? It is better to go to the Pure Land. The things in the ninja world have been sorted out. Puff. This is the sound of the heart spurting blood. Jiraiya looked up at Luo Lei in midair with a complicated look and fell to the ground with a shudder. If there is a choice, Konoha Village should have killed Luo Lei in the third battle. Now, everything is over. The Hokage faction is a complete defeat. Sarutobi Hiruzen was insulted. Jiraiya was forced to commit suicide. Now it's my turn? After Sarutobi Hiruzen's soul returned to the Pure Land and Jiraiya committed suicide, the body of the White Snake Immortal couldn't help shivering, and she could only stand there trembling, not even daring to breathe. Joke. With Great Toad Sage, Katsuyu Immortal, Child of Destiny, Namikaze Minato's foreshadowing, it has no courage to resist, and plans to face death calmly. Immortal White Snake, you have integrated the power of the three holy places. In midair, Luo Lei didn't even look at Jiraiya, who committed suicide, and said in a low voice, From now on, the three holy places will be the cultivation places of Konoha Village. Do you understand? Abaj. The White Snake Fairy, who was already ready to die. After listening to this sentence, I was stunned for a while, and then I couldn't help but exclaimed in excitement and disbelief after I reacted. Happiness came so suddenly. This Luo Lei is really out of line. After killing Katsuyu Immortal, Great Toad Sage, Child of Destiny, Namikaze Minato, and the forced suicide of Jiraiya, he actually wanted to let it go. Let it integrate the three holy places. This is undoubtedly the meaning of being reused. Advertisement. Ask for flowers, Lord Luo Lei, I understand. A few seconds later, the White Snake Immortal turned into a licking dog, and hurriedly said excitedly, Don't worry, I will definitely not disappoint you. What? Quick, we're going to commit suicide. We must commit suicide, and we cannot let Luo Lei's plot succeed. 35. At this time, the top management of Mount Myoboku, such as Gao Wentai and Gao Jian, also reacted, and they all showed expressions of extreme horror. Obviously, they did not expect that such a change would happen when they had reached the final stage. This Luo Lei suddenly stopped killing the White Snake Immortal. This is too unreasonable to play cards, right? Zero still need to integrate the three holy places? Does that mean that from now on the three holy sites will be exclusive to Konoha Village? It was unbearable and unbearable. Almost in an instant, the top executives of Mount Myoboku, such as Gao Wentai and Gao Jian, wanted to learn Jiraiya, and they simply committed suicide. Even if I get Mount Myoboku, it's just an empty shell. Dottage. Hearing these words, Luo Lei said with a flat face, If you dare to commit suicide, I will kill countless toads in Mount Myoboku. The voice did not fall. Toad Bunta, Toad Jian and other high-level bodies of Mount Myoboku froze, and they looked at each other and could see the hesitation in their eyes. Dead? Or alive? They are caught in a difficult choice. More importantly, they all knew that with Luo Lei's character, they could do such a thing. So, for the toads of Mount Myoboku, they really can't be cruel. I don't know how long it took. Toad Wentai was suppressed in the heart of dripping blood, and he said with a painful expression, Lord Luo Lei, we will be obedient, and we will cooperate with the White Snake Immortal. Chapter 210 Scare Away Homura and Yui. That's right. After listening to the words of Toad Bunta, Toad Jien, who is also a senior member of Mount Myoboku, hesitated for a moment and nodded bitterly. There is nothing to say. In the face of the extremely powerful Luo Lei, they really do not have any resistance to resist. They can only survive and survive. As for resistance, forget it. They simply dare not take the countless toads of Mount Myoboku as a bet. Therefore, with Toad Wenta, Toad Jien and other high-level leaders. Some of the remaining high-level leaders of Mount Myoboku also chose to surrender and accept their fate, and there was no desire to resist in their hearts. Joke. With the lessons of Great Toad Sage, Katsuyu Sage, and Destiny Child Namikaze Minato, they are completely numb and convinced. It is impossible to resist, 310, or choose to live like a lost dog. If the Great Toad Sage were still alive, they would definitely understand their actions. After all, they really had no choice, and they were also trying to preserve Mount Myoboku's living power. Lord Luo Lei, don't worry, I won't let you down. Seeing that the high-level officials of Mount Myoboku and others have chosen to surrender, the White Snake Immortal has no hesitation, and hurriedly added, from now on, the 3 holy places will be merged into one, and they will completely obey your orders. 35 Luo Lei nodded lightly and said, that's it, you can start integrating the 3 holy places. Laugh. After saying this, Luo Lei's mind moved, he withdrew from the 6 paths mode, and added plainly, I believe you are a smart person who knows what to do and what not to do. Immortal White Snake was stunned for a moment, and she understood it in seconds. She hurriedly knelt down on one knee, and hurriedly said, Lord Luo Lei, starting today, I will make a clean break with Sage of 6 Paths. It doesn't matter. Advertisement Luo Lei shook his head disapprovingly. Anyway, he didn't kill the White Snake Immortal just on a whim. If Immortal White Snake behaves well, he will keep him alive. If he does not behave well, then wait for the punishment from the ancestors of the ninja world. Correct, sudden, just at this time, the White Snake Immortal seemed to have thought of something, and said solemnly, Lord Luo Lei, this time our 3 holy lands and Namikaze Minato joined forces. In fact, Otsutsuki Homura secretly coerced and lured us. I didn't want to come, but he threatened me with Ryuchi Cave and forced me to leave me with no choice. 99. Speaking of this, the White Snake Immortal's tone was obviously extremely unhappy, and she said solemnly, now I give up the darkness and turn to the light. I hope Lord Luo Lei can punish Otsutsuki Homura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo. The corners of Luo Lei's mouth twitched slightly, and he said meaningfully, Otsutsuki Homura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo, did you enjoy watching the play? The voice did not fall. Mount Myoboku reported 2 slight spatial fluctuations. What? How is this possible? 2 dogs, Otsutsuki Homura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo, are actually watching in secret? Perceiving the spatial fluctuations that only the 6 paths level can perceive, the White Snake Immortal showed a stunned expression, and the snake's eyes flashed with doubtful eyes. What's more, he never thought that Otsutsuki Homura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo were watching secretly. Doesn't that mean that they witnessed the death of the Great Toad Sage, the Sage Katsuyu, and the son of Fate Namikaze Minato? Even if Great Toad Sage, Katsuyu Immortal, Namikaze Minato were defeated and died, Otsutsuki Homura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo were hiding in the dark, as stable as Mount Tai, not only did not shoot, but also witnessed it in secret. Thinking of this, White Snake Immortal's mentality is out of balance, and his heart is full of anger and hatred to ultimate. Advertisement FK. Otsutsuki Homura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo used them and didn't dare to show up. Do they really consider them to be tools and throw them away when they're used up? Now they've been run away by Mr. Luo Lei, which is really embarrassing. Ha 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 ha. Otsutsuki Homura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo, just hide in the dark and tremble. At this time, Luo Lei didn't care so much. He laughed meaningfully and said, sooner or later, I will make you 2 brothers kneel on the ground and call dad. Alright. From the very beginning Luo Lei felt that Otsutsuki Homura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo were watching in secret. So, from the beginning to the end, he did not show any mercy, killing Great Toad Sage, Katsuyu Immortal, Child of Destiny Namikaze Minato, like killing a dog, just wanted to tell Otsutsuki Homura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo that his strength is very strong, and your plan has been if you fail, you should hide in the dark and tremble like a clown. As expected, even the legendary Sage of 6 Paths was scared away. See this scene. Toad Bunta, Toad Jien and other senior leaders of Mount Myoboku lowered their heads and breathed a sigh of relief involuntarily, not knowing what to say anymore. Today's Luo Lei, it was so strong that even Sage of 6 Paths didn't dare to swipe the edge, didn't dare to show his face, and was scared away. Even if it is as strong as Sage of 6 Paths, it is all bullshit and does not exist. Great Toad Sage is really dead wrong. In midair, a smile flashed in Luo Lei's eyes, and he muttered to himself, Sage of 6 Paths, the show has just begun. You can run the monk, but not the temple. This time to Mount Myoboku, Luo Lei could only show a disdainful smile, and simply suppressed everything. And Otsutsuki Kagaya, Laozi wants to show you what an ancestor is. Alright. Luo Lei just wanted to take revenge on the Great Toad Sage, but he did not expect that the Sage of 6 Paths had already begun to be laid out in advance. He also united the 3 Holy Lands and Namikaze Minato to combine first Hokage, second Hokage, third Hokage with Impure World Reincarnation, deal with him together. Especially when he double-killed third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, his heart was actually very comfortable. If he didn't accept it once, he would do it twice, and if he didn't accept it twice, he would do it 3 times. Anyway, he had decided on Sarutobi Hiruzen. Strive to beat 5.5 you all at once. To this. 7HK Chapter 211, The Silly Sage of 6 Paths Correct. Take advantage of the natural energy that has been accumulated for thousands of years in Mount Myoboku. He also successfully broke through to the 6 Paths level and became a 6 Paths ancestor, which can be regarded as 3 happy moments. Thinking of this, after Luo Lei glanced down at Mount Myoboku, he ordered to the White Snake Immortal. Integrate the 3 holy places as quickly as possible. If you don't accept it, kill it and you're done. Immortal White Snake showed a cold expression and said solemnly, I know what to do. Laugh. A cracking sound rang out. Luo Lei disappeared on Mount Myoboku in a flash. Call. After Luo Lei left, the White Snake Immortal couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. If you look at it so carefully, you will find that the White Snake Immortal's forehead is wisps of cold sweat for some reason, apparently frightened by Luo Lei's invisible pressure. Finally gone. From now on, let's be obedient. Mount Myoboku has become a history, and we've run out of 17 options. As for Gao Jian, Gao Wentai and other high-level executives of Mount Myoboku, they all slumped on the ground with extremely complicated expressions. This time, Mount Myoboku was severely damaged, and even Immortal Fukasaku, Immortal Jima, and Great Toad Sage were killed in seconds. It can only be said that Luo Lei's strength is too strong, and they are unable to resist, no, more accurately, has lost the courage and thought to resist. Sage of 6 Paths, you're a real 6th. Soon, the White Snake Immortal wiped the cold sweat on his forehead before gritted his teeth and said, You treat us as a big grievance, so I'm sorry, now we've turned against the water. Faced with the terrifying Lord Luo Lei, I'd like to see when you can be proud. Alright. Advertisement after seeing the true power of Luo Lei. The White Snake Immortal has virtually become Luo Lei's loyal licking dog, and he doesn't think Sage of 6 Paths will be Luo Lei's opponent. Now just waiting for the big battle to break out. He wants to see Sage of 6 Paths being crushed and beaten by Lord Luo Lei. At the same time, inside a strange alien space, laugh. A spatial fluctuation is generated. I saw 2 figures in the 6 Paths imperial robes hurriedly flew in. If you look closely, you can see that these 2 figures seem to be frightened, and their cheeks are full of disbelief and horror. Look. That's right, these 2 were Otsutsuki Homura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo. After bewitching the White Snake Immortal, Great Toad Sage, Katsuyu Immortal, and Child of Destiny, Namikaze Minato of the 3 Holy Lands, the 2 thought they were infallible. After all, whether it was the White Snake Immortal, Great Toad Sage, Katsuyu Immortal, or accepted the inheritance the Namikaze Minato, the strength is not weak. Once united, suppressing Luo Lei should be a sure bet. But I didn't expect that the ideal is very plump, but the reality is very skinny. After Luo Lei sensed the aura of Otsutsuki Homura, he suddenly located at Mount Myoboku, and burst into a warehouse stronger than 10 tails. He absorbed the natural energy accumulated by Mount Myoboku for thousands of years and entered the 6 Paths level. What made the scalps of Otsutsuki Homura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo tingle even more was that, after Luo Lei entered the 6 Paths level, without using the power of 6 Paths, he crushed Great Toad Sage, Katsuyu Immortal, Child of Destiny, Namikaze Minato. Terrified, how strong should Luo Lei be? Therefore, after Luo Lei sensed the breath of the 2 of them, Otsutsuki Homura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo hardly hesitated and fled like bereaved dogs. No way, not that they want to go, but Luo Lei's strength is too strong. Let Otsutsuki Homura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo have little confidence and courage. Advertisement I thought I could crush it wantonly, but I was slapped in the face. When I thought of this, whether it was Otsutsuki Homura or Otsutsuki Hagoromo, the faces were very ugly and aggrieved. Actually Otsutsuki Homura is fine, anyway, he was just a high-level toolman. If he was beaten in the face, he was beaten, no big deal. But, Sage of 6 Paths felt a little uncomfortable and wanted to cry. After sealing his mother, Otsutsuki Kagaya, he managed to take control of the ninja world. However, at the crucial moment, Luo Lei was born inadvertently, disrupting everything. When he reacted and wanted to suppress it, he found that it was too late. The killed Great Toad Sage, Katsuyu Immortal, Child of Destiny, Namikaze Minato was the most obvious example. How to do? What to do now? 35 Sage of 6 Paths, who has been frightened, has a fluctuating expression, and his head is a mess. At this time, he had a feeling of powerlessness. In the past, no matter what happened, he thought that everything was in the master, but he never thought that Luo 310 Lei's strength gave him a sense of despair. Especially after seeing Great Toad Sage, Katsuyu Sage, Destiny Child, Namikaze Minato being spiked. Sage of 6 Paths is a shocking spirit. Otsutsuki Homura sighed and wisely said nothing more. This time, I miscalculated. The next moment, I will definitely not miscalculate. Luo Lei, you did give me a surprise. You wait for me. I, Sage of 6 Paths, will not admit defeat. Beyond their control, what's even scarier is that the current Luo Lei doesn't use his real power at all, which is a bit of a pain in the A. P.S. Kneeling and begging for rewards, collections, flowers and evaluations, Mungshin, kneeling and begging all readers. No matter how strong he is, he must be suppressed and sealed. 35. Luo Lei's growth. After an unknown amount of time, Sage of Six Paths made a frenzied sound, and a frenzied expression flashed on its cheeks. No, Luo Lei cannot be allowed to go on unscrupulously. Because, I don't know how strong Luo Lei is, so I can't think of a way to deal with it. They can only be in a state of passive defense forever, hiding in the dark and not daring to show up. Chapter 212 The Shock of the Ninja World, The Discomfort of Black Zetsu, for subscription. Have nothing to say, as the legendary Sage of Six Paths, Otsutsuki Hagoromo is impossible to admit defeat, nor easily give up the ninja world. At the beginning, in order to gain the world of ninja, he could be said to have deceived his teacher and destroyed his ancestors. He joined his younger brother Otsutsuki Homura to seal his mother Otsutsuki Kagaya. Now, no matter what, he will find a way to seal Luo Lei as well. Even if Luo Lei's strength is very strong and has reached the point of no solution, he will find a way. After all, he is Sage of Six Paths, big brother. Luo Lei is not only powerful, even chakra surpasses 10 tails. Do we really still have a chance? At this time, Otsutsuki Homura couldn't help but let out a trembling voice under the changing expression on his face. How come there is no chance? Hearing this sentence, Sage of Six Paths said with a gloomy expression. Even if Luo Lei has a chakra that surpasses 10 tails, I will not be afraid of him. After saying this, Sage of Six Paths also added with a gloomy expression. No matter how strong Luo Lei is, I can't admit defeat. The ninja world belongs to me. If he wants to take it away, that's impossible, unless from step on my corpse. Ahe. Otsutsuki Homura suddenly stopped talking. What else can I say? The development of things has been beyond his expectations. As a tool person, he can only go to the dark with his elder brother Otsutsuki Hagoromo. Everyone is a grasshopper on the same boat, and he can only take one step at a time. As for whether we can beat Luo Lei, he didn't need to worry, as the sky was falling and there was his big brother Otsutsuki Hagoromo. We continue to observe secretly. After an unknown period of time, Immortal Dao took a deep breath, gritted his teeth and said, now that Luo Lei is in full swing, let our stupid third brother feel the oppression from Luo Lei. By the way, let our mother Otsutsuki Kagaya sense his despair. Otsutsuki Homura's eyes lit up with a thoughtful expression. Luo Lei, you wait for me. A momentary defeat is nothing, the real battle has just begun? Ha ha ha, I will have the last laugh. Advertisement. With one after another incompetent and furious laughter, Sage of Six Paths Otsutsuki Hagoromo looked mad. Influenced by, the entire alien space began to vibrate violently. It seems to crash at any moment, at the same time. In the ninja world, with the 3 holy places surrendered to Konoha Village, Great Toad Sage, Katsuyu Immortal, Son of Destiny, Namikaze Minato was killed by Luo Lei, and the White Snake Immortal surrendered. And after the news spread that first Hokage Senju Hashirama of Impure World Reincarnation, second Hokage Senju Tobarama was scared away, third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was killed by Jiraiya, etc. The ninja world, which was already shaking, has set off a stormy sea again, and it can't be calmed down at all. No way, no one thought. After Uchiha Madara was resurrected and kidnapped 8 tails, 5 tails, 4 tails. The god of the ninja world of Konoha Village, Luo Lei started to do things again, and directly released a shocking king in the ninja world. He killed the Great Toad Sage of Mount Myoboku, the Katsuyu Immortal of Shibone Forest, and accepted the Sage of Six Destiny Child of Paths Heritage, Namikaze Minato. Shocking. Extremely shocking. Countless civilians and ninjas in the ninja world were stunned for a moment. Obviously, they didn't think that even the 3 immortals of the 3 holy places and the Son of Fate, Namikaze Minato, were not Luo Lei's enemies. To know, Katsuyu Immortal, White Snake Immortal, Great Toad Sage are not weak, aren't they? Add to that a Namikaze Minato who has embraced the legacy of Sage of Six Paths, and it's a league of super kings. But completely lost to Luo Lei, just horrible. Even more frightening is that even Great Toad Sage, Katsuyu Immortal, White Snake Immortal, Child of Destiny, Namikaze Minato are not the opponents of Luo Lei. How strong is Luo Lei, the god of ninja world? Therefore, in this situation, advertisement countless civilians and ninjas in the ninja world involuntarily made a sensible voice. Whoever can stop the invincible Lord Luo Lei, I'm afraid it's not the legendary Sage of Six Paths from appearing, he will be slapped twice by the god of ninja, Luo Lei. Ninja world. In a mysterious canyon, Black Zetsu, Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Madara, and White Zetsu all stood in front of Geto statue with ugly expressions. During this time, they went well, and they took 8 tails, 7 tails, 6 tails, 5 tails, 4 tails in their pockets. It can be said that everything is ready and only owed to the east wind. Unexpectedly, Luo Lei, the ancestor of Konoha Village, actually started to do things again, subduing the 3 holy places, and also killed Great Toad Sage, Katsuyu Immortal, Destiny Child Namikaze Minato. When they thought about it even more, Sage of Six Paths actually participated in it, and also inherited Namikaze Minato. In an instant, this made Black Zetsu and Uchiha Madara's tense hearts tremble even more. Especially Uchiha Madara, who thought that after barely entering the Six Paths level with the help of Rinnegan, his strength and ability would be similar to Luo Lei, but he did not expect that the difference is really too much to praise himself. He and Luo Lei are simply there is a gap between heaven and earth. 66. What to do? Masked man. Uchiha Obito hesitated for a moment, then said cautiously, good enough. The current Luo Lei, the Namikaze Minato who was connected to Sage of Six Paths, was killed. It seems that Sage of Six Paths is not even put there. Eyes. Because, as Luo Lei became more and more helpless, he felt that the hope of rescuing his mother became slimmer, and more importantly, he had a vague intuition that Luo Lei was eyeing his mother Otsutsuki Kagaya. FK, the stronger Luo Lei is, the more uncomfortable he will be. Young, damn. Black Zetsu clenched his fist, and a look of grief and anger appeared on his dark cheeks. Chapter 213 Madara and Senju Hashirama. More importantly. Vaguely, he had an intuition that Luo Lei was staring at his mother Otsutsuki Kagaya. That's right, although this intuition is somewhat absurd and uncanny. But, the fact is that Luo Lei, who does whatever he wants, seems to have already set his sights on his mother Otsutsuki Kagaya. Uncomfortable. Thinking of this, there is some inexplicable sadness in Black Zetsu's heart. As the third son of Otsutsuki Kagaya, he can only watch Luo Lei peeping at his mother, and now he can only take a step. Alas, Luo Lei's strength is even more terrifying. After a few seconds, Uchiha Madara sighed and muttered to himself, it is terrifying to kill Great Toad Sage. Katsuyu Immortal. Child of Destiny. Namikaze Minato without even paying attention to Sage of Six Paths. Yes? Masked man. Uchiha Obito responded with a serious response. Now Luo Lei is invincible in the world. We must speed up the resurrection of Ten Tails, so that we can have the power to fight. That's right. After hearing this, Black Zetsu's eyes flashed with determination, and he said, as long as Ten Tails is resurrected, we will have a chance to turn defeat into victory. Since 323 is like this. Uchiha Madara seemed to have thought of something, and said sarcastically, we can use Impure World Reincarnation to combine first Hokage Senju Hashirama, second Hokage Senju Tobirama, third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, as well as Namikaze Minato, Great Toad Sage, Katsuyu Immortal all resurrected, so that our comprehensive strength will be stronger. Once Ten Tails is revived, we will use crowd tactics to deal with Luo Lei. When it comes to this, a cold expression flashed on Uchiha Madara's cheeks, and he said in an astonishing tone, it's really not possible, we can also join forces with Sage of Six Paths to suppress Luo Lei together. Black Zetsu froze for a moment, opened his mouth, wanted to refute something, but couldn't say anything. FK. Uchiha Madara actually wants to cooperate with his stupid brother, doesn't that slap him in the face again? If it wasn't for the overall situation, he would want to turn his face with Uchiha Madara. No matter what, it is impossible for him to cooperate with the unfilial sons Otsutsuki Homura, Otsutsuki Hagoromo. But, advertisement just thought of, Luo Lei's terrifying strength. He also endured, and now Luo Lei is in full swing. Maybe he really has to use the power of Otsutsuki Homura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo. All unite, maybe Luo Lei can be suppressed. If there is no opinion, we can also start Impure World Reincarnation and resurrect some of the strong men in the ninja world. Seeing that Black Zetsu didn't refuse, Uchiha Madara took a deep breath and said solemnly, this time, we must win, completely suppress and even kill Luo Lei. I have no opinion. Masked man. Uchiha Obito nodded first. Anyway, things have developed so far, Uchiha Obito has no choice but to follow Uchiha Madara to the black. Of course, deep down in his heart, Uchiha Obito still has some ambitions. If he can become Ten Tails Jinchuriki, master with great power, maybe he can be like Luo Lei, who can do whatever he wants without giving face to anyone. Alright. Black Zetsu hesitated and reluctantly agreed. It is good. Uchiha Madara's body appeared in the center of the canyon in a flash, and his eyes flashed with anticipation. That's right, he wants to take the lead in bringing out his good friend, Senju Hashirama Impure World Reincarnation. The next moment, with a terrifying chakra wave. BHFF, Zebo Madara quickly formed a seal with both hands, and began to display the Impure World Reincarnation that was optimized by Black Zetsu. As for the sacrifice, he used White Zetsu's clone. Laugh. A space fluctuation is generated, a coffin was summoned from a black hole. Looking around, I saw, first, marked on the coffin, obviously first Hokage Senju Hashirama. Advertisement, seeing Uchiha Madara taking the lead in the Impure World Reincarnation first Hokage, the masked man. Uchiha Obito shook his head helplessly. Sure enough, the legend is true. The relationship between first Hokage and Uchiha Madara is very complicated, and they belong to the kind of existence with a very deep bond. Dottage. Black Zetsu showed no expression, as if he had already expected it. Open. At this time, looking at the coffin of Senju Hashirama Impure World Reincarnation, Uchiha Madara, who has been calm all the time, is rarely excited. If you look closely, you can also see a ray of light flashing in the depths of Uchiha Madara's eyes. The color of anticipation. Although he and Senju Hashirama are different, but, the actual relationship, both of them are very clear. Clang. The sound of a coffin board opening sounded. Inside the coffin, first Hokage Senju Hashirama opened his eyes again, as if he sensed something, and then burst into rage. Can't bear it anymore, I can't stand it anymore. FK. He was actually resurrected by Impure World Reincarnation. What is this? When he is a public toilet, will he be resurrected if he wants to be resurrected? To put it mildly, he is also the god of the legendary ninja world. Now he is resurrected by impure world reincarnation one after another, and the clay figurine also has 3 points of anger. Besides, is he Senju Hashirama? Boom. Thinking of this, Senju Hashirama came out of the coffin angrily and took a quick glance at the scene. Result. Saw Uchiha Madara at first sight. Coincidentally, Uchiha Madara also happened to look at Senju Hashirama. The two looked at each other with extremely complicated eyes, and suddenly fell into silence. Quiet. I am most afraid of the sudden silence in the air. For a moment, a different emotion spread between Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Chapter 214 Madara. I won. Hashirama, no, you didn't win. Subscribe. Quiet. I am most afraid of the sudden silence in the air. For a moment, a different emotion spread between Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. As good friends who love and kill each other, whether it is Senju Hashirama or Uchiha Madara, their feelings for each other are very subtle. Now, when Senju Hashirama of Impure World Reincarnation saw the resurrected Uchiha Madara, the expression on his face suddenly froze. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but nothing came out. Come. Senju Hashirama would definitely be very upset if someone else had resurrected him from Impure World Reincarnation, but facing Uchiha Madara, he really couldn't get angry. More importantly, this Uchiha Madara has been in the ninja world for so long, and Senju Hashirama also wants to know, what exactly is Uchiha Madara trying to do? The other side, compared to Senju Hashirama's complex look. Uchiha Madara's cheeks also showed a look of sigh. How many years has it been? He finally saw Senju Hashirama, his former good friend and rival. That feeling, it's really amazing. First Hokage Senju Hashirama has been resurrected? See this scene, masked man. Uchiha Obito's face showed a look of interest. He is still very curious and interested in the two gods of the ninja world who once stood in the ninja world. Black Zetsu has no emotional fluctuations on the surface, but a little disdain appears in his heart. Being a ninja, he has weaknesses. This Uchiha Madara looks awesome and ruthless, but he actually has weaknesses. Except for Uchiha Madara's dead younger brother Uchiha Izuna, this Senju Hashirama should be Uchiha Madara's dead sender. This made Black Zetsu's heart secretly make a decision, that is, when he has to, he will use Senju Hashirama to threaten Uchiha Madara. Advertisement by the time, that scene must be very interesting. Mock-up, Uchiha Madara, what are you fighting with me if you have fetters in your heart? At the same time, with Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara of Impure World Reincarnation not speaking. Invisibly, two arrogant auras swept out of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara in vain. They collided with each other at a speed that could not hide their ears. The powerful shock wave made the ground canyon tremble violently a few times, and endless dust erupted and rolled in all directions. This moment, time and space seemed to stand still. The crazy collision of the two momentum seems to make the canyon collapse, the space is shaking. Therefore, in this situation, powerful forces make this area. It seemed that there were only two people left, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, who were facing each other invisibly. Haven't seen you for a long time. After an unknown amount of time, Senju Hashirama shook his head helplessly and said with a chuckle, Madara, after the Battle of the End Valley, you are still not dead, which is really unexpected. Hasalama, I actually won the Battle of the Valley of the End, and you are the one who lost. Amazing pupil power fluctuations flashed in Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan, and he said solemnly, all these years, I have always wanted to tell you that I am the one who has the last laugh. Madara, if you lose, you lose, why are you so persistent? Facing Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan, Senju Hashirama was not afraid at all, but said neatly, I don't know why you are hiding behind the scenes, but I did win the Battle of the End Valley. Even if you use Izanagi to resurrect, it won't change the fact that you were defeated by me. When it comes to this, advertisement Senju Hashirama also raised his eyebrows confidently, expressing a very simple meaning. He will not admit that he lost the Battle of the End Valley, and Madara will always be his loser. Oh. Uchiha Madara showed an indifferent expression, shrugged and said, whether you admit it or not, the final result is, you are dead, I am still alive. Flowers. That's right. Senju Hashirama nodded neatly, changed the topic, and said indifferently, you are still alive, but what's the use? The previous era was suppressed by me, and this era was suppressed by the ancestors of Konoha. You are always a loser. 5. What did you say? What is a momentary win or loss? What I'm after is the last laugh. Madala, don't quibble, I will definitely prove that what I have done is worthwhile. Which pot is not open to lift which pot, after Senju Hashirama's words, especially hearing the 6 words Konoha ancestors. Uchiha Madara, who was originally emotionally stable, suddenly fell into a state of madness. With a sharp fist, he made a crazy sound. Special, originally his plan was smooth sailing. As long as 10 tails can be resurrected, his pursuit and ambition can be realized. The results of it? A pervert appeared in Konoha Village, not only to be the ancestor of Konoha Village, but also to be the ancestor of the entire ninja world, which directly disrupted Uchiha Madara's countless deployments and backups. It's good now, even his good friend Senju Hashirama took this to beat him, which made Uchiha Madara unbearable and did not want to. Madala, you are really in a daze. Senju Hashirama showed an expression of pity, and said with great sense. I don't know what you want to do, but I know that you have changed now, and it makes me feel a little strange and alienated. 55. Ha 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 ha. Hearing this sentence, Uchiha Madara spread her hands and let out a crazy loud laugh. This Hasalama really doesn't understand him at all, standing and talking without back pain. Don't you know that since he defected to Konoha Village during the Sengoku period, he has changed, and now he has only become a little more thorough. Chapter 215. What do I do? You don't deserve to know, please subscribe. Moreover, what he did, is it something Senju Hashirama can understand? As long as 10 Tails is resurrected and he becomes 10 Tails Jinchuriki, Senju Hashirama will know what true peace is, and no matter what, he is the man who has the last laugh. Thinking of this, Uchiha Madara still has some lingering fears in his heart. Although Luo Lei's unexpected birth disrupted all his deployments, but also let him know the old coin of Black Zetsu, and let him avoid being attacked by Black Zetsu, the sixth child, which is also a blessing. Now that he and Black Zetsu are cooperating with different ideas, we can only take one step at a time. As for the Masked Man, Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Madara didn't take it to heart from the beginning to the end. The former U-323, Zebo Obito can still be used as a substitute for him. Now there is no use for eggs. Why bother? Seeing Uchiha Madara laughing wildly, a look of helplessness flashed in Senju Hashirama's eyes, and he didn't want to say anything more. He didn't expect it to be revealed by Impure World Reincarnation this time, but, seeing that it was Uchiha Madara who resurrected Impure World Reincarnation, he was still a little interested. Have nothing to say, he also wanted to see if Uchiha Madara could fight against Luo Lei, who was almost invincible in the entire ninja world, and win the final victory. Watch a play, must see the full set. More importantly, he also wanted to know if Sage of Six Paths would take another shot after the Great Toad Sage, Katsuyu Sage, and Namikaze Minato at the Six Paths level were defeated. The ninja world is really getting more and more interesting. Thinking of this, Senju Hashirama couldn't help but stretched, too lazy to think so much. At this point, he didn't want to resist anything, he just wanted to watch the play, and hope that Uchiha Madara could make his eyes shine. Hasalama, everything I do is for my own ideals and aspirations, which is very necessary. Uchiha Madara restrained the expression on his cheeks and said proudly. I will let you know what is real ninja peace. 99. Madara, do whatever you want. Advertisement. Senju Hashirama shrugged and said, anyway, my strength is like this, and it may not have a decisive effect to get me out of Impure World Reincarnation. After all, Luo Lei's strength is quite terrifying. 99. When it comes to this, Senju Hashirama also pointedly said, even Sage of Six Paths is shriveled in Luo Lei's hands. I really don't like you guys. Uchiha Madara snorted coldly and said, if you don't think highly of us, then I can just hit you in the face. Fine. Senju Hashirama's face stiffened and he stopped talking for a while. What else can I say? Uchiha Madara was going to slap him in the face, and he would be humiliating himself if he continued, but he didn't know who gave Uchiha Madara the courage. Could it be that black guy? Senju Hashirama turned his eyes and looked at Black Zetsu with a thoughtful look. Madara, since everyone has resurrected first Hokage, let's do it all the time and resurrect some of the others. At this time, Black Zetsu said indifferently. After resurrecting these people, we can doing things and trying to revive 10 Tails. $7. Uchiha Madara nodded and said in a low voice, Black Zetsu, I know you have your own thoughts, but before Luo Lei is defeated, I hope you will be careful not to steal the chicken and not lose the rice. Black Zetsu felt a little unhappy all of a sudden, and said, I will cooperate with you well before Luo Lei is dealt with. Certainly, there's one more thing Black Zetsu didn't say. That is, if it is really impossible to win Luo Lei, then he can only unblock his mother from Six Paths planetary devastation and let his mother deal with Luo Lei. He firmly believes that with his mother's strength, he will definitely suppress Luo Lei. Let's start. The next moment, with a terrifying chakra wave. I saw Uchiha Madara's hands quickly knotted and cast the reanimation jutsu optimized by Black Zetsu at a very fast speed. Advertisement. Chi. A few seconds later, one by one space fluctuations were generated, and dozens of coffins were seen coming out of the black hole Uchiha Madara Impure World Reincarnation. Open, another cold drink. The coffin boards of dozens of coffins fell off in no particular order and fell to the ground. At the same time, the people in each coffin opened their eyes one after another. In fact, second Hokage Senju Tobarama, third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, who were experienced by Impure World Reincarnation, stood up first, showing a very confused expression. What's the situation? Not long after they were defeated by Luo Lei, they were defeated by Impure World Reincarnation again. Among them, second Hokage Senju Tobarama is the most speechless, don't want to say anything. FK, who is it? Is he playing Impure World Reincarnation? Big Brother seems to have been reincarnation by Impure World 2, 35. So, that's Uchiha Madara. Could it be that Uchiha Madara took us to Impure World Reincarnation this time? 35. Sudden, as if seeing something, the corners of Uchiha Madara's mouth twitched slightly, and he said softly, you don't deserve to know what I do, and you don't need to know. You are just my toolman now. A ray of anger flashed across Senju Tobarama's eyes. He opened his mouth, and wanted to say something, but found that his body seemed to be out of control, so he could only stare at Uchiha Madara fiercely. Second Hokage Senju Tobarama's cheeks flashed a flash of enlightenment, and he stood beside Senju Hashirama's body in a flash, staring at Uchiha Madara with complex eyes. Ha ha, After hearing this, Uchiha Madara, what exactly do you want to do? Senju Tobirama hesitated for a moment before saying something subconsciously. Chapter 216 Large-Scale Impure World Reincarnation, Subscription. A ray of anger flashed across Senju Tobirama's eyes. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but found that his body seemed to be out of control, so he could only stare at Uchiha Madara fiercely. What else can I say? Senju Tobirama has always been very unhappy with Uchiha Madara and the Uchiha family. Therefore, after becoming second Hokage, many of Senju Tobirama's ruling policies are very targeted, specifically suppressing and restricting the Uchiha family, including letting the Uchiha family set up the Konoha garrison, also to punish the Uchiha family from the side. It seems that the Konoha garrison is a good job, but in fact it is a hot potato, which will only make the Uchiha family's popularity in Konoha Village worse and worse. The fact is also true, Senju Tobirama's plan was also accomplished. Unexpectedly, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was better than the blue, personally contributed to the rise of Luo Lei, and indirectly made the Uchiha family turn around and hug Luo Lei's thigh. Looking at the deflated Senju Tobirama, Uchiha Madara showed a very disdainful expression 17, and didn't even bother to say anything. For Senju Hashirama's younger brother, he is very disliked, and now after being resurrected by Impure World Reincarnation, he will only use Senju Tobirama as a tool. What, we were resurrected by Uchiha Madara again? At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen probably knew what was going on, and in addition to the change in his expression, he felt a little more emotional and excited in his heart. Not easy, it's really not easy. At Mount Myoboku, Katsuyu Sage, Great Toad Sage, Destiny Child, Namikaze Minato was swept away. He was scared not to. In the end, he had no choice but to break with Jiraiya's grace and escaped from Luo Lei's men like a bereaved dog. Now, he was resurrected by Impure World Reincarnation, or by Uchiha Madara Impure World Reincarnation. Advertisement. Needless to say, everyone knows that Uchiha Madara must have a plan to deal with Luo Lei. Thinking of this, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen showed a ray of determination. Have nothing to say, he doesn't have a good impression of Uchiha Madara, but he also hates Luo Lei to the bottom of his heart, and can't wait to eat Luo Lei's meat and drink Luo Lei's blood. If it weren't for Luo Lei, he would still be the strongest Hokage, 3rd Hokage in history. How could he be resurrected by Impure World Reincarnation like a bereaved dog? Besides, the enemy of an enemy is a friend. He wanted to take a good look to see if Uchiha Madara had the ability to deal with Luo Lei. If he doesn't succeed, he has nothing to lose. Uchiha Madara will fall to the bottom. If he succeeds, then he can see Luo Lei's failure. Thinking about Sarutobi Hiruzen, there is still some excitement and joy. Certainly, think so, the clever Uchiha Madara did not show it. On the contrary, the body flashed and stood behind 1st Hokage Senju Hashirama and 1002nd Hokage Han Tobirama, with the appearance of only Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama. At this time, except for 1st Hokage Senju Hashirama, 2nd Hokage Senju Tobirama, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, after recovering. The rest of the ninjas who were Impure World Reincarnation came back to their senses in no particular order. How is this possible? Didn't we get wiped out by Luo Lei from Konoha Village? It's not right, it's too wrong, we seem to have been resurrected. What the hell is going on? Advertisement. At this time, the first person to come back to his senses was Ringo Yuri of the 7 Ninja Swordsmen who had just come out of the coffin. Tongsao Yebaran, Li Hunchuanwen, Wula Jinba, Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost, Black Hole Yal looked at each other, and they could see the doubts in their eyes. Joke, they remembered that they were killed by Luo Lei of Konoha Village in the territory of the Fire Nation. Even if they were resurrected, they couldn't help shivering when they thought of Luo Lei, who was extremely terrifying. Now it's alright, they've been resurrected by ghosts, it's just incredible and unbelievable. At this time, how much more than the 7 Ninja Swordsmen? Such as Cloud Shinobi Village's Golden Horn Silverhorn, Troy, Barubi, Iwagakur's 4 Tails Jinchuriki Laozi, 5 Tails Jinchuriki Han, and those who have the explosion-style Kaori, Terra, Anoden, etc. of Sanagakure, Chio and Ebizo of Sanagakure, and 1st Tsuchikage, 2nd Tsuchikage, 1st Mizukage White Lotus, 2nd Mizukage Ghost Lantern Moon, 3rd Mizukage, 1st Raikage, 2nd Raikage, 3rd Raikage, 1st Kazekage, 2nd Kazekage, 3rd Kazekage, etc. God has come. What are you kidding? Aren't we dead? Who brought us back to life? Such a large-scale resurrection is too unbelievable. What the hell is going on with 323? Our bodies are also very strange, with seemingly endless chakras and immortality. More specifically, among them, 1st Tsuchikage, 2nd Tsuchikage, 1st Mizukage White Lotus, 2nd Mizukage Ghost Lantern Moon, 3rd Mizukage, 1st Raikage, 2nd Raikage, 3rd Raikage, 1st Kazekage, 2nd Kazekage, 3rd Kazekage and others, after frowning, were Chi's eyes turned to 1st Hokage Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. After realizing that 1st Hokage Senju Hashirama and 2nd Hokage Senju Tobirama were also resurrected. Accompanied by an incredible uproar, everyone looked at Uchiha Madara with the breath of life, because, from the perspective of body perception, even a fool would know that all this must be related to Uchiha Madara. P.S. Kneeling and begging for rewards, collections, flowers and evaluations, Mungshin, kneeling and begging all readers. The entire canyon fell into a burst of noise and shock. There was no way, no one thought that after death, he would still be resurrected. Do not, soon. Chapter 217 in uproar, kneeling and begging to subscribe. Uchiha Madara, as a legendary ninja, people such as First Raikage, First Tsuchikage, First Kazekage, First Mizukage, etc. are actually known to each other, and now their sudden resurrection is related to Uchiha Madara. It is a little wrong to think about it. Everyone, I will take you in pure world reincarnation, in fact, to be my cannon fodder and toolman. At this time, Uchiha Madara didn't care so much, and said calmly, now you don't need to know too much, just obey my orders well. When it comes to this, the corners of Uchiha Madara's mouth twitched slightly, and he added in a meaningful way, the use of waste is your last little bit of value. What do you mean, Uchiha Madara, don't get too arrogant. I want us to do things for you, and finally give me a little respect, otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. HMPH. You are strong, but, you are too arrogant. Since it's so strong, how can you resurrect us? Isn't it to use our power to deal with the god of ninja, Luo Lei? Before he finished speaking, Ringo Yuli of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Tongsao Yebaran, Li Haochuanwen, No Pears and 8, Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost, and Black Hole Ya were a little uncomfortable, and sent out a line in no particular order. Dao's clamor was obviously very dissatisfied with Uchiha Madara's attitude. Joke, after they were resurrected in impure world reincarnation, they were actually treated as human beings at all, but as tools and cannon fodder. The 7 ninja swordsmen, who had always been extremely proud, suddenly became unhappy. Moreover, they are all people who have died once. Advertisement. Even if this Uchiha Madara is strong, they are not so afraid. Of course, after listening to Uchiha Madara's words, not only the 7 ninja swordsmen, but also the Golden Horn Silverhorn of Cloud Shinobi Village, Troy, Barubi, Iwagakur's 4 Tails Jinchuriki Laozi, 5 Tails Jinchuriki Han, and featuring Blood K Boundary Explosion Style Carry, Akatsuki, Anoden et al., Chio and Ebizo of Sanagakure, Raikage, First Kazekage, Second Kazekage, Third Kazekage and others were a little unhappy, and looked at Uchiha Madara, full of anger and unhappiness. Apparently, like Uchiha Madara who was resurrected by impure world reincarnation, they are also very upset. This shitty Uchiha Madara looks down on them completely. Is it tolerable or unbearable? As they have died once, will they not easily compromise and give in? Ha 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 ha. What are you guys? I resurrected you in pure world reincarnation just to give you face, and now you dare to slap your nose in the face. Do you really think I will be afraid? Accompanied by a loud laugh, Uchiha Madara glanced at the 7 revived ninja swordsmen and the others with idiot-like eyes, with a look of disdain and disapproval on his cheeks. For Senju Hashirama, a good friend, he took it to heart. But, for these ninjas who were resurrected by impure world reincarnation, he didn't treat them as human beings, just tools, disobedient. I'm sorry, Laozi wants to control your body. The next moment, along with a terrifying chakra fluctuation, Uchiha Madara didn't even bother to say anything, and with a thought, he controlled all impure world reincarnation ninjas except Senju Hashirama. Cannon fodder should look like cannon fodder. Laozi does not need your consent and understanding to do things, let alone your cooperation. Laozi can do whatever he wants. However, Uchiha Madara may not even notice, that is, he has gradually become a native of the motherland without knowing it, and his speech and actions are getting closer and closer to Luo Lei. Advertisement among them, the masked man, Uchiha Obito had the deepest feeling. Listening to what Uchiha Madara said, Uchiha Obito was stunned, and the cheeks under the mask flashed with disbelief. If it wasn't for the Uchiha Madara in front of him, he would have thought it was the Uchiha Madara disguised by Luo Lei. No way? Masked man. Uchiha Obito shook his head thoughtfully, suppressed his inner doubts, and said something unpleasant. He actually wanted to do whatever he wanted to do, create a world of Kilin, and the result? Uchiha Madara was the first to have that tendency. Invisibly, Uchiha Obito's heart has an ominous premonition. As for Black Zetsu, he showed an expectant expression, and he didn't want to say anything, nothing to say. Now he and Uchiha Madara have had a showdown, and it's a cooperative relationship. So, Uchiha Madara's every move, he doesn't want to say more. Gradually Luo Lei, it doesn't matter. As long as 10 Tails can be resurrected, as long as he can rescue his mother, as long as he can achieve his goal, Black Zetsu can endure no matter what. The only thing that gives Black Zetsu some headaches is that he can't say to Uchiha Madara unexpectedly. If he digs his heart out, it makes him feel a little uncomfortable. Uchiha Madara, you are really unreasonable. Well, 35. You resurrected our impure world reincarnation. Do you really think we have to listen to you? Uchiha Madara, you are really going too far. We have already died once, so we won't be afraid of dying again. If you don't give us an explanation, then I'm sorry, we won't listen to you. Perhaps it was Uchiha Madara's arrogant attitude, which angered many ninjas who were resurrected by impure world reincarnation, and suddenly involuntarily made a series of uproars, and some were even ready to use force. What's more, since this Uchiha Madara is so arrogant, I'm sorry, they won't give in easily. Chapter 218 shocked the audience, please subscribe. What's more, since this Uchiha Madara is so arrogant, I'm sorry, they won't give in easily. Even if Uchiha Madara resurrects their impure world reincarnation, they will not take Uchiha Madara in their eyes. and they will not compromise and obey without giving them a reasonable statement. Shut up, Laozi. Since Laozi can resurrect you from impure world reincarnation, he will surely be able to control you. You are just tools and cannon fodder. Facing the scene that was out of control, Uchiha Madara did not panic at all, and a sarcastic expression flashed across his cheeks. Joke, except for Senju Hashirama, the people at the scene. Is he a person who doesn't care? Still want to say something? Isn't it a fool's dream? It's really shameless? The next moment, there are almost no signs. As soon as Uchiha Madara's mind moved, he activated the chakra in his body, and his hands patted the following lightly. Immediately, before the countless ninjas who were resurrected by impure world reincarnation had not reacted, their impure world reincarnation's body lost control. That's right, just out of control, as if the body was no longer their own. How is this possible? 323. How did our bodies get out of control? No. How could this be? Uchiha Madara, what have you done to us? It's not good. The body is completely incoherent, it must be Uchiha Madara's ghost. A few seconds later, the ninjas present who were resurrected by impure world reincarnation came back to their senses after realizing it. They couldn't help but let out a series of panicked voices, with expressions of extreme horror flashing on their cheeks. No way, advertisement they never thought. The fact that this Uchiha Madara would keep such a backhand is undoubtedly a slap in the face. People such as 1st Tsuchikage, 2nd Tsuchikage, 1st Mizukage White Lotus, 2nd Mizukage Ghost Lantern Moon, 3rd Mizukage, 1st Raikage, 2nd Raikage, 3rd Raikage, 1st Kazekage, 2nd Kazekage, 3rd Kazekage and others even looked at them with anger. Uchiha Madara. How so? Sudden, with a panicked voice, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi, BHFF, Hiruzen made an incredible voice. My body lost control too? Damn it, my body is also out of control. Hearing this, 2nd Hokage Senju Tobirama frowned and scolded in a low voice. Uchiha Madara, you are taking revenge in public. 5. When it comes to this, 2nd Hokage Senju Hashirama turned his head and looked at Senju Hashirama, wondering, brother, is your body out of control? No. Senju Hashirama spread his hands indifferently and said, my body doesn't feel out of control at all. 35. Damn. 2nd Hokage Senju Tobirama cursed in a low voice. He understood, this Uchiha Madara obviously still has feelings for his eldest brother, Senju Hashirama, and now he has resurrected his eldest brother and won't control him. Obviously he has other plans. After all, big brother is still going to be snatched by Uchiha Madara. Thinking of this, Senju Tobirama still felt some discomfort in his heart, as if something he loved had been snatched away alive. Madara, what exactly are you trying to do? The next moment, Senju Hashirama suppressed his doubts, turned his eyes to Uchiha Madara, and said solemnly, human sea tactics are useless to Luo Lei. Uchiha Madara proudly said, these shrimp soldiers and crabs will not be able to defeat Luo Lei, but I can use them to start the 4th Ninja World War, and I can also resurrect the legendary 10 Tails. Understood. Advertisement. Senju Hashirama thought for a moment, opened his mouth, and wanted to say something, but he was wise not to speak. Now that things have developed, he already knows what Uchiha Madara wants to do, especially after seeing those Jinchuriki who have been resurrected by impure world reincarnation. He is even more certain. Only, I don't know what happened. Senju Hashirama always had an ominous premonition in his heart that even if Uchiha Madara resurrected 10 Tails, he might not be Luo Lei's opponent. Didn't you see that even the 6 paths level Namikaze Minato, Katsuyu Immortal, and Great Toad Sage were killed by Luo Lei in a destructive way? Even the White Snake Immortal who didn't die was scared and surrendered. You all listen to me. After getting his good friend, Uchiha Madara took a deep breath with a frown and said, there must be some of you who don't know the current situation in the ninja world, so I will give it to you simply. Popularize it, let you know that the current ninja world has changed, and it is no longer the ninja world when you died. Everything starts with the 3rd ninja world. 35. 10 minutes later, Uchiha Madara slowly finished popularizing some things about Luo Lei in the ninja world. Quiet. A dead silence. Listening to Uchiha Madara's words, almost all the ninjas who were resurrected by impure world reincarnation showed dumbfounded expressions. Even if their bodies lost control, they temporarily forgot. It's really the Luo Lei that Uchiha Madara said is really terrifying. One person dominated the 3rd Ninja World War, crushed Sanagakure, Cloud Shinobi Village, Iwagakure, and Kirigakure. He is ruthless towards his enemies, and even more ruthless towards his own people. The 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, Utatane Koharu and Mitokado Homura of the Elders are living examples, who were crushed and killed by Luo Lei in a neat and tidy manner, without giving the slightest face. More importantly, even Uchiha Madara suffered a big loss under Luo Lei's men, and Sage of 6 Paths also suffered. Even Katsuyu Immortal, Great Toad Sage, and White Snake Immortal who led the 3 Holy Lands were swept by Luo Lei. Thinking about it, the ninja who resurrected so many impure world reincarnation are constantly gasping for breath. Chapter 219 Otsutsuki Homura appears, subscription. Terrified, the ninjas who have resurrected many impure world reincarnations are constantly gasping for breath. No way, no one thought, such a super big pervert would appear in the ninja world. With his powerful strength, he swept everything neatly, and took Konoha Village, no, the entire ninja world into the bag. This can also explain why even someone as strong as Uchiha Madara had to resurrect everyone from Impure World reincarnation. It's not that Uchiha Madara can't do it, but the opponent he faces is really too pervert. Has this Luo Lei grown to such a level? I really didn't expect that after Luo Lei killed us in a destructive way, he actually unified the entire ninja world, making Uchiha Madara and Sage of Six Paths shriveled. The White Snake Immortal from the Three Holy Lands attacked and conceded defeat. Great Toad Sage and Katsuyu Immortal were all killed in seconds. This Luo Lei is just so terrifying? I don't know how long it took. Ringo Yuri of the Seven Ninja Swordsmen, Tongsao Yebaran, Li Shichuangwen, Wuli Jinba, Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost, Black Holea, and Four Tails Jinchuriki Laozi, Five Tails Jinchuriki Han, as well as those who were killed by Luo Lei, such as Akatsuki, Kitu, Inoden, Chio, Ebizo, etc. who were killed by Luo Lei. All of them couldn't help but let out a roar. They were killed by Luo Lei. Of course they knew that Luo Lei's strength was very strong, but they didn't expect Luo Lei's strength to be so strong, almost dominating the entire ninja world. Is this the rhythm of becoming the king of the ninja world? Uchiha Madara, even if you revive us with Impure World reincarnation, it may be of no use. Sudden, just at this time, second Hokage Senju Tobirama took a deep breath and said solemnly, with Luo Lei's current strength, the crowd tactics may have no effect, it's just a stubborn resistance. That's right. After hearing this, third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded solemnly, and said, now Luo Lei's strength is able to kill a 6 paths level powerhouse in seconds, we are not even cannon fodder. When it comes to this, third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen also said with a bit of dejection, no one knows Luo Lei better than me. He is an unscrupulous ancestor who can do whatever he wants, and doesn't put anyone in his eyes. Advertisement bitter, it's really a bit bitter. If someone else said this, maybe some people would scoff at it. But, hearing the words of third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, the ninjas who were resurrected by Impure World reincarnation were suddenly speechless. After all, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen in front of him was really miserable. He was overthrown by Luo Lei and killed in a neat manner. In Mask Man, the face under Uchiha Obito's mask is the most complicated. You know, third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen used to be the hero of Konoha Village, known as the strongest Hokage in history, and the hero in the eyes of countless Konoha Village ninjas. However, Luo Lei lifted the altar alive and became a street rat everyone shouted and beat. Uchiha Madara shrugged and said in a decisive tone, Luo Lei's strength is very strong, but as long as Ten Tails is resurrected, who will die? Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen gritted his teeth and said, as long as I can defeat Luo Lei, even if it's me taking the lead, I'm willing. Are you worthy? Facing Sarutobi Hiruzen's surrender, Uchiha Madara showed a disdainful expression, without even looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen, sneered. With your strength, you can only be a cannon fodder. The voice did not fall. The furious third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen only felt greatly insulted, and his head hummed into a blank space. The ugly Uchiha Madara, who actually looked down on him and spoke to him in such a tone, as third Hokage, how could he ever receive such an insult that was almost slapped in the face? It's good now. Uchiha Madara didn't give him any face at all, he slapped him without hesitation. *## Advertisement still saying this in front of so many ninjas who were resurrected by Impure World reincarnation, don't think about it to know that everyone must be watching their own jokes. Perhaps if it weren't for the Impure World reincarnation's body, Sarutobi Hiruzen would have vomited blood in anger, but, for this reason, Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart was also very uncomfortable, and he wanted to dig a hole and dig in. The fact is also true, seeing third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen being despised by Uchiha Madara. Many ninjas resurrected from Impure World reincarnation showed a look of ridicule and disdain. This third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen also has today. It's really ridiculous that the face is swollen. It's really embarrassing. At this time, first Hokage Senju Hashirama, who had not spoken all the time, frowned and said in a low voice. You have lost the prestige of Konoha Village, and you are also known as the strongest Hokage in history. I think you are the weakest Hokage in history. B. The next moment, just as first Hokage Senju Hashirama was about to say something, it seemed to sense something, and the voice stopped abruptly. At the same time, such as Uchiha Madara, Black Zetsu's expressions have changed at the same time, obviously they are also perceived. After a few seconds, with a burst of space fluctuations. Above the canyon, a space black hole suddenly appeared. Immediately afterwards, in front of everyone's eyes, Otsutsuki Homura with 2 horns on his head, wearing a white coat, 6 black hooked jade-like patterns on his chest, and a red swirl-shaped logo on his back appeared in midair. Why is he here? The moment he saw the person coming, Black Zetsu, who had always been calm, couldn't keep his calm, his heart was full of panic, and his head was blank. It never occurred to him, the stupid second brother Otsutsuki Homura actually appears in the canyon. Is this the rhythm of a showdown? Chapter 220 Win-Win Cooperation, Subscription, FK. It never occurred to him, the stupid second brother Otsutsuki Homura actually appears in the canyon. Is this the rhythm of a showdown? For a time, emotions such as nervousness, anger, and confusion flashed through Black Zetsu's heart. In the end, Black Zetsu resisted the throbbing in his heart, took a deep breath, and forced himself to calm down. Have nothing to say, is this canyon his home ground? Since Otsutsuki Homura dared to come here, he wanted to see what this stupid second brother was trying to do. At the same time, with the appearance of Otsutsuki Homura. Throughout the canyon, countless ninjas who were resurrected by impure world reincarnation, including Uchiha Madara, Masked Man Uchiha Obito, and White Zetsu were all stunned in no particular order. Obviously, 323 did not think that at such a moment, there was still an uninvited guest, and more importantly, from the uninvited guest, they felt an extremely powerful aura. Quiet. A dead silence. In an instant, the entire canyon fell into absolute silence, as if you could hear a needle falling to the ground. 6 pads level. This guy has the strength of 6 pads level. Masked Man. Uchiha Obito's cheeks flashed a look of horror, and muttered to himself, could this be the younger brother of Sage of 6 pads Otsutsuki Homura? 99. What did he come to do? Thinking of this, Masked Man, Uchiha Obito resisted the fear in his heart and didn't dare to think too much. Anyway, the sky is falling, and there are tall people blocking it. Now I will tell Uchiha Madara what to say when it is dark. As long as they are not afraid, then he will not be afraid either. Black Zetsu. Could this be Otsutsuki Homura? At this time, Uchiha Madara seemed to have reacted and looked at Black Zetsu with a gloomy face. The meaning was very simple, the identity of the guy in front of him was your second brother. That's right. Advertisement. Hearing this sentence, Black Zetsu narrowed his eyes, hesitated for a moment, and nodded neatly. What? Really? Uchiha Madara's expression changed suddenly, he couldn't help exclaiming, and he went straight into a fighting state, staring at Otsutsuki Homura. Joke. After working with Black Zetsu, for Otsutsuki's Mahine, Black Zetsu also told something to Uchiha Madara. The fact that Otsutsuki Kagaya was sealed by Otsutsuki Homura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo was emphasized by Black Zetsu. Now that the younger brother of Sage of 6 pads Otsutsuki Homura suddenly appeared, Uchiha Madara suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart that he would not come sooner or later, but coming at this time, even a fool would know that there is a problem. Otsutsuki Homura, I didn't expect you to come. Black Zetsu ignored Uchiha Madara, glanced at Otsutsuki Homura in midair, and sneered. If I guessed correctly, you and Otsutsuki Hagoromo should have known about my existence long ago? All right. Since the last time he used secret magic to infiltrate the space of the 6 pads planetary devastation that sealed his mother. He had a vague intuition that the stupid older brother, Sage of 6 pads, had already discovered his existence and had been hiding in the dark, watching his every move. The appearance of Otsutsuki Homura now confirms this from the side. The only thing that Black Zetsu didn't expect was that this Sage of 6 pads really could not hold back. When he bewitched Indra and Ashura, this Sage of 6 pads didn't break through, and he let his 2 sons kill each other. But, thinking that Sage of 6 pads even sealed the mother Otsutsuki Kagaya. He was relieved. Such a ruthless guy. Don't talk about his son, I'm afraid not his wife can give it away. Yes. Things have gotten so far, Otsutsuki Homura didn't have any sophistry, and nodded neatly. This time, he went to the canyon to cooperate with Black Zetsu and Uchiha Madara to deal with the real god of ninja. Luo Lei. The enemy of the enemy is a friend, only cooperation can win, defeat Luo Lei and retake the entire ninja world. Actually, advertisement Otsutsuki Homura didn't want to come. But, Big Brother, Sage of 6 pads insisted on persecuting him, and out of desperation, Otsutsuki Homura had to be cheeky. Black Zetsu's expression didn't have any surprises, instead it showed a sarcastic expression, saying, since you know my existence, haven't you noticed Luo Lei's rise? Now that Luo Lei's general trend has become a reality, you are probably not sitting on pins and needles. 6695 Otsutsuki Homura frowned, opened his mouth, tried to refute something, but said nothing. What else can I say? For Luo Lei, they didn't pay attention to it from the beginning, just a small role, without the blood of the Otsutsuki clan, at best, he cultivated to the cage level, and it has already reached the top. Unexpectedly, Luo Lei had already become a blockbuster without making a sound, and grew up in just a few months. When Otsutsuki Homura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo wanted to start, they found that Luo Lei had already achieved a general trend, and his strength was even more unfathomable. Not that they can suppress it, in short, in the end the clowns became themselves. Speak. Black Zetsu took a deep breath and said solemnly, I have something to do with you. Cooperation. Otsutsuki Homura took a deep look at Black Zetsu and said, the ninja world belongs to our Otsutsuki clan, and no matter what contradictions there are between us, it is an internal contradiction. 5.5 It is a contradiction of our Otsutsuki family. The current Luo Lei is obviously trying to usurp the world of ninja. Whether it is tolerable or unbearable, we temporarily give up the contradictions between each other and agree to the outside world. 35. As long as Luo Lei is suppressed, we can have a good life. After saying these words, Otsutsuki Homura meaningfully added, our eldest brother, Sage of 6 pads actually has difficulties and can't help himself. Ha 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 ha, the voice did not fall, accompanied by wild laughter. I saw that Black Zetsu was just like Shileji, and he screamed in the sky with a crazy face. Chapter 221 Black Zetsu. Wait a minute, subscribe. Ha 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 ha, the voice did not fall, accompanied by wild laughter. I saw that Black Zetsu was just like Shileji, and he screamed in the sky with a crazy face. Joke. What this Otsutsuki Homura said was like a joke. Sage of 6 paths still has its own difficulties, isn't it a joke? Otsutsuki Homura said such a thing against his conscience, and I wonder if his face will be red? At the beginning, in order to gain the ninja world and become 10 Tails Jinchuriki, Sage of Six Paths deceived his master and killed his ancestors and attacked his mother Otsutsuki Kagaya from behind, but now he is ashamed to say that he has difficulties. If it weren't for the skill of others, Black Zetsu wants to explode like crazy. But, Rao is so, Black Zetsu's heart is also very disdain and crazy. Otsutsuki Homura, you are not worthy to be my second brother and mother Otsutsuki Kaguya's son, you and Otsutsuki Hagoromo are in vain. The next moment, almost without any hesitation, Black Zetsu roared 17 with a grim expression. No matter what, I will rescue my mother Otsutsuki Kagaya, and let her punish you personally. When it comes to this, Black Zetsu couldn't help taking a deep breath, suppressing the anger in his heart, and said, if it weren't for you two unfilial sons, the ninja world would not have developed to this point, is it really a joke? Looking at Black Zetsu in a state of madness, Otsutsuki Homura's expression turned cold, and he couldn't help but snorted coldly, and said, Black Zetsu, don't be ashamed. Let's seal the mother Otsutsuki Kagaya also has difficulties. If you don't know the truth of the matter, don't talk nonsense. Besides, if we hadn't sealed the mother, Otsutsuki Homura, you wouldn't have been made. Alright. For some of what Big Brother, Sage of Six Paths has done. Advertisement Otsutsuki Homura is also a little unpleasant, but, now the two are grasshoppers on the same boat, he must stand on the side of Sage of Six Paths, and can't let Black Zetsu go crazy. To shut up, upon hearing this, Black Zetsu got angry all of a sudden, pointed at Otsutsuki Homura, and said coldly, you two are just white-eyed wolves who can't get enough to eat, stealing the ninja world of mother Otsutsuki Kagaya. Otsutsuki Homura opened his mouth to say something, but found that he had nothing to say. Because, no matter what the reason is, it seems that I can't change myself and my big brother, stealing the control of the ninja world, and becoming a god in the ninja world. At the same time, looking at Otsutsuki Homura and Black Zetsu's pin-to-point look. There are countless ninjas in the entire canyon who were resurrected by impure world reincarnation, all of which are a little confused. It seems that they did not expect that there is such a tingling secret in the ninja world. Judging from the conversation between Black Zetsu and Otsutsuki Homura just now, Sage of Six Paths doesn't seem to be dead yet. There are two more brothers, one of them is Otsutsuki Homura, the other is Otsutsuki Black Zetsu. More importantly, it seems that Otsutsuki Homura and Sage of Six Paths teamed up to betray and seal their mother, and then they got the control of the ninja world. As for this Black Zetsu, it seems that it was to save his mother and hide in the ninja world. In other words, a lot of things that happened in the ninja world were actually the housework of the Otsutsuki family, and it affected the entire ninja world. This makes people speechless. Can't you solve your household chores by yourself? The whole ninja world that you have to stir up will not be peaceful, won't you be tired? Anyway, they are a little tired from watching. Wakao, the family is coming. At this time, the masked man, Uchiha Obito didn't change anything on the surface, but deep down inside, a turbulent wave broke out and couldn't calm down at all. He never thought that at such a critical moment, Black Zetsu's second brother Otsutsuki Homura actually came to the door, and it seemed that he came to seek cooperation. Advertisement I just don't know if Black Zetsu will let go of their prejudices and come to a win-win cooperation to deal with the king of the ninja world, Luo Lei. 1. There's a good show to watch. A few seconds later, the masked man, Uchiha Obito looked at Black Zetsu with a curious expression in his eyes. At this time, more than a masked man, Uchiha Obito. Even Uchiha Madara, first Hokage Senju Hashirama, second Hokage Senju Tobirama, third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen of Impure World Reincarnation, Ringo Yuri of the Seven Ninja Swordsmen, Thongsao Yaren, Kuri Hakashiwan, No Pair Jinba, the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost, the Black Hole Leia and other ninjas also looked at Black Zetsu one after another, obviously wanting to see how Black Zetsu would choose. On one side is the culprit who sealed his mother, and on the other side is the ancestor who was born in the world of ninja, Luo Lei. This is undoubtedly a difficult choice. Black Zetsu, no matter what you say, now our common enemy is Luo Lei. As long as he exists, the ninja world will not be surnamed Otsutsuki. In mid-air, Otsutsuki Homura took a deep breath and added indifferently 323 one sentence. If you don't cooperate, then I'll leave right away, no other words. How about this? I count to the number 3, and if you don't speak, then I'll leave. Otsutsuki Homura took a deep look at Black Zetsu, too lazy to talk nonsense. To put it bluntly, he doesn't look down on his stupid younger brother, Black Zetsu at all. If it weren't for Luo Lei's being too strong, he would not have come to look for his eldest brother, Sage of Six Paths. What about the Black Zetsu collaboration? An incomparably cold voice swayed from Otsutsuki Homura's mouth. After saying the last number, a disappointed expression appeared on Otsutsuki Homura's cheek. With a move of his mind, he urged the power of Six Paths to leave. If you don't cooperate, then you won't cooperate. He came to see how Black Zetsu defeated Luo Lei, the resurrected mother Otsutsuki Kagaya. But, at the critical moment, Black Zetsu clenched his fists, gritted his teeth and made a sound. Chapter 222 It's not at all fragrant, subscribe. But, at the critical moment, Black Zetsu clenched his fists, gritted his teeth and made a sound. No way, if Black Zetsu's previous character, it would never be possible to cooperate with Otsutsuki Homura, Otsutsuki Hagoromo, but The current situation is that Luo Lei's emergence has already dominated the entire ninja world. Without cooperation, the chances of rescuing his mother, Otsutsuki Kagaya, are slim to none. If they cooperate, once Luo Lei can be defeated, there is still a chance to rescue his mother Otsutsuki Kagaya, so even if he is extremely unwilling in his heart, Black Zetsu has to stop Otsutsuki Homura from leaving. In order to save my mother Otsutsuki Kagaya, win-win cooperation is not shabby, really not shabby. Cooperation is really good, right? Obviously. Black Zetsu eventually fell into the laws of Mikoto. He. After hearing this, the corners of Otsutsuki Homura's mouth, who had already turned around and was about to leave, turned up slightly, revealing an expression he had expected. There is nothing to say, he has already decided on Black Zetsu. Facing the extremely powerful Luo Lei, Black Zetsu has no other choice except to cooperate with them. Because, only by defeating the common enemy, the ancestor of the ninja world, Luo Lei, they have a chance, otherwise, everything will be in vain, and the bamboo basket will be empty. Black Zetsu, are you going to collaborate? 5. The next moment, Otsutsuki Homura turned his head slowly, and said calmly, win-win cooperation is the best choice, after all, Luo Lei's strength is obvious to all. Advertisement. Black Zetsu nodded reluctantly and said, I won't forgive you. The cooperation now is just to deal with the ancestor of the ninja world, Luo Lei. It doesn't matter. Otsutsuki Homura shrugged and said disapprovingly, Dao is different, we don't plan to cooperate with you all the time, and after defeating the ninja world ancestor Luo Lei, we will be different. Is this a collaboration? In order to deal with the ancestor of the ninja world, Luo Lei, is even Sage of Six Paths going to appear? I don't know how strong Luo Lei is, can you win or not? 35. I see danger, whether it's Uchiha Madara, Black Zetsu, or Otsutsuki Homura and Sage of Six Paths, it doesn't seem like any fuel-efficient light. It doesn't matter, we've all died once, so let's just watch it. That's right, we just need to watch the show, no matter who wins or loses, it doesn't seem to have a big impact on us. Seeing the collaboration between Black Zetsu and Otsutsuki Homura, the resurrected ninja swordsman, Ringo Yuri, Tokusa Yebeto, Kuri Hikumaru, Nori Jinba, Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish, Black Holea, and Cloud Shinobi Village's Golden Horn Silverhorn, Troy, and Barubi. Iwagakure's Four Tails Jinchuriki Laozi, Five Tails Jinchuriki Han, who owns Bloodyuki's Boundary Explosion style Kaori, Terra, Anoden and others, Sanagakure's Chio and Ebizo, etc. After the ninjas looked at each other, they involuntarily made sounds of surprise and relief. After all, they are not fools and idiots. Now the confrontation between the two major forces, they were resurrected by impure world reincarnation, just to be cannon fodder. Winning or losing does not have much impact. Among them, first Tsuchikage, second Tsuchikage, first Mizukage White Lotus, second Mizukage Ghost Moon, third Mizukage, first Reikage, second Reikage, third Reikage, first Kazekage, second Kazekage, third Kazekage and others are also worried about their respective ninja villages, but he has more than his heart and is not enough, so he can only stand in place and watch the play. Having reached a cooperation, there is a great chance of winning this time. First Hokage Senju Hashirama frowned and muttered to himself, I don't know if Luo Lei has a hidden ultimate move, otherwise, the end may be very miserable. Brother, what do you think? 35-second Hokage Senju Tobarama hesitated for a moment before asking carefully. How else can you see? First Hokage Senju Hashirama turned white. Second Hokage Senju Tobarama said solemnly, I use my eyes to see. Second Hokage Senju Tobarama smiled shyly and stopped talking. He wasn't a fool, and he could hear his eldest brother's implication in an instant. No matter who wins or loses, it doesn't really have much to do with them. Advertisement, great, Luo Lei must be dead. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen has no expression on the surface, but deep inside he is excited and happy, if it is not for first Hokage and second Hokage, and the body is controlled by Uchiha Madara. He wanted to shake his fist and jump up, waited a long time. It's finally time to wait until such a day, as long as someone can defeat Luo Lei, everything is easy to say. Anyway, he wants to see Luo Lei like a lost dog, because only in this way can he rest in peace, and only in this way can he eliminate the hatred in his heart. Otsutsuki Homura, if you cooperate, will you also do it? I do not know how long it has been. Uchiha Madara, who had never spoken, seemed to have thought of something, and said solemnly, Luo Lei's strength is very strong. If you and Sage of Six Paths are willing to join us, Luo Lei will definitely lose. I'll take action, big brother. Sage of Six Paths will wait and see what happens, Otsutsuki Homura said without any hesitation. Alright. What? Uchiha Madara's expression suddenly changed. FK. If Sage of Six Paths doesn't make a move, then cooperate with a hammer? There's no sincerity at all. Gong. If Sage of Six Paths does not participate. Want an empty glove white wolf? Really fragrant? P.S. Kneeling and begging for rewards, collections, flowers and evaluations. Mungshin, kneeling and begging all readers. Not to cooperate. No, it's not fragrant at all now. To put it bluntly, Otsutsuki Hagoromo, Black Zetsu was also ignored. A look of disdain flashed across Black Zetsu's dark cheeks, and he said without any face, with all due respect, without the participation of Otsutsuki Hagoromo, The cooperation between us can be announced as disbanded. Chapter 223 Cooperation, please subscribe. Really fragrant? No, it's not fragrant at all now. After all, for Black Zetsu, the strength of one Otsutsuki Homura is far from enough, and he is not qualified to cooperate with them. Only if Sage of Six Paths is involved can he be satisfied and approved. No, if Sage of Six Paths doesn't come out, there's no need for us to work together. At this time, Uchiha Madara also reacted and said coldly, the premise of win-win cooperation is that you must show sincerity, otherwise, there is no need for us to cooperate deeply. Alright. Like Black Zetsu, Uchiha Madara also wants to use the power of Sage of Six Paths to deal with the ancestors of the ninja world, Luo Lei. The result is good. Where is this Otsutsuki Homura empty-gloved white wolf? Sage of Six Paths has to hide behind the scenes and wait for an opportunity, isn't this just playing them as idiots? So, like Black Zetsu, Uchiha Madara's first reaction was also to refuse. The meaning of the expression is very simple, either Sage of Six Paths will shoot with them, or they will not cooperate, everyone will be strangers. I know your worries. Otsutsuki Homura glanced at Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu, the corners of his mouth were slightly raised, and he said softly, since it is a cooperation, we will definitely show our sincerity, this 323 times, not only will I shoot, but also let Six Paths level destiny, Namikaze Minato, along with Great Toad Sage, Katsuyu Senran.99. What? Aren't they dead? Wait a minute, something is wrong. Do you want Impure World Reincarnation to resurrect Namikaze Minato, Katsuyu Sage, Great Toad Sage? If we revive them, wouldn't we have 3 more Six Paths level combat powers? In the next instant, no one else reacted. Uchiha Madara, Black Zetsu, Masked Man, Uchiha Obito, Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama understood in seconds, all of them showed incredible expressions. No way, they never thought. Otsutsuki Homura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo would be so ruthless in reviving Namikaze Minato, Katsuyu Immortal, and Great Toad Sage Impure World Reincarnation who were killed by Luo Lei some time ago. It's not just that. Advertisement facing the reaction of Uchiha Madara and others, Otsutsuki Homura seemed to have expected it, and said in a low voice, my eldest brother, Sage of Six Paths, will let a clone with Six Paths level strength participate in the battle, and he will never let him fight. You're disappointed. Is that so? My stupid brother is really ruthless? Black Zetsu's expression changed, and he and Uchiha Madara looked at each other directly, both could see the tangled colors in their eyes. If Sage of Six Paths didn't participate, they would definitely not cooperate, but the conditions given by Sage of Six Paths now make some of them unable to refuse. In a word, it is really too much. Child of Destiny, Namikaze Minato, Katsuyu Immortal, Great Toad Sage, needless to say, are all Six Paths level powerhouses, almost a level stronger than these ninjas resurrected from Impure World Reincarnation. And there is Otsutsuki Homura, the strength is not weak, and it belongs to the top existence in the Six Paths level. This made Black Zetsu and Uchiha Madara want to refuse but couldn't. They opened their mouths and wanted to say something, but they couldn't open their mouths very much. If Luo Lei is killed, we will consider releasing the mother Otsutsuki Kagaya. Faced with some hesitations, Otsutsuki Homura said surprisingly, after so many years, my mother should know that the current affairs are the best. The voice did not fall. Black Zetsu, who was still very tangled, buzzed in his mind and suddenly became blank. Would consider the mother Otsutsuki Kagaya? Isn't that what he has always been after? If that is the case, then cooperation is cooperation, there is no need to think about it at all, BHFF. As for Otsutsuki Homura and Otsutsuki Hagoromo playing him, it doesn't matter, I would rather take it as it is, even if there is only a 1 in 10,000 chance, he has to give it a good fight. What if the bicycle turns into a motorcycle? Isn't it a beautiful thing? Therefore, in this situation, Black Zetsu's heart has been shaken, and there are already some that can't be suppressed. Have nothing to say, he wants to cooperate, things have developed so far. Advertisement no matter what intrigues and tricks Otsutsuki Hagoromo and Otsutsuki Homura have, he is not afraid, and he does not believe that he will lose. Uchiha Madara, let's cooperate with them. At the next moment, Black Zetsu almost did not hesitate, and said in a firm tone. Luo Lei, the ancestor of the ninja world, is very strong, and he must be destroyed now. $7. Uchiha Madara took a deep look at Black Zetsu and nodded without hesitation. Just kidding, Black Zetsu's little thought, he is very clear, doesn't he just want to save his mother Otsutsuki Kagaya? Of course, he wants to support the behavior of such a dutiful son. He also wanted to see if Sage of Six Paths and Otsutsuki Homura would release Otsutsuki Kagaya. And how strong is the legendary Otsutsuki Kagaya? Okay, let's work together. After getting your affirmative reply from Uchiha Madara, Black Zetsu turned his eyes to Otsutsuki Homura and said, I hope you can think about it carefully, and don't let your mother down. 9. It is good. Otsutsuki Homura said with great satisfaction. We're happy to work together. Swish. After this sentence, when Otsutsuki Homura's mind moved, he cast reanimation jutsu, which he had optimized at an extremely fast speed. P.S. Kneeling and begging for rewards, collections, flowers and evaluations, Mungshin, kneeling and begging all readers. Namikaze Minato in the coffin was the first to react, looking a little dazed. After a few seconds, isn't he already killed by Luo Lei? How come he's alive again? Wait a minute, I seem to be resurrected by impure world reincarnation. A space fluctuation was generated, and 3 coffins flew out of the black hole. Open, there was another cold drink, and the coffin boards of the 3 coffins fell off in no particular order and fell to the ground, revealing the bodies of Namikaze Minato, Katsuyu Immortal, and Great Toad Sage. Chapter 224. Shake the Ninja World. Subscribe. Wait a minute. This seems to be resurrected by impure world reincarnation. The next moment seems to have recovered. Namikaze Minato fell into a state of ignorance all of a sudden. FK. What's going on here? Isn't he already killed by his ancestor, Luo Lei? Who resurrected him? Is there a mistake? Resurrected. As expected, we were resurrected by impure world reincarnation. Compared to Namikaze Minato, Great Toad Sage and Katsuyu Sage recovered within a second after their initial surprise. There is nothing to say, as they expected, even if they die, someone will resurrect them from impure world reincarnation. As for the reason, of course, they still have some value to use. Otsutsuki Homura, Uchiha Madara, Black Zetsu, are you ready to cooperate? The next moment, Great Toad Sage glanced at the situation in the canyon, then turned to Otsutsuki Homura, and asked in a deep voice. That's right. Otsutsuki Homura nodded neatly and said, now that Luo Lei, the ancestor of the ninja world, has become a trend, we can only cooperate and gather the strength of both sides to kill Luo Lei. Sure enough. Great Toad Sage showed a sudden realization, but did not question anything. For Luo Lei's strength, he knows it, and he has seen what a crushing power is. After all, Luo Lei crushed Destiny's Child, Namikaze Minato, as well as Katsuyu Immortal, and even himself. Now Otsutsuki Homura chooses to cooperate with Black Zetsu, which is a helpless move. What? Immortal Katsuyu has some doubts, in its view. Isn't Sage of 6 Paths very strong? Why can't I take care of Luo Lei, and now I still need to cooperate with Uchiha Madara? It's incredible. By the way, what about the White Snake Immortal? Suddenly, Immortal Katsuyu seemed to have thought of something and asked curiously, why didn't the dead snake impure world reincarnation be resurrected? Advertisement, the White Snake Immortal has taken refuge with Luo Lei. Hearing these words, the masked man, Uchiha Obito said slowly, now the White Snake Immortal has unified the 3 holy places and has become the #1 dogleg under Luo Lei, the ancestor of the ninja world. FK. Immortal Katsuyu exclaimed and said incredulously, how could this stinky snake betray us? Oh, it's the best ending. Compared to Immortal Katsuyu, Great Toad Sage opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he could only sigh faintly, and shook his head incomparably dejected. In the face of Luo Lei, who is in full swing, it is the best choice for the White Snake Immortal to surrender. At the very least, its surrender can ensure that Mount Myoboku and Ryuchi Cave are dead and bloody. As for the Shibone Forest, Immortal Katsuyu has enough food for the whole family and doesn't get hungry, so of course he doesn't worry so much. Third Hokage-sama, have you been resurrected by impure world reincarnation? At this time, Namikaze Minato looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and said in surprise. Yeah, Minato. Seeing his favorite student again, Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and said, this time, we can definitely see the scene of Luo Lei being killed. Upon hearing this, Namikaze Minato clenched his fists and nodded resolutely. That's right, he was defeated by Luo Lei, but Luo Lei can only defeat his body, but not his soul. No matter what, he will never give in, compromise, or give in, but will only become more and more courageous and work harder, striving for one day to carry forward Third Hokage-sama's will of fire. He's still the same boy from the past, and he hasn't changed a little. Okay, let's work together. Looking at Namikaze Minato, who did not change anything, Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded with satisfaction. As expected, he was chosen by him. No, he was a man who was brainwashed by the will of fire. Even if he died, even if he was defeated, he was completely beaten by the ancestors of the ninja world. Love him, admire him. This moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's vanity and self-esteem are greatly satisfied. Ask for Flowers' advertisement. Even if everyone doesn't understand him and despise him, there is always someone standing behind him and supporting him. Minato is probably dead. Seeing this scene, Second Hokage, Senju Tobirama whispered something. Everyone has their own way of forbearance. This may be Minato's pursuit. First Hokage Senju Hashirama said blankly. We don't need to intervene. Second Hokage Senju Tobirama nodded and said nothing more. At the same time, with Destiny Child, Namikaze Minato, Katsuyu Immortal, Great Toad Sage being resurrected by Otsutsuki Homura Impure World Reincarnation. Those ninjas at the scene who were resurrected by Uchiha Madara Impure World Reincarnation can be considered to understand the cause and effect of everything, and when their bodies are out of control, they don't say anything more. Confessed. Pleasant to work with. In midair, Otsutsuki Homura glanced at Black Zetsu and said, now you can use your swords. I know. 35 Black Zetsu clenched his fists and said confidently. This time, I will let Luo Lei know what it is to do whatever they want. When he said this, Black Zetsu took a deep breath and added, isn't he trying to unify the entire ninja world? Then I will declare war on the 5 major ninja villages and provoke the 4th Ninja World War, 99. That's right. Uchiha Madara released a statement directly. The next day, P.S. Kneeling and begging for rewards, collections, flowers and evaluations, Mungshin, kneeling and begging, all readers and bosses, dead. Under the arrangement of Black Zetsu and Uchiha Madara, dozens of ninjas who were subjected to Impure World reincarnation began to act in an orderly manner, even first Hokage Senju Hashirama, second Hokage Senju Tobirama, Namikaze Minato, Great Toad Sage. The others have also been assigned tasks. The ninja world shook. In an instant, the next thing is very simple. Uchiha Madara responded, as long as we work together, we will be able to defeat Luo Lei. Chapter 225. Konoha Village shakes, subscribe, hum. In an instant, the ninja world shook. Really, Uchiha Madara's statement is too shocking and unbelievable. Originally, after Luo Lei swept the 3 holy places, killed Immortal Katsuyu, Great Toad Sage, Child of Destiny, Namikaze Minato, Luo Lei's prestige had reached a peak, completely surpassing the legendary Sage of 6 Paths. Became a veritable god. More importantly, after the 3 holy places were conquered by Luo Lei, there were still some cloud shinobi villages that were stubbornly resisting. Iwagakure completely lost the courage to resist, and sang directly to the Konoha village and the ancestor of the ninja, Luo Lei. You can say it this way, the current ninja world is the ninja world of Konoha village, an era that belongs to Luo Lei alone. 323. Result? After being resurrected, this Uchiha Madara has been accumulating for so long, and immediately issued a statement, that is, starting today, he will launch a counterattack against Konoha village and start the 4th Ninja World War. The underlying meaning is very simple, that is the era that belongs to Luo Lei alone, and from now on is the era that belongs to him, Uchiha Madara. In an instant, the entire ninja world was stunned, and countless civilians and ninjas were also shocked and surprised. No way, no one could have imagined that at such a time when the overall situation had been decided. Uchiha Madara will suddenly appear, and he will brazenly set off the 4th Ninja World War. Is this the rhythm that will turn the entire ninja world upside down? But, when thinking of the strength of Luo Lei, the ancestor of the ninja world, many ninjas and commoners didn't take it to heart because, for them, the strength of the ancestor of the ninja world, Luo Lei, was invincible. Awful. Advertisement. The ninja world has another good show. 9. Therefore, in this situation, many civilians and ninjas involuntarily made a sound of feeling. Obviously, Uchiha Madara's statement was not taken seriously, and he did not think that Uchiha Madara could pose any threat to the ancestor of the ninja world, Luo Lei. However, just 3 hours after the statement was issued, Uchiha Madara, carrying the revived ninjas from Impure World reincarnation, made no secret of his whereabouts and set off in the direction of Konoha village. It was at this time that Otsutsuki Homura, Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Namikaze Minato, Great Toad Sage, Katsuyu Sage, as well as Ringo Yuri, Thongsao Yurin, Kuri Sakura, Wooly Jinba, Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Oni, Black Hole Leia, Golden Horn Silverhorn of Cloud Shinobi Village, Troy, Barubi, Four Tails Jinchuriki of Iwagakure, Old Purple, Five Tails Jinchuriki Han, Kaori, Terra, Anoden, Chio and Ebizo of Sunagakure and many more ninjas. It was neatly exposed by Uchiha Madara. The identity of Otsutsuki Homura as the younger brother of Sage of 6 Paths was also revealed. Boom! In an instant, the ninja world, which was already boiling, once again set off a stormy wave, which could not be calmed down at all. No one would have imagined that Uchiha Madara would so madly resurrect so many dead ninjas. This is the rhythm of a last-ditch battle. And the younger brother of Sage of 6 Paths Otsutsuki Homura is also among them. Doesn't that mean that Sage of 6 Paths is not dead, but is still on the opposite side of the ancestor of the ninja world, Luo Lei? After thinking about it, the ninjas and commoners who were already very confident in Konoha village suddenly became uneasy. After all, even Sage of 6 Paths has cooperated with Uchiha Madara, so the problem seems to be a little serious. For a time, there is some silence and quiet in the whole ninja world. The eyes of countless ninjas and civilians all focused on Konoha village, where the 4th Ninja World War, where the First World War decided the ownership of the ninja world, is about to start. Whoever wins is the boss of the ninja world. The only thing that makes everyone curious and confused is advertisement at the end of the battle. Will Sage of 6 Paths, the founder of the legendary ninja sect, appear? Once you show up, there will be a good show to watch. One is the former master of the ninja world, and the other is the current master of the ninja world. Thinking about it, there are some shocking and exciting. The ninja world is shaking. As for the Konoha village, which has attracted many people's attention, it is a piece of cloud and wind. Even if they knew that Uchiha Madara was going to bring people who were resurrected by Impure World reincarnation and Otsutsuki Homura to attack Konoha village, the civilians and ninjas of Konoha village were not worried at all, and there were still some who wanted to laugh. Ha ha ha, I really didn't expect that Uchiha Madara was going to hit the stone with an egg. Uchiha Madara is courting death, and even Otsutsuki Homura is courting death. Sage of 6 Paths is really blind, and it looks like it will be late. Anyone who comes to Konoha village will not be able to eat kabuto and walk away. Master Luo Lei will definitely blow everything up. 99. Third Hokage Sarutobi Old Dog is too embarrassed to return to Konoha village. I hope Lord Luo Lei can catch this old thing and publicly execute it, so that Sarutobi Old Dog knows that the days of Konoha village have changed. There is a good show to watch, and Lord Luo Lei will definitely win. Sage of 6 Paths can't bear it anymore. This time I hope Lord Luo Lei will step on Sage of 6 Paths too. Accompanied by a voice filled with moral indignation, many civilians and ninjas in Konoha Village couldn't help but let out one after another uproar while they were indignant. Even if Sage of Six Paths personally cooned to Konoha Village, they will not be afraid of 5.5, nor will they take it to heart. That's right, for the commoners and ninjas of Konoha Village today. P.S. Kneeling and begging for rewards, collections, flowers and evaluations, Mungshin, kneeling and begging all readers. The only thing that made them interested was that 3rd Hokage Sarutobi's old dog actually returned to Konoha Village. This time, they must take a good look at Lord Luo Lei's public execution of Sarutobi Hiruzen. After all, because Lord Luo Lei is definitely invincible, even if Sage of Six Paths comes, it will be beaten by Lord Luo Lei. 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, like a rat crossing the street, everyone shouts, they want to see the old Sarutobi dog like a lost dog. For them, Chapter 226 The Ninja World is shaking, so is Konoha Village. In the central area of Konoha Village, within the office of Hokage building, the upper floors of Konoha Village, as well as 4th Mizukage Terumi Mei, 4th Reikage Yaoi I, 4th Keizukage Luo Sha, and 3rd Tsuchikage Onogi all gathered together. No one spoke, but invisibly makes the atmosphere of the office extremely dignified. That's right, they were also aware of Uchiha Madara's statement. So, in addition to trembling, there is still some anxiety. No way, no one thought that after Ryuchi Cave, Shibone Forest, and Mount Myoboku surrendered to Konoha Village, Uchiha Madara emerged aggressively, and more importantly, many dead ninjas were resurrected, and the legendary younger brother of Sage of Six Paths Otsutsuki Homura participated in it. You don't have to think about it, it must be a bad comer, and the final battle with Konoha Village is coming. How to do? Uchiha Madara, is this the 4th Ninja World War? Since Otsutsuki Homura 17 was involved, as the legendary Sage of Six Paths, he must not have died, and he was still hiding behind the scenes. Damn it, what exactly is Uchiha Madara trying to do? To resurrect Impure World Reincarnation, the shadow capital of our major shinobi villages, that has simply ignored us. I do not know how long it has been, maybe some are unbearable. 4th Reikage Yaoi I, 4th Keizukage Luo Sha, and 3rd Tsuchikage Onogi couldn't help but let out a series of angry voices. In fact, a few days ago, they discovered that someone had sneaked into their ninja village and dug up the graves of Reikage, Tsuchikage, and Keizukage who had died. Now it seems that they were resurrected for Impure World Reincarnation. The Uchiha Madara of this dog day is really mortifying, not about martial arts. Well now, 1st Reikage, 2nd Reikage, 3rd Reikage, 1st Keizukage, 2nd Keizukage, 1st Tsuchikage, 2nd Tsuchikage have all been resurrected, and they have to face each other. Thinking about it, there is some anger and discomfort. Don't worry, we have to believe in the strength of Lord Luo Lei. Advertisement. See this scene. 4th Mizukage Terumi Mei frowned inadvertently and said solemnly, Uchiha Madara's statement is just a joke, we don't need to worry or be afraid at all. Even if Impure World Reincarnation resurrects many ninjas, they are useless. When it comes to this, 4th Mizukage Terumi Mei couldn't help but add in admiration. As long as Lord Luo Lei is still in Konoha Village, the world of ninja will not be turned over, even if Sage of Six Paths shoots, it will be crushed. Yes, don't worry. Uchiha Madara is just a paper tiger, it breaks when you poke it. It's just enough to catch these guys all at once, so that our Konoha Village can justifiably unite the ninja world. If you dare to come to Konoha Village, then we will not show mercy. 99. With the beginning of 4th Mizukage Terumi Mei, the head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Mikoto, the head of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hiyashi, Narashikuji, and others all made their own voices, and the meaning of the expression is very simple, that is they have absolute confidence in Lord Luo Lei. Uchiha Madara starts the 4th Ninja World War and will only humiliate himself and shoot himself in the foot. Of course, the two of them, Wooden Golem, Yi Kang, and Nohara Rin, didn't speak, but their expressions were similar to Terumi Mei's. Obviously, they didn't take Uchiha Madara seriously. As the woman of Lord Luo Lei, they have absolute confidence in Lord Luo Lei. 77. But, just at this time, 4th Hokage Uzumaki Kushina, who had not spoken all the time, showed a chuckle, glanced at 4th Reikage Yaoi I, 4th Keizukage Luo Sha, and 3rd Tsuchikage Onogi, and said slowly, I understand your concerns, but it's totally unnecessary. I know. 4th Reikage Yaoi I smiled bitterly, hesitated for a while, and then said slowly, Uchiha Madara is definitely nothing to worry about. I am worried about the Sage of Six Paths hiding behind the scenes. This is definitely a ruthless character. Humph. 4th Reikage, what are you afraid of? Sage of Six Paths is coming. I will beat him to death. The next moment, just as Uzumaki Kushina was about to explain something, a cold shout resounded. Advertisement swish. Immediately after, a cracking sound rang out. Luo Lei's body has appeared in the conference room. All right. After killing the Son of Destiny, Namikaze Minato, Great Toad Sage, Katsuyu Immortal, Luo Lei followed the White Snake Immortal to Ryuchi Cave and Shibone Forest to absorb some of the natural energy of these two holy places. Invisibly, his strength has become stronger, in other words. With his current strength, even if he becomes stronger, it is an earth-shaking transformation. The results of it, after leaving from Ryuchi Cave 323, he heard the statement from Uchiha Madara. In an instant, Luo Lei was so happy that someone brought a pillow when he was really dozing off. Come as you want? Originally Luo Lei was still thinking about how to eradicate Uchiha Madara, Black Zetsu, Otsutsuki Homura, Otsutsuki Hagoromo and these guys, so as to completely unify the entire ninja world and become the ancestors of the ninja world. After all, really happy, it happened to happen that the senior management of Konoha Village was in a meeting, so Luo Lei flew in and scolded the 4th Raikage Yui, what a shame. Happy. Uchiha Madara actually wanted to initiate the 4th Ninja World War, and Impure World Reincarnation resurrected a large number of dead ninjas and launched a general attack on Konoha Village. Isn't this self-defeating? So, without any hesitation, Luo Lei went back to Konoha Village. P.S. Kneeling and begging for rewards, collections, flowers and evaluations, Mungshin, kneeling and begging all readers. Isn't it easy to crush Uchiha Madara, Black Zetsu, Otsutsuki Homura, Otsutsuki Hagoromo? The result is good, with his current strength. Chapter 227. Don't be a coward, just do it. Subscribe. Special. Is it really a shame to grow other people's ambition and destroy one's own prestige? Besides, this 4th Raikage Yui has taken refuge in Konoha Village, and he looks timid, which is really a bit embarrassing. Whether it is Uchiha Madara, Black Zetsu, Otsutsuki Homura, Otsutsuki Hagoromo, or even 1st Hokage Senju Hashirama, 2nd Hokage Senju Tobirama, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, Child of Destiny Namikaze Minato, Great Toad Sage who were resurrected by Impure World Reincarnation, 1st Mizukage, 1st Raikage, etc., will only be crushed and blown up. This time, Luo Lei wants to let them know what is the motherland, no, the ancestors of the ninja world. Lord Luo Lei is back. Ha ha ha, when Lord Luo Lei appears, we won't be even more afraid. The 4th Ninja World War by Uchiha Madara is destined to be a stepping stone for our Konoha Village. Konoha Village will win, and Lord Luo Lei is destined to replace the legendary Sage of 6 Paths, led Konoha Village to the pinnacle of life, and become a veritable master of the ninja world. 39. If Sage of 6 Paths dares to take the lead, it will be doomed, and it will definitely be beaten and crushed by Lord Luo Lei. Seeing Luo Lei suddenly appear in the office, Nara Shikahisa, Hyuga Hiyashi, Uchiha Mikoto, Nohara Rin, the 2 from Wooden Golem and others were stunned for a while, and then involuntarily exclaimed one after another, and some even stood up excitedly. There is nothing to say, as long as Lord Luo Lei comes back, the sky of Konoha Village will not be turned upside down. Next, you can slowly wait for Uchiha Madara, Otsutsuki Homura and others to take the initiative to deliver the dishes, thinking that the 4th Ninja World War that Uchiha Madara has worked so hard to set off will become a stepping stone for Konoha Village. In the hearts of Nara Shikahisa and others, they still mourned for Uchiha Madara, Otsutsuki Homura, Otsutsuki Hagoromo. It's not that you are not strong enough, but Lord Luo Lei is too pervert, no need to think about it, you can only be crushed. Lord Luo Lei, boom, a crisp voice sounded. Advertisement 4th Raikage Yui may have been too nervous, strands of cold sweat appeared on his forehead, his body trembled suddenly, and even more stimulated, he slumped on the ground. No way, it never occurred to him, Luo Lei said it appeared, there was no sign at all. As a result, he just happened to touch the knife edge. Thinking about 4th Raikage Yui, he felt a little bit crying. He was really unlucky. He just complained and was caught and revealed. Now I just hope that Lord Luo Lei will not remember the villain's deeds and take his words to heart. Otherwise, the consequences could be very serious. Contrary to 4th Raikage Yui, 4th Kazekage Luosha, 3rd Tsuchikage Onobi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and carefully let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they didn't say anything about making others' ambitions to destroy their own prestige, and now 3rd Raikage Yui has hit the iron plate, which is really unfortunate. Useless things. At this time, Luo Lei glanced at 4th Raikage who was sitting on the ground, and said calmly, since you have decided to join our Konoha Village, you should have the confidence to win every battle. What the FK Uchiha Madara, Otsutsuki Homura, Sage of 6 Paths, it's just trash, get it? When it comes to making a good word, Luo Lei couldn't help but aggravated his tone, as if he would do something if he disagreed. 4th Raikage Yui nodded hurriedly, and said timidly, Lord Luo Lei, I understand, I was also confused just now. 99 Luo Lei waved his hand, sat next to Uzumaki Kushina, and said disapprovingly, forget it this time, it won't be an example next time. Okay, Lord Luo Lei. 35 4th Raikage, Yui hurriedly stood up from the ground, showing the expression of the rest of her life. Just now, advertisement facing the furious Lord Luo Lei. He actually had a feeling that he had just walked away from the gate of hell, it was just a little scary. Fortunately, Lord Luo Lei did not intend to do anything, which is a fortune among misfortunes. Okay, I know about Uchiha Madara's 4th Ninja World War. The next moment, Luo Lei took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, no matter how strong the opponent is, even the legendary Sage of 6 Paths will be our enemy, don't be cowardly, just go straight, that's it. 99. This time when I go back to Konoha Village, there are only 3 things, that is, crushing, crushing, crushing again. Quiet. With Luo Lei's incomparably domineering voice. The entire conference room was silent, and obviously no one in the conference room could relax from Luo Lei's words. Lord Luo Lei is awesome, Mr. Luo Lei is awesome, Mr. Luo Lei is awesome. The next moment, accompanied by high-spirited voices. Hyuga Hiyashi, Nara Shikaku, Shimura Danzo and other high-level executives of Konoha Village couldn't help standing up excitedly, obviously inspired. Their blood boiled, and they could not wait to fight with Uchiha Madara's men to the death. Shimura, okay. Danzo's heart is as complicated. After the death of 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, Utatane Koharu of the Elders, and Mitokado Homura. His ambition is also dead. He just wants to do things properly in Konoha Village, and he doesn't dare to go beyond the threshold, let alone do something out of the ordinary, so he is afraid of making Luo Lei and 4th Hokage Uzumaki Kushina lively. The results of it? Now Luo Lei's words have made Shimura Danzo find a feeling when he was young. Veterans don't die, they just fade away. In the 4th Ninja World War that broke out this time, Shimura Danzo, will not be timid, and will only survive. He will only give full play to his residual heat, make a good contribution to Konoha Village, and come to the icing on the cake.